Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the SEA Closed Qualifiers. The road to the International resumes after we saw the Gork stack eliminated yesterday, Winter. That was pretty tough to watch, but not to worry. We are here and back for some more of, God's best region on Earth, SEA, Winter. How you feeling? How's it going today?
I can feel the caffeine coursing through my veins. I'm ready for the day. I'm ready for some Aurora bleeding action. Can't wait for that.
Indeed. That's a bit of our preview of our matches ahead. Quickly, we can take a look at what happened yesterday, Windsor. We did get, curiously enough, all the teams that were directly invited. So our 4th, 5th, and 6th, sorry, that's our 5th, 6th, 6, 7, and 8. All right, the bottom 4 seeds that were directly invited all went to the lower bracket and all got eliminated. So it's our 4 open qualifier teams that will be facing off versus each other, Winter. That's pretty wild. They must have not picked Clockwork.
Probably, Clockwork is the solution to everything.
Apparently.
Right, the open qualifier teams definitely earned their spots, Richie. They didn't come here by luck.
No, they did not. That'll lead us to our schedule for today. I think for me, the biggest upset there was maybe TNC over Blacklist rivalry, ringing the Rambulan. But hey, who knows how things will continue on for today, because TNC, they've got Young Gun Galacticos, but that's not till the end of the day, as we are kicking off with Aurora versus Bleed Esports. Following that is the other semi, I guess is the quarterfinal. This is the semifinal for the upper bracket, Execration and Talon. And then into the elimination matches with My Little Pony and John X Fire at the end of the day, as Team Prism taking on IHC. And then finally TNC off their victory from Blacklist Rivalry, taking on the Seoul Myanmar team in the region. Winter, were you surprised at all by the result yesterday for Blacklist, or what are you thinking? A first round exit for them is...
Yeah, about that. I mean, I did say that I felt like TNC, they are kind of going to be the dark horse in the lower bracket. I think they have a lot of potential to cause upsets, and to be frank, not really surprised that Blacklist lost to them. I think TNC, they are a very capable team, and hoping that they can bring more surprises in the lower bracket and maybe get to the finals and see what happens,
Yeah, it'd be nice to see. But we're still a couple of rounds away from our finals. Of course, we only have an upper bracket and a lower bracket final, as we have 2 teams qualifying from this region, being the only 2 teams to represent SEA. Last year's teams to represent TI, one of them was SMG. They were eliminated in the first group stage of TI12, I believe, in Seattle. And then the other team was Talon, wasn't it? I believe they made it into playoffs, but were eliminated before the arena section began. So hopefully, Winter, International competitions looking hard again. The highest SEA has ever placed at a TI was, I believe, Orange Esports at TI3, if I'm not mistaken. Was it? TI2, perhaps?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, three.
TI3.
Don't remind me. Let's not go there.
Look, I didn't. I'm not bringing it up. I'm just talking about the SEA region here, Windsor, and how they need to perform here to get even deeper into those TI rounds. Because it sure would be
Right.
nice to see them.
Right. I'm sure your intentions are the best.
Of course, they always are. They always are. But hey, speaking of intentions, we've got as you said, some team with, I think, pretty good intentions to get back to TI, right? And that's going to be Aurora, formerly of Talon, minus Makoto, of course, who's now back on Talon, but we'll get to that for our next series. Aurora, very, I wouldn't say desperate, but eager to get back to the main stage. Anytime that they've had to play qualifiers within their own region, they've usually had good success. If you look at a lot of the ESL Pro Tour tournaments for them, there was they didn't make it to Birmingham, if I'm not mistaken, right? So they missed out on one, but for the most part, they were usually the SCA representative, but they didn't always match up that great once it got beyond the first group stage. What is it with C teams and not being able to perform out of groups, Winter?
I think for Aurora, it might not be just about them being a C team. I think the patch kind of made it difficult for their playstyle because they're kind of well known for 23 and Jabs being 2 carries in a team. So in the recent patches or the patches, I think after Dream League 22, maybe that was about the time where the offlaners, you have to buy dagger, you have to buy aura items. Again, you can't really play a secondary carry from the offlane, and I think that kind of affected the whole team strategy a lot. They needed to switch around, they needed to change. And it took some time for them, and obviously they had one roster change in the middle. They got Lorenov and they replaced Armel. So those are the things that I felt like kind of hindered them a little bit. But now they're back on track. Everything seems to be working again. Jabs is kind of resigned to his role that, okay, I'm not the carry anymore. I'm going to have to downgrade myself. I have to buy a dagger, I have to buy a mech, I have to buy a pipe, I have to buy the boring items. But we need to win, right? Somebody's got to do it.
Whatever it takes to win. You spoke about a couple of roster changes and, of course, Bleed with even more recent roster changes. Of course, Lorenov, the most recent addition to this team. But here we have Bleed, who have looked impressive. I have to say there have been some very standout performances, especially by Emo and Paulison. Jackie as well, able to play that CK very efficiently, kind of joining fights early. My point being, Winter, that they have looked good. I think, we were kind of talking to a couple of guys on that team, and how should we say it? Mixed messages, maybe. Sometimes there's a lot of positivity. I always choose to go for the positivity. Winter, did you load into the lobby, by the way?
Yes, sir. It wasn't me. I have the best ever PC. You know that. Because you built it for me. Okay,
I did not put. I did. All right, it's fine. This is too much of an in joke. But Bleed, Winter, kind of focusing the conversation back on them. Were you surprised by their first round prowess? How well they did?
A little bit. I think they were kind of a big question mark, if you ask me, out of all the teams that I was looking to perform well, or my expectations for the team. I would put Bleed as a question mark at the start. Right now, maybe half a question mark still. I'm not so sure yet, because it could be just a one-off series that they did well. Consistency is a thing that I think not all the SEA teams have.
Mom, get out of my room. I'm trying to qualify to TI.
I'll just have to wait and see if it happens again, for them.
What do you think is this team's ceiling? Like, what do you think is like holding them back? Because I don't know. I think you look at individual skill here, and it's very high.
Well, if I'm gonna be utterly honest, I think the team dynamics are just not there yet, because they made a couple of roster changes, and obviously I feel like the other glaring issue is their offlaner Zio. His playstyle doesn't really suit the current meta. He's more like, how should I put this? He wants to be the anchor, right? And right now, I think not every game you can be an anchor on the map. You can't be like playing a hero. Like he loves playing like a Visage type of hero. Yeah, sure, they built Helm of Dawn, which is good. It might be really good now. I'm not 100% sure yet. But the thing is, sometimes I feel like as the support players, they need to focus on mid. They need to help the mid players get the runes, get the stacks going, whatever it is, The mid player, he's the boss, He tells you to do this, you have to help him. And in the early stages, your off laner is going to be left alone. And I think that he's not really particularly good at being left alone. Remember the game where he was playing into the Lifestealer? He was playing Pango, and he was trying to rush a vessel, and his support left. When his support was in the lane, he kind of, yeah, it's okay, he can get farm, get levels.
But
when
then he didn't go boots, right?
Yeah, then he didn't buy boots. He was too greedy, and then he got bullied by the Lifestealer. The Lifestealer just ran him down all the time, and he had to go back to base, and he had to use his TP. Because the sole idea of the support being able to babysit mid is that whenever a fight happens, you need to TP or you need to have a way to connect to the fight, either in the rune or when the enemy is fighting under your tower or when your team is pushing a tower. And if the off laner is not able to sit in his lane and he's getting bullied at 1v1, he has to TP back to base, then it hurts the whole routine a lot.
Yeah, especially you're unable to kick out that safe laner. The supports are able to rotate and
not
try
kick
and get
out. You're not
mid.
supposed to kicking out, but you.
No. but it means that the supports are freed up. The enemy supports are freed up. It makes contesting runes even harder. Your off laner's in no position now to try and contest. Yeah, it's got the
You're not
snowball
supposed
effect.
to be able to kicking out, but if you can kick the carry out, sure, it's great, But at least bare minimum, you need to be able to sit in the lane, look at the carry in the face. All right, this is what we're gonna do. You're gonna hit your creeps. I'm gonna hit my creeps. Everyone's happy, right? But if the enemy carry is up in your face, shooing you out of the lane or making you use your TP, then it's really, really bad for the whole team. That's why he has to find a way to make sure that does not happen. He cannot be too greedy with his items. He needs to make sure that he can sustain himself in the lane and help his team.
All about being able to play your draft as intended, right? And making sure you can, use the early power spikes of your heroes, those first items.
Being able to play alone, I think it's more accurate for that matter, because when your supports are not there, you need to figure out a way, okay, am I going to pull the creep wave? Because you could just pull the creep wave, right? And just ignore the carry. But if you're trying to play the lane, you must have a matchup that you are going to be able to 1v1 the carry. Like what we saw yesterday, the Slada against, Slada against Lifestealer. So the Lifestealer can't really play the lane. So if your off laner is Slada, then yes, sure, you can play the way Zio is playing, if you have the right matchup. But if you don't have the right matchup and you're still doing that, then it's bad, because it's going to hurt you and it's going to hurt your team. And they have to find a solution how to mitigate that. And for Aura, we already know, like Jabs is going to do his best to win the lane from the start. He wants to just straight up bully you in the lane with his prowess, with Q. Like I think they are one of the best pairings in SEA, if not the best. They know what they have to do in the lanes. They kind of punish you for every single mistake that you make. And usually because of the lead that he's already gained before the support leaves. So when he's alone, 1v1 with the carry, he's always going to be in a good position already. And that's the difference between these two teams.
Trying to load into our lobby now the second time, folks. Apologies for that. Just having some issues getting this lobby up. We have all the teams and players ready to go. It's just a little bit of a technical issue for now. So we'll get that one resolved soon. Winter, we will have Aurora on the Radiant side, but Bleed won the toss and have first pick, as we are going to have to try and get this lobby up again.
All right, Bleed first pick. Let's see.
We just saw the meta stats as well. After yesterday, we had we played 2, 4, 6. So we had 9 games played yesterday, meaning we're up to a total of 17 for the SEA closed qualifiers. 3 heroes remain at that 100% contest rate. Winter, it's still a DK, a Clockwork, and a TA. The Weaver, the Phoenix, and the Witch Doctor. And the SF have been allowed through once. SF and Witch Doctor specifically, they both lost, however. But maybe that had more to do with the teams than the hero. So we'll see how things go in a bit as we can take a look at Team Bleed's stats. Again, both of our 2 teams here have only played 2 games. They've won both of their games, but Bleed have had a longer day 1, haven't they? Needing to kind of get that comeback going versus Neon Esports.
Mm-hmm. They have a harder time in the first series, for sure, easily. The Aurora series is pretty much big brother bullying small brother, So not much, not much they had to sweat, in that series. So it's definitely Bleed that had to work harder. But we'll see what they learn. And the important thing is what have you gained in the first series? What have you learned? What have you improved? What have you changed? And what does it do to help you in the second series, which is the current series?
Exactly, and it's time to show that now here, as we do have our draft live. We've got, again, like I said, Aurora on the Radiant side, but Bleed won the toss. They go for first pick, and I don't know, expecting to see a lot of the same heroes here in the first phase.
What do you first pick? I think they might have to first pick the off laner. I think they have to, okay, maybe not first pick, but they have to pick Zeus hero early because he has to play a very specific hero for the whole draft to work. So I think they should try to get his hero first. Like Pango was the one, if I'm not mistaken, that they picked early in the, was it the second? I think it was the first game. Was it? Yeah. In their series against Neon. So I think something like that should be done again. They have to just try to pick his hero up early, try to formulate around his hero, give him a good laning partner, so you help him as much as you can before you have to ditch and serve Emperor Emo in the mid lane and pray for the best.
Emperor Emo, yeah,
the Emperor.
he's got the mandate from heaven. I mean, you have to. Sorry, he's the mid. I have to go feed and refill his bottle.
He's the Zeus, That's why he has the mandate.
Seems to me, by the way, that we are having an Aurora level 2 draft penalty. By the looks of things here, with that 1 minute of reserve time. Bleed as well, I believe, has the 1 minute of reserve time only remaining. I'm not sure, actually. I could have been wrong.
Yeah,
but it looks like Bleed for sure.
Richie? You know what it is?
It's the first game of the day. Teams aren't ready. I saw the managers walking around there with the Starbucks.
Starbucks double espresso.
Yeah, much stronger, making sure that the players are ready to go. No one yawning here, though. For Bleed, considering the first pick, which is going to be the DK, he continues to be contested 100% of the time.
This is a Zero hero. Very high likely. It's not exactly a flex pick for them. Actually, I don't know if Jackie plays the hero, but I think it doesn't feel like his type of hero.
Yeah, I'm also not really sure if DK's necessarily a carry anymore these days, is he?
I mean, Execration. Was it Execration? No, TNC. I saw Palos play it. Must be Execration or TNC.
Must be Execration. He's always on Execration. Isn't he?
Execration.
He's not. He'll be back.
Yeah, I mean, both Execration and TNC have ran DK carry. So I wasn't wrong.
Yeah, you are right. That is correct.
Yeah, but I don't think it's a Bleed kind of strat. I feel like Jackie needs to be... Wait, maybe the more I think about it, because Jackie's role in this team is he has to play like some sort of melee stunner, right? So because he needs to move. Because the other two so-and-so cores, they don't really want to move, They're just like going to be sitting in their lane, just eating farm until something happens. Or maybe they will react. So I think it's very important. Yeah,
I was going to just ask, how do you compare that to Savage and Lornoff and Jabs? Do you think they're kind of the same these days? Or
No,
I know we talked about Jabs flexing.
They are serving Lornoff at the moment. Jabs is moving, TPing. So they are taking turns, whoever has the power spike, whoever is strong, and whatever they need to do at that particular period of the game, they're going to be adapting, moving with different heroes. So I think they take turns, which is good, which is what you should do. You shouldn't default to, all right, Jackie, I give you the role of the moving core. You have to move all the time, Then it becomes a very robotic mindset in your head that, oh, I need to move. Then you're moving, man. It's not good for you.
And easy to counter, right? Everyone was able to beat Beast Coast that way back when they had Hector. They just knew what he was doing all the time.
Yeah, and now you have a Phoenix, which kind of deals with a DK a lot with the Sunray percentage-based damage. So I feel like probably I'm not going to be so keen at putting my DK as a carry now.
Well, Aurora don't seem confident that that'll be Jackie's heroes either, as at least they'll take out the CK. Storm
they
from Lornoff removed.
They understand Jackie a lot. It's one
Definitely.
of their ex-teammates. Yeah, they play together a lot. 23, Jabs, Q, they play a lot with Jackie in the past. So they definitely understand his characteristics, his playstyle, his demeanor. Because a person's demeanor tells you a lot about what type of heroes he should play. Maybe he'll tell you, oh, I can actually the trick, the trick answer, the players will tell you, I can actually play the hero. But when you listen to that, you have to think about his personality and character, whether he can truly play the hero. They will always tell you, I can play the hero, because they don't want the drafter to feel bad. Oh, I can't pick this, I can't pick that. It's so difficult to draft. And Q can definitely play Tiny.
That is very true. Yeah, that is very true. I was going to ask you, Winter, can you tell, all right, you can pace off the demeanor, what kind of carry is an alchemist carry? What does that say about them?
A crazy guy.
Okay.
Like Daracho. Running in, doesn't care. I want to take the wisdom room, I don't care. I'm going to steal it. I'm going to run in, I'm going to tank. You guys carry me.
I'm TPing at level 3 to mid.
Not that extreme, but yeah. Alchemist carries are the ones that want to relinquish their responsibility of actually carrying the game. If you get what I mean.
Where to pick now? It seems like it was picked yesterday by TNC.
Yeah, it's over their victory. The calling is very good because you dive in and you get silence. You can get your combo off. And then you can stop the Sunray from very far distance with the dead shot.
Yeah, I see that. So second game here of the Morita. Third game now of the Ench. 100% win rate Winter. We love these not enough sample size stats, of course, on this stream. But yeah, there's very strong lanes so far being set up. It looks like they are showing the offlaner the complete offlane for Bleed Esports, that is.
Yeah, all the supports are very, very good at the lanes. I think we saw in their first series how well they did in the early game with the Ench. Just my criticism would be he needed to build better items that game because he needed pipe to. I think they had a meeple in that game and he didn't build pipe. Yeah, Emo was playing a badass meeple and he just needed to buy pipe to help him survive. And now even more percentage-based damage, Midnight Pulse, Sunray into the DK. So this is going to be problematic for the DK to survive in the team fights without BKB. But even then, it won't be BKB, that's Black Hole. But it's a very slow lineup, I feel like. So it's offlane Enigma, 4 Tiny, that's a strong lane. Phoenix is 5, so there's a lot of cooldowns to
consider.
To play around.
Yeah. So something you want to try and balance with your mid laner here? Some kind of void, some sort of...
Ideally, or at least with the carry. Some Brave King, something that can just run around and fight. Alright, Monkey King, that's good.
Oh, another that's a fighting hero.
Yeah, still fits the build. Monkey King into DK, they're pretty certain the DK is going to be off lane. So let's see if Bleed tries to switch things around, tries to move it to mid or somewhere else. But yeah, I guess they can't move it to mid because it's not an Emperor Emo hero.
No, so this hero does not have the mandate from heaven.
No. It has to be Sunstrike or Thunder God's Wrath.
Yeah, I'm wondering also what Loronoff's last hero is going to be. Of course, Aurora with 24th pick here. Bleed got the chance to open up the draft with their DK, so this is going to be their strongest pick, 18 Winter. Likely, we believe anyway that this is going to be a Zeal offlane offlane DK into the Monkey King, a tough lane. So here's where they have to decide whether they're going to flex that DK or not, or if they're just going to pick the Jackie hero, which is a troll warlord.
This is a response to the lane. He can deal with the summons from Enigma, the Eidolons. And he can kind of fight. Yeah, you kind of have a good carry to carry matchup against the Monkey King because you can use your ult and fight him through the Wukong. And nobody fights well against a troll late game, 1v1 with his battle trance. And so their last pick has to, I think it can't be too greedy of a hero because it's a bit different from what Jackie usually has to play. He usually has to move around with the stun hero, and now he's a troll because it's just good for the game, right? The troll, good for the lane. So the mid hero kind of becomes tricky. You need a moving mid hero, or you have to delegate DK to an offlane, and he has to be moving, And I know that Zio doesn't like to play that type of pace. Even though I think it's good for the draft to do that, but it's not good for their team to do that because I don't think they can execute this type of draft. Probably Emperor Emo is going to be playing a little bit of a greedy hero as well, but he has to do it with a blind pick now. He has to pick something that can deal with most of the counter picks that Loronoff is going to come up with.
Yeah, Aurora banning out Beastmaster, by
So
the way.
they think that the DK has to go mid because DK is a neutral hero. So they know that there's not many heroes that they can pick now for mid lane. They can be neutral. So they are resulting in, I mean, they're opting to just ban out the offlane heroes that can be good with their draft. So Bench and Beastmaster, they are very, very good with Troll because Troll is the win condition now. So this is really smart by Aurora. They know that Bleed has no choice or little to no choice but to have to move DK to mid and pick another offlane.
10 seconds remaining.
Because their draft is just set up that way. And now this is the tricky one. Is Zeal gonna want to play the DK? Or he has to play someone else because Emo wants to, he has no choice but to take the DK.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. For me, I'm thinking of what does Emo want to play? Ultimately, I think Zeal's going to have to flex based off of that. They ban out the puck, we'll go with the Magnus.
That's a really, really good read, Aura. So they move, most likely it's a DK mid, Magnus off lane. They want someone that can lane into the monkey. Magnus can kind of run away with the skewer. It's a pretty good lane with Muerta. You can skewer into, I guess there's some cheeky combos, you know, you can move them around with the dead shot and the skewer.
Yeah. Much needed team fight, I would have to say as well. They didn't really have too much of it.
And it's also Magnus Troll, empowered Troll.
Yeah.
And now you have a BKB backhoe cancel. Maybe not the most reliable one, but yeah.
Something. It's something. All right, now
have you seen the facet?
I've seen reverse RP. Yes. Let's focus on this last pick first, though. Loronov's name, his pub name right now is Jingshen, which I think is Spirit according to Google Translate. Is he going to go with a Spirit? Is that just a harken to Team Spirit potentially? Okay. It might as well have said Gaming Gladiators because it's going to be the little Lesh. Here it is.
Is this a Spirit in a way?
No.
He's like a jungle spirit, right?
No, he's more gladiator than spirit, for sure.
He has a Sunray to back him up. He has Mech and Pipe, hopefully, from the Enigma, hopefully. You know, halfway through the game, he clicks on his Enigma. Midas queuing BKB dagger. It's like, oh my god.
I don't think so.
Probably won't happen. So. It's going to be like some Helm of Dom into Mech Pipe. Maybe not Pipe. I think Pipe is not that great this game. It's just probably going to be Mech.
Jabs is... he had to kind of take a backseat last time and go for those game-winning but ultimately not so flashy items on the Enigma. He played basically a flawless Enigma game 2, I believe, yesterday. 2 days ago, make that.
Yeah, he was a very clinical laning phase, and he kind of dominated the map after that. He took his tower. He won his lane, he took his tower, he moved around. He played with his queen, Lorinov, and they took the whole map together, you know. And I think it was very, very just difficult to deal with, you know. If the offlaner gets this type of momentum in the game, he dictates so much. It becomes very hard for the opponent to respond to it, right? Because it's too quick. It's happening too quick, and you don't have time to recover. And if you look at the Bleed's draft, right, it's because it's a Magnus Troll, right? So traditionally, it's going to be a little bit slower. You need time to ramp up your ancient stacks. You need to clear stacks. You need to get your levels. So everything is going to be hinging on, I believe, the two supports, Ench and Muerta. They have to be able to stabilize the early game enough for that to happen. If the early game becomes too unstable, the lanes break apart and you are losing ground. Enigma is killing your tower. He's invading your jungle with Monkey King. Then problems are going to occur. You can't clear your stacks. But if that is slowed down by the two supports, the Ench and the Muerta, then I can see this Magnus and Troll working.
Okay, so about slowing the early roll of this Aurora team up to the supports, according to Winter, I think I kind of have to agree. How do you feel about this hero then for Zeal, Winter? We were kind of talking about he's always looking for a kind of a specific kind of hero. Do you think Bleed have given him the kind of hero that he tends to succeed on?
Well, he is... not traditionally expect to succeed on this hero. Everyone knows about what happened with his Magnus in China, but I think it definitely fits his kind of playstyle where he wants to sit and be an anchor on the map. He doesn't like to move too much. Sometimes you have to move on Magnus, but overall, the general role that you do in a game is you sit in an area, you farm, you clear your stacks, and you get your items, and then you participate in a team fight. So I think this hero fits his playstyle, and he works really, really well with Jackie's hero. Okay, so maybe even more about the synergy here and Zeal needing to battle his past
to try and get through this game. Bleed have gotten their Observer Ward on the other side of the river here mid. We'll see if that ward lasts. 2 sentries in the inventory of the Phoenix, so we'll see if he is going to end up making any moves. But for now, seems unlikely.
Will this work?
Did anyone get any interesting facets? Okay, Phoenix has the
Hotspot.
Sunray. Yeah, Sunray. So I guess because of the Magnus, he thinks that he needs to try and use it on the Lash to keep him alive.
I think this is an interesting one. 23's gone for Simeon Stride. Usually you see carry monkeys go for the what the other one, the loyal soldiers or whatever.
Yeah, the Wukong.
Yeah.
Oh, that shot, nice. They got the... Wait, actually no, I thought they got the rune. My bad.
No, they tried. Runes will still go for 2 apiece, and no one really uses any big spells. Just kind of right-clicking each other down. Yeah, so going for the Simeon Stride, I think this is a response to all of the, just the Magnus being able to relocate.
Isn't it just straight up better with the Siemens Stride? Because you can run around faster. I think it's just straight up better. It doesn't matter if you're playing a carrier or support.
Could be. I'm just saying, I see a lot of carry monkeys go for the Wukongs instead.
Yeah,
we'll see how he uses
because
it
you
here.
think about how you need to play carry monkey anyway. You win your lane and then you buy your early game item, then you want to run around and kill, which is going to be good with this facet anyway.
Yeah. Well, I hear you, Winter. It's just, I don't know. A lot of the carries I see don't opt for it. So we'll see how. Remember, he can only use it when he's above 90%, or he only has no cooldown.
Everyone doesn't think this is good, right? On
most
players.
Maybe they just need to wisen up. According to stats as well, no one really likes to go for the reverse RP, and Zeal has not gone for reverse RP either. He has run through, so more damage when he goes through trees or cliffs. We'll have to take a look out for that. This lane also easier than the DK I think would have had into the Monkey King lane, especially when you do get that Jingu Mastery up. So another benefit of swapping the lanes on over.
I just have one question for you because I'm not so sure about this. You know the Magnus innate solid core?
Yeah.
If you get tossed by Tiny, does it mitigate that? Or
No, I don't think that's toss, but I don't think that's knockback.
Okay,
What kind of knockback do you have in this game? I don't even know if you have much
No, there's no
knockback.
knockback except for Tiny. So only spells like Greater Bash is considered knockback.
Yeah, so I would assume spells that give you forced movement. I think Tiny's toss is a little bit different. I'm thinking things like Flame Break. What else gives you knockback?
Deafening Blast?
Yeah, Deafening Blast. Probably Hurricane Pike, perhaps? Force Staffs? You know? It says items and abilities, so, those two. All right, take it easy here, Jabs. He is just fine. In fact, Q with a toss on over. They're going to look for C, who is taking a lot of damage. Maybe turning now the Eidolons on over to Tiny, kind of splitting their focus, but doing good damage here to the lane. No point in the attendance, so SC doesn't have the heal available for Jackie. But Jabs only has 8 wand charges, and is forced to use them there by the impetus shot coming from SC.
Yeah, you see the Troll against Enigma lane, coming to play now. Troll's definitely doing better at the moment. They're going to be able to secure the Lotus, so that's going to be great for them. So, Tiny cannot really... He's trying to steal it, but this Troll Edge is just too strong.
I think got me thinking of other heroes that have knockback.
Bottom side as well, Zeal got the Lotus. So they got Lotus on both their side lanes on Bleed. This is huge for the lane. They need to win the lanes. Or at least do well enough to get them through the early mid game.
Do you think it works on Marcy on Dispose?
Dispose?
Yeah.
Probably. I'm not sure.
That's really
but Dispose
interesting.
kind of feels like it's toss. It's kind of like toss.
Yeah. All right, you know what? Clockwork Cogs. That's the biggest counter. Just pick Magnus. Then you won't get all your mana stolen by Max Cogs. We'll see. We'll see how it looks. Lane so far, though, pretty well. Honestly, for just about everyone, going fairly even. Emo with a few more denies.
Emo, 22 and 7 against 14 and 2. A few more
Actually,
denies, dude.
I guess you're right. Well, hold on. Warnoff's got a creep wave under tower. Let him cook. He'll even out.
But this
Yeah,
wave
see,
is going to go into the DK's tower as well. DK's going to be at least 5 CS ahead.
He lost out on the water rune as well, as Polison makes the rotation to yoink that. So Lorinov is going to have to work with this clarity instead of a refilled bottle. No one's died yet in either of these side lanes.
That's a good sign. It means that the game is very contested. CS-wise, Enigma has kind of caught up because he managed to drag the wave back. So now the Enchantress has to make the pull the wave back so the Troll can farm under his tower. It's Tiny level 3. This is where the lane becomes very, very dangerous because the Enigma and Tiny can just kill any of those heroes, even the Troll if the Troll gets caught. The Lotus is going to save him, I think, if he gets caught now.
A little toss there onto the Mud Golem. Oh no, they're not going to let the camp stack. Maybe they didn't want to. Doesn't matter.
And you want the Eng to get creeps, I guess. That
Yeah,
was the plan.
I think so.
Here comes the Mud Golem family. Right-clicking a stone.
The Shard Golems. Golem on stone action. How did he get so many?
I mean, don't worry. Game's gonna ram up soon. Power runes. They don't want Lash to get power runes.
Yeah. I mean, we've got a Monkey with Simeon Stride. You've got a Lesh and a DK. Definitely good heroes to gank towards. You've got an Enigma, Troll, whatever, he'll farm, but he won't even be farming for that long thanks to his amplified speed with Empower. So he'll has to go for more points in the lane for Shockwave right now just so he can actually get CS because of still the difficulties he'll have in this lane. But it's we'll get back to that because it is Power Rune time and Bleed in a much better position here to start fighting for these already. In fact, I don't really think Aurora had a chance to get these runes.
Yeah, Blade is just dominating the map right now, picking up the Lotus and now the 6-minute power rune with the DK pressuring with the Siege.
Since when could Edge get more than one creep? I thought if she enchanted another creep, the old one died.
No. Oh, that was like ages ago.
What? No wonder I lose all my Edge games. Jesus. This is a serious
Don't play
push.
the hero, Richie. Don't play the hero, please. You
I'm
can't
so
like
bad at
that.
Edge. I'm so bad at Edge. This tower's going down. It's dead.
This is huge. It's all due to the runes, and they have stronger supports because they have Eng, Eng is really good at this.
Well, they missed the Blood Grenade. Ultimately, that shouldn't matter too much, although Lorinov, looking to counter-initiate, doesn't have a point in Split Earth, so he's not really too bothered by the calling, the toss. He's actually going to be able to pick off the kill onto Polison. They also will connect onto the Enchantress. Emo, however, a bit too speedy. He is safely away. So the first two kills of the game going towards Aurora as Bleed a little bit too hasty on the invade there.
Man, they also kind of forced the Enigma to move, so I don't think it was without a trade. I mean, it's first blood and 2 kills. It's definitely not the kills that they want to give away, but they got the tower, so they got something in return. And now they open up the map, so bot lane should be the next target. They have to help this Magnus kick this Monkey King off the lane soon. Maybe the Troll can connect as well with the gate. Not sure if he wants to come now. He probably has to wait for the supports to get there. And SE now trying to build out his army again, He's going to... Is he actually thinking about the runes first? But it's going to be the runes first. Oli is here on the top rune.
Polison's guarding the bottom rune where the shield rune spawns in.
Yeah. They have the favor from Gaben right now, getting both the runes so far. Shield rune on DK, so he's gonna come down and push the tower. This is great, man.
He's gonna try.
Everything's going great, Now SE gets some time to get some levels in the mid lane.
Look at how 23. He drags the crew all
Jackie's
the way
coming
behind
over.
the tower.
I mean, Jackie's here. Oh my god, he's here too.
Couldn't do enough damage, really. The Simeon Stride easily getting 23 out of any potential harm. And what's the reaction from Aurora? Honestly, I don't know what they could do here. Lorinov is
Just
going
the
to go and
nature
check
of the
for
lineup.
stacks.
DK Enchantress, they're going to take the towers.
And they just can't really do too much. They may try and push for the top now. Q, Ollie, and Jab starting to siege it down. We've just hit now level 6 on Jab, so there is a black hole.
Oh, this is
The
nice.
experience gain is...
They're moving top
The
with the
XP gain's
gate.
pretty good on the support. So Aurora with a small level advantage for the supports, but of course their hero is just a bit weaker.
And they might even also defend the top. Okay, this is actually amazing for Bleed. They made the push bot and they defended top tower. Thanks to the shield rune. I think if it wasn't for the shield rune, maybe Aurora would have tried to go on him and kill him. But they can't with the shield rune. Too much of a race.
Yeah, it's so dangerous. Especially when you have got a potential Magnus TP in with the RP. I mean, you still have decent team fight here, and without the threat of the Supernova, you're just going to need more heroes. So in comes Lorinov. He will be able to swiftly take down this tower. He actually has max Diabolic Leading, not a single point in the Split Earth here. A 0-4-3 build at level 8.
And they're gonna
will
smoke.
not
Okay, it's very, very aggressive. They want to use their black hole, I guess, to fight. And they have mech on jabs now.
As he knows, dude. He knows this guy. He's got the ward down. He breaks the smoke. He's going to dare them to go a bit closer. Emo and Jackie now looking to counter-initiate as the damage onto the Ench is sufficient. Ollie might be in for a bit of trouble. The black hole! Oh, it gets canceled by the call-in into the RP now as Zio will skewer back. Jabs Jackie looking worse for wear, but has the ulti to rely on now. There's going to be the jabs falling, even with a pig pole.
Oh, good toss.
Q
He got the
with
slow
another
on.
toss kill. Look at that on a Jackie. And they even catch up to the Polison now. 23 joins the fight thanks to his Simian Stride, and that's 3 heroes down and maybe a tower here for Aurora.
I mean, that's the power of their spells. The black hole, the egg. It's very difficult for Bleed to fight into it. It was a really nice finishing toss there. He got the toss, he got the kill, and then he slowed Polozon down, so Polozon couldn't escape, and he got caught. Nicely done by Aurora.
And I mean, Bleed started that off so well. You can see here in the replay, SE just with the perfect smoke break. But it's just the spell damage.
I mean, he had no points in heal. I think that move would have been way better if he had at least 1 point in the heal. And that would actually maybe won them the team fight if he actually tanked a little bit more. But I think at the end of the day, cooldowns you, so now you have to figure out how much you can get on the map after they use after Aurora use their egg plus black hole.
Yeah, but those are the big old spells used. They had a fortify as well for Bleed, so they didn't even end up losing that tier 1 tower mid.
Mm-hmm. Level 6 on both their supports now on Bleed. SE is just one CS away.
Oh,
no.
he might get
Dagger?
tossed back though.
Wow, he has dagger.
Yeah. Yeah, Q, he's got a dagger. He's 4-0-2. He doesn't need any CS, only got 11, but he's about to get his 3rd assist now. 100% kill participation
Holy.
for the Tiny.
This guy always gets his dagger in such quick time.
It's pretty impressive. 11-minute dagger by the looks of things.
Yeah, and he has a mana item on his neutral slot, so that kind of helped with the dagger rush. Arcane ring.
It's a good one.
Yeah. And how is
Toss.
our
Oh, it's just
Monkey
onto a
King?
centaur.
How's our Monkey King doing? He has a Maelstrom coming up soon. Max.
We'll be going for the Gleipnir build.
Max stun. I mean, if Bleed is not actually trying to do anything now, the cooldowns are going to be up soon. Black Hole is in 30 seconds. So then I think if they are trying to just dodge, they're going to have to just try to shove out the waves as far as possible. So you try to just make sure they can't group up.
Well, they'll have a couple of items coming online now. There's the Mage Slayer about to be delivered for Emo. Maelstrom just got completed on
Q,
Jackie.
he gets a pick.
But Q, ooh,
he got the
didn't have
toss.
vision. But I think it should be still fine. 23 Savage able to jump on over, assist for the kill. Azir looking for the TP on
good
out,
TP.
and they will lack the
Holy.
damage. Very good TP.
That was so good.
Didn't even use the wand charges or the lotuses. He knew he was okay.
Yeah, he knew. That's a lot of time wasted for Aurora, and now Bleed has the luxury. Look at Jackie immediately just pushing out the wave top, very, very far. But he needs to be careful when Black Hole is up. Polozon, he's gonna get caught. And then the top is up.
That he
Should be a
will.
kill.
The call-in's not going to change much here. Olsen will
Yep.
die.
How does this man do it? You know, it's daytime. He didn't even use smoke. You know, he just like literally found a position to hide and just blink out and toss him.
Wait, if Muerta dies in her own calling, does her facet work? I think it did, right? I think it actually did. I saw 5 revenants in that calling at the end. That's kind of cool. I only thought it worked on other dead heroes, not herself, but she is a hero.
Yeah, just because she's a ghost doesn't mean she's not a hero. I think we're getting into a stage of the game where it's gonna be a lot more trying to out farm your opponents, so you're trying to play the map more. I mean, we have this dagger on Magnus, but I don't think this dagger means that they need to fight. You know, they're still like really concerned about getting through to his item timings. He has a Maelstrom with Empower. He's going for Gleipnir on throw. Then once you get those small little catch items, that's when the game will start to heat up. I mean, especially the dagger on DK. You know,
Right.
with the mage slayer, you don't really look to fight yet. You know, but with the dagger, then you look to fight.
Mage Slayer is going to be pretty impactful as well, especially into Lorinov, who has completed his Bloodstone, reducing the spell damage as well of jabs if you can get an auto attack onto him. But Bleed now, they will take this opportunity to smoke up. So just the blink on the mag is kind of, I think, the item to look out for here, Winter. They're pretty close to blink for Emo, as it will be Ollie who breaks the smoke. He gets an Icarus dive away, but he's slowed by the whirling axes. He's going to commit the Supernova now as they try and protect it with the egg. Yeah, but they just have too much damage here. All 5 heroes ready to beat down the Supernova. A 5 versus 4 now is the RP in. They catch jabs. Wukong's command jabs with the mechanism heal. He's going to turn and burn out with the black hole. Gets off a good amount of damage. The control is good as well, as even though he dies, they will pick up Zeal and Paulison. Lorinov now in onto the fight, chasing down Emo, constantly reapplying the Mage Slayer stack, and the slow as well into Lorinov is too big. Q now chasing down SC. He's going to receive a little bit of assistance with the tree cut onto 23 Savage, but he's so tanky, he can't be taken down, and Jackie pops the ulti. It'll target him now onto Lorinov, who's going to try and out-heal this with the Bloodstone. Not a chance there. 23 Savage eventually dies to Emo.
What a play. What a play. Woo. I mean, there's a ward there, but still, you know, that was a huge play, allowing them to finish off the Lash and the Monkey King at the end. Big plays, man, by Bleed.
Who cut the tree?
Just cut the tree. I mean, that RP was
Troll, yeah.
Yeah, on Troll. He had a pretty sure he had a Quelling Blade, right? Yeah,
It's in his backpack now, yeah.
I felt like the RP kind of looked a little bit too far when he blinked in and he caught the Enigma. It was a risky
Here's the
one.
replay. We can take a look at it.
Yeah, he was waiting on the side. He was like just biding his time. He knew he had to catch the Enigma, and then I felt like it was a bit risky. It was kind of very deep. His team kind of got caught in a pretty bad position here. It was a nice black hole in the end, just trying to drag them in. But eventually, I think the Troll and the DK just kind of out DPS the Lash because the Lash ran out of mana.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, hindsight 2020, I don't know if it was the best idea for... And here's the tree cut. Yep, Jackie scouts him. Yeah, so much damage being dealt there. That was pretty clutch. Yeah, I'm wondering if Aurora just... Maybe they shouldn't have initiated or continued that fight beyond the black hole turnaround. An even 2 for 2 at that stage. You use their spells, they use their spells. I don't know. But of course, hindsight, 2020.
Yeah, at the heat of the moment, you think that your enemy's fucked up, right? So you want to chase and get the +1 kill. So... And they are
understandable.
They're kind of stronger than you, so too bad. So now they have to go back and farm, wait for their cooldowns again. They kind of didn't fight with the egg properly, so that's also another factor.
Yeah, that was kind of tough. Getting the whirling axes onto Ollie, even though he got the Icarus dive away, meant he was kind of condemned there no matter what he did. Trying to turn with the egg. Maybe he wasn't expecting all 5 heroes in the smoke, but either way, it didn't really buy Aurora the time they needed to properly turn that thing around.
You know, to be honest, I think the egg actually is not as important as the Sunray. I think in the team fights, he needs to just be behind, either to Sunray during the black hole, so to do damage, or to Sunray on the Lash, to keep the Lash alive when they're focusing the Lash. That's probably more important than the egg in some way. They need to get him the shot. Hopefully he doesn't have to buy it.
That would be ideal. 50-50 between him and the Tiny now. And honestly, Q doesn't really need it for the particular style of Tiny that he's playing.
Yeah, the Tiny shot is like, whatever, man, on support. Yeah. You get it.
Zeal. He might end up running into a few heroes here. So he's going to see a tree moving for him. He knows that's a little bit suspicious.
Moving tree? That doesn't sound right. That doesn't look right.
When did a tree and protector get into the game? Hold on a second. So, Bleed, having scouted the Monkey King and probably the Tiny there as well, will smoke and take through the Twin Gate. However, Aurora are going to... Well, now they're going to see that with the ward placed down, and they'll do well to get out of the way of that one. bit scarier now, right? You were talking about how, yeah, well, you know, this DK, he's gonna fight if he has to, but he really wants to wait for Blink Dagger. Well, that Blink Dagger is now ready to go.
Is under attack.
Ready to go, but he still also wants to farm BKB. Still needs more items. I don't think they need to rush though, to be honest, with the Magnus and the scaling in the late game. Empowered DK, empowered Magnus, those are pretty scary heroes to have that buff.
Yeah,
And as long
despite
as you
the kill
have,
score, go ahead.
Yeah, as long as you have the save to get him out of the black hole, hopefully Windmakers, then the troll is going to be able to do a lot. I mean, like you say, you know, the kill score doesn't really tell the whole story, you know.
Yeah, exactly. We're 11-5, about to hit 20 minutes, but game is pretty much even. And if anything, like you say, Bleed with a decent advantage here, just thanks to their, you know, kind of scalability is not a word, but thanks to their scaling prowess.
Late game potential.
Yeah, I like that.
Empowered troll, everyone knows the power of an empowered troll. I'm pretty sure in one of your games you have lost once or twice to an empowered troll late game. You know how scary it is.
Yeah, frees him up to go for other items. Jackie this time goes for the full Gleipnir. So he actually has a very similar itemization to 23 Savage, who is in the Roche Pit now with his fellow Aurora heroes trying to take this thing down. Should be fine. Bleed will not be able to contest.
Who is getting the Aegis? Lesh getting the Aegis? Probably better on Lesh, right, I think.
I think so as well. Allows him to play a little bit more like a Storm Spirit would in the fights. And by that I mean go in deep, and then when he respawns with more mana, you know, he can
kind of
still
a little
keep
bit
fighting.
different from the Storm. Storm is jumping around. Lesh is like standing and delivering.
Yeah, yeah, again, by that I mean the Lesh wants to be in the middle of a lot of enemy heroes to do his damage and to heal, but he quickly runs out of mana, kind of like a Storm, right? Kind of see that. Of course, he does not literally turn himself into a ball of lightning. You got me on that one, Winter. I'm caught. Ah, there it is. Ollie, he got the shard. That is
Nice.
exactly just what the doctor ordered.
And he has 3 points in Sunray right now, so it's already pretty useful. It's gonna build a use, which is gonna help them deal with the Magnus. Blink initiations. I always get triggered when support players don't get use against Magnus. Or
Me
anything
too.
Or any hero that just wants to blink in and initiate, you know, all these tiny type of heroes. But it's particularly effective against Magnus because there's like a cast time, right, for the skill.
I also like it against Axe, to be honest.
Yes, that is true. Very, very true.
It's
Axe,
my
Legion.
go-to item. Yeah, Legion.
Maybe
yeah.
against Legion is a bit harder because now people get Axe and they have magic immunity, a spell immunity.
Yeah,
whatever you call it.
that's true. But against the other heroes, it can be pretty decent. And in a lot of fights, game winning, you just have to start precasting your Yules, you know, just start spamming that bad boy. Top lane, 23 Savage. He will show on a wave. He doesn't have Simeon Stride enabled. He's not really full HP, but it's okay to chase him too hard.
They should have an icon that tells you whether you have it.
Actually, there's a little bit of a spell effect when he has
Oh, really?
Simeon Stride. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Right now, you can see there's only like this red when he jumps around, but when Simeon Stride is active, there's like also a purple line. So you can see it's still red, and he has got a cooldown. We're gonna need to wait a while. Unfortunately, he's
Yeah.
missing a bit of HP. But I'll point it out next time he's jumping around. Or we'll see here. Yeah, he needs to be above
I
90.
always never notice stuff like this. Is it a cosmetic or just building into the spell?
I think it's just built in. I'm pretty sure it's the immortal that gives him the red effect. I believe. I can't be sure. I'm not a big monkey player myself. I respect the lives of couriers. They're just trying to do their job, man. They're doing hard work. I don't understand why you got, you know, Matthew and Baboka running around just making their lives miserable. Not really about that.
I feel you, man. I feel you.
Dire are spared.
I had a fair share of careers dying.
Yeah, he still has it. We're so close, though. Come on, how are you not full HP?
It's what, 10%,
Just use your
right?
wand charges. Yeah, so he should be there soon. He's 10% of 2,000 is 200. So he should have it.
Okay,
There you go.
wait.
See the kind of blue there that was
Oh, okay, I see.
there? Yeah. All right, here he
So
goes
it's
again.
visible
Ready?
to your enemies too, right? They will know whether you have it on.
Yeah, I mean, I guess unless your enemies are winter, then they won't see it. Were you good at I Spy books, Winter? Did you have those puzzle books when you were growing up?
No, I was busy playing other games
Fair enough.
like chess.
Fair enough. Well, I Spy with my little eye. Bleed Esports now that has hit their next set of timings. Triple BKBs ready to go, Winter. What are Aurora meant to fight? Are they going to fight into this? Is this Aegis kind of just a denial, quote unquote, Aegis, so that Bleed doesn't get it?
Yeah, you could say that.
If
Troll Magnus. They kind of want to troll to have Aegis. They're going to have BKB on Lash. But do you fight with this BKB Lash with Aegis? I think you're probably strong enough.
Dire are scanning.
I mean, your Monkey has BKB too. I think they should fight once Lorenov gets BKB. Wait, Enigma also has BKB, so there'll be 6 BKBs on the...
6 BKB fight. Holy moly. Goodbye, supports. They might as well unplug their keyboards. Go for a quick coffee in the next fight, Winter.
What
It's always
can
the
you do,
worst.
Life as a support. I mean, you can just kite it, I think right now, with all the BKBs, right? If you are a support, I think what you should try to accomplish is you save for buyback and you try to use your life to trade for the BKBs. And then you
Right.
buy back, you come back and you try to win the fight.
Okay, Aurora, you're going to try and find a fight here in the waning seconds of the BKB, but that's not going to happen. Bleed Esports playing very well together. You can see this kind of formation they have in the triangle. SC ready to break smokes. Zeal and Jackie playing with each other. They will now smoke up as, of course, pros. They're just built different. They know that this age is about to expire, so now they are going to be looking for a fight with their triple BKBs. Morinov, he's got BKB being fetched to him now by the courier. And that is going to be our 6th BKB that we were talking about, Winter.
Yeah,
Another
I mean, the
smoke
key
from
thing to
Aurora.
look out in the team fight is the Enigma versus Magnus. Who is more patient? Who gets the better jump? That is going to play a huge role in the fights.
Tower is under attack.
I think Zio needs to be more patient
Are scanning.
like, to get a better catch, The last time he did a very risky move, but I'm not sure if it's going to work again, if he does something like that.
I hope Bleed get a very nice ward in the enemy triangle, which is going to be scouted now with the Fire Spirits.
Oh, Emo. Wow, he's
Emo.
running.
Blink dagger.
Emo.
Oh.
Emo.
Oh, smoke breaks. He's going to make the jump now. Q a bit out of position. He was also looking to make it a deep aggressive move. Pushed back even further by his team. By the death shot. There's
big
the RP.
RP.
Winter. It's on a 3-foot jabs. Jabs with the counter initiation. He catches
Phoenix
3 and
silence.
BKB'd enemies. And now 23 Savage with the ultimate active. Jackie, he's starting to burn in though with the ultimate. They will lose Seal, but it seems like Lordoff, no! Saved now just by the Supernova, but ultimately will not make a difference.
What a fight. That was insane. Like both Enigma and Magnus felt like they got the better big spells off. But it was a really, really clutch calling. This is why they picked Muerta into the Phoenix. If the Phoenix actually got the egg during the black hole, I think they would have actually destroyed the team fight. That was clutch.
Talk about the patience. Well, Zeal doesn't need it if he can find a jump like that off the back of that ward. Well done to Bleed Esports. I thought that Aurora were going to be able to handily take that, but honestly, the damage on the Monkey King Winter, it's just not there. Look at this. Look at this clip. Holy moly.
Yeah, you see the Phoenix, he got silenced, he dove in. Imagine if he got the egg here.
Yeah.
The fight was gonna be over, I think. That was so close to killing off Jackie. Jackie would have died, I'm pretty sure, if the egg went off there. Like, he needs to reconsider how he's following up with the black hole. Probably have to just egg behind, and Sunray, I don't think he can afford to do that anymore.
Right. Agreed. Yeah. It's a little bit like, the soccer cop bus. The problem with Liverpool is he was always trying to walk it in. You don't always have to do that. You got a good cast range on that Sunray Ollie. Now,
Yeah.
Bleed in a powerful position here. Their
You do
triple
that when
BKB
you're not
reveal.
used to
Got it right.
playing into Muerta. When you're playing into Muerta, you have to just use your egg behind. You can't afford to dive in and get silenced. So he's definitely going to remember that in the next fight. But Bleed taking a decisive advantage here in this game now. I mean, the game's not over by any means, but they have a pretty decisive lead here.
Yeah,
out of
in the
that
driver's
RP.
seat, despite being down 3 kills. Kills mean nothing in Dota anyway.
Kills matter if it's an important kill. So not all the kills matter. I wouldn't say like kills don't really matter. I think that's kind of a bit of.
All right, I guess sure. The kill score doesn't really matter too much.
Okay,
How
yes,
about that?
yes. The kill score doesn't really tell the whole story. If I have 5 kills and you have 10, but all my 5 kills are on your carry, so my 5 kills matter a lot more. If your 10 kills are not on my carry.
Yeah, for sure. I hear you. I hear you. So this DK is tanky, man. 3,500 HP. Doesn't have a Simian Spring, but he does have a Blink Dagger to maneuver around in these fights. Speaking of Simian Stride, Simian Spring is a Donkey Kong 64 ability. Now I am starting to get myself confused. 23 Savage. He's about to have the Wukong's command upgrade, and I think that's going to significantly help his damage output. I think even if the Supernova isn't perfect in the next couple of fights, as long as he can pump up the damage in his Wukongs, then maybe he can still get his team out of a fight like that. Last fight, though, he wasn't really... He didn't really have the damage he needed.
But at the same time, I feel like he's not really going to be solely responsible for the damage. So I think that the other heroes also has to do damage with this type of draft. The Phoenix, Lash, Enigma. I think everyone has a responsibility to do damage in the team. Like, they can't just say, oh, 23 Savage, you have to do everything. You have to carry us. You know, I don't think Monkey King is that type of hero in this game. He needs to be in front, set up.
What do you think about this item, by the way, that Lorinov has queued up? He's going for the axe. He wants nihilism. Thoughts?
It's good against the troll.
Yeah, that's very true.
Against the troll. It's good with the black hole. But now, Roshan.
Yeah, there's the Roar of Retribution. Oh, actually, no, it's not going to roar. 23. He's going to now activate the Wukong's command. Finds a stun onto 2. Aegis picked up by Jackie as BKB's now popped. They're going to focus onto this egg.
Oh, the egg!
Unfortunately, Q can do nothing to protect it, but Jab sure can. SE still managing to take it down. As they do manage to take down the True Warlord through the BKB. Doesn't have an Aegis anymore. There's going to be the RP, putting Lorinov out of position, but he respawns to the BKB. He's tearing through Emo. Emo eats the cheese. The fondue keeps him alive as Jackie now with the ulti, getting tossed back onto Polison. He's focusing now onto 23 Savage, but a beautiful stun from Lorinov, catching 3. 23 Savage, though, he's still in a bad spot as SE pumping in the damage with the impetus. Q, he is going to be skewered back into this fight as there goes the Troll Warlord ultimate. Lorinov picked off Q. He's going to be last to go as well as Aurora. They go hunting around the Roche pit and only find death.
Once again, you know, Bleed just keeping their formation intact. You know, they were together, they were protecting each other. Magnus there, after the Aegis was used, and he tried to get his team in another extra kill, or at least, you know, he used his RP onto the BKB, so he wasted their BKB. And just ultimately outlasted the BKB. Once you don't have BKB against the Bleed's lineup, there's going to be no chance that you survive. It's way too many stuns, way too much magic damage, pure damage. And again, you know, Bleed just a little bit faster to the Roche. Aurora just not arriving on time to challenge.
Yeah. Shoulda, woulda, coulda here. And then also, I mean, low-key, SE starting to really do some damage here. Tough fight there. I think another really close one where Aurora, you know, a few things go differently in this fight for them. And it ends up looking really good. But as you say, it's not just to carry Monkey King versus the world. It has to be a full team effort. And now Bleed up 15k for the first time. They have got a kill lead. Again, not like it matters much, but 31 minutes in, firmly in the driver's seat. However, the spells and the team fight from Aurora are still not to be trifled with. Winter, I have to say it, I don't think it's necessarily Ollie's fault. Obviously, there's a lot of things in this game that are making his execution very difficult.
Well, the
however,
last fight kind of wasn't exactly his fault, because the Enigma didn't get the black hole on the Eng. You know, Eng killed the egg. He only got the. He was supposed to get black hole on 2.
I'd agree with you, but I'm just saying that's the symptom here as Q dies to Tormentor.
Okay, that could be huge, right? 40 seconds means this tower is free.
He doesn't have buyback. He kind of just stood there. He had a Yule Scepter. He had a Blink Dagger. Just, you know, just kind of accepted his fate.
They're kind of like shaken after losing 2 team fights in a row to Bleed, you know. Aurora, they're not exactly used to losing team fights in SEA, you know.
No, they are not. As there's going to be an aggressive Yules to slow Jackie's roll. He's right back onto the towers, though. You've got Zeal Smoke behind with the BKB, the Blink Dagger, and now an Aether Lens to extend his cast range here. 10 seconds until your Tiny's back. Well, Bleed do not have to worry about the threat of a toss back. So Emo, he's going to get involved. Look at his attack speed, by the way, with the Moon Shard. They just want to end this game.
RP?
They want to end this game. There's the RP. They've caught a monkey in the trees. A 23 Savage. He's being ripped to shreds. He's dead for 70 seconds. Does not have buyback. That might just be it. Q, toss back. They need a hero into now the Supernova. The Sunray on top of Jabs, holding them back. This is good damage. Jabs with the BKB Black Hole covering them. Jackie's dead, and so is Emo. Zeal having used the RP. They didn't have that to fear, and the Supernova safely planted behind. Aurora will hold.
Whew, that was crazy, man. If Jabs didn't get that Black Hole, the game might have just ended there. You know, Bleed got a little bit too antsy there trying to finish the game after killing the enemy carry, which is the monkey. But then again, you know, they just didn't have anything, like you said, to stop the BKB Black Hole once RP is down, you know. So probably have to pay a little bit more respect to Jabs on the Black Hole, or they need to siege more carefully. They can't afford to let the Black Hole catch both cores just like that.
Winter, this reminds me of the Neon game yesterday, wasn't it? Where they ended up going for a faster itemization on the Gyrocopter, if I believe.
Puts a travel dagger.
Yeah, going now. I mean, is Moon Shard the normal item to go with here on a DK? I could just be wrong. Emo, I trust him to know best, but
Not really sure though. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know what's the build for the current DK. But then again, I was kind of surprised also the Bloodstone on Invoker, so maybe this is the new thing on DK.
I'll check his Dota 2 Pro Tracker real quick. He only has one DK match, not a lot of data to pull from. Usually,
it's kind of good on this hero. You need attack speed too. I mean, usually you get AC. Usually, you know.
Yeah, I'm taking a look here. You know, Winter, I'm not seeing a lot of Moon Shards.
I guess he just wants to end the game.
I think that's what it was, honestly. Sometimes you see a Shadow Blade, even still an Ag Scepter is not too unpopular. SNY, though, is very popular. Bloodstone, or sorry, not Bloodstone, that'd be funny.
Bloodstone on DK, a bigger AoE on your fireball.
All right. Okay, Winter, okay, I'm sorry, you got me. I meant to say Bloodthorn. I made a mistake.
Wait, does the Bloodstone increase your... I guess it does increase all your spells. Maybe it's not that bad. Do you know if you get Bloodstone, right, when you get level 25 talent, you have AoE on DK stun, right? So the Bloodstone will probably...
It'll increase. No, it'll increase. In fact, because of the way that this is coded, I mean, I want to test this, but I'm pretty sure if you get a Bloodstone, it might increase your AoE. Because it says plus
Splash?
400.
You mean your splash or what?
Yeah.
Or the DK stun?
Yeah, I think it might give you just an AoE stun of an AoE of 50. I'm not sure. Because if it says plus 400 AoE, then it must be 0 to start, right? That makes sense to me. Q, out in the trees. Oh, Emo Smoke doesn't break on him, so he will be just fine here.
Yeah, this next fight is going to be the game decider right now. I mean, Bleed's for sure in the driver's seat. They're dictating the play. They're in an advantageous position. But now you have amplified damage on DK. He gave it to DK.
He's, you know...
So now you know who's the boss in this team. Now you know.
He's got a nullifier as well. Can you nullify Lush Eggs? The nihilism on himself? I presume yes?
Probably, yeah. Probably. It's dispellable.
Because obviously Lorinov has that ready to go. He also has plate mail, so he's a little bit tankier now, Winter, but I believe that should leave him without buyback. Indeed it does. Only 2 heroes of the game with buyback at this stage, Winter. It's just Ollie and Q, the supporting cast from Aurora.
Yeah, the team fights are going to be about who gets the repositioning, the Tiny or the Magnus. That is going to be key. Who gets the better jump? And it's probably going to be harder for Magnus because he also needs to consider about the Black Hole, right? He needs to wait to see Enigma.
2 of them now, by the way, with the refresher.
Oh, SE?
Oh, there's going to be a toss back. SE caught underneath the ward. Is trying to live a bit longer. They might have just left Q behind, but Ollie trying to heal him up with the Sunray. And Bleed to make the call to just abandon their poor little Enchantress. Look at that Bambi.
He's like taking a long time to die, though.
F in the chat for that Bambi. Bleed, they're like, well, that's fine, whatever. They can have a little venison.
Yeah, they probably feel like it's a little bit too risky at this stage of the game. Rosh might be spawning up soon, so if you take a bad fight now, you lose Rosh. I think that's a good call. Overall.
Honestly, I think they made the right call. They know there was a ward up there, and they didn't get the ward. They'd have to dive underneath a ward very far near the enemy high ground. No way that's worth throwing this game. Yeah. I think that's fine.
Yeah, that's right. I wish I have you on my team. every game, you know. Drag us back from the jaws of losing the game. Guys, don't. It's just Bambi.
Yeah, exactly. No, guys, don't worry. I'm dead. I'm sure SE. I don't know him very well, but I'm sure he's like, no. I'm dead. Just leave me. You know?
You know me really well, so do you think that I would have done that? Do you think I would have told you not to save?
No, I think you would have gotten on the voice chat and you would have said, guys, come on. I took 10 seconds to die. And then you would have pinged all of our abilities. And then you would have pinged emo going Moonshard. And then that's when the chats the team chat starts
This
flying.
is the problem when I hang out with you too much, you know, you reveal all my darkest secrets.
No, actually, knowing you, I think you would have gone, they have a ward here. Get back. I think that's what you would have said, to be honest.
I don't know which one to believe now.
No, it's the second one, actually. Having actually played some Immortal all-pick pubs with Winter, he turns into the captain as soon as me and my friends are a little bit too scared to do anything in the game. This guy's giga chatting. He's making calls. He's our IGL. For sure, he would have backed up. Emo, by the way, making the call. He's like, all right, whatever. He's going to ring the doorbell, see who comes back home. Oh, Boundless Strike doesn't catch him.
That's crazy, man.
out.
That's insane that he actually did it alone. He just knew that he had time to do it, to finish it. Okay, Emperor Emo is definitely feeling it.
Yeah, that he is.
Oh, that's
Oh,
crazy.
God.
He actually did it alone, man.
Dude, I love this item build. I love this item. I don't know if it's the build, but I love it.
But he has the night vision now. The bonus night vision. 400 at night.
You know, that's true. That is true. And what's he got queued up next? So yeah, he's going to go for the Octarine at least into the Bloodthorn. Sorry, Octarine, Orchid Bloodthorn. I don't know what's going on. I've confused you. Got like, what's it called? When you confuse everything? Oh, I'm just stupid. That's what it is. Doesn't matter. Aurora, they think Roche could be up. They're right. I'm not going to stop for another 30 seconds.
By a confused ray. That's what it was.
That's it. Yeah.
Like who had that spell? A lot of Pokemons had that spell, right? Confused ray.
I didn't know you played any other game other than Dota 2, Winter. I thought you only played Dota and that's all you knew. By the way, Q has a Conda. So his toss and especially tree throw is going to be something to look out for in these next fights. He's got a lot of damage. That's a big old crit.
Just wait till he gets a rapier. Just you wait. Rapier eggs.
Anything else that's major? Oh, look at Emo. Emo got caught trying to go for the barracks again.
Oh no, he knows now. Why is he trying to do that? Can't they just group up together and get a Roche? He's like trying to abandon his team or he's trying to be the hero, you know? He just needs to play with his team now. Enough of being the emperor. Just join the workforce at the moment.
From what I know about Emo, is that he's a very vocal player, right? Especially in games where he's kind of feeling it.
I know. I've been yelled at him. What
he's definitely feeling.
Come back.
I think he's just being like, guys, don't worry. I will force him back, and then we take Roche. And that's exactly what happens. And honestly, this is going pretty fast. War of Retribution, I don't think it's going to change a single thing. There goes Roche, Aegis,
Refresher Shard.
and the banner. Refresher Shard as well. Who's it on? It must be on Zeal, right? It is, of course. Who has, by the way, now a Lincoln Sphere to protect himself.
Yep. No Yules and no... This is just for the Yules.
Up 17k
yeah, but I kind
now.
of feel when you're going into Skewer, you need to pop your BKB anyway, so...
I think this late, I would agree. Especially with the Refresher, I think you almost have no excuse, to be honest.
So,
whatever,
okay. Yeah.
But state of the game now, Winter. It's 15-15, but a rather large lead now at this stage for the side of Bleed as they have an Aegis.
BK shield room. Time to go.
Very nice.
Time to go. What are they actually waiting for? Seems like they're waiting for something. Troll has a lot of money in the bank.
Emo's got buy. Zeal? He's got buy back.
Should just go and end the game.
Yeah.
Or at least try and end the game.
I think they're just scared. High ground defense is strong. Aurora, they're turtling. You could say that they resemble a land creature with a shell on its back. That's kind of what they look like they're doing here. They're not really too eager to leave the base. 23 at least able to farm these camps with Simian Stride.
A turtle shell can withstand 100 times bite force of creatures bigger than them.
Yeah, I believe that. Once you get into small animals, it's the same thing with ants. Ants can withstand like 1,000 times their own body force on top of themselves. Of course, they weigh like a third of a gram, but still, it's, I mean, pretty impressive nonetheless. Yeah, once things, turtles are impressive little creatures, and they're cute, but it's a very annoying.
They live
defense.
very long, so you get to
It's
keep
true.
them your whole lives.
Sometimes they even outlive you. But it's very annoying to try and play into a turtle defense, isn't it?
You have to kidnap the turtle with Magnus. Bring them
Yeah,
up.
but that's not easy when you have a BKB black hole. You've got the tiny toss back.
You have to. Yeah, you have to be very patient. That's the thing. It's difficult to play
hold on.
Magnus.
Have they seen Q here? I think they might have. Q, he
They
could be
know
in
23 is
trouble.
around. They're
No,
looking for
they
the monkey.
know. I think they've seen 23. They've just seen 23. Zeal's going to go hunting after the 23.
Oh, they got
Savage!
him?
The RP! They caught him. They knew he was in the trees, and now Emo laying into him with... he consumed the Moonshot, and he has another Hyperstone. This guy, he just wants to hit fast. 23 Savage will force at least the refresh as they take him down. He doesn't have buyback.
Oh no. Oh no. He wanted to finish the Scotty. Okay, they might still be very careful because no RP and assume that he has buyback, but they're going for another pick off here. Jabs, your brother's already dead.
Jabs has buybacks though. Jabs has buyback. He's trying to push out one last wave. Emo with even more attack speed now with the Bloodthorn easily rips through him. Emo is the
this
true carry now.
This dragon is just doing a number, onto Aurora right now. It's the real carry.
3 attacks a second. It's pretty crazy here. Ollie, he picks up, or he looks for any bounty runes, doesn't find any, unfortunately. And now, that means that Bleed, despite the buyback of Jabs, I think they've got basically a green light to head straight into the high ground, and if not end the game, at the very least keep the Megas. 60 seconds until they have another RP. Seems to be the only thing giving them pause now, Winter.
Yeah, very, very fast.
He is
time
completed.
too. Scotty
It's
a
tense.
monkey, but still 30 seconds.
Q, he's going to need to hit a really good toss back. Jabs waiting behind with the ninja gear, smoked up himself. Got enough mana here for, of course, a refresh BKB. And I think Bleed, with the buyback alone from Jabs, maybe they got spooked into thinking the Monkey King had buy.
It's risky.
I think for
you
me,
don't have RP. You use both your RPs. So you kind of have to
yeah.
respect that as well.
Well, either way, it'll give Aurora another chance to live. And that likely means that Jackie, this Aegis will go unused on him. And that's that's my only concern about this. So you basically had a 6 versus 4. Obviously, they couldn't be sure about the buyback status, but I don't know. Maybe it's the right move, considering how strong the high ground defense is from Aurora.
Or-
Certainly no joke.
Maybe it was a too conservative move.
Could have been, but Bleed either way. I think still will be happy at the end, even without this Aegis, up 26k now. Everyone's starting to hit their level 25 talent. Battle Trance hard dispels. We have now Emo with the Elder Dragon form AoE Dragon Tail stun.
Yeah, can't wait for the Bloodstone, yeah.
He's gonna, I don't think so. He's gonna go Manta now. He wants even more attack speed,
Yeah.
more Hedgie, please. Thank you very much.
And our Moeta is also a call right now. We actually didn't really talk much about it.
That's true. Yeah, she's got around BKB now.
Yeah, but there's an Enigma, so she could still die. She gets back home. Oh, they're out of position. Alright,
Yeah,
coming
that
in.
they are. Once again, SC on the high ground. He does at least get the Spoink on the back and RP from behind. And that's because they found the backliners and Jabs included here versus the 2 supports to go down as Jabs turns and burns with the BKB. Zeo is getting ripped apart here inside the Wukong's command as they forced out Polson as well. Jackie having still the battle chance to play with.
Oh, he
He's
missed
going
the
to
black
avoid the
hole.
black hole. Jabs, he whiffed this late into the game. That might just be the kiss of death. It's the bash of death here for Lordoff. Still managing to outfight here. They might try and save him. No, they can't. They
No
have to watch
buyback.
him die, and he doesn't have buy. That has to be it. There's no tools left in the toolbox here for Aurora. Oh no, the fight, it gets messy, but that's just what Bleed needed here in this kind of an engagement. Zeal finding the back lines there on the RP. Ooh, what a way to end the game.
Emperor Emo says, bow down, Aurora. You are no longer the kings of sea. Bow down to the Emperor.
Double buyback force. They still have the Supernova. Bleed,
Yeah,
though,
they're
they will
still
play it
chilling.
patient.
Wow, they're not really trying to force.
They're going to go, for sure. I mean, they have to here. Come on. They don't
DK
have
is, like,
RP.
hitting jungle creeps.
They did. Zeal had to buy back. But in they go, yeah. Here we go. For the Megas. Bottom lane makes it pretty hard to jump in with the calling to protect and prevent any toss back. 30 seconds until Lesh respawns. Until then, they will start to face those Mega creeps. 4 versus 5 as Bleed. Well, are they gonna go in? They're gonna push all
wait
the
for
waves
Roche.
on out.
Nah, I think they're gonna
They're
just
not
wait
gonna
for
wait
Roche.
for Roche.
Yes, they are. They're gonna
No,
wait for
they're
Roche.
not waiting. They don't have the same coach anymore. They're not waiting for Roche.
Dude, what are you trying to say?
A Misery was, back in the day. What was the team he was on for TI1? What was it called? I'm trying to remember.
Danish.
It was a Danish stack, of course. Doesn't matter either way.
I mean, they're gonna wait for just 30 seconds. It might spawn in 30 seconds. They're definitely gonna wait. You think they're gonna
They are
throw away the whole game? You know? Okay, never mind. Maybe you're right. They're smoking.
There it is. Here we go. Meet
they
Your
have a war.
Makers is the team that Misery was on. It's time for Aurora to meet their makers. They're unmakers here potentially in game 1 as Bleed smoked up, ready to go. They've got their RP off cooldown. They've got Megas filtering into the base. A couple heroes showing. Aurora, much more keen to watch their own positioning this time, Winter. They don't want themselves to get their backline skewered and RP'd like in the last fight.
All right, they're back to wait for Rush. Nothing happened. Yeah, I guess
Nothing
they just
happened.
they just try to go for a pick because they had a really nice ward on the high ground. So if it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, just go back, get Roche. Get another refresher shot. But it's daytime. Is it going to be a daytime Roche or nighttime Roche? Let's see. 30 seconds. So it's a daytime Roche.
Yeah, I mean, Refresher Shard's the best thing that Zeal could ever hope for. Now he's going to have 3 RPs. I don't know if he's got the mana pool to use all 3 of them.
No, yeah, he doesn't
Yeah,
have it.
don't-
Probably
don't
better
think
to
so.
give it to... Who should get the other one? Muerta?
Nah, I think you give it to maybe DK. Double BKB for him,
what?
double Elder Dragon
Okay,
Form.
double weekend.
Double Orchid and Nullifier.
I mean, it's scary
I'm
on
just-
Muerta as well. I mean, double calling, double pierce.
I agree,
everywhere.
but I think at this point, you got to give it to the God Emperor. Hold on, Lauren off. Hold on, Lauren off. Careful, careful, careful. Polosin with the Shadow Blade. No way he gets 100 to 0 here. Yeah, he doesn't. But of course, Pierce the Veil does allow you to attack ethereal targets. So that's not a get out of jail free card necessarily for Lauren off here on that Nihilism. But he's fine for now. Yeah, Nihilism is actually hard countered by this Muerta. I guess we should talk about that, right? Her supernatural innate means that even if she's ethereal and her target is ethereal, she just attacks anyway and deals magic damage. So that is, I guess, something here.
Supernatural. Wow. I didn't know that was the name of it. I gotta give
Yeah, they
credit.
should have
Okay, some of
given
this
it a
is,
Mexican name, I think.
So they just translate supernatural. I mean, ofrenda is it a Mexican word?
Yeah. Ofrenda is like an offering. It's like a little shrine, basically. That's what they call it at the Day of the Dead. Haven't you ever seen, what was the Disney movie?
Oh yeah,
Day of the
I know
Dead?
which one. I know which one. Yeah, I know. I know the movie.
You know
but
the
I
one.
can't
We all
the name.
remember the good guitar music. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, they build the little shrines. That's a real thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Instead,
a
he's
good
got
one.
Dance of the Dead. I like Dance of the Dead better. I like Dance of the Dead. Here we go. All right, 37K. Bleed. This time, will they push high ground to the Aegis? They didn't last time. They waited for the Aegis to be out so that Aurora had the confidence to leave the base. We'll see if they decide to do that again. We haven't yet hit another 25 talent. It's really only the Monkey King with his 25 talent. Phoenix, Ollie would love to get his 20 talent for that Sunray heal. I don't think it'll happen, though. As you can see now, Aurora corralled behind their Ancient, in between their Fountain. Just waiting patiently for Bleed to make the first move. So they can try and counter-initiate.
Yeah, they have to try to use the banner now. I think you have to use it in the middle and just try to siege the towers.
Yeah, even
put it in
still,
the
they can
middle?
just use Eidolons to clear it. I mean, I agree. They have to use it. I think, do they have 2 banners, by the way?
What? Yeah, two?
I don't know. I don't know if they ever used the old one. They only have 1, I see. Bench has hers. Oh, she does have 2. Yeah, she has 2 banners.
Can you just use both? Or you can use both at the same time, right? Both lanes. Maybe do it one top, one bottom.
Well, I mean, the thing that's kind of hard is the banners I don't think are that good because it's in this specific situation when you're trying to end the game. Because they're really good when the enemies are holding very far behind, but at this point, like, you have no choice but to defend tier 4s and Ancient. So, I think banner or not, I guess it forces them closer, but ultimately, I believe you put yourself in more danger of getting tossed back by using the banner this close to the base compared to a high ground siege. Right? So I do think they lose a little bit of their effectiveness, as is, you know, meant to be balanced. Of course.
Yeah, the previous banner would be more useful in this type of scenario. The current one helps sieging more, but not this type of scenario.
Yeah, but it's fine. That's why you have Aegis, right, Bleed? That's why you're not going to farm with the rest of the 2 minutes and 50 seconds of, 2 minutes and 30 seconds of this Aegis, surely. I mean, Zeal's close to level 25, though. Maybe you give that to him. An extra 1.6 seconds of RP stun duration is sure sounds good about now. You're about to hit 25. You have hit 25 on Polosin, by the way.
Oh,
Holy
he's
moly.
looking- he's fishing. He's
Zeal.
looking for a trout.
Maybe he'll catch a monkey instead, though. Oh, so we hit a pause.
What would be the equal fish in sea to a monkey on land?
What? Say that again.
I mean, if you were to choose a fish that could represent a monkey, but it's like equally, you know? Is there like some... Because monkey is a mischievous creature. So in sea,
I see.
we have like a mischievous fish.
Maybe the dolphin?
Hmm.
They're a little mischievous.
Aren't they like the
orcas.
smartest-
Orcas. Yeah, dolphins are pretty smart. So are orcas. Go for an orca, right? Because they're attacking rich people's yachts now. You got to support that. That's pretty cool. I'll go with orcas. I think that
They
makes
hunt
sense. They're-
great white sharks, right?
I don't know if they hunt them. I think they mostly hunt seals and penguins, from my recall. But I'm sure they could take them down. They're just bigger, you know. As they say in Star Wars Episode 1, there's always a bigger fish, Winter. There's always a bigger fish. All right, Winter. I mean, give it to us straight. Are Bleed really in any risk of throwing a game with this big of a lead, or are they just being
Yes.
very cautious?
Yes, there's a...
All right, well, here we go.
go.
He's gone fishing. He's caught a monkey king. He's caught a tiny. They're getting opened up on now. Seal has a second RP ready to use as 23 Savage is being controlled and has a buyback. Oh, but they don't. They will have buyback in 5 seconds, I believe, on the tiny. As Jabs, the black hole with the egg on top now. They will be able to take down Polison. He's got buyback. Seal on the second RP, catching 2 this time as Emo getting on top of Ollie. There goes Jackie. A second time as Jabs. He's refreshed already. He's refreshed, but he's going to die to the impetus
Triple
damage from
buyback.
SC. And now 23 Savage. He is trying to outfight here, doing good damage here to Jackie. Still inside his Wukong's command as Emo is being chased outside the base. There goes the Aegis now as there's another buyback, this time out from the side of Bleed Esports. It's 23 Savage. He will survive on low HP still, but still alive. Yes. Jabs, he's bought back, did not use his second BKB or his second black hole yet. That was Aegis only from the side of Bleed, but both RPs, I believe Bleed Winter, they've seen their own shadow another 2 weeks until the next high ground siege.
They bought back on the Muerta. So they did use 1 by that. Yeah. Aurora used 3. So now, I guess you wait for 1 RP and you go? Or you just wait for a power run, like a useful power run, and then just go again? I don't think they have to wait.
No, 3 seconds till the next rune. I have not been keeping track of which one it is. It is a haste rune.
Late game,
Not bad.
I always like to put 1 ward in the runes. Because it could actually matter a lot. You wait for that one particular rune, then you just go high ground.
SE has hit 25 now, by the way. He's doing a ton of damage in these fights. I mean, I don't know if I'd call him a 5th core yet, but...
I mean, he is kind of a 5th core.
yeah.
He might
Yeah,
have
we
been
need to-
the 4th core all along, and Muerta was the 5th core.
It certainly does kind of feel like 5 cores at this stage. I mean, Phoenix, he's still useful for the heals through Sunray. Lorinov has
but
not finally hit 25,
No way
but
Phoenix is equivalent to the
no,
Anch and the Muerta at the moment.
I'd agree. So 2 buybacks forced in that last fight. The big one, sorry, 3 make it. The big one, I would say, is Jabs, the biggest one anyway. They're all pretty big.
And Zio places a ward here in the camp. I think this is a good one. Sometimes you see the team getting trapped in the base, but because you're a Monkey King, you can jump out and you're gonna farm this camp. You're gonna see him.
Yeah, that's true. That's a sneaky one. 23, I mean, he's got buyback at the very least. He's trying to build into the refresher, but doesn't need to save for the buyback as the ward.
They're gonna see him? They're gonna see
him? If I know
have time.
Emo, he's just gonna start No, okay, not yet, Emo. Hold on, maybe. He's gonna consider it 23. No, in the base.
That was so
Emo.
close.
Emo, he's thinking about it. Emo, he's thinking about it. He's gonna go in. There's gonna be the Bloodthorn and the Nullifier here, forcing the BKB of 23 Savage. Emo will be forced back now. But utilizing his items to force out a BKB is certainly a big deal here now. As Aurora defending. Backs to the wall. There they go. Zeal just pushing away Lorinov. Lorinov silenced now. In comes the counter initiation. The Wukong's command. They've got through Lorinov. He's got buyback. There's Megas on the tier 4 towers. But Jackie the Beast. No! Jackie lives. And in fact, he gets up the battle treads. And he's still going to keep fighting. Jabs. He's down for 100 seconds. That's a dieback for him. Ali lucky to escape as Q using the Yule Scepter. 23 Savage trying to defend against. But in goes Zeal. RP number 2. He's caught 2 more cores this time. SC and the rest of Bleed are tearing them apart. That has to be it, Winter. 23 Savage, he's going to buy back, but that's the dieback now on the Lorinov. 23 jumps back in, trying to get through Paulison, jumps back over to SC, but GG well played. It's all over. Aurora, they will drop game 1 to Bleed. A grueling hour match, but Bleed get it done.
Yeah, the kings of SEA right now. They are bleeding, you know. Bleed managed to tell everyone, guys, they are not invincible. Guys, they're just mere mortals like us, and we have the Emperor. They have to bow down to us. We are halfway there, you know. Just one more game for Bleed to force Aurora down to their knees and throw them to the losers bracket, you know. It's what an impressive win by Bleed this time. They did,
and they get it done.
They did really well in the early game. They did well in the mid game. They were patient. They were methodical. They didn't rush things. And in the team fights, they were very, very, very good as a team, you know. Everybody knew what they needed to do, what they had, who they had to catch. They were very, very they're very good in terms of the spell usage and the positioning, the ward, and especially the one where the Anch got caught. I think the old Bleed would have just ran in and try and save the Anch, you know. But the new Bleed, no. They knew better to leave him to die, to back off, to find another chance, and that could have been a big turning point for Aurora.
That's true. It's important not to give any opportunities for teams to come back, especially teams that play at the tier 1 level, right? Like I think it's fair to say that Aurora do. You don't want to give them any opening that they can use to leverage off of here. And yeah, they did very well. And Bleed were very hyped. I don't know if you saw, Zeal was up and out of his seat. I saw Emo actually smiling. I mean, they feel good heading into game 2, Winter, and I think that's the most important.
They played so well. They are just amazing in this game. They were on such a different level compared to the last couple of games we've seen them. Even in the first series, they definitely did not look this good. Like the first series, they learned so much. They improved a lot. They knew what to pick. They played so much better as a team, and everything just coming together, you know, at the right moment. And this might be it, you know, for Bleed. You know, if they can actually replicate another game and play as well as the first game, this could be it. You know, they could be throwing Aurora down to the losers bracket, and who would have thought that could happen?
How does Jackie live here? Unbelievable. If they kill him, they might just hold and take this game even later. But just not enough to have I don't even know, another extra auto attack, an extra 0.10 seconds of that black hole, and they kill him there. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. And that is game 1 wraps up for us. Very impressive start. Your MVP, Winter, if you had to select one standout player for Blue.
No, I refuse to select one. I refuse. I think the whole team, they will. This is the type of game I felt like everybody did their job, and I refuse to credit one person for winning the game for the whole team. I think everybody just did their part. Supports had to carry throughout the late game team fights, doing damage. I think Zeal did his job as well. He knew he needed to catch the Enigma, and there was a couple of really, really key engagements that he caught the Enigma. He was patient. He waited. Jackie as well, like how he rotated through the twin gate in the early game to help out Zeal take the tower, how he played around his team. He wasn't just AFK farming. And obviously, last but not least, the Emperor emo with his DK, with his moonshot, blinking in when he didn't see anyone, just going solo, killing the buildings.
I mean, that move, he did it once before, got out, he got the tier 3 tower. He did it again, and he basically forced he forced Aurora.
Yeah, he actually got his team the Roche.
Yeah. I mean, so it worked. It completely worked. What a game. I mean, Jackie, we'll highlight him just because I think he had a phenomenal game. 8-3-16, great kill participation, good patience by him. I think for me, I want to give a special commendation to Zeal. I think this is one of those kind of games where you can kind of imagine offlaner facing directly versus offlaner with their big team fight ultimates. Just, they both had to get it right. In this kind of a game.
And it's also a redemption arc, right? Because he kind of messed up so much on Magnus when he was on LGD and people gave him shit for that. And now being able to tell a team, okay, just pick me Magnus, even though considering what happened the last time and now playing well with the Magnus, it takes a lot of character to be able to do it. So props to him.
And, that's going to be Aurora's first loss of this upper bracket run. We're going to be heading to a game 3 we're going to be heading to a break, rather, for our BO3 series, is what I meant to say. But when we resume, we're going to see what Aurora will show us for our game number 2. We'll see you in a bit.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Patience pays off for Bleed Esports in Game 1 as they take it late. They go along, but ultimately win over Aurora in the upper bracket semifinals. You're watching the SEA Road to the International, the qualifiers now with Winter and Seek and Strike. Thank you for joining us. Winter, we spoke we spoke very positively about Bleed, who definitely earned it in that game. I think there's no denying that. But things that you thought Aurora did well that they should be looking to replicate, or patterns from previous series we've casted them that you'd like to see them do again?
That's a tough question, though. I think they just kind of need to just focus on themselves. I felt like this game, maybe it's also down to the fact that the execution is pretty high, because you have a lot of long cooldown spells in a one lineup, Enigma, Phoenix. Then I think that when you mess up one time, it's just so bad for the whole game. Especially the one where you remember was in their Ancients area where the Enigma got a really big black hole. Phoenix dove in, messed up, got caught in the silence, couldn't get egg off, and I think that kind of broke the game apart. Before that, the game was kind of maybe a little bit more advantageous for them, for Aurora, but after that the game was like pretty bad. Then they lost control. I think maybe moving away from these long cooldown spells, draft too many long cooldown spells, I think that probably would be a lot easier on their players. I think they could have definitely won with the draft. It's just you can't afford too many mistakes when you drafts like that.
Yeah, definitely. Even little small ones like that can again create openings for your opponents. Winter, talk to me a little bit about just how do you think Bleed have been performing compared to how you thought they'd be going in so far? I mean, we've only seen 3 games. Obviously, they've won all 3 of their games, and we're still only game 1 into this series. Lots can still change, but seems like, at least the way you talked about them before we went to break, you were pretty impressed with their growth as a team. Am I reading into that, or is that kind of what you're feeling?
Yeah, they look like a completely different team compared to the first series. I think they made a lot of improvements for sure. They're a lot more confident. Especially the Emperor Emo, you saw him jumping in alone. You know the man's definitely feeling it, and one man doesn't just magically feel confident. It has to be something to do with the team just figuring out something. Everybody just feels good, the vibe is good, and then it creates a sense of confidence that you can actually win, a sense of belief that you're stronger than your opponents. You can do things like this in the game and get away. So it must be something magical going on in the team right now, and hopefully for their sake it has to last long enough in a BO3 for them to close things out.
Yep, at least over this one, and then they can take a day to rest. Of course, as teams will only play 1 match today before we jump into the lower bracket later on. Our second draft now just getting underway. Winter, let's pivot a little bit and talk about last draft. This time, Aurora with priority have gone for first pick. Last time it was Bleed that were able to first pick the DK, ultimately flex this. Aurora kind of read it by looking at their last couple of bans. But I don't know, did you think this was a game 1 and draft, or more on execution? Anything you think that needs to change with Aurora's draft as we head into game 2 with a banned DK?
Both. I mean, DK is banned. DK is one thing, but I already said, I don't think they should go back to all these long cooldown spells. Too many long cooldown spells. I think 1 is fine. You either have Phoenix or you don't have Enigma, or you have Enigma and then you don't have Phoenix. So they need to choose. Because at the same time, you also need to give respect for your opponents. They play well. So it's not just all your draft being bad or anything. I think they definitely could have won the game if they didn't mess up that fight. So it was also just respecting the fact that your opponents played well. Sometimes you just have to give it to your opponents. If they play well, they deserve to win the game. So just move on. You don't have to change much with your draft, and just try to play better than your opponents. Because if every game you lose, it's back to the draft, then it's going to be very difficult for you. Whoever's doing it, like every time, oh, it's the draft. You're gonna break, if you're the drafter.
Definitely. Well, here we are. Game number 2 draft. Bans looking very similar, if not identical, for Bleed Esports, but Aurora do pivot slightly. We've got a repeated Pango ban, but last time, of course, the DK snuck through the first phase.
They chose first pick this time. In the last game, Bleed chose first pick, so I think Aurora just wanting to maybe dictate a little bit more with the draft, having more choices to figure out
That's right.
which OP hero you're going to be drafting around. And this time they already removed the DK. You already mentioned that. I think this is a good move. They probably didn't expect DK to be a fax pick on Bleed. Neither did I. I thought it's just going to be Zeus hero, but in the end it wasn't.
Radiant
So now let's see
team
what do
pick.
they build the draft on. So Storm, right?
Oh, I thought it was
This is
going to be a
good.
Weaver, honestly, with the Disruptor ban.
That's kind of. I mean, it's also good against Storm, right? I mean,
For sure.
Disruptor Silence. Yeah, but I felt like some teams would prefer the Weaver.
10 seconds
Aurora.
remaining.
They have their own Emperor, Emperor Lorenov. They want to secure
That's
his
true.
hero.
Seconds remaining.
He is
wanna
quite the
secure his
Storm
game.
player.
Dire team ban.
Storm Lash. All right. This is what we want to see. Right? Emperor Emo says, nope, you're trying to win with Storm. No, I have my own Lash now. I'm going to show you how to play Lash. Okay, now the supports are going to be very crucial. Supports that
10
work
seconds
with
remaining.
Lash also work with Storm. Heroes like CM. There's
5
also Clockwork.
seconds remaining.
There is also, I think Pugna is also kind of good now.
Dire team
So maybe
ban.
we might see all these supports being prioritized. I think they overlap. All these are very good with Storm and Lash, so you would probably want to snatch them away from your opponents if you're not banning it.
CK's the ban again, wanting to keep that out of Jackie's hands. I think he's a
10
phenomenal
seconds
CK, honestly. I was really
It's a
impressed by how
very,
he played.
very powerful hero in the meta right now.
5
The hero
seconds
just
remaining.
does too much. I think does too much damage with the innate. I mean the illusions just it's too much. It's very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, especially the Phantasmagoria makes them strong illusions, or yeah, it makes them strong illusions, so you can't kill them using other like illusion clearing techniques. Which calls into question why. Never mind. Let's not bring up the
10
Dagon rush on the
seconds remaining.
Brewmaster. There's no, there's no
who
need.
somebody did that.
There's
Right?
no need. It's fine. They're already out of the tournament, so we don't need to bring that up anymore. And the hero's banned anyway.
Right.
Okay,
I wanna see
so-
some Pugna Lash, Pugna with Lash or Pugna with Storm. Pugna is like low key strong hero at the moment with the what's it called the nanoward heal thing. What's it called?
Dire
Siphoning
team
ward.
Mm.
So
Well-
it heals you. When they do damage, it heals you. When the ward does damage, it heals you.
Another stolen pick.
Yeah, they
as,
want CM. CM is gonna be next if they don't pick CM. Now Bleed wants CM with Tiny and Lash. So you gotta be thinking now, Aura, do you want to
10
pick the
seconds
CM?
remaining.
Or do you want the Pugna?
I
The
think
gas
CM.
station.
Remaining.
Yeah, I think CM more. CM's too good with Tiny and Lash. Pugna with Tiny kind of feels a bit awkward. I think they don't work so well together.
I wonder if Bleed will ever pivot into picking a Wisp here. I've seen a lot of Io
yeah,
Tiny
that's
again.
true. Yeah, Io's good. Yeah, Io's
And
good.
I think that could kind of really throw, because right now,
Bleed, not Bleed. I think Aurora. Aurora can play Io for sure.
yeah, but again, it would really throw Aurora for a loop, right? Because right now we both kind of expect this Tiny to be played as a support, but you throw in a Wisp into it, and now all of a sudden you can flex him to core. Io has two partners who he's great with throughout the game. It could be good. But as you say, they're not really the most Wisp heavy
Or
team.
you go Io Marcy.
Ooh.
Dire team
Io
pick.
Marcy
Yeah.
is still a thing.
Okay, well, they're Aurora. They're gonna go with the Wisp instead. I saw all these heroes winter, and I couldn't not think of the Wisp. It just looks like a really good Wisp game for both teams. Do you pick the Marcy here for Aurora, or do you want to still?
Yeah, you could pick Marcy or you
10
could pick
seconds.
Spearbreaker. I think they like those two. Okay. Guess this is the Lash counter. I
Yeah.
want to steal the split off. And it's good against Tiny. You leave him instantly before he toss back. But not that great with IO pairing.
Right.
I personally would have preferred the Marcy or the Spearbreaker with the relocate.
I think it will
10
condition the
seconds
offlane
remaining.
pick a little bit. We're going to need to see something from Aurora that can, you
5
know,
seconds remaining.
yeah, exactly. And they don't.
I mean, they have a Storm though, so I think that it's not necessarily true. But we'll just
That's
see
true.
what Bleed goes for. Do they go for the CM here? Or they go, okay, actually, no, they go for Chen. They are trying to just group up and just death ball with the Lash now. It's a totally different idea. And it's good to death ball against relocate. Relocate means that it's hard to split push, so you need to be
That's
able
right.
to build your draft and everyone sticks together, push
10
towers, get
seconds
objective.
remaining.
Chan's
I
good
wonder
for
if
that.
they're thinking about some Lycan or Beastmaster hero as well.
Yeah,
remaining.
probably. Yeah, those are good.
I like a Beastmaster for Aurora. I want some. I guess he's not really the Vision hero he used to be with the changed hawks, but I want some Vision hero for Aurora. to kind of play around, to set up things. That's why I really like the Spirit Breaker idea, right? We've seen that look fantastic. Find a charge onto an enemy, farming one wave on the map, reload in for a quick kill. It's looked great. But having that for an offlaner might be challenging.
Right now, this is going to be a problem. Alright, Night Stalker, actually. A Night Stalker. Not the hero that I expected to come out here with the lineup. Because the lane is going to be a bit weak with Tiny. Double melee. I guess you're strong. With the Chen, you group up and you can kind of catch the storm. But I think it doesn't really synergize as well as the other heroes we suggested. The Beastmaster, and what was the other one? You said Beastmaster and...
I said pushing hero, so Beastmaster, or maybe Lycan could have been. I don't know.
Yeah. I personally would have preferred those two over than NS, but let's see. Maybe the NS is a carry. Who knows?
It could be.
So the Marcy comes out. Io Marcy. Very, very strong duo. And the last hero has to be a Jabs hero. So he needs to be a frontline, really tanky boy, Underlord, to defend the push. Yeah, Underlord looks good here.
Underlord, I like. I agree. I think he'll probably be banned, to be honest. So let's think about some backups. And then if he doesn't, we can speak at length on why we both like the Underlord pick.
Underlord's great against Chen. So what else is great against Chen? Winter Wyvern off lane.
Jakiro offlane. Have you seen Jakiro offlane?
No.
Really? That one is actually... Sometimes it looks convincing.
Yeah, but
you end up going...
have to look at Jabs. You think he's going to play Jakiro? You think he has the playstyle for Jakiro?
Okay, I mean, what else would you want to get? Tide Hunter? No one's picked Tide, I believe, in the qualifiers so far.
Not good. The hero is probably not good. That's why nobody wants him. Dawnbreaker, turn the day. What's it called? You have 5 seconds map review.
That actually might work with your reload. I'm not gonna lie. It is predictable after the first time they do it.
Dawn is decent against the Chen army. Chen creeps. You can clear them.
Centaur band. Yeah. I mean, look, it kind of makes sense. Not gonna lie.
Nah, he's not gonna do that. He's gonna play some Razor, some carry hero.
Dawnbreaker has been uncontested these quals so far. Same with the Tide Hunter.
Yeah. But Underlord definitely feels like a very strong pick here for them. Because if you look at their draft, what they are lacking somebody to stand in the lane. Because Arya and Marcy wants to run around, push for it, hide in jungle. So somebody needs to stand in the lane and defend tower. And it's not Song.
There's the Underlord ban though. Like it's just, if it's obvious, I think it's gonna be banned. I almost like the Razor. I just also think maybe it's too greedy. Maybe you're right.
Yeah, but if he sees a Lash, he's gonna say, "I want Razor."
What about Timbersaw? No, not into Lash, right?
Can work. It fits the bill. Defense towers, you hold a part of the map. He's an anchor.
Jebs feels like the type of player who's like, I don't care, just give me Enigma again. I'm warmed up.
I think if they pick Enigma, they're gonna get run over.
Yeah. What is he thinking here, Captain Jebs? What do you want, Jebs? Scratching his chin, looking at the heroes on his screen.
I mean, he banned Ursa, so yeah, I guess that probably was for Underlord. Now he needs to show his hand with this ban now.
Dire team pick.
What do you want? He bans
Troll.
No, Enigma. Oh no.
I told you. I mean, look, I've cast it up, Jab. Sometimes he's like, give me the same hero.
Oh, no.
Talking with Sunby just off screen.
Give me the same hero. He's going to just pick it for himself.
You think he's saying, Sunby, don't worry, Sunby, chill, bro. I got this. Come on.
Yeah, if it doesn't work well, I still have the losers bracket. Okay.
Slider.
It's not a lane holder, but they are trying to just play around the map. And it's very strong with Marcy. It's a combo. Corrosive Haze, he jumps in with Marcy.
More minus armor.
Unleash. Punch, you're dead.
Let's take a look at what Bleed are looking for then.
I already feel like Bleed is going to have a easy last pick here. Group up and end the game. They need to pick a high armor carry. Some tanky carry. They can push down towers.
Tanky. Tanky with push. Yeah, actually, I've got to say, the wave clear is really bad from Aurora, to be honest.
Lifestealer is still in the pool, right? You could just go with Lifestealer with... I mean, it's not a good lane matchup into the starter, but it's good with Lash, and it's good with the lineup to push and end the game. But if they want to win the lane, then they need to pick like some Razor, some range hero against Lada.
Yeah, the Gyros ban has been the go-to.
Razor could work actually.
I don't mind the Razor, to be honest with you as well. Other than that,
Wind Ranger.
no. What's a Jackie hero? Come on, give me a Jackie
Wind Ranger.
hero.
He plays Wind Ranger. He likes to win the
That's
lane.
true. He does. He does play
Against Lada. I think I remember seeing him pick WR against Lada. What else? Range hero.
I don't know.
Moeta?
I'm just gonna.
Moeta?
You got him. Medusa's just kind of unpickable.
Oh yeah,
though.
Medusa. Yeah, there's Medusa.
Morphling Medusa. Okay, whatever. Yeah, whatever. All right, you got one right, Winter. For everyone keeping score at home, he's got one now. One Nasi Lemak for you. Fair
To
enough.
be fair, you didn't bet anything, so you were smart enough to know not to bet.
No, not this time. I was hoping for a more exciting pick, but I think the WR can be still very exciting. Does it give you the death ball that you're kind of looking for, or is this just not meant to
Yeah.
feed Aurora the momentum that Slardar wants?
She kind of can death ball with the Chen, but I think the biggest reason is the lane. She just wants to beat the shit out of Jabs. Jackie knows, if Jabs doesn't win the lane, he's gonna be angry and he's gonna make bad decisions. I think it's gonna be a 2-0, my friend.
All right. Jabs, if he doesn't win the lane, he starts taking Instagram content creator courses and invests in
Whoa! Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
It all goes spiraling here. Look at Sunby. Everybody telling them what's the game plan? If you're Sunby here, what are you telling the team? What are you telling the boys? You just lost game 1. You're facing a death ball. I mean, it looks that way to me.
You tell the team these fools think that they're the king. They just won one game, They think that they can take over SCA. Show them, Show them they belong to the silver. Show them we are the true kings. These guys, they're bleeding themselves into the silver. They're not making us bleed again. Lightning does not strike twice.
No, it does not. I like that. Lightning doesn't strike twice. That might be enough to.
They have
to
Lash
get them
now,
through
though,
this game.
but Lightning Storm.
Well, yeah. All right. Well, listen. Okay, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to strike twice. Okay, I think you need a talent or something for that.
What do you need to? You need the talent or you need the axe to strike twice? Wait, let me see.
I don't know. I think it's not Axe. Axe is nihilism. I don't remember. It's something like that though. Well, do you like the Death Ball, Winter? Are you gonna end up supporting the Death Ball here for our first game?
Yes.
Second game. Sorry.
2-0. I already said my allegiance tells me Aurora is gonna bleed again. Actually, not my allegiance. My allegiance is on bleed, but my gut feeling is telling me that Aurora is gonna be bleeding again this game. There's Slada, Storm, Marcy, Cole. I don't like the Rubik and the Slada to finish the draft out. I think the other 3 picks are strong, but Rubik just feels like sure you just want to pick Rubik to steal the stun, the spell from Lash and make it annoying for him. But
Yeah.
I don't think it'll win you the game.
I hear you. I kind of I tend to agree with you, but just for the sake of making things interesting here, Winter, I think Aurora somehow, by hook or by crook, they will end up kind of offsetting and maybe undermining this kind of death ball. Something's going to happen here early game. Some rotations. They're going to be able to out-rotate to the runes, something or another. I'm not sure what it is. But they will be.
You're definitely selling it to me. Yeah, something will happen, but you don't know what.
I don't know what.
30
I don't know what.
seconds to battle.
You just know something's gonna happen. Yeah,
Yep. There we are.
and
Onto
I'll tell
the-
you that something is going to be nothing to bleed. They're gonna brush it off. They're gonna control the runes. Lash is gonna pick up all the power runes, and Lash is going to destroy the buildings. And there ain't anything you can do to stop the Disco Pony running rampant.
Yeah, he's got a lot of heals. Look, you make a good point, Winter, but I just think Aurora are built different. Let's see how things get going for them. And as we split runes 2 apiece, of course, it is nighttime. You're not seeing things. It's that's Night Rain facet for Zeal. Allows him to have a bit more of an impact early on. But of
Nighttime.
course,
Nighttime is... This is like very weird, when they first introduced this nighttime in the game. I got so confused every time the game started. I'm like, what? Why hasn't
We all did.
Why hasn't this the night ended? You know, why is it night when the creeps spawn? Why?
Yeah, it's a little funky, that's for sure. All right,
Lanes. Let's
Lane.
look at the lanes.
lane to watch mid. Strong start from Emo
Yeah, this is a
already.
good lane. Good lane for Lash. I actually didn't bring it up. Lash him in Storm. Like he has opted to go for the stun. The last time we saw this matchup was it yesterday? The Lash
Yes.
didn't go stun in this
And
matchup, so
didn't-
he didn't dominate the Storm. Or did he?
Didn't we see the same thing, by the way? Didn't we also see the Satyr Mindstealer mid just burning mana from the storm? Am I crazy?
Oh, yeah. We saw the same thing.
He burned mana once, so the Satyr Mindstealer is here as well, ready to just burn a little bit of mana. So we'll try and keep our eye
Oh,
on that. It's
no.
really annoying. It's
Oh,
really
no.
annoying for a
Why
storm.
can you do a Storm? Baby Rage. That's all you can
And
do.
he gives the mana aura, honestly, for Emo. That's huge, isn't it? This is like a Ring of Bazzi.
His lane is gone. But he's kind of also sacrificing his own lane. But I guess because it's a Wind Ranger. You don't give
This
a
is
shit about the
this is
Wind
better
Ranger.
than a Ring of Bazzi, actually. It's pretty
How much
crazy.
is this? Yeah, better. Ring of Bassi is 1.5.
Ring of Bazzi's 1 as an aura.
Yeah, and the 0.5 basic regen.
Right. But
1.5.
Emo is not going to ever build a Ring of Bazzi. It's going to be on his ally. So he's only ever going to get 1, right?
Bro, you get
That
Austrian
means-
boots on this hero.
And then look, he's going to deny the water rune from Lorinoff. Oh my god, this is...
Classic 2v1 mid.
Yeah, honestly.
Dire
He's got this damn Satyr in the lane, man. What do you do against this? They're gonna...
Hope your
I
side-
think
you-
they're gonna
you
end up
hope
nerfing... They're gonna end
Your
up
side
nerfing
lanes
this.
will win.
It's gonna be something like if the creep is more than 2,000 units away from Chen, like...
Can't use
I don't know.
spells.
Yeah, or something like that. It's gonna be...
You get
I
silent.
mean, this is... What do you do now if you're Lorinoff? This is just an easy lane. He's holding his own, we have to say. He's 11-1 compared to 12-1,
I mean,
so he's holding his
eventually
own.
he's going to have to go back to base or jungle.
Yeah.
All right, the creep is
Seems
gone.
that way.
Storm says, finally, Wind Ranger is calling for help. And
Not that
because
has at
of
least
the-
given...
Because of the absence of the creep in bot lane, so the Star is actually doing... I mean, the Star is doing amazing, you know, keeping up with the Wind Ranger in the lane.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, it's a little bit of a... It's quite a punish, isn't it, right? Because as Chen, until you get level 2 Holy Persuasion, you can only either have your Convert or a creep in lane. Obviously, once you get level 2, then it gets a bit better.
Yep. And
So,
I would say like trading off the farm for your Lash, like giving your Lash a better start is actually, to be honest, more important than giving the Wind Ranger a better start.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I believe
So
it.
I think
yeah,
it's actually good for them to sacrifice the Wind Ranger and make your Lash bad.
Yeah, might make a move now for
he
SC.
missed the
Blood
power
grenade
shot.
thrown.
Oh.
Yeah, power shot miss. SC, he's as good as dead. Is Jackie at least able to get a good amount of damage in return, playing with the wind
Yeah.
run, but can do nothing to save the Chen.
This is the trade-off, right? Because Slada had a better start, so he gets the creep wave control, he gets the levels a little bit faster, and now he gets the chance to strike, you know. The Chen is level 2, they're both level 3, and they get the kill. This is a big deal.
Okay. The Wisp rotated mid, as did the Tiny Paulson following the Wisp, basically, so they assist Lauren off to make sure that he
Yeah.
actually gets a water
Paulson
refill.
Did the same thing the last game at 4 minutes. He went over and denied the rune from Lauren on. So Ollie's matching him this time. He didn't match him the last game, but he's adapting, he's changing.
Very good
He knows
reaction.
He knows it is important to help his mid laner.
And then we went to the only lane that we haven't talked about is the lane that the Tiny and the Wisp rotated from, this Io Marcy, the Mario lane, if you will. And
What?
the
The Mario
Tiny...
lane?
Mar Io.
Who's... Oh.
It's a
Sometimes I
me,
don't-
Mar Io.
Sometimes I don't give you credit enough for this type of jokes.
It's just like every Mario game where he doesn't say anything. That's Marcy for you. But this double bracer build has been challenging. And you know, it's actually kind of funny. They seem to be more focused on the denies in this top lane. 20 and 12 to the 16 and 10.
That's when you know they're trying to prove a point. When you have more denies. Because most lanes are like, people are just trying to get their own farm, right? When the denies are ramping up, you know, everyone is like trying to prove a point, trying to show that I'm the better laner, you know. Suck this, you know. I'm denying your creeps. I don't care about last hit. Who cares about last hitting? I care about denying your creeps.
The Dendy mid style. Mid? Sorry, bottom, that is. Jackie. We've already used the lift and the crush, but in a second one here might just be enough. Jackie is going to die. They also have to cancel the TP from mid. And Paulison, he will go dive in under tower now. He's already up to level 6 for Emo, so he's got a little bit of damage. Ollie leaping on in with a little bit of a save and just enough experience. The mana, Ollie, he needs to do a little bit more healing. Lordoff is still alive. Oh, but the last lightning storm will condemn him. Ollie, he might not be out of this one either. Not enough mana for the split earth here, so he's going to just try and get the job done with the Edict and the Pulse Nova, but Ollie finds a creep to tether to. He will survive. They defend the tier 1 tower as the wagon is killed as well.
Oh,
I mean, good for
his glyph.
That's good.
He's trying to. Is he trying to save the? Oh no. Okay. I don't know why he popped his glyph there. Okay, now
me neither.
Wagon still died. Now, Emo refills the bottle twice. Shield rune and bounty rune, and Paulson is just serving the Emperor with everything he's got. Screw Zeal, man. This guy doesn't need my help. The Emperor needs my help.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Zeal kind of abandoned. Back to the days of 1 versus 3 offlane. Remember that? Oh, God, what a meta. Okay, but we should say, as Lornoff farms a big stack now in his jungle, Ollie has also been putting some attention to ensure that Lornoff isn't completely eclipsed, basically, by the farm of the Lesh. This is the second big stack, actually, that he's managed to clear. I believe Ollie probably has already, like, I don't know, at least 3 or 4 stacks probably in this game early on. I know it's daytime already, so we think it's 10, 12 minutes. It's really only 7 minutes, so we're still firmly kind of in the laning stage. It's about to start breaking down here. As here's the Mario on top of Paulison. The Avalanche doesn't catch him. The toss will, however, as Paulison still continuing to run. There's Dark Ascension used. Ollie. Let's see if he has another tether back to the creep. Ultimately doesn't need it, but there's another Void. Ultimately, he's not going to be used.
Nah.
With Zeal with the flying vision, or flying movement, sorry, he's just fine here.
Yeah, stick charges. And that's a wasted Dark Ascension. That's a pretty big deal in the early game. He has to at least use it to secure the rune. Maybe help Emo get the rune. Okay, actually, that's not enough time. Yes, go back.
Sports rotating mid. Q all ready to stack again in the triangle here. This is going to be his 3rd stack of that hard camp. He's going to contest the bottom rune as Emo.
23 Savage.
Guessing for the top rune, but 23. Look at him go. He knows that Zeal's already used his abilities. It's a solo kill for 23 and a bottled haste rune for Lornoff. So Aurora, Winter, they are starting to potentially undermine the death ball here. Now, we should say the items are still coming online for Bleed. Is this already a mechanism? No, not quite for SC. That'd be kind of a crazy timing. But he's in the jungle. He's been farming very comfortably. Jackie as well. He did take that 1 death, but he's still doing fairly okay as far as net worth. But Winter, my concern is that this Mario lane might be kind of catching Bleed off guard. This is going to be a combo that is ready to fight early. In fact, 23 ready to fight a second time versus Paulison, eager to kick him out of this lane, make sure that no one gets free experience. Ollie blocking him. Paulison forced to go for a toss back. No spells here, but Ollie, he still has the damage for the kill. He's got this crits Craig. And that gives him enough attack speed to find it with level 3 overcharge.
Things are definitely looking really, really good for Aurora right now. They're doing well across the board. I mean, for Bleed, it's just a Lash having a pretty good game, but their side lanes are not going well. The Wind Ranger is not supposed to be behind the Slara. You know, this fish is going to be a big problem.
Okay, what do you do now if you're Bleed? Are you need to address the fish? Do you want to address the storm? Do you just play around your Lesh?
The fish chose to go for the armor facet, Brian God, instead of the usual late day. Yeah, it's good this game against Wind Ranger.
That's true.
Kind of good.
And the Night Stalker.
Kind of good against Night Stalker. Yeah, it's good against their heroes.
I kind of like it, actually.
So this is the anchor, right? He's trying to play Slara as
23,
an anchor, so
top lane again. He's just going to go for a dive. He's seen that Paulson's already used the toss. Yeah, and he has this dispose. It's just so easy. Paulson, he's going to have to take the Walk of Shame back out to a lane. This could be a pretty big opening, honestly. No Tiny, basically, for 20 seconds.
Marcy has Armlet very, very soon. This is a problem. He's going to be a big problem. So the Armlet plus the Dagger on Slara is going to come online very soon.
SC.
Jabs.
Relocate.
Target.
Ooh, Nice job there with the Wild Wing Ripper, and in fact, they're trying to bait Emo. Split Earth is going to be able to catch on to 23 Savage as Seal running on in, has Dark Ascension ready to use, looking to try and find Ollie first. Ollie, who's going to pop all of his healing. He did reload into this fight, and in fact, he's still going to live. He's going to leave 23 Savage because he's winning this duel. They get the Chen as in comes Lornoff from the mid lane, zipping after Jackie, who still has the wind run, but Lornoff with the regen rune in the bottle. Jackie, you can't wind run fast enough away from this squad, especially with that corrosive haze applied. Jackie, he's as good as dead. 2 cores killed off your Winter. Aurora get everyone involved in this fight. It's 9-1. I think we might end up seeing a death ball going the other way at this rate.
Yeah, not gonna lie, this is looking really, really bad for Bleed right now. This Aurora seemingly not a death ball lineup, but they're crushing the lanes, they're getting the runes, they're just outplaying Bleed, from the start. It's better laning, it's playing the lanes much better. Lanes are going way too good for them. And like I said, the miss chances from Night Stalker using the first Dark Ascension, wasting it, and it's costing them, like the Marcy got off to a good start because of that, got 2 solo kills, and now she's running around the map, pressuring, playing with the Storm, and they're just too difficult for them to stop. Bleed needs time. They need time to get their mech. They need time to ramp up. Night Stalker again.
My goodness.
Seal is gonna kill him.
No time. Let's see. No spells available here for 23 Savage. You have the Ruby rotating. Emo here as well, but Q's ready to counter initiate it. Look, the spell stolen is Split Earth. That's not what you were looking to give him. Oh, your Winter.
Yeah,
it is not looking good.
This is why they picked the Rubik into the Lash, and that was your last straw, right? The hero that hasn't died yet, Emo, the only core that you have that's kind of getting a really good game,
Tower is under attack.
dies. This is really, really bad for Bleed. The mech is not anywhere near yet. Another 500 gold. Wind Ranger doesn't have any items yet. No Maelstrom, and Jazz finds him. Relocate. Body block. Body block. Body
There they
block.
go again. Yeah. The Storm zips on in. Polison here with another Avalanche. Has a toss as well. He's going to use that onto Jabs. Hand of God is finally leveled and learned here 12 minutes in, so they have that. But Ollie, he's going to be able to reload him out. Yeah,
Nice.
nicely done. The Yule Scepter needed to be... Well, actually, there's nothing you could have done, really. Just well done by Aurora. Lornoff's able to zip away to safety.
Yeah.
Has an
the
arcane
only
route.
way they could have stopped that is they used the IO. That was the only way. Before
No.
he tethered.
No, because
before he
he... Oh,
tethered.
yeah, before he tethered. Yeah, correct. Yeah, correct. Good read.
Is under attack.
And Winter
Guess
Bleed,
they
they
didn't
can't
expect it.
afford. They're already down so much. I mean, 5K at 13 minutes is huge, right? 11-1. Kills, whatever. Net worth. This is a death ball lineup. They cannot afford to get much more of these early fights wrong.
This is a death ball lineup getting death ball. It ain't good. It ain't good. They can't play the map. If they are splitting up the map, you're playing into Relocate, you're playing into Storm catching you, and Marcy
Yeah.
jumping in with a dagger slaughter, you're not gonna like what you're gonna find.
They're playing into Aurora's lineup. Maybe they ought to be making some aggressive moves of their own. Because it feels like they've just been reacting,
Yeah,
which
I
is,
think they have
to
no
be
choice.
fair.
Once they get the
Yeah.
mech, they have to just group up together.
Agreed. Agreed. They
choice,
might try and defend and take a fight for the 14-minute wisdom. Q is going to try and sneak around here.
No Hand of God, no mech yet. I mean, Night Stalker has ulti. Maybe they can
Going
do
off?
it. Maybe.
Yeah, his smoke will break. Seal in
Jackie
the
has
trees.
to
Dark
come.
Ascension is ready.
Jackie has to
His smoke
TP.
finally breaks as well. Oh, he just nuked the Chen army. Holy moly. Well, that's a bit of a deal breaker. They do have a ward up on the high ground, so Aurora, they know what's
Q?
coming. They're not going to take
Ready
a
to kill him?
poor fight. Dual Scepter's ready for Q as they throw they throw a creep on him here with the crash landing facet. Slows him even more, but Aurora, they stop themselves from taking a bad fight. Good intel used with that observer.
Yeah, that was.
Did Rubik go for the... Yeah, he went for arcane accumulation. In some games, honestly, I think the Rubik stolen spell mana reduction talent is amazing. But this game, AoE is also good. I don't know. Sorry, you were saying something?
Especially when you pick it into a Lash. I was saying that it was really important that they at least defended the Wisdom, right? If they didn't defend the Wisdom, I think the game would have probably been maybe over in the next couple of minutes. And now it gives them a chance. They're still hanging on by a thread. Mech done. Hand of God ready. It's about time, They have to fight somewhere. They need to get some part of the map back. Get a tower. Smoke up. I think the top lane is probably their go-to. They have to try and open that side. Now
We haven't
Roche
even
is
really-
Roche is going to move to daytime, and it's a slaughter,
Yeah. He'll be down bottom. Tower's been gone. He's already quite farmed up. I mean, you do have this mech on Chen, but you're also looking at a Wisp with a full mech And, I mean, you know, it feels silly, but I'll point it out. He's got a great healing lotus, so basically like a full magic wand on top of the wand and the mech. So a lot of sustain for an upcoming fight. Not to mention that Jabs is really strong. He's very farmed Lornoff as well.
With the Brian God in the team fight, I think he's really hard to kill, to be honest.
Yeah, and he is going to, I like his build a lot. He's going for a Mage Slayer.
Mage Slayer. Yeah, it works very well with the Brian God. And then when you get your shot, you're going to get the extra corrosive haste. And it works with your armor. Oh,
Definitely,
that sounds insane, actually.
I like this idea, right? Jabs, he just wants to get right on top of this Lush in the fights, apply the debuff of the Mage Slayer.
And tank up.
And tank up, yeah. That's his main opportunity. Give vision with Corrosive Haze, at least, onto the Windrunner. So even if she wind runs away, Lornoff can just zip on top of her.
Right, here we go.
This is good.
You want to go into the Ancients area?
No, the Emperor, he doesn't have his bodyguards here. And now Lornoff with a big zip in. It's just not going to be 100-0. He gets his Yules off, but he's not coming down into a friendly world. Spell stolen is Edict. That'll speed up this next little push.
Oh,
Maybe they can look mid.
That's actually pretty bad that he got Edict. Now your towers are gone.
Yep. Look how excited Q is. Q's like, come on, man. Tank for me. Look at this.
Please.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my
crap, that was
Lord.
so quick.
Edict, man. Look, he's giving an extra, what is it now with Arcane? Extra 26% spell amp? Pure damage? Goodbye, tower.
And he has, look at what his neutral item is. Trinket.
Oh. Yeah, who needs your who needs the other facet when you can just get a trinket early, honestly.
I just you wait. He's gonna get the Whisper of the Dread, 10%. Next one.
Reload? Where was that reload to? Oh, they maybe tried for a kill bottom, but they didn't find anything there. Okay, Bleed, after seeing the relocate whiff, they will try and make a play.
Yeah, they
have a Blink Dagger on Paulison.
This has
the
to
mech
work,
and the Hand of God. Anything on the Windrunner? Yes, you've got a Maelstrom. This is probably their best opportunity. Otherwise, the net worth difference is probably going to be hitting, you know, more than 10K here relatively soon. Aurora, they certainly know what's coming.
Richie, this is it. This is it.
Here we go. Team fight breaking up. All the jumps in, but they have managed to isolate the Marcy. Ali needs the heals. There we go. Look at the heals. It's too much. And even this poor Emo, he's not going to be able to live long enough. The BKB activated by 23 Savage sees him safely through the fights as Bleed. They have lost all 3 of their cores. This game, Winter, it's going nowhere fast for Bleed. As Aurora pull off a perfect counter initiation there. Couldn't have gone much better.
That is it. I think that is it for the game. I mean, with the lineup being so fast-paced on Bleed, once you lose a fight just like that, you give up Roche, I feel like that's it for the game, you know. They probably have one more fight in them, but it's going to be pretty hard to come back from this position. I mean, Aurora just doesn't want to slow down, you know. They're just constantly reading what Bleed is doing. They adapted really well after the first game. They know how Bleed wants to play the game and just responded, you know. They didn't even try to do Roche first. They know that they're coming. They positioned their heroes well enough to take the fight. And it was just so easy, you know. They couldn't kill the Marcy in time, and the heals came out from Oli. And that was all she wrote. The Greater Healing Lotus, the Mag. That's it.
What a game from Aurora here.
Yeah, I kind of feel like they need to let Zil walk because he wasn't in front, you know. He needed to pop Dark Ascension so they see where the Io and Rubik is. They needed to kill the 2 heroes, but they couldn't see him. He already, the smoke already broke, you know, when he popped Dark Ascension, so it was a little too late. Relocate, pop.
Wow, this is Zeal. Oh no. He's,
this game is almost over at this point.
Yeah, Winter, He's not got a lot of money to play with either. He can't even he can get a Nasi Lemak, but it's got to be Biasa. He can't even get the Ayam, really. He's got nothing.
Nope. No Ayam, no Rendang, no squid for you. Do you like the lungs?
No. I don't. Mostly because my lung collapsed randomly when I was 18, but that's beyond the point. That's beyond the point. You know, you gotta respect it a little bit here. I mean, you got to respect this Aurora lineup as well. 20 minutes, they've already built now an 11, nearly 12K net worth lead. You've got already this first Aegis. They feel unstoppable, especially with Aegis Bleed. Well, if got this Vessel. That is a good item here to contend with a lot of the heals. Gleipnir's finished up as well. High ground is maybe still promising, but against a Storm and a Wisp, they can dive pretty deep.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I think the only way is when they are pushing higher ground, you need to smoke with your Tiny and MS. Maybe even bring the Wind Ranger. Actually, no, not bring the Wind Ranger. She has to be in front, spamming out with the Lash to clear the creeps. So you have to rotate with the Night Stalker and Tiny, go behind. You need to kill early. You have to... Wait, somebody's dying?
No. Don't worry. Jabs is fine. No. He had it, guys. Come on. Look, he's playing it cool. He's definitely, definitely doesn't need to change his underpants after this game. He's fine. He had it. See, look, he's like, woof. Don't worry, guys. Click on someone else. You don't need to see my camera anymore. There's the shard for Wisp. He's got now the slow resist, so not bad. A little bit of spell lifesteal. Could be okay for a Storm, especially.
Wait, the spell... Yeah, it's good for the Storm, but not useful for Marcy. Wait, do you get the spell lifesteal when you get the pulse on Unleash?
I suppose you would, right? Because it's a spell. It's magic damage. I mean, obviously, it's just spell damage, so yeah. I think, actually... it feels like it's a little bit of a meme, but honestly, it's not, especially with this facet. Jabs, who is about to finish up his shard, crushes a lot of spell damage. 300? You get that onto 2 heroes with a little bit of spell lifesteal? That's not bad at all. You're looking at I mean, I guess it's only a 60 heal.
He also didn't go for the Mage Slayer because he knew he was far ahead, He went for the Orchid.
Yeah, uh-oh. See? And they will catch and kill the Chen. Oh, wow, they have Pulse Nova, by the way. Not every day you can see a Rubik really put Pulse Nova to use, because you usually just kind of die as Rubik if you try and get within Pulse Nova range.
It's a very fun Rubik game when you're this far ahead. There's still anything you want. There's a Lash, there's Tiny. Power Shot. He's going to have a Solar Crest. There we go, Zero again, the victim. He's going to be a victim again.
Yeah, he is. There's the jump in, Jabs. Oh, he's fast, Winter, but he's just not fast enough. Coming down from the Yules, the Soul Burn would have killed them, but it's ultimately 23 with a regular auto attack. That'll do him in. A little quick relocate for that, just to get him involved in the kill and secure things as Paulison. Trying to sneak away here. Lornoff up on the high ground, and 23 Savage to close the door. It's so difficult to do any of these split push shenanigans, to cut waves. It's just impossible against a Storm and an IO. But what else can they do?
Play the next game.
Yeah.
Nothing more they can do this game. Just trying, but deep down they know. Deep down, the only way you can win this game is if Aurora feels generous and they are here to give out some kills to you. If that doesn't happen, you're not gonna win.
Up 1-0, at least Bleed can afford to not invest too much in this game and just, see if Aurora will give them a free gift. I don't think Aurora is going to be doing that, especially with how Bleed closed out game 1. I think Aurora are keen to pile on the pressure. So Bleed, they are not one to turtle this early on, down 14k, 1-20. They will smoke out of the base where they see Q, but it's SE who smoke breaks. And in fact, Q might try and initiate onto him. In the meantime, they're going to look for Jabs as they run straight past the Rubik. Jabs caught off guard and killed the second kill this map for the side of Bleed, as SE manages to survive. So it's 2-20 now. A pretty big kill there. Gives Emo 500 gold. Okay. It's got Nihilism, by the way, for Emo. Early pickup on the Ag Scepter following the Yules.
Good against the Stada, the Marcy. Definitely a smart one. Gonna give him more mileage in a team fight compared to a Bloodstone when you're this far behind.
I like that term, mileage. That's nice. Jackie's going to get some more mileage out of this kill onto Jabs as he's able to actually farm outside the base on the enemy side. And almost has BKB. Emo, though.
Did he pull a creep? I
think he did. Yeah, I think he did.
Yep, no more mileage on that.
Mm-mm.
Do you have a miles points card?
I don't drive, Winter. Are you kidding? On these Malaysian roads? First of all, you guys drive on the wrong side. Second...
No, you drive on the wrong side.
Second... Hold on, we'll get back to this shortly as Polison is going to just get killed. Jabs with his Orchid, eager to finish off the BKB now. Secondly, the bikes always have the right of way, no matter what, which confuses me. Third, don't even get me started on parking. I've seen cars parked on the highway in this country. Not in traffic, just
That's
parked.
because they broke down.
No. I've seen them parked outside. Just picking up some food real quick. No way, that's not for me. All right, now, Aurora, they might park the bus. You know that term from football? They might park the bus and just start to camp on this enemy side of the map.
Is that Moreno? I think he said it. Like they came to our pitch and they just parked the bus in front of the goal, so we can't score.
Yeah, something like that. I think that's
remember
exactly the quote. I don't even know exactly the quote, but good on you.
Yeah, there was this one game, like people came to his home ground and played defensive and he was angry and he said,
Yep. Park the bus. But Blade, eager to
I mean,
rev
Blade
up
is kind
the
of
engine a
parking the
bit.
bus now, right? In front of their base, in a way. They can't go out. I mean, they're trying to go out now.
They're trying. Hey, this worked out last time for them. Once again, Q eager to break this smoke. This time, though, he's got lots of his teammates up on the high ground. Yule Scepter will buy him a little bit more time as Q. Is there going to be any save for him? Ollie's in there with a little bit of the heals and the Glimmer Cape. Q is still alive. Zeal can't find him either. The Nihilism, the Vessel ticking him down. Q, all the bumps in the world, saving Private Q. And now Aurora able to turn things around as Zeal, he's just in a little bit too deep. Jackie in the river from the low ground, trying to lay into 23 Savage. And can they take him down? The Maelstrom procs finally get Q killed, and that is a moral victory for Bleed, who have scattered Aurora despite being up 13k. Winter, the blessed number, it's appeared. Rejoice. It's just a turnaround moment.
It's actually worth it for them to sacrifice the offlaner to kill Rubik. Rubik is way more valuable than the Night Stalker right now. That's a win. It is a win. And you gotta start small, you gotta start somewhere. This is a good start. Bleed. Can they do something with this? Can they get an objective? Probably not. Just time to farm now, I guess.
No, probably not. Can they do next Roche? It's up soon. That feels ambitious, not gonna lie, especially with BKB on cooldown now for Jackie.
No NS LT cannot. They can't.
Yeah. A good fight there. Aurora really went all in on trying to save Q.
You know what? I can't believe he didn't relocate him. I thought he needed to relocate him. He just knew he could have saved him without relocating. That's crazy.
I mean, and he got really darn close, to be honest. Ollie's he's got the shovel, so he keeps digging up these healing salves, which is, while you have the slots, it's pretty good.
Yeah, you do this on Oracle and IO. Fun fact. It's a tip for you, Richie. If you ever play this hero.
Oh, I play a lot of Oracle. He's the first hero I got my Rampage. I've won a Rampage in Dota, and it's on Oracle.
What?
Yeah, I know. It's sad.
It must have been busy securing kills behind the team.
I secured the hell out of those kills. Oh, yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I did. There they go.
Right? Guys, I'm gonna rampage on Oracle. I'm so good.
Oh my god. Listen, actually, it was a good clip. I'm not gonna lie. But it matters not here. Because Bleed, you may have won that fight. You may have gotten our blessed kill score, but you are still down 12, now 13k, nearly 30 minutes into the game. But Winter, it almost feels winnable. Am I crazy? Am I about to overdose on the hopium and the copium here?
Yeah, time to use the voice line. Remember the voice line? Points are winnable. Game is still winnable.
That's true.
There's a chance. I think there's a small chance in the high ground you can get a good toss back and get a free pick off on, because they have how are they going to siege the tower? Who's actually hitting the tower? It's going to be Marcy or I guess maybe not Slada, probably Marcy. Then
yeah, that's true. Their siege is pretty tough.
Yeah, you get a toss back, maybe you can win. Maybe use buybacks, overpower them. But the issue is your Night Stalker is as useless as an Ironwood branch right now. So.
Wow, you went with a Dota. I thought you were going to go Southeast Asian on me there, but fair enough. I was going to say, he's as useless as a red light to a biker.
He's as useless as...
Hollison, he's going to get caught this time. Lauren off, no creeps here for him to misclick on, so he's going to be able to lock down and kill this Tiny, who does cut away. A little bit of space created, right?
Narrow space for Night Stalker to finish the halberd. How much more does he need? Actually pretty close. 300 gold, 400 gold. I mean, that's going to be useful against Marcy and Slada. So then he's not an Ironwood branch anymore on the NS. He's getting promoted, Richie. Maybe more than a tree.
Still a scary 3 minutes, though, with this Aegis, isn't it? I mean, essentially, all the control that they need here is they kill Jackie for free down bottom. That's no good. See, the thing is, with these kinds of pickoffs, it allows Aurora to, you know, kind of park the bus to just really constrict Bleed and to stop the flow of resources. That being said, Zeal has managed to get himself on the enemy jungle, so he gets a little bit of farm for himself. These are important moves to make when you're down this far.
All right, here we go.
Looks like they want to make a jump. Huh?
Yeah, they have to kill. Their lineup, like you said, it's not very good at killing buildings. Oh, never mind, they have Meteor Hammer.
They have Meteor Hammer. Well, that'll get the job done eventually, but I think ideally, yeah, get the banner creep down and get pushing here. Io is ready to relocate away if he needs to. Look, they're so confident pushing your jabs is nowhere nearby. And you will rejoin. Will they let them take the banner for free? Seems so. Now that Jackie's respawned, they are going to respect this level 3 focus
Charity.
fire.
That's some charity. We are giving away some gold. And they have compassion for their opponents, for their enemies.
Compassion.
Do you sometimes feel bad for your enemies when you're like, running them over? You're like, oh my god, they can't play the game for 10 minutes. They're stuck in their base. Maybe I'll
part
just
of the
give them
game.
one camp, you know?
It's part of the game, you know. Happened. You know how many times it's happened to me? More than I care to remember. As hard as I try and black out all those memories.
Yeah, but
and
don't you
suppress
think
them.
if you treat people differently, people will treat you different as well? So maybe you get some compassion in return the next time it happens to you.
Winter, you know we're talking about Dota, right? I was just checking. We're in the SEA server. I don't know if you've queued a game in the last I don't know.
I've killed a game
10 years.
and offered my opponents a plate of nasi lemak. That's how I got
see.
compassion. You know? It's a good trade. You know? Have you tried that? It works, you know. If you are running into Pinoy players, you have to offer them Jollibee instead.
That's right. That's right. No Jollibee in this for this lobby in particular.
And if you are offering the Thai players, you have to tell them Paka Pao, you know. Some holy
That's
basil
true.
rice.
That's how you get 23 to maybe bite. Well, he's got quite a bite on this Marcy. We should say he's got this Acceptor now, Sanjin Yasha, BKB, Armlets, and soon into the MKB. So pretty quickly they'll be able to tear through Jackie, even with Wind Run.
They are making a move now. They're moving. They're done. You know, they're done being stuck in their base. Now they want to go out. They want to look for a pickoff. There's no wards out, so it's just like a gamble, right? They're running out hoping and praying that there's going to be a plate of chicken rice waiting for you.
That's what Zeal looking for right now, right? He needs
Yeah,
something
he does it,
here.
you know? He has chicken rice all the time before he smashes.
How do you know, huh?
Because we've been together.
That's true. That's true. You have.
Actually, no.
Okay.
He likes to have steamboat. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay. That makes sense. Steamboat's pretty good. Nice and filling. I gotta make sure not too much oil before the match. You don't want to be too heaty, you know. Heaty.
Holy shit! You're such a Malaysian now.
You don't think I know, huh? Here we go. That's okay. If you do get a little bit too heaty, just have a rhino water and bleed. What will they find here? Looking for another fight. Lornoff in the river. They're trying to bait over the 34-minute rune. Paulison gets the top back now into the stuns. Can they chain him down? Lornoff, he gets the heals. Ali was ready to reel him out. But most importantly, they're on top of Emo. They've killed him off. Bleed. Oh, boy. Their ashes being scattered now as Aurora just everywhere in this fight. Lornoff gets the heals that he needs. Finally, he's out of mana. It's the only thing that restricts him. 23 Savage as well getting involved. 3 dead just like that. And, well, it was a valiant effort from Bleed here, Winter, but yeah, no buyback on the Lesh. That might be it.
A valiant fight back and valiant attempt, but sometimes the lead is just too big, you know.
Even for
Doesn't matter
Rhino
how
Water,
high-
not enough Rhino Water to stop the roll of this Aurora squad.
No, they needed coconut water, dude.
No, that's right.
No fresh coconut. Remember the ones we had in Bali?
You think I had time to drink out of coconuts in Bali? You saw
We
all
had
this.
lunch and dinner so many times. Didn't you realize I ordered coconut water every single time?
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack.
Now that you mention it, that is true. Oh, man. I mean, this game for Aurora, they've kind of kick up their feet. Oh, can they actually? Lowering off. They use them up. That's going to stop the reload on out, and they get the kill. The freebie. Buy one, get one now. Their favorite as Ali. He could be next. He's got no tether out for a few more seconds, so he's going to be easily killed off. Bleed with a little bit of show of force now. Aurora, they're eager to not lose any more heroes, but Zeal, he's going to maintain vision on them with the Dark Ascension. So, Aurora,
sloppy.
They've got to get all the way back in their base.
Yeah, they definitely did not expect Bleed to be able to mount a smoke out to fight back there. It's not ready. Split up, getting punished, and wow, I mean, this might actually give Bleed some chance again.
Could. I mean, 24k down. They've kept all the TIE alive somehow. And they killed Malaysian and the Ukrainian.
What?
I'm just saying. Here they go. Lorna or Paulson looking for a toss back. Jabs in with a two-man stone. 23 just got a man up and melt him. What was that? That's murder in the first degree. SC, he could be next as Q rejoins this fight. Lands the Yule Scepter onto Jackie, who is immediately killed. Zeal manages to TP away.
Yeah,
and,
the power of the ties, right? Reaching
Yeah.
3v5.
Oh my goodness.
Man,
The
coming
Siam
from you.
squad, they put down Bleed right there.
Coming from you, huh? Can't imagine. Yeah, expect that to come from you.
Well, I'm just, that is true.
I know it's true. That was kind of my thing, you know? Not your thing.
Well, you know, someone's got to do it when there's no Filipinos in the lobby, right, Winter? Anyway. Here we go. Aurora keen to clean out this game, but they're going to do it like clockwork as they look for that last tier 3 tower, look to try and get the megas. 5-31. This is going to be megas easily. Bleed, of course. Up one game, hey, you're always going to take any kind of opportunity, but... And they can defend megas, but Paulson even, he couldn't really find an opportunity there for a toss back. As the megas will spawn in still. Bleed are holding out for a chance. Oh, wow, Rubik's Farm. He's got a Wind Waker now, by the way. Holy. Scythe of Ice, Lorna. I mean, these items are going to be overwhelming. 23 Savage has a full Refresher Orb now after that last fight, and the Nullifier for Jabs, who is very much a third core. No confusing it this time with the way that this game got off.
Yeah, I'm eating my words now. Adopting them. 2-0, yeah, we're going home early.
We are definitely going to game 3. I mean, this is... Look, I'm not saying there's no chance. There is a chance, but the megas really, really make this quite a slim chance now.
No,
In fact,
no.
I've never seen
we
this.
are not live, we are not going to say there is a chance, you know. I'm pretty sure they're going to be like, let's go game 3, you know, if we are just watching the game.
Dota Plus is giving them 100% chance to win this one as well, and it's hard to disagree with Dota Plus right now. Is how I'll put it. And just the megas, they solve so many of the problems.
According to your logic, it's never going to be 100%. It's always going to be a chance someone messes something up. So it has to be
there's a non-zero chance. Ollie could relocate someone into the enemy fountain. That could happen.
Yeah, and you guess how many plates of chicken rice you have to bribe him with to get him to relocate 23 into the fountain. How many? What's the number?
It's too many. It's too many. Maybe Village
One,
Parks,
two,
maybe only a few, but...
No, you know he needs not just chicken on that plate of nasi lemak. He needs probably beef. He needs some cuttlefish.
Some gold bullion. It's not happening, Winter. Aurora, it's not happening. Come on. This is... I mean, this is going to be a beating that Bleed are about to take, but credit to them, giving themselves every single opportunity. And you never know what Jackie's got in that fridge behind him. Could be a divine rapier that he needs to crack open. I mean, he's got to do everything, but it's going to be so hard, especially when they initiate like this. Seal He's got buyback. He's going to have to just use it basically instantly if they want any chance of winning this fight. Paulson is going to get force-staffed out as Aurora. They have used a volley of their spells and items here. That's the Scythe of Vice. Well, first one used anyway, because there's a refresher. Jabs still has his BKB. That's a pretty nice two-man stun. They're going to toss back Jabs, who activates the BKB now. Zemo will also BKB. Zeal, he's going to die second time here at this rate. In fact, it's Paulson who goes first. Down goes Zeal. Paulson got buyback as well as Aurora. They get their core stunned again. 23 with a brief stun.
Emperor's out of juice, no mana.
Hanta Emo gets the Force Staff back. He's safe and sound. Lorinov still half mana, but it's 23 Savage who opens up the Unleash now onto the tier 4 towers. First one goes down. Bleed. They're going to have to make a play here, even without their offlaner. Good damage now onto 23. Good damage onto 23. But it's Emo who's in trouble, and they manage to get on top of Jackie as well. Oh, and 23 Savage, he's just too far up. Oh, boy. Get out of this game. Bleed. You did well. You won the first game, but Aurora, they disrupt the death ball. They run it back, and we are going to a game number 3.
Yeah, we are indeed, Richie. Aurora stamping their authority, saying that, no, you guys belong to the silver. Sambi was right.
Where's
He was right all along. He knew Bleed just got lucky maybe, in the first game. They don't belong as the kings of SEA. Aurora has something to say about that. And the last game is going to be the tiebreak, the decider. Who is going to make it to the finals, to the final round and challenge for the throne of King of Sea.
King of Sea. I mean, that's true. This upper bracket final already up for grabs. But fortunately, for the first time in our upper bracket here, Winter, we have a game number 3. As we do see Aurora out of the gate, basically. Even at this point, 9 minutes in, felt like we were a broken record, kind of, or a tape on loop or something. That was, I guess the kids these days just say a TikTok because it just loops automatically. We were just saying the same thing over and over again. This is starting to look bad for Bleed. This was maybe the one fight with the BKBs where they could have turned things around. They almost get through 23, and then Ollie saves the day.
Yeah, this is also the other reason why Chen is not very popular at the moment, because he can't really help you secure the runes. You see how Storm got pretty much every single rune. His supports are just helping him. And Chen, what can you do? You bring over. If you don't get a centaur, how are you going to fight for the rune? You're just not that used to it. That's why you see him sending his Satyr to burn mana. That's all he could do, in the beginning. But that came with a price, because it meant that the Wind Ranger didn't get enough protection in the lane, so Starla was bad. Jabs was like, oh, thank you so much. You can go ahead and bully Lorinov, and I'm going to be the carry now. I don't need Lorinov in the game. And he just popped off, on the Starla.
Yeah. Jabs is able to pop off. He's able to build greedy. And look, I know it's a little bit of a meme where you always say Captain Jabs. He gets the last pick. He gets to pick his own lanes. He gets to pick his bet. But, it's for good reason. You let this guy get away with a greedier build like this, and he's going to leave you no quarter. 7-1 and 22 for him. I think he's certainly a standout, but we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about basically all of Aurora. Especially for me, Winter, the reactions, right, to it was Ollie, right, to rotate and help with the first couple of water rooms. That was something that really made Lorinov's game difficult early.
The adaptation from the first game, because first game Paulson kind of disrupted the runes at 4 minutes, and this time Ollie is just there. He's there to help him out, and it definitely showed that Aurora made a lot of changes towards how Bleed is reading the game and how they're playing the game, and just making the right changes. And second game just looked so easy for them. And obviously, that was the execution part, right? Night Stalker lane kind of went really bad. After he wasted the ulti, he died to 23 solo, I think twice, was it?
Yeah, twice.
I might be wrong.
Paulson died to him twice. They kind of fed the Marcy a little bit.
The laning phase just went really bad. Because when you get dumped on an island alone as NS during daytime, Marcy could just easily take you out if you don't have ulti.
Honestly, Winter, I hate to boil it down to a single thing, but it felt like this Night Stalker. Remember, he used that first Dark Ascension. I think he tried to kill Ollie.
Yes,
they
tried
failed.
to kill the IO.
And then it was just now
I told you, right,
it's falling
in the game,
apart.
It's really bad that you use it like that. It has very, very big repercussions. And it was right away being abused by 23. But the moment he lost his ulti, he came back to the lane and he just dies. Marcy just jumped on him, unleashed, and solo killed.
And then Paulson tries to absorb some experience, farm his blink. He dies twice.
Because 23 had such a good start, it meant that Ollie could just sit behind the storm, just support the storm. And what that meant was the runes. All the runes went to the storm. And everything snowballed. And GG.
Snowballed the way that we didn't think it would, though, Winter. But fortunately for us, the Dota fans, and everyone else watching, we will have ourselves a game number 3. Quite the dramatic series here, as it is going to be Aurora who fight back hard in game 2 to take us to a third and decisive game 3 for that first chance at the upper bracket finals. Don't go anywhere, folks. We are going to be going to a short break, but when we come back, game 3 between Aurora and Bleed.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back to the Road to the International, the SCA closed qualifiers. We finally have a game 3 in the upper bracket here between Aurora and Bleed Esports. Thanks for joining us, Deconstruct and Winter, on the call with for you. Winter, this series, is it playing out how you expected? I feel like you were maybe predicting a 2-0.
I was predicting a wash, a 2-0 wash for Aurora, sending them home just in time for that warm plate of nasi lemak at 1 p.m. But here we are, we're still waiting. We're still in a queue. Nasi lemak might be all sold out by the time the series ends, but that's good for us.
Sambal happens all the time.
Yeah, usually the sambal. Yeah, the sambal.
It's usually the sambal.
They say sorry, no more sambal, and then you're like, what? I lined up 1 hour for this.
Yeah,
but you still get it anyway because you have to settle your cravings.
You gotta get food. You gotta get that food. Winter, let's talk a little bit about the draft ahead of us. All right. I mean, we've had first pick. The team with first pick has won both times,
yes,
if I'm not
and
mistaken.
This time, Aurora has first pick again.
And won the toss. That's right.
Luck is on their side. So Bleed, they need the runes to be on their side. Get the power runes.
I agree.
Get the
Kind of felt
Emperor
like
his regen runes. Get the Emperor his shield runes. Or be the shield for the Emperor, die for him, You need to make sure the Emperor is going to be invincible in the game, Ban that IO. If you can't play IO, ban it. Then pick your Chen and Enchantress. Actually, don't pick Chen. Pick Enchantress. Chen is no bueno.
A lot of rapid fire adjustments here for Bleed.
No NS, please, 0-0. Calm your horses, Just because you played one good Magnus game doesn't give you the luxury to, sounds like a nice stalker game, Stick to your guns.
It's like that graph where it's like, oh, we're back. Oh, it's over. Oh, we're back. It's over again, is what you're saying, all right? No more NS.
They, you know what? They got given a reality check from Aurora. No Night Stalker this time, hopefully.
No Night Stalker.
Yeah, I mean, we could have just had a Beastmaster line up with Chen, that could work, Anything along those lines.
I agree.
Like Lycan and just play around that. Night Stalker was a bit too ambitious after watching the game, Before the game started, I kind of felt like, oh no, this Rubik Schlada, doom and gloom, But after the game, oh my god. GG. I eat my words.
Slaughter jabs is a god.
Yeah, laning phase went too well for them. So next game. Game 3, new game. Hopefully for Bleed, they do not bleed out too many kills in the laning phase and they give us a fantastic tiebreaker. 60-minute nail breaker. A nail biter, sorry. Not nail
Nail breaker. Yikes, a nail breaker. Not a torture series, please. Please, anything but that. What the heck? Put him in the Iron Bowl, a 60-minute Iron Bowl game. No, thank you. Here we are, Emo standing up at the start of this draft as we have our very typical bans. No adjustments.
Emperor's
from game 2.
Nervous. Emperor's anxious. He needs to make decision on the foreign matters this time. He needs to. He needs to decide the policies. No Night Stalker on the off lane this game.
Well, that's more of a domestic affair, don't you think?
Oh yeah.
He's got to make sure his lines are in order here. Something's going wrong. There's corruption. He needs to go after the paper tigers, Yeah,
maybe he just needs to pay his subjects more food,
I don't think so. That's not usually what they've done. Usually they have to crack the whip a little bit more, I believe, from my Chinese history. But here we are. Storm Spirit banned out, 100% contested in this series. There's the Pango, also always banned versus Zeal. The Ench from game 1 and the DK from game 1 get a ban. This does allow the Darkseer through Winter. So first time we're going to get to see a Darkseer for Jabs, presumably first pick.
Good choice. Pick his hero early.
10 seconds.
This hero is very powerful, in my opinion. The best offlaner now.
Really, best offlaner. Better than Centaur with a cart?
Of course, dude. You don't need to save anyone if you're Dark Serious. Keeping everyone alive because you get your aura items faster, and then in your team fight, you're just uber strong, and then you're going to have Dark Serious Spirit Breaker. So now Bleed, what do you have to pick? The key heroes is they need to find a replacement for Pango and Enchantress, especially the position 5. They need another hero that can secure the lane and scale.
Dire team ban.
Not Chen, please, not Chen. Okay, clock.
Clock. I like the clock. Wait. Hold on. Sorry. I I'm just pointing this out. We did see, because it's one of the heroes with a 100% contest rate that is so far unaffected in this ban, Winter. And I think it's a position 5, and I think he's a lane winner, and they didn't go for it.
10
Do
seconds
you know what
remaining.
hero I'm referring to here?
Yeah, the doctor.
Yeah, the doctor. Why the clock
Seconds
over the
remaining.
doctor here?
Because
Dire team ban.
actually good question.
I mean, you were prescribing a lane winner, and for me, these days that has been the witch doctor. So
I mean, Witch Doctor, I guess at high level play is not as reliable. I don't know.
Agreed.
I'm not entirely sure. And you don't get a lot of practice with the hero
10
because it's always banned in
seconds
pubs,
remaining.
right? So when are you going to practice the hero a lot? So that also could be
5
one of
seconds
the
remaining.
reasons.
okay.
And Witch Doctor support kind of like, I feel like
Team ban.
against Darkseid in the lane, you can't kill him, but you can make sure you're always topping up. If you're going for the Headhunter, but nobody really goes for that. But I think in pubs, the Voodoo Festration is good. You're killing people, but in pro game level, I think the Headhunter can be more useful because it allows you to push out waves
10
and you have the
seconds
heal. You
remaining.
sustain your carry in the lane. Kind of like a Treant Protector in the lane. You just keep healing your core.
Pick.
Yeah.
Dire team
But we're
Well,
not going to
still-
see it here, probably.
Still in the pool. I would be shocked if he gets through uncontested. I'm sorry. He's one of 3 heroes that have a 100% contest rate. The other so far, I believe, are
Not
this
this
TA.
game. Not this game. So Weaver, Clockwork, I think the Weaver probably a Jackie hero coming out early.
10 seconds.
You just want to have a strong lane against the Darkseer. Can kill him. Something like a gyro into
5
Darkseer.
seconds remaining.
And now with the Spirit Breaker being banned, they kind of have to find a replacement. There's still a Tiny, there's still a Tusk. Those are excellent with the Darkseer. Phoenix is also kind of good against Clockwork in the lane if they want to pick a support. Because you stop him from kicking the cogs. I
Mhm.
ran into that matchup a couple of times. I can tell it's not fun doing your free
Yeah,
kicks
you-
on him.
You
Clockwork.
queue up, you're all excited to put someone in cog jail and knock him back 3 times. And then
I can't.
no attacks. No attacks. Yeah, I'm thinking of what other partner you want, because I think the only issue with the heroes you've suggested is that the Clockwork is kind of decent into them, like a Tusk and others who can struggle to cast their spells. Tusk isn't half bad, but I think you're out of like perfect heroes. And Aurora kind of scratching their heads on this pick. They will go for the doctor. There it is. Okay, let's see how Q reacts to that one. I think it'll probably be Ollie playing it though, I reckon. But a small smile on his face. He took a big lean back on his
Someone-
chair as soon as it was
Someone
fixed.
called the doctor?
10 seconds
I
remaining.
love this hero. My most played hero, almost 300 games, but I haven't gotten to play him too much as of recent. So I don't really know all about this Voodoo Festration shenanigans. I have been playing other heroes, to be honest. I will tell you, you're completely correct about the problems that Witch Doctor has in high-rated games. I think there was a really great Reddit thread yesterday where someone compared Witch Doctor to like a 1960s cartoon villain,
Radiant team
where he's got this coconut that really only kills you if you stand right next to your allies. He turns himself into a death ward for this, you kind of turnaround. He's got a high damage, very basic channel ultimate. He kind of is like a
So,
Tom and Jerry villain.
Is that
10
like a good thing
seconds
or a bad
remaining.
thing?
No, I mean, it's just like, it's kind of just pointing
5
out where
seconds remaining.
the way, like this guy, he's a pub killer because in your pubs, you tend to be uncoordinated, frankly,
Yeah,
not
that
as
is
high
true.
skill as pros. And that's all you need to kill this guy. It's easier than even like an Oracle or a Dazzle,
Mhm.
right? These heroes
Oracle is
that
like
all
also-
excel.
I think Oracle is like the complete opposite. He excels at high MMR games or high rank games, but in lower tier games, your cores are like, they don't know how to play around you, so you're completely
true.
useless.
Yeah, that's true. Whereas for Witch Doctor, he plays mostly for himself. You don't need a combo. Same thing with like Io. I can see that. I can see that actually.
In pubs, you just need to care about yourself. Screw the other
Unfortunately,
players.
that's true.
You're 1v9, you have to treat every
Okay.
game 1v9, you're gonna get MMR. And now,
But-
what does Bleed need to win this game 1v9? Just kidding, you can't win the game 1v9.
Zeal. I mean, I think the Zeal here is going to be important. I don't know if we'll see it here. Aurora will have 18th pick, and it's a little bit scary now.
You have to pick it. Yeah. It's gonna be
Yeah,
Enigma.
I
with
guess so.
Enigma, Clockwork. Oh no, Enigma with Moita, Clockwork, Weaver. Those are their side
like the
lanes, and
Moita for them a lot.
The Emperor gets the last pick. So now, do you pick 23 Savage faces Void against Weaver, but faces Void can't lane into Enigma. You're gonna need throw, but you
10
ban the throw out
seconds
yourself.
remaining.
So the other hero that can lane into Enigma would be
5 seconds
Razor,
remaining.
Monkey King, because those heroes can kill the summon.
We also don't have a great solution at this point for a black hole cancel. It's a little bit
Punch.
unreliable.
Death Ward, you just kill the Enigma.
Yeah, Death Ward could work.
You have Walrus Punch and the Darkseer Punch.
But I mean, how realistic are we gonna see a long duration Death Ward in this game? You've got Calling and you've got a Rocket Flare hook shot. I just don't see that happening. But you're right. Could happen.
Could happen. Could. It's always a chance. So now what? Ursa can... I'm not sure if Ursa can play into Enigma. Not sure if you can use Earthshot and clear the summons. Haven't really seen that happen yet. But Ursa works with the Darkseer. It's very good. It's a very strong hero.
Dire team banned.
Alright, Faceless Void. So Faceless Void,
Ooh.
you can't clear the summons, but it's a very unplayable matchup for Weaver if you get to mid late game. Chronosphere, there's nothing you can do. You have to draft a save. Or you actually have to just draft another carry on
10 seconds
the Emperor
remaining.
right now, because your Weaver
Well-
is not going to be able to do this alone.
Okay, but what if you do a Weaver support and then you shift the Marcha to a carry?
Can't. Or Marcy carry.
Radiant's
No, Morta
team
carry.
banned.
Or Moita carry. Or you can, but Moita carry against Faceless Void. You kind of hope
I mean,
your
hey, you
ghost
get
form-
off
your-
Pierce the Veil, and
Yeah.
at least you don't die in Chrono, right?
Yeah, but I kind of don't really like Weaver support duo with Clockwork because they're
10
both kind of like,
seconds remaining.
it's gonna be hard to function. I think.
Okay, so you're convinced.
5
Let's
seconds
follow your hypothetical.
I think
here
they're
that
not
we can-
gonna change anything, and they're just gonna pick another carry for mid, like some Invoker or some, I don't know, some other carry. They need another carry on mid. TA
probably not
is
a
available.
Meepo this game, right? I think it's
Why not? I mean, Meepo. I think
Radiant's
Meepo could
team
work
banned.
against Chronosphere.
really. I think it's tough into with the Witch Doctor, the Tusk, because they actually have pretty good single
I
target
believe.
burst.
I think Meepo is actually legit here. The root is
Okay.
good against Faceless Void,
It is. Yep.
and they are playing on long cooldown. Meepo can take the map.
10 seconds
It's
remaining.
legit.
Yeah, that could be something.
Or
5 seconds remaining.
Invoker, or OD. Actually, it's
Dire
a
team banned.
OD is a China hero. Emo might want to play OD into Faceless Void. I mean, it kind of forces the Void to chrono you in a way, so
That's
then the
true.
Weaver can have free reign in a team fight.
Of the heroes we've mentioned, I think the
10
Invoker and the
seconds
Meepo are the more realistic ones. Emo has not
Yeah.
played a lot of
But-
OD.
Aurora has to show
5
their hand
seconds
first with
remaining.
Lorano, so
That's
they
true.
need to pick something that can throw damage into the chrono. So that's why they ban out Zeus,
Dire
Sniper,
team pick.
and what else? There's still, I guess, there's still the Lash if they
Radiant
want to.
team pick.
Oh, Tiny is gonna throw damage into the chrono. All melee heroes, all purple heroes.
4 melees into the Enigma.
Yeah, prepare for the black holes. Prepare. What is the
Are you
Emperor
scared of
gonna do?
10
Are you?
seconds
Has this
remaining.
tiny pick kind of swayed you
Nope.
for one hero or another for emo?
5
You like the
seconds
Invoker better?
remaining.
You like Meepo? You don't like Meepo? What's your thoughts?
Probably it's good against Meepo. I think it's better against Meepo.
Hmm.
I think they just need to find a carry hero, another damage hero.
I
still
don't like the
think Meepo-
Invoker because
Yes,
he's gonna have that downtime when
And time
Weaver's
dilation.
also gonna feel weak.
Time dilation.
Well, time
means-
dilation too. That's a good point. Yeah.
Shadow Fiend. Oh no, Shadow Fiend's
No, of course he's banned.
carry.
Storm is
hero.
banned. Zeus is banned. You have a Razor. You have Void Spirit.
And not like strong enough. I think.
Choose
Invoker.
your hero.
I don't like it, but Winter, sell me on it.
Hook shot, black hole, sunstrike, kill. Enough.
Pretty good. Yeah, that's a pretty nice combo. I
It's a
like
good,
that.
It's I don't know the lane though. The lane against Tiny, whether he's going to do well. I feel like Tiny could just deny all the creeps. Tree grab. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong because I've always been wrong about the mid matchups. But I think it makes a lot of sense given the whole situation here. They needed another carry, and the Emperor decides, I am going to rain fire from the sky. Sunstrike. Give me the kill, and I will carry you. With my Bloodstone Invoker late game.
10 seconds remaining.
Emo has played
Can't wait.
a pub game versus a Tiny, but I think this is a support Tiny, is it? No, it was a carry Tiny. This time, though, it's a mid Tiny that he's playing into. He actually played against Corden, formerly on Bleed.
I think this is going to be an interesting one. Based on the drafts, I'm going to tell you, my money is on... No, not my money. My chicken rice is on Bleed again. My nasi lemak is on Bleed. I'm ready to wager 1 week of chicken rice on Bleed.
Wow. I don't think so. I'm sorry. I mean, I think this
okay.
Witch Doctor is going to disrupt the early game a lot. I think Jab is going to have a great start.
Wager your chicken rice, please.
I think
How many weeks?
Jackie is going to have a really hard time once 23 gets like 2 items, and that's going to really hit hard because Emo is going to be at that crossover period where he only has Midas BOTs and he's just continuing to farm and hit creeps and can't really do much other than give a Sunstrike here and there. And I think that's going to be the real test for Bleed. And I don't know if they'll get through it here, honestly. I don't know if the Enigma is alone enough to do it. Don't get me wrong. I think Zeal, he went toe-to-toe versus Jabs in game 1, and he didn't blink. He played that matchup very well. If anything, Jabs actually made more mistakes on the Enigma. I don't expect Zeal to have a bad game. I think he'll shake off his Night Stalker game, but I don't like the timing for this lineup here on Bleed. I really think Aurora's got this one.
Okay, let's see. Let's see if I'm going to be the person buying you some chicken rice next week, or you are going to buy me chicken rice
Let's see.
for 2 weeks. Because since Aurora, they are the favorites, right? So I should have 2-to-1 odds.
I don't agree. I don't agree. We'll
To
see
be
how
fair,
this
right?
one
Come
goes
on,
first.
bro.
Little pause here to begin.
Have
but
some
now
confidence,
we are
Richie.
underway for game number 3.
If you truly
Winter.
believe in Aurora, come on.
Not wagering 2 weeks of chicken rice. We'll go 1 for 1.
Okay,
1 for 1
fine.
for our fictional chicken rice as Jackie. He will be revealed. I think Emo was able to get back before his smoke broke, so not obvious whether or not. Look at Jackie. He's like swapping items in and out to be like, guys, I planted
Oh
a
no,
ward.
body block, Polozon. Oh, they got the first blood. Shot block.
They're gonna get it. They're gonna get it.
He
There's
stopped.
that Voodoo Festoration, which didn't get the kill. The body
no.
blocks and, of course, the shards find a first blood onto the Muerta.
Voodoo Festoration.
Who got it? Tusk. It's pretty nice. He gets more stats now. And he started with boots. No, but he started with boots, so now he's got stats in the lane.
Yeah, but this is not exactly the best like first blood support here, but I guess it works. Got
I
boots,
think
you can run around, kill people.
Yeah, he gambled and it paid off. Just like my chicken rice will.
Doesn't
But anyway.
Doom say something along those lines? I gambled, you gambled and lost?
Battle
Yeah.
begins.
Is it
No,
Doom?
I gambled, you lost, I think is what he says. Earns 2
Okay,
apiece.
so I was at least correct about the Doom.
You got the hero. Half points for you, Mr. Winter. As we head into game 3, Bleed versus Aurora.
Oh,
First game 3
He's
of the
staying.
upper bracket.
Q is staying top. It's gonna kill.
No way. He can't. No. He's not going to catch him.
What do you mean he's not gonna catch me? He has boots.
I don't think he's going to catch him. They're going to look for Paulison again, I'm sure. Look,
Oh no, he's gonna scout him. He's gonna
Zeal?
scout. Oh,
They know.
no,
He
he saw
knows.
him. Oh
He
my
knows.
god. How does he know?
Well,
How?
maybe they didn't see anything bottom. Jabs is playing a little bit too defensive, so you can see SC now trying to equalize here. They're still trying. No way they kill Paulson again. No way they kill Paulson again. Yeah, okay.
Okay, they must
Wow.
have done this before because Jabs, he was doing. I guess did he kind of make the creeps go into the tower or something? What did he do? The creeps are in front of his tower now, so he's gonna get levels.
Yeah, I
Must have
guess
did
so.
Something. I didn't
He's at
see.
14
Because I
out.
was so-
And Q is still, look, he's going to go again. He's like, hello, Paulison. How's it going? Voodoo Festoration closing in. Perfect shards a second time, trying to body block
block,
him here.
block,
23
block,
trying to catch up. The blocks. Getting 23 involved as now. Festoration under the tower. All the heals in the world. But they're diving Q. He gets the kill. He is going to certainly die in return here. I don't know if that's Where are the hits?
What is this? 3-1-1. We are back. 3-1-1. Jabs is like living the 1v2 life alone. Now
Yeah.
he's getting bounced around with the calls.
Now he's getting some support. It's fine. We're back to where we are
And
supposed
he's
to
like,
be.
it's about time, Q. Do you want to get cake from the team? You're leaving me alone in the lane?
It's fine. It's fine. They had it figured out.
It's not fine. Look at the Darks here. Look at the Darks here, man. He's struggling.
He's got level 2. He's got his mana
Uh-huh.
running.
And now he's gonna get burned again. Oh no. Oh no, I'm stuck. Oh, I surge. I'm stuck. Oh,
No, he didn't get hit by any cogs here. And in fact, with ice shards ready, oh no, the angle's
No mana.
not ideal.
No mana on jabs anyway, so no
Yeah.
iron shell.
Let's finally hit level 3. So it does have those level 2 ion shells to do a little bit more damage. Up top lane, despite what Q was able to cause, they still actually end up getting a hard camp pull. So Aurora are going to have to battle to get back equilibrium as there's much more mana being burned by the clockwork.
Yeah. So what's the aftermath of this 3-1-1? The Enigma has 5 creeps now, 6 creeps.
Can they?
Faces Point has
No,
12
they
creeps.
can't get a kill here, can they? Yeah, as he just walks out of his cock, he's just too strong, honestly. Yeah, I think it's... Not sure. I think it kind of works out here. Nice. Ali gets his
Oli
top.
gets the top one, so 1 apiece on the side lane. Fair share of Lotus Roots. It's good for you to have a Lotus Soup once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
I'll bring you to a nice place that serves good Lotus Root Soup.
It's,
One day.
it's summer solstice today, I believe, isn't it? So maybe there's... I know there's the moon... Was it the fall festival? But you guys only have mooncakes like once or twice a year. You should do it more. They're delicious. For the
Only
Lotus
one?
Root.
What do you mean twice a year? Even twice a year is once.
Sometimes twice a calendar year. It's once a lunar year, though. Q. Oh,
I think
that's
you're
wrong.
confusing me. Stop confusing me. So Q is pulling the wave. Can't fight the lane anymore.
No.
Has to cheat a little bit. It's a cheat day now for Q.
Some shenanigans. So SC instead, he's just going to ignore that shenanigans and secure the runes. This will leave Lauren up with an empty bottle because, of course, Emo going for the Exort Invoker will deny the other.
Yeah. Okay, so where do we get Sunstrike kills? Bottom, I guess, with the clockwork. Top lane kind of feels like it's a little bit harder to set up for the Sunstrike.
I agree. I think it has to be bottom with the clockwork. And even still, they might have to wait a while. Probably until you at least have a little bit of battery assault and then can do some shenanigans inside your cogs.
Q is already ditching, going top because the wave is in front of the Darkseer's tower, so he's gonna leave. They're really, really looking to shut down this Enigma. It's coming top again.
Yeah, I mean, he was an early pressure point last game. And they are going to make another move here. Zeal, unfortunately, the wave is pushing a second time. They have managed to pull half the wave. Maybe they're just trying to bait in Paulison, but by this point, they probably know the Tusk is missing.
Yeah.
So
He's really playing defensive right now. Look at him. He's like just posturing his hero behind. He knows that something might be up.
only the
jig
Eidolon's
is
in front as
unfortunately
well.
Not gonna work. Yeah, the jig I think it's not gonna work. Yeah. Oh, it plays the
That was
ward. Okay,
mid.
that is nice. Nice ward. They're gonna see. Paulson knows what's happening, and they're about to move to the mid lane. I mean, things are looking really good for Bleed. Not gonna lie. The line lanes are going well for them. All 3 lanes.
Is this Tusk early rotations? Is a success very crucial to Aurora's plan here? As we can see, Jabs down bottom, so
Yeah,
not really
I mean, look
suffer.
at Jabs. Jabs is suffering so much. If they're not making the move work
Oh,
on
he's
top,
gonna
Jab is going to be poor. And he's
Yeah,
going to be
he
poor
is.
for nothing.
He's gonna die. Yeah, has to go underneath the tower as he tries to contest the pull.
Yeah.
That is trouble. Quick D ward as well means that they're very unlikely to get anything out of this top lane. Zeal doesn't mind hanging back. He's, like you say, he's just
Oh boy.
taking a lot of time.
And Tiny not getting the power rune. Invoker's going to pick up the amplifier damage. And this is looking stressful for right now. They're going to try to shot. Block again, power zone.
Yeah, he's seen this one before. We'll be able to
Good
evade.
shot.
It's tag team, by the way. Those facets.
Bot lane.
Down bottom,
Darkseer
in trouble.
needs some help.
Fine. Q has Snowball, but Jackie is way too evasive for them to try and even catch. We'll put 3 points in Shikuchi.
Yeah, 7
Still
minute
haven't seen
wisdom
a
rune. Let's see if
Sunstrike.
Jackie goes for the steal. The Archer does this on Weaver every time. 7 minute wisdom rune, he's just walking over with Shukuchi to steal it.
No,
They're
they've
scanning
scanned.
already. The Dire scans them. They see the Weaver go missing. They're like, oh, ready to see if he's coming here.
It's a sneaky move. Few carries can really do it as effectively as a Weaver.
Yeah, probably just Weaver, right? Or maybe Clinks if you're like.
I see. Down bottom. Or sorry, make that top lane from the bottom lane. There's going to be that amplified damage. Sunstrike.
Laurenov is coming.
And it's Paulison to pick up the kill. However, they're onto Zeal. Zeal in some trouble, and they just need a little bit more damage. He gets fed the Lotus, but still ultimately falls. So a nice rotation here from Bleed to set up a little bit of pressure. He comes at the cost of their Enigma. Probably would have liked to keep him alive and get this tower with the first wagon.
And they're trying to
maybe
save the
maybe they still
catapult.
can.
They're saving the catapult. Oh, 23 is pulling the way. That's smart.
Yeah, this is smart. Gets a time walk away, but the catapult's still going to live because of these Eidolons
tower's
attacking
down.
the creep wave. I think
tower's
they've
gonna go.
managed to do it. Mid lane, in the meantime, they will at least focus down onto Emo. So Aurora, they get something. That's Jabs rotating for that, by the way. But the tier
Wow,
1 tower
me.
has fallen.
I can't imagine seeing the day Jabs is making so many rotations to help his team early. You know? He's a change man.
Radiant's middle tower is under
He's
attack.
totally changed. He knows what he
No.
needs to do now to win the game.
Not asking for his Naga Siren offlane anymore.
Nope.
He says, don't worry, guys. I will build us pipe this game.
Mm-hmm. I will come to the rune fights. I will defend the towers. I will do everything for you.
Ollie and Q, they can't believe it. Oh my god, I can buy a 4-staff, not save up all my money for pipe? Maybe even a shard for the switch docker to get that voodoo switcheroo. I'm also really curious as to when Ollie is going to pop his Greed Greed. 215 stacked on it so far.
Did I tell you when I like to use it? I like
Yeah.
to use it when I'm about to finish like some key item. Like if I'm trying to hit like a timing on maybe Locket, or sometimes the game is really bad for me. I need to get my arcane boots a little bit faster. I'll just use it. Because I've seen people save it to mid-game, which I feel like I don't know how I feel about it. I think early game you need to kind of stabilize the game sometimes as a support, and you need that injection of gold to get your item a little bit faster, and I think you should use it. So when do you use it? Tell me. Nope, not gonna tell
Down
me.
bottom.
All right.
Jabs. Another attempt on his life here is unsuccessful. Ollie, mass TPs, actually 4 TPs is Lorenov even from the mid lane. They're going to try and find this clockwork, but he's actually out of harm's
Space.
way already.
Space created.
Big space. 23 almost dies top. That was a black hole. They don't get the kill onto him.
Oh yeah, because they Sunstrike bot
Is under attack.
Yep.
instead of top on cooldown. That would have been actually a
Miscommunication there.
much
Zeal
bigger
was-
kill.
I imagine Zeal was just focused on his own lane, didn't realize the Sunstrike was already used.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. And killing Jabs is actually not as big as killing the boy there. So, Aurora just escaping barely. And now, can they actually try to abuse this black hole being on cooldown? They're bringing heroes top. Q is here. Level 5. Gonna have Snowball. Nice block.
He's got
With
nice
the shard.
shards in Voodoo. Festoration on top.
Festoration.
He's festering and falling. There's 23 Savage with 3 stacks of that time dilation. Slow. That's more than enough to pick up the kill. Well done.
Sunstrike? I
Sunstrike?
kill Sunstrike?
So why? Ooh, almost caught him actually. What the hell was that?
Where was the Sunstrike?
It was here.
On
It
the
was
tusk?
yeah, it was for the tusk. Like here.
Okay.
Like here. Over there. I circled it on the floor. He almost hit him.
On the floor. Yeah, I see it. I see it. That's a pretty big circle, so I mean my eyesight is not that bad, you know, Richie. Thank you.
It's a big map, though, you know? It's a big map. Okay, so moves out from Aurora to try and stabilize what was not a terrible early game for them, but certainly had troubling signs. Are they out of the woods already here, or do they need a couple more plays like that to equal
Not
that?
yet, but they kind of stabilized the game. Looking at the net worth, Darkseer is richer than the Enigma now. So I would say that Jabs is in a happy spot. He wasn't in a happy spot a while ago, you know, he was kind of struggling. Now he's going to have his mech faster than the Enigma. Actually, Enigma's not buying mech, he's buying Dagger.
Ooh.
Okay.
How do you
I guess
feel about
that's-
that?
That's what he wants to get to deal with Chrono. Because if you don't have Dagger, it's hard for you to position yourself against the Chrono. So, but I don't know if I like that though, because it's It means that you're not going to be able to take all this small skirmish against Darkseer because he has mech and you don't.
Yeah, it also
think-
kind of makes you a black hole machine. So it really
Yeah, I think
it
he's
forces
going
you
to
to
be...
play around your cooldowns.
Yeah, he's going to be a lot more greedy with this type of setup. I mean, he has the drums, but I don't know. I personally don't like it so much, the build. I think he just needs to play a little bit more sacrificial because you have
Yeah.
Invoker and Weaver. Invoker and Weaver, they're going to consume a lot from the map. Weaver is not CK. Weaver is not like some hero that can just show up and fight. I mean, you can, but you also need to farm. You can't just expect the Weaver to play around the team so much.
I think for
So we'll
me,
see.
Winter, the move that, or sorry, the reason, the biggest reason potentially I don't like it is, yes, maybe it's okay to play a black hole machine against a carry like a Faceless Void. That makes a good amount of sense to me. However,
Darkseer though.
a Darkseer, and most importantly, a mid Tiny who is about to get his first item, this Blink Dagger, and I mean, he is not a cooldown machine, so that's something that I'm a little bit more hesitant. But big stacks being cleared now. Ollie's even clearing a camp here with the Festeration, as Lorinov has the Blink Dagger now on his way.
Is under attack.
I like that he actually has stun instead of I've seen so many players Melodic, full Melodic and full Voodoo Festeration, no stun. I fucking hate that build when I run into it as my teammate because
Wow.
he's totally useless. He has no stun.
Yeah.
And they build Bloodstone and Radiance. They think every game they can do that and get away. And I fucking have a position 5 that's just not buying wards. It's trying to buy Radiance. Thank God, all these things. Thank God. And there we
There's
go.
the Blink reveal mid.
Blink.
Emo will get tossed back. Q's got Walrus Punch. We have a Death Ward. We don't quite need it, though, for the kill, as even with a fantastic Tornado, Emo's not going to be able to save himself.
Nope. And Darkseer's here as well, connecting with the mech. So they're maybe trying to posture themselves to take the tower here with 4 heroes.
Little
they're
stack
just gonna
stolen.
Clear some stacks. Faceless Void still just chilling at top.
Is under attack.
Yeah, not the time to push. The waves are not that good. They have to defend their creeps, make sure that they don't give up too much of the map. They're trying to commit for a tower. And they're just waiting for Emo. They're waiting for the Emperor, the assassins. Bodyguards, where are the bodyguards?
Danger
Emperor's
in the,
tipping down.
danger
Oh,
in the
no.
Imperial Palace. He's going to show
they're
now on this
They're
wave.
climbing on the roof right now, the 2 assassins.
Q.
Tiptoeing.
He's thinking about it. He's calling maybe for some support. He's pinged
Yeah,
himself.
he's calling him. Like, Witch Doctor's coming back.
Emo, he's going to head into the triangle, not going into his own jungle. Good map read, nice reaction. It's all
He's
that
moving
young
to
training.
his secondary palace.
It's a big stacks. Yeah, he's going to the Winter Palace.
What? Is this Winter Palace?
Yeah, I'm sure they've had Winter Palaces when it got too cold. Depends on where the capital was at that point in Chinese history, though. For sure, they would have had Winter Palaces. What, you think they had a nice time sitting in like 12 degrees Celsius? Probably not. You could have just gone
Right.
to the south,
Top lane. Top lane,
23.
they're setting up. Sunstrike, ready?
You've got Pierce the Veil, Sunstrike. Ooh, hook shot on the creep wave, but you do manage to pull him back with the cogs. Zeal. It's not making the jump. He's not committing
Oh
here.
my god.
And now the
That was
Emperor,
so close.
the assassins, they're in the palace. The Death Ward is there. Emo gets the lift, but it matters not. He is going to die. Jackie, he TP's mid immediately, but there's even a sentry ward here for him. He might even have to time lapse away. Wants to kill onto Ollie. The assassins, they must face death now.
It's a death penalty for killing the Emperor. Don't you know?
You've laid a hand on him. You must die. But they're counter-initiated here. Paul said he's going to die in the Pierce the Veil. As Zeal's now on the run. He's 1,000 gold away from the Blink Dagger. Drum's already used. Trying to escape here as he's at least able to get away from the Ice Shards at 23. Leaping underneath that tower. Lorinov as well has the illusions to tank here the tier 2. The Fortify now forcing them to take more tower. But Lorinov, he's just leveled Grow again. He's got that bonus armor. He's got the Surge away. And the Assassins getting away scot-free, Winter.
How? How can you let that happen? The Emperor's gotta be really mad right now. He's ready to chop some of his bodyguards' heads off. Off you go.
It's going to make
You
some
have
more
failed.
eunuchs.
Yeah, you have failed to ensure the safety of the Emperor.
There
And
you
now
go.
they're
They're
smoking.
smoked.
They're like immediately trying to repent, trying to fix things.
Kowtow as you
Oh,
will.
Emperor.
Q.
Emperor, no,
Oh
don't
no,
be mad.
oh no, he died. The Meatball's pretty good on the Q here. Is it going to be enough damage? Nearly, but
Nope.
Q's alive. He looks like he's, okay, no, he's going to TP into the trees. I was like, he looks like he's fishing for more. So the immediate reaction from Bleed is red.
Dyer's middle
They
That
know.
story is told so many times. It was Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Aurora. They read that book many times.
Yeah.
And they were ready for that move.
Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Can't believe you know that.
Of course. It's one of the most printed books in history.
And so emo is what? Emo is
Yes,
general is
he's emo.
which king?
Mm.
Which king is he?
Oh, come on. I there's too many dynasties. I couldn't. I couldn't. But he's not having a good time. I'll say that much.
If your king, your emperor is dying 0, 3, and 1, 16 minutes, he has a Midas. He is mad.
He's investing. But this is what my worry was, Winter. This kind of exact period. Sure, I didn't expect the early game to go this well for Aurora, but even if it had, we'd be kind of already in this
Yeah,
window.
you should be telling, I told you so, Winter, so get ready to buy me 1 week's.
Look, that was
Plate
coming
of
at the
chicken
end.
rice.
That was coming at the end. All right, I was going to tell you, hey, we need to try this Michelin star chicken rice in Singapore. That's the one I want
no.
for a week, please.
Oh,
Jackie,
no.
Jackie,
Oh,
he's going to
no.
be in trouble. And 23's here. Oh, there is no way out for him. And that's the problem here. What's the Invoker going to do now? I don't understand. Jackie, he's going to do his best to try and farm up, but 23 Savage, he's also managed to farm at a quick pace. I'm gonna have too
no,
much
they-
chicken rice.
They see emo. They're gonna see him. The ward.
No, not
Uh-oh.
again, right? He's walked
Uh-oh.
under it.
They know. They're gonna hunt him. The assassins.
The
They
scouts.
smell his blood. Royal blood.
They're crossing. Looking for it now,
Oh,
but
nope.
no, they're
All right.
gonna have to just settle
He's
for
fine.
his
His minions.
Zeal. Top
Paul's
lane.
he's gonna set
Careful
up.
here. 23.
23.
He could be
Black
in for
hole.
trouble. Yep, quick black
Sunstrike.
hole. Sunstrike on the mark there, despite him rotating around. But here comes Jabs and now the rest of Aurora as they have TP'd in. Zeal doesn't really have much to play with here. He will fall. Set back further now from the BKB. Sorry, make up the blink dagger.
Here comes
Then he's
Jackie.
Jackie wants to fight. There's 3 heroes here. They vacuum him back. He has already used the time lapse. Needs to try and escape. He's at least taken down Ollie. That's a second
Laranov
core
is coming
dead.
in.
Jackie's still fighting here, but Q, a second Sunstrike, doesn't really do enough here as most of the creeps also absorb that, and Jackie running for his life. Another Shikuchi away, but he is dusted. They still have vision. Lorinov with the blink, perfectly predicting his move, and
Oh,
the
he got
toss
him.
and the avalanche. Lorinov connecting to the fight, makes 4 dead. The Emperor lives, but for how much longer?
That's what matters, right? The emperor lives. The subjects are sacrificial.
Yeah, but what is an Emperor if the dynasty only lasts, doesn't last past his own life? What does it matter? It's about making a name.
He got a Sunstrike kill. That's what matters. He got a kill on 23.
It's true. His first kill of the game.
I
Starting
can't
to
believe the
now-
fight lasted so long that he had a second.
Second Sunstrike, I know, yeah. And these heroes are tanky. And hey, a strong pickoff onto 23 Savage, but now, because he's not used Chronosphere, and because your other core is a tiny, I mean, no cooldowns. There's no way Bleed are going to be able to contest this Roche. So in go Aurora with basically, no worries in the world here. And we'll get this first Aegis.
Radiant are scared.
Trouble in paradise right now for Bleed.
So, first stage is now in the grasp of this Faceless Void. That means the next Black Hole, which would be ready in a minute, is unlikely to be too effective. So expect a bit of a farming period now from Bleed, who...
They need to farm.
I don't know how to put it,
What do they
Winter,
need?
to continue some Chinese philosophy. The Emperor is going to have to cross the river by feeling the stones. There's no real good path forward through this game. They kind of have to make it work. You
What
know?
do they need though? They need BKB. Okay, BKB doesn't even change a lot, on Enigma. They
No.
need. I don't know. They need so many things.
They need more items on Weaver. I think he's got now the full Gleipnir. I think, he needs a shard so he can cut waves. I think it's a bit scary to cut waves into a core tiny, into a Faceless Void, but you just need to make a little bit of space here for the team.
Yeah, I mean it's tough. They have to try to I think just hold on to the game, wait till your Bloodstone Invoker comes online, defend some high grounds, and hope for the best. You know, your fate is no longer in your own hands. You have to just hope for the best.
Oh,
defend high
Zeal.
ground.
Q's got a Blink Dagger for him, keeping Zeal's on cooldown. The Fear, the dead shot on the 23 is decent, but it's not going to really change the outcome of this fight. And Paulus, and all he's done is really reveal himself. Trying to TP away. He's got a chance. Good effort there with the calling, but yeah, Ollie has taken at least 1 point. In fact, he's now maxed. That Cask doesn't have maxed Maledict, so he's A-okay.
No.
And by the way, he's still holding on to Grigri. 560 gold here.
Yeah,
A fair chunk of change.
bot lane, TPing in. Oh, somebody cancelled. Who was it? Face of Void? Yeah, I guess he cancelled his TP. And they're going for the 21 Wisdom Rune. Laurenov is going to take it. Oh,
No,
Emperor
Emo.
says no. I'm
Yeah,
here
it's
alone.
his.
I don't need my subjects.
He's scared. He's low on mana, Winter. He might be in for some trouble. 23's got a Chronosphere, but honestly, doesn't really seem like they're going to need it.
Oh no, this is the end of a dynasty.
The Emperor, he charged into battle. He led his own troops into battle and quickly learns why very few leaders have ever done that in history.
Yeah, this is why the Emperor is behind his armada.
Now, Tormentor, tier 2 tower is going to fall. And we're still farming. Jackie is still farming. He's going to go out for that BKB here. As the shard is for Q. So he's got that increased ice shards now. Kind of decent, honestly, into, gives you more catch.
How much damage does it does? Oh, 85 per second. It's kind of pretty big, if you track
Yeah.
them in the whole time.
Move slow is pretty decent, too. I don't think you have any force staffs, even. Yeah.
Well, to be
we-
frank, I preferred Sigil.
Well, of course, but Sigil was too good. Come on. Of course you preferred Sigil. I also preferred it when Earth Spirit Stun was on his first ability, but then I'm sure no
Well,
one
you know,
else who played against me did.
You know what? I also preferred when you could attack on the lasso.
No, that was
I'd
too
rather
much.
call you could lasso and attack.
Careful here.
Poison.
Aurora.
Rod of 8.
One of Lotus. No,
he's going
one
in?
of 3, but 23. He's just
The
in on
Emperor's
this. I don't
trap.
think he has enough. He doesn't have enough. 23 Savage. Oh, just kidding. Now here's the support. And in fact, maybe they even get Jack. He does get off a time lapse. He's safe and sound for now. As Ollie's being focused
good
down. There's the
black
black hole canceled by the vacuum. What a hoover from him as Zeal. He can only taunt his way, trying to escape onto the high ground. Caught by the ice shards. He falls. The tip onto Polison as he's going to be the last one to
Wow.
go, Winter.
That's when you know the end is near, when the tipping starts.
This
dynasty,
might already be
unfortunately,
the end.
It's ending here.
It's on its last legs. The Emperor is a 12-year-old, and the Regent is a 47-year-old uncle. Uh-oh.
Oh, that's so good. You definitely know your history.
This is not looking good.
Emo, the 12-year-old Emperor.
Radiant's turrets are under
Yeah, no, it's not looking good here. It's the damage is going to be limited to the mid lane of Barracks. But 6-21 now, Aurora, they have not looked back since losing game 2, Winter. They have stepped in confidence, and they've looked damn good. And in sync doing it. Aegis is still online, by the way. I guess he doesn't have to fear the Chronosphere. But he should fear Q, who is not afraid of him. Chasing after him, will not have the vision, and is going to ultimately let him go. Aurora
It's tough.
starting to
It's
lick their
tough.
chops. They're
It's
thinking
tough.
about the next match already. They're thinking about getting to beat down Talon again, which is going to be our next series following this, folks. Make sure you stay tuned as we are going to be continuing with the upper bracket Execration and Talon Esports following this series. So I think all the Dota fans can really be licking their chops, getting ready for some more fantastic Dota. And Winter, I'm licking my chops because I'm about to claim a week of chicken rice off of you at the rate this game is going. Hold
Yeah,
on.
but
Zeal.
I did not say Michelin chicken rice, okay? I'm just talking about chicken rice
chicken
outside my
rice.
house, you know?
There it goes. Here it goes. It begins. Hook shot. There is an attempt for C to escape. And it's a pretty good effort here. A Blink Dagger in 3 seconds. I think C is safe and sound for now. But Paulson is being ran down by
He's in
jabs.
trouble.
Yeah, especially with Q here to close the door. Paulson unable to TP away. Bit of space created there. So that's Conda completed, by the way. That's why that tree toss, or that
Oh,
regular
23,
toss,
looking to
did so
chrono
much
Jackie.
damage. Yeah, 23. Oh, didn't catch him there. As try
Okay,
as he might.
he got the creeps.
Dire are scanning.
Jackie didn't get the creeps. You know, all these carry players, what matters is you take the creeps away from their counterparts. Haven't you had a carry?
Ooh, hold on.
never mind,
Zeal. Zeal's caught again. This is not good. He's
Iron
so
Shell.
desperate to finish off this BKB Winter. He's dying to this Tusk all over. Nice blink away.
Blink out? Oh,
Yeah,
good.
but,
no
but
TP.
here's the Voodoo Festoration. No
No TP.
chance. No TP.
And top
He's
lane,
gonna die.
Loranov
Oh
running
no,
in.
it gets worse. Loranov, okay, is forced to TP away with his BKB charge. I mean, that's something. But Jackie also had to use his TP to threaten.
Okay, has the Emperor grown up? Is he still a 12-year-old kid right now? Can he lead the Monarch back into its glory days?
He's 15 years old. He's managed to hold off the Regent. He's got plenty of advisors here in his royal court.
Oh no,
But-
the advisors, not every single advisor is going to help you.
No, certainly not. And those eunuchs are starting to put on the yellow turban, so that's getting a little bit scary. There's a yellow turban rebellion, of course, leading into the Three
Yeah.
Kingdoms. But I don't know. He needs to be much more of a strategist. You know, he needs to be a little bit more, how do you say, cow, right? He needs to be the strategist here to be able to get out of this game. Emo's done it before. He's done it before. He comes from a great line of Emperors previously in their series over Neon Esports. They've been in this position, but Aurora, they are a tougher opponent, far more organized. They have the logistics lines. They have the support of the common people. So Emo is in for a tough one here.
Yep, or looking to overthrow the Monarch, which is on his last legs. Second lane of Rex, gonna be in trouble. There's a Tiny, there's a Mountain hitting on your buildings, demolishing everything.
Winter, it would be quite the hold. I mean, if they had the Tiny, they don't obviously, but if they had the Tiny, a toss back here would be huge. But Q, he's just in off the power, off the
Hook
shot. They will punish that though. That's a pretty big pick off here, Aurora. I think they're gonna back off. They're gonna play it slow, but they have to weigh the fact that this Invoker is gonna continue to level up now. I mean, you know, a joke as we might about the young Emperor, it's because it's kind of true here, Winter. The more he levels up, the better chance that Bleed have.
Is he going to live past puberty at this point?
He
needs
for his
another couple of
team's sake, he
years.
must. And here he goes. He's going for this Bloodstone build again, Winter. We were both kind of on the fence about this when
Alright.
he built it against Neon.
So when he gets a Bloodstone, he is a full-grown king.
yeah, you could say that. He's got the stones to be the king, the rightful ruler.
The rightful ruler of Asgard. Okay,
But,
never mind. That's another one.
Yeah, that's the wrong one. But can he get there? He needs to unite the Three Kingdoms. But can he get there? I don't know. It's tough, honestly.
Yeah, uniting the three kingdoms with three different agendas.
Oh,
Definitely
he's
not
caught.
easy.
He's caught here. Hold on. Ghost walk, dust it up, jabs. Yep, quick to find him a second time. Vacuum. Oh, yeah,
All right,
Lauren
he's
off,
going to
catching him
stay
off guard.
at. He's going to stay a teenager emperor for now.
For now.
Are scanning.
Minute left until Roche respawns. This is huge for Bleed. They need as much time as they can get. And then even more. Jackie has his BKB completed into the Dragonlance next to make him a little bit tankier in these fights.
Your life, much like your head, lacked a
Yeah, at this point, they need the Dragon Emperor to salvage their game.
Oh, Jabs. Jabs is in him with the voice lines. Starting to feel himself here, Winter. But still locked in, still focused. Just waiting for that Roche to respawn so they can go back up to the high ground.
I think this is the last end. They have to fight the Roche. They have to go. They can't just give the Roche away. It's going to be too difficult. They need to go. The Emperor has to command his subjects on a suicide mission.
It's the only way for them to continue this dynastic run into the upper bracket. Bleed, they still have the lower bracket, but would love to get a chance here. 2 chances anyway for that slot to TI. Bleed are making the right move though, as Roche has respawned, but there's no way they can do it while he's top. Unfortunately, I believe they're just not going to be fast enough, but they will at least be able to sneak past both observer wards that Aurora have planted down, which are kind of in the way between this Radiant base. So still a nice
here
move to
comes
have
the
made.
Dragon Emperor. He's TPing in. They're gonna go
Yeah.
in.
He TP'd on an Eidolon. It's a nice move here as the Eidolon will be killed off. Now they know. Second Roche comes with the banner. No cheese. Sunstrike doesn't see anyone in the pits, utilizing and stacking the vision. Should have given Bleed kind of a notice. They know that they know the rocket flare was fired by the Lotus Pool, and now the Emperor himself shows himself on the wave, daring his opponents to come kill him.
I mean, they just need to Iron Shell the creep wave and push the wave in, so eventually somebody has to go back to defend the Rex. It's exposed, bottom.
Seems to be what they're doing. Careful here, though. Lorinoff going forward with the Shadow Blade. He sees SC, but he's pushed back now by the Power Cogs. The dead shot, the fear, and now the silence, but in goes Q. Here to finish the job onto the Clockwork. Seal off by the trees, hiding, absconded away, looking and waiting for the right opportunity. As Bleed, they will lose the Clockwork first. An opening here for the side of Aurora, but that was the BKB used. At least one for Lorinoff, as now it's Aurora's time to hide out and wait in the trees.
I mean, the lane's pushing in. Look at top. The Rex go a little down.
These are going to be top racks. Finished off. They already got the melee racks here. But Bleed making the call. They think that the more important target right now is going to be contesting this Roche. Aurora happy to play the slow game with such a big wave already having pushed deep into the enemy base. Another smoke now by Bleed. As the time is now. It's time to fight for your right here in the upper bracket, Bleed.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, Q has
Across
a
the creep
BKB.
wave here. Tier
Q can
4
just
is
go in
taking
and tank.
towers. Tier 4 taking damage as they see Q here. BKB active by Q. Early on, maybe. 23, he's thinking about starting up this Roche. So far, still at 100% HP, Winter, as Tier 4 towers have finally stopped taking damage. More pings now, more rocket flares giving vision over this fight. Putting Aurora on edge, up 22k here. Playing so patient, but finally we go. It breaks out now as there's going to be SC going in for this first life. He really wants to kill this Witch Doctor, the Force Staff. He gets pushed back by the Cogs. The Glimmer Cape, Oddly's still alive, dying to the Swarm Beetle and dead. He's got buyback should he want to. Wall of Replica has been dropped as well. Jackie, he manages to get away. 23, he was silenced there briefly by the calling. As Aurora, support for support, a little bit more confident now that they've gotten the D ward. Will head into the Roche pit with the tag team active. Roll of Retribution here confirms to Bleed that Roshan's getting done, but they've just died back on the Clockwork. And now they are going to have to go ahead and leave this one. Aurora not wanting to take any more damage. They'll push out their waves and they'll reset for a high ground fight by the looks of things, Winter.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be tough now. Against the Aegis on Faces Void. I mean, your Emperor is 17 years old now, so he's going to still need some time. He's a teenager.
He's getting there. He's getting there. I mean, by this point, whether or not he's liked it, he's had to ascend to the throne. And he's got enough money, actually, for the Voodoo Mask. He's chosen not to buy out fully for the Bloodstone. He's still 500 gold of buyback, though. So, a tense situation here for the side of Bleed, who will now be facing the second Aegis. And, well, there's also going to be this Roshan banner creep as well.
How many buybacks do they have? Wait,
Not
nobody
a
has
ton.
buyback? Holy.
Now that
Oh,
we've
Weaver.
got
Only Weaver.
Jackie and Emo. Only Weaver and Zeal. Come on. So he can afford to go in once. He's got BKB now, by the way, on this Enigma, but of course the counter, okay, is going to be that Aegis. As 23 is going to be able to simply time walk away. So many teammates here supporting him behind, and of course that creep invulnerable. Thanks to the Roshan banner, Lorinoff, he is going in, wants to toss out, does not quite 100-0 pull us in. As 23 jumping in and out here with the shard, leaving the creeps to do the work here onto that ranged barracks, instead focusing on getting creeps onto the mid-tier 3 tower. It's tense here, Winter, but Aurora continuing to siege. Now without Roshan's banner to aid them, they will send Lorinoff up. Those Swarm Beetles used. Now Jackie's got buyback here. They have a lot of roots as well. I think 3 still. And of course, this Enigma will be key to watch.
Yeah, now top and bot is going to be pushing in. All Aurora needs to do is just make sure they slowly but surely chip away the mid tower.
I like right near the
nice
shot.
steal.
Oh no! The Eidolons, they blocked SC. Still gets off the cogs, but I think he's going to die for this. It's not going to be at least a dieback timer for him, but he's dead for a while. But most importantly, 23 Savage. 23 Savage, he BKBs. He BKBs on the first life. Lornoff makes the jump in as well, and they've managed to delete Jackie. They've stepped on the ant, but they've also managed to remove this Aegis. Okay, vacuum completely whipped. Jab didn't find anything. There's going to be the black hole. Nothing to cancel it this time. Jackie's on top of his man, and they managed to kill 23 Savage. No chance of Time Walk or Chrono. Lornoff now BKB TPing away. He wants to bail out of this fight, and he's going to be able to escape. Q, he's going to BKB and going for some more damage as Jabs with the Noble Punch onto Polison's not nearly enough. Emo, the Emperor, has ascended, and he's going to find a kill here onto the Darkseer. Jackie strikes him down with the double kill as Bleed, they managed to defend. Those cost him a buyback.
That was a good black hole there. Realizing that nothing to stop him. Faces why he's down. And all he needs to do is lock him down, and that was it, you know. If you can't cancel it with the Warrior's Punch, then there's nothing you can do to save the Faces Void. They're gonna need a Wind Waker at this point.
Yeah, they will. And, well, Tusk can go for one, and he is.
Yeah, two people can buy it. The Witch Doctor and Tusk. They're both queuing it. I guess the Tusk should get it first. He's richer.
Yeah, he'll definitely get his first. I mean, he's got already a BKB, so he doesn't really need many more items for himself in his skill builds.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think
Douglas.
they can just push right away, right? As
Careful,
long as
wait, hold on,
Black
Lorna.
Hole is down.
He's got Arcane Blink. He might just try and pop Paulus in here. We'll play it patiently. He doesn't have BKB either. Jackie now has Shard. Again, I really love this item for Weavers when you are playing from behind. It makes pushing creep waves pretty much instant. And allows you to really delay games much more safer. Okay, Emo, he's going to get tossed out of the base here. Emo with a very quick tornado, though, prevents himself from getting Walrus Punch, but now Q catching up to him with the BKB active, finally catching up. The Emperor in trouble, Bloodstone active, trying to lifesteal a little bit here, but 23's on top of him now. SE with the hookshot, didn't hit anything, and now the Vacuum almost getting them all into the Chronosphere, but 23 into the high ground now. Zeal gets Walrus Punch, BKB trying to escape, but they're dying. They're all dead. Winter 3 down, Jackie with the time lapse. That's the dive back. The Emperor is dead. Long live the Emperor. Aurora taking down Bleed 2-1. Very well played in this third game as well in this series with the reverse sweep. Aurora moving on to the upper bracket finals.
You may have let us bled one game, but not enough to kill us, says Aurora.
And Q again, he's just gone instantly. Every time. There he goes.
Time to just go kill another game, you know? Go smoke a
Suppose
cigarette,
so, yeah.
you know? Get some chicken rice, get some pak krapao, you know? Get hungry after a game like this. You burn a lot of calories, you know, when it's a stressful game, you're doing a lot of thinking. So, time to refill, recharge. And for Bleed, they also have to reflect on what went wrong, and they have to try to make improvements to get a second chance to challenge for the last slot from SEA to Copenhagen.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, a tough series there for Aura, who do have to fight out for 3 games to be able to take it. But ultimately, I mean, the way that they react and change after game 1, they changed a lot of things that really made that game more difficult for them, right? Bleed did a lot of things right, contesting the runes, kind of rotating around and punishing certain heroes. And Aurora reacting very well and honestly just kind of showing why they have been widely regarded as not only the favorites for this qualifier, but in general this year, the top team of the region. Here's that vacuum cancel black hole onto Zeal, who had a very difficult game, we should say. 0-9-7 ultimately on the Enigma. Not to pin it all on one person, it's a team game, but just tough, honestly. Just so difficult here for him this game.
Got Trilane. What can you do?
Yeah.
Got Trilane for the most part of the early game. I think he did well, and considering that the resources that he had at 10 minutes, I felt like it was okay. It's just after the laning phase, they were not really protecting the Emperor. Invoker got pressured too much in the mid lane. He died like 2 or 3 times, and he was like too far behind to really help out. And Weaver is not exactly a carry that can help your team if your team is behind. If your team is ahead, yeah, you can help your team ball even further ahead. But if you're behind, the Weaver doesn't feel like he has much to do in this game. That's what I was worrying about the Invoker, Enigma, Weaver, Trico. I don't think they synergize with each other as well as the other games that they had different cores.
I agree. How do I say this? Yeah, I mean, it's like you think about heroes and their timings, and generally speaking, the way you want to construct a draft with your 3 cores is they kind of all hit their spikes and are able to play well together, right? Mm-hmm. And by the time this Weaver came online, this is kind of the core of why I didn't really like this last pick. Is by the time that the core Weaver came online, he was kind of countered by the enemy Invoker, by the enemy Thassa's Void, and your Invoker just needed to get levels and farm.
Yeah, and your Enigma also needed farm. Enigma is not gonna be fighting with your team, not like a Pango, not like a Magnus. Like Magnus can still be useful. I think they got something good going on in the first game, the Magnus Troll, but they couldn't really replicate the strategy they had in the first game. And you also said that they were able to outmaneuver Aurora in the early runes with Poloson, and Aurora adjusted after the first game. They knew what to expect. They made changes in their early game rotations, and everything just worked out way, way better in the second game and the third game, laning phase-wise, and just kind of storm bleed out of the game.
All right, Winter, lay down the facts here. We don't get to see a whole lot of Witch Doctor. Mostly we see him being first phase banned. Were you impressed by it? Is this something that you think should remain to be a first phase ban? Was it kind of really negligence in this kind of a match?
You know what? I'm more impressed? The fact that Oli is in a ranked game right now after this. And
no way, he already came.
I mean, if I have to sum him up, I think he did a good job making sure that he stabilized the lane for the Void, even though it's a 3v1. But I think after that, what you do as a Witch Doctor is kind of like not really noticeable in the team fight. You're keeping people alive, you're landing key stuns, bouncing stuns, whether it's like a lottery. Oh, it landed on the same hero 3 times, we get a kill. Yeah, great,
Yeah.
But usually you don't see like Witch Doctor doing a lot in the fights.
No, you don't. I mean, it was a lot of the laning shenanigans, and maybe that's what kind of gave Aurora the edge here. Maybe it was just a better draft. Either way, Aurora find themselves as the first team in those upper bracket finals. GG, well played to them. They will have to wait now until tomorrow, as they will be facing the winner of our next series, folks. That's going to be starting here in just over 10 minutes. We'll be back in just about 5, so sit tight, grab a snack, and we'll see you in about 5 minutes for Execration versus Talon Esports.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back to the Road to the International. The SCA closed qualifiers continue now as we have one of our two teams already locked in for the upper bracket finals. Winter, we need our second. Thank you everyone for joining us. It is Execration versus Talon Esports here for that last and second spot versus Aurora Esports. Winter, a long last series here as we're already a bit behind schedule, but these two teams rearing to go, all in the lobby. You have a favorite for this match, Winter, as both teams beat their invitees in round one.
I'm sure you already know my favorite here.
Execration, isn't it?
Yes, Execration, you know. My favorite team here. Nah, just kidding. My favorite team here. My favorite team, just based on results, just based on merit. It's obviously Talent. They've already made to a couple of lands this year, qualified ahead of Aurora. They made a roster change recently, which I think helped the team.
It did
a lot. Getting Mikoto back, so he's definitely going to be wanting to look to get into the last match. Kind of the last match to kind of settle his score with Aurora. You guys left me behind, and I'll make you pay.
I always enjoy how you give them a lot more. How do you say?
Emotion.
A lot more of a backstory. Yeah, a lot more emotion. Really, I mean, these guys, it's just another pub for them. Really, I got you because you took 30 MMR from me that one time. You got lucky because there was a creeper.
Execration wants to keep the Pinoy flag alive in this winner bracket. They are the only Pinoy team remaining. I mean, they're not the only Pinoy player because Akashi and Talon has something to say about that. But they're a full Pinoy squad, so they want to keep the banner up. They don't want Akashi to be the sole representative in the end. So they have something to say. They've been doing well. Didn't expect them to do this well, especially against Blacklist.
Blacklist,
yeah. They played well. They beat Blacklist with their, what was it? Is it Pango? Let me check. 2 games. Pango, Beastmaster. They definitely have a wide variety of heroes. Execution has always been built around their offlane duo. I think Shanks and Tino. Those are the two players that kind of, I don't want to say define, but they kind of lead a lot of the momentum of the team. They do well in the lanes. They play a bunch of different heroes. They were famous for their IO plus, not IO, just the Visage plus Marcy combo. They have a lot of different combinations for that. They snowball. They take control of the map, and I think Talent has to be very, very careful about that. Yeah, on the other side, Talent has their own lethal duo, right? Joe Cam and WS. WS, arguably their best player, and arguably the best offlaner right now in SEA. I think he's ahead of Jabs, in my opinion. And Talent has to figure out a way to unleash him. Just looking at the
again, with Makoto back, I'm wondering if he's having any sort of learning curve. I didn't watch the replay so closely from his POV, but I mean, he's still incredibly high skilled as a mid, right? I think just to kind of restate that. And of course, Coach Pai Lai Dai, that's not Ponyo. Ponyo's to the right in that monitor. But you can see instead of Pai Lai Dai as the coach of this team.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, he's gonna have to cook up some soup, cook up some recipe. A recipe
stew for him.
A recipe that will be better than Jollibee here, Needs to extinguish this execration fire.
Yep, this is the team that has fallen short of the Riyadh qualifiers. Now, we should kind of put an asterisk on that because even though that was just like a couple of weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago at this point, they did play that with a different mid laner. That was the last game they played with Chuan. So, but that's when they fell 2-1 to the hands of Blacklist Rivalry after Talon made the upper bracket run, beating Bleed. They beat Blacklist in the first round and then losing to Aurora 2-0 and then eventually falling 2-1 to Blacklist. So they're here for redemption. They're one series away from getting their rematch versus Aurora in that upper bracket final. Now they just need to take down Execration on the way, who, to your point, Winter, have been looking very hot. This is kind of a team I also had kind of almost discounted heading in. They're another one of the SEA stacks. Sorry, I should call them teams because they're a very relevant org. But
Yeah, the
they've
history,
had,
execration history since Dota 1, bro.
of
Talking
course,
about
of
Dagon.
course,
Have you heard about
Of
their
course.
Dagon mid-nature's prophet back in the day? Chemo?
not quite.
Mid-nature's
Not
prophet
quite.
rushing Dagon, TPing to the side lane to get kills. Know your place, know your execution history.
Know my place. Either way, I mean, quite
Wow.
the org,
Clock
and they've
SF.
okay. These are heroes that snuck on through. We'll start focusing on this draft, but this is a team that didn't do well at all for the Riyadh quals. They were out in the first round, and that is kind of what their luck has been in a lot of these event qualifiers throughout the year. They've always gotten through opens or directly invite, and then they've always kind of fallen short. So I'm sure they are keen to turn things around here. And well, they've started off with the clock, Winter, as the SF is going to finally get played. That's for Makoto. He seems pretty pleased.
Yeah, he's a very flashy mid player. SF definitely suits his style. You have to kind of devise a plan to shut him down. I think matchup wise, I'm not sure what's good against SF now. He seems to just win every lane because of the power of the race, and you have the Necromastery at level 1, so pretty unstoppable in the lane. You need to gank him, I guess. I mean, Clockwork, I think, is not the best hero to gank him early. Not like a Spirit Breaker or Tusk, right? You can immediately close the distance and get to him. In lane matchup wise, the traditional one would be Queen of Pain. I'm not sure if it's good anymore against SF.
Yeah, Queen's a
I mean,
bit different.
we've seen a couple of Dagons, right, on Corpse. Was it the games that we casted here? Or remember seeing it somewhere? People just buy Dagon on Corp now. Because of your innate, you reflect spell damage, right? What, 10% of the spell damage? So you get a
the
Dagon,
sadist one.
gives you spell life steal, and then you kind of play around it. You get Aghanims. I'm not sure how strong it is, but I've seen people do it.
Maybe a fledgling build. I mean, it could be something. I don't know what the solution is to the SF other than just banning
Blade
it.
Meal.
And
Blade Meal.
yeah, that's true. Still very much a glass cannon.
Yep, you need like heroes like Primer that can rush in with Blade Meal and just step on his face, you know. Trample, trample.
Maybe Vision is a good idea because a lot of the times you see him having a lot of relevancy is after he gets his blink ags and then he like requiems from fog and trees, and then by the time you can
And
react,
with
you're
the-
already feared.
With the Yasha Kaya, it's insane.
Yeah, it's pretty fast. It's a lot of fun to see as well.
Puts off travel running around. Can't catch him. Like the thing with
Yep.
this hero is like he takes a lot of fun, but he cannot be a win condition. You need somebody else to kill the buildings because he's only good at killing heroes if you're going for the magic build. So at the end of the day, your draft is, I think, going to be greedy no matter what if you have a mid SF. And your offlaner is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting, I would say. I'm sure WS is ready for it. He's up to the task. Tiny.
Talon
so,
will
okay.
pair the SF with a Tiny. We've banned out Enigma, Prue, and the Monkey King Weaver in the second phase.
Yeah, Tiny
Execration,
good at-
they'll have 18th pick, so that's going to be strong for them, but they're going to have to reveal a core here.
One of your cores. Flexible core. The SF might be a flex hero. I know Akashi plays this hero carry as well, so but I don't know if it's better than a mid SF at the moment because it just feels like everyone's doing mid SF. It's just great, you know, the race build.
Let me see here.
But
Yeah,
I think he
and in
plays
fact,
it.
just last night he won a game on SF carry, so it can be a flex. Ooh, ET.
Yeah, AT is strong now. With the change to level 1, you have the spirit and the aura. I mean, the aura is weaker, but I think he's pretty good now. I
Oh,
think
Tino,
Tundra,
come on, it's-
Tundra has been running his hero quite a bit. He's
Hiding
afraid.
under that blanket.
He's afraid.
5 seconds.
He's gonna get echo stomped. Not echo stomped.
They are one of the more animated hits in front of the character. I remember the
Oh.
DPC days.
Always. They were my favorite to do content interviews with. Always, always, always execration.
Yeah. So now they have the combo. Beastmaster plus L Titan Aura with the Aghanims. Ooh, that already sounds scary if he gets away with it.
First ET of the tournament, by the way, for the SEA quals.
Yeah, for the SEA
We thought we'd see it earlier. Remember, there was an opportunity to
we might
24th against the Meepo, but
Yeah, we might see it from Aurora. So Oli likes to play this hero. So maybe later we'll see more picks on this hero. This hero definitely has a lot of potential. Right now, he's strong.
yeah, by the way, you talk about you talk about who is going to play the SF and the fact that it's a flex for Akashi. That's true, but what's even more amazing to me is that somehow Makoto has not played a single SF game in the past 8 days. Now, oh, just kidding, he's played 3. Yeah, I was going to say that'd be crazy.
It. So you're making me doubt myself.
Yeah, I mean, I was
game.
doubting it too, but he's played so many games, I just had to scroll very far to find them.
Yeah, so now you need a pairing with Tiny. Either you pick CM or you pick like some Veno, Phoenix type of hero. Ponyo is a Treant Protector Specialist. Not sure if this is the time to bring it out. Against Beastmaster, not that great because he chops down your trees.
Clockwork as well, your animations are pretty tough against him.
Yeah, Phoenix kind of. See, Razor, Flex
first.
pick, Flex hero. Everything is still flexible. You can move things around, and it's good in the lane. But I guess they want the Razor into the Beastmaster. That's what I'm suspecting now. They want a good lane matchup because Beastmaster is not a hero where you want to have him get too much of a head start in the lane because he snowballs too quickly with the ancient stacks and rushing the Aghanim's. So Razor, I think it's a good response. Try to slow him down in the early game. And at the same time, he's kind of a flex pick, but I doubt it will be a flex pick here. I think it's going to be set in stone that SF is mid, Razor's carry. They're going to pick their 5 now. So it's the Phoenix against the Clockwork. You can't kick the cogs. You have team fight behind the Tiny. And WS, their offlaner, gets the overall last pick, the priority. And now what do you
they're
answer?
cooking.
You need an 8
I
killer.
don't see Forevan here for Execration. He is still the coach, but I don't see him in these cams. I'm trying to find him.
Sorry? You mean Chemo?
No, Forev is the coach of this team.
I thought he's on the IAC.
Oh, you're right. Oh my goodness. All right, my bad.
You're getting me
sorry.
confused, you know. I thought you drank your coffee, you know. You obviously need a double shot.
I think I need another.
Okay,
I need
terribly,
another, especially
alright.
for this TB.
This is a good pick. It's very good against SF. It's very good against Razor. Because you outrange the Razor, you have Skadi, you hit him. Very good at killing deck. This is actually a fantastic pick. It's very good with that lineup. Beastmaster, Elder Titan. The lane is good. Combination with Beast. This solves a lot of their problems. This is a fantastic 18 pick. Fantastic. Probably one of the best picks they have. And they need to ban the illusion killers from the off lane. X, Timbersaw. Okay, Timbersaw's out. So it's probably like you have to consider X, Legion. What else? Primal Beast, I guess. Maybe those are the things that you have to really think about.
Yeah, Primal's always been the go-to back in the day when we saw this hero a lot.
10 seconds remaining.
So Primal could be the option.
5 seconds remaining.
Doesn't Axe this game?
X, Primal. What else is good? LC maybe, but I kind of don't like LC so much. I guess overall, I mean he's good in the lane, but later in the game, I don't think he's as good as Primal or X.
All right. Well, the last pick is going to have to come through. They need a mid laner for Execration, something for this SF now. I like the Zeus ban, just someone that can clear waves and not get hit by the.
They need someone that can abuse the aura, so long range spellcaster. Maybe a Puck would be fine as well. Puck is good against the Phoenix.
Ooh, that's a classic.
Dire team back.
You can set up for your Elder Titan ulti with the coil. I think it could be a good option here for Execration. Works really well with the Elder Titan aura. Fantastic. Wait, is there still a Pango in the game or something?
10 seconds.
Oh, Pango's still in the
There
game,
is
alright.
actually.
But I kind of don't like Pango so much for
5
Execration's lineup.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, I don't think they need a Pango. Pango is physical, so he doesn't abuse the Elder Titan aura.
Dire team
Axe is the last ban.
Alright,
Who's that
so
thinking
they're
of
on-
then for the mids?
they're left with Primal, I guess. So could be their last pick for talent, but for Execration, they need a mid hero. Puck's still available. Any other magic heroes? Lash.
10 seconds remaining.
Sniper?
Queen of Pain? Yeah, Queen of Pain Viper.
5 seconds.
Queen of Pain maybe.
Go.
Queen of Pain. Okay.
Nope,
Puck's
it'll be
the
Puck.
most- yeah, it's
The
the most
Puck makes the
stable,
most sense.
Yeah.
I was just fishing for other heroes.
This is such a good draft. Like everything is like very solid from Execration.
Why do you sound so surprised, Winter? It's Execration after all.
Why can't I be excited about a good draft? Why do you need to make it look like I'm surprised? Oh my god, this team doesn't know how to draft. All of a sudden they know how to draft. I'm surprised.
5 seconds
Uh,
remaining.
You think they got to this stage of the tournament by not knowing how to draft? They beat Blacklist
Not
just
at
like
all.
that. They're lucky, you know?
I had to take down Blacklist.
Yeah.
But for Talon now, Winter, their last pick. What is Coach Pilot Eye cooking?
Oh, I mean, it's tough, you know. It's not many. I feel like there's not many good options. Maybe they can go for some Underlord against Terrorblade. Underlord can be good. It's good against Puck. It's good against Beastmaster. You buy Pipe, you limit the damage.
Magnus.
Ah,
That's something a
This
little
is-
bit different for me.
this is
You sound apprehensive.
Yeah, this is a bit difficult to pull off. You have to blink skewer into power cogs. There's Puck Coil, and then there's an Elder Titan. Elder Titan is one of the better supports to play against Magnus. I love being Elder Titan into Magnus because you are forced to come in and set up, and then I can just counter initiate easily from range with the Elder Titan Spirit and stun and my ulti, you know. So I think this is a fantastic matchup for ET. And in the lane, I can kind of punch him, you know. And you just have to, you can
I
also
can
dodge.
punch.
Yeah, you can punch him and you can dodge the skewer because you have high MS from the spirit.
Yep. Hey, I like the last pick as well from Execration. I you know what was a very common theme of our last series, Winter, was long cooldowns, right? And what is this? Your court? You count. Your count? Are you seeing this behind Tino's cam? By the way, it's like on an axis. I mean, obviously the boot cam. I think it says your count, doesn't it? Interesting. I wonder what that is. A lot of teams, they do this thing where how many games do we need to win to get to TI, right? And they'll have something physical to lift or to pick up. I don't know if you've seen this before. I know Nouns did it. Saw it on their Twitter. But maybe it's something like that because they're all hung at a 45-degree angle. Either way, a big theme, Winter, and a big weakness we discovered in our last series was too much cooldown. It was specifically with a Phoenix, as we recall. And that has me slightly worried for the cooldowns of this Magnus. You've brought up the reasons why it's going to be difficult for him to have a good positioning, but I'm worried about the cooldowns as well.
Yeah, I get it. I think it's not that easy to execute Talon's lineup. Like, I feel like draft-wise, Execration got the win here. They have a simple lineup that can be executed quite easily. Beastmaster with Elder Titan Aura, you have Puck to initiate, you have the Clockwork Hookshot, then Terrorblade kind of counters everything that Talon has, you know. You outrange the Razor, you have the illusions from Refraction, you get the SF Aura, you kill the Egg. I think Execration has a much easier draft to execute.
Time to cut you off.
A little bit of Tagalog, as I assume Tagalog as the match starts. Just a little bit of good luck. I'm sure some friendly ribbing between Akashi and Execration as we get going here. A short little pause, but a sneaky move here as we'll
Are
catch
you
up
the
with
type
Execration down
That
bottom.
would wish your opponents good luck, or you're just going to stay
I always
quiet?
do. I always wish good luck, have fun every single match, and I always say GG well played. Always. It's just polite. I think it's just the right thing to do. It's just good manners.
I smell some insinuating, you know. It's like I don't do it, you know. It's like you're telling me maybe you should behave.
I didn't
like
say
that,
anything
you know?
about whether you would do it or not. Oh, SF's like, guys. Makoto's like, guys, my souls.
How many does he get souls?
He didn't get any. No, because everyone just started CSing them. Makoto is, to have that strong voice.
Yeah, Mikoto doesn't have that strong commanding voice. He used to
See, if that was Emo would just say, okay, 3 o'clock, let's go. Defeat the cogs.
feed me. It's time for my
Begins.
tea time. Do you do tea time?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Of
You have your
course.
tea time cookies.
Mm-hmm.
Your
Earl
high
Grey.
tea. Oh yeah, Earl Grey with some chocolate chip cookie.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Is this matchup mid? Do you think it's changed much with the way that SF now has his Shadow Rays facet?
No, I think it should be favored. Puck is going to
Okay.
He's gonna have a harder time in this lane. Yep, but they didn't pick the Puck to win the lane. They picked the Puck because the Puck is good with the heroes, with the lineup. It's all for the lineup to enable the 5 heroes. You know, when Execration's lineup have They have levels, they group up together, they stand with the Beastmaster and Elder Titan aura, they are super, super strong. So talent, they have to kind of try to upset it with their team fight. RP, Egg, Requiem of Souls. It's a very contrasting draft, you know. Like one side has superior team fight, big team fight, the other draft has more like a synergy between their spells.
Well, Winter, it has it's been a long time. In fact, I don't know if Execration with this current roster and this current talent roster, I don't think Execration's ever beat them. In fact, you'd have to look back all the way 7 months ago to the ESL 1 KL qualifiers. That was in December of 2023. For the last time that Talon lost a game against Execration. Since then, the EPL, Birmingham quals, Elite League quals, Dream League Season 23 quals, Talon has always consistently had their number. It's a different Talon, this one, with Makoto.
I mean, if I have to bet more chicken rice, I would bet this time Execution can break the curse with this draft.
All right. I like it for the drama. I don't like it for my chicken rice, though. I'm not a gambling man, Winter. I'm going to go ahead and respectfully decline the challenge here. But I like it. I think Execration, I mean, I love this draft as well. I think you've really won me over on it. I'd buy this draft. You've sold it. Even full price, I think it's worth it.
It's okay, I'll give you a discount. Since you're such a bro to me, I'll always give you a discount. Toss back, Joe Cam, Skewer.
That's a good one.
CML. Alright, he is going to live because he's Elder Titan.
Yeah, he's got that wind lace. He had the move speed as well from the Astral Spirit.
Don't
It's a
forget
bit
the
of damage
armor.
for him. Armor.
Yeah, you get armor, dude. You remember? I think gives you armor.
I'm surprised he went for momentum, to be honest. I think for the most part, I've seen the other facet be overwhelmingly popular, the one that ticks down for the Astral Spirit debuff.
Oh, another
He's
toss
gonna
back
be
skewer.
tossed back
Oh
again.
no,
Yeah,
episode 2, CML.
It's
Not again.
okay.
Okay, he's actually fine again.
He's fine. He's just going to TP. Yeah. If anything, this helps out lane equilibrium a little bit, really.
I mean, doesn't
Does that
help with the
he
Lotus.
pops the Metamorphosis as he thinks he can kill Jokum. Down bottom, they're going for a little bit of a scrap as well as Ponyo does not have an Icarus die by the looks of things. Trying to escape the cogs, has no way out as Shanks will claim first blood onto him. Akashi stolen a fair amount of damage, however, so he is a far more difficult kill.
Yeah. The Execration Deadly duo, Shanks and Tino, off to a good start. This is the scary lane. If you want to stop Execration, you need to stop Tino and Shanks. They are the dynamic duo of the team. Oftentimes, the games that they win
Oh.
are always spearheaded by the duo.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of facets that we see teams usually deliberate on a little bit, it's this Dying Light, so Mini Radiance Phoenix instead of Hotspot.
Yeah, I like this. It's stronger for the lane. I think the hotspot is good in specific matchups where you need the Sunray, like into the corner, or you're playing into an LC where you need the Sunray and save your teammate. But otherwise, I prefer the Dying Light. It's just better in the laning phase.
The only other two I would like to point out is Lewis here on the mid lane puck, who is holding his own, by the way, 23-3 to the 20-3.
Yep.
He's got this Jocelyn Rift, which is, I think, very powerful low-key.
Yeah, very strong.
Gives you a smudge of repositioning.
So if you do this on the Magnus, he's not going to move at me.
That's true,
Right?
actually.
It's
Yeah,
tough,
because he has
right?
solid core. Yeah, that's true. He won't
how-
move very far.
How much is the range? So it's 75 at level 1, so it's going to only move in like, what, 30 range?
Yeah, so basically he's only going to ever have 75 push and pull on him. That's how we can think about this. Okay. I mean, we'll see if that, ends up having an impact. I guess you know what
It's
else?
actually
The
definitely
knockback
gonna
from
be-
Primal Roar.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah, that too.
That's a
get
knockback from
moved.
Cogs. You got a couple things. And the last thing I want to quickly bring up as far as facets and heroes that we don't see a lot. It's Denzanity going for the Condemned facet. As here we go, another skewer back under tower for top. CML, as you say, he is an Elder Titan, but this time there's more levels and experience. It's not going to matter, actually, because Jokum, he's the one that's going to fall, and CML ticking down to the Blood Grenade, but kept alive by the restoration of the Tango. Okay, close,
Yes.
but no cigar.
Elder Titan says, not this time, Try to kill me. Beware. Parablade. God has my back, And like you mentioned, he has the Condemn, so the Sunder has no minimum health threshold. So, it
So
means you,
we're expecting armlets, armlet
Shadow
Shadow
Blade?
Blade Dagon.
yeah, why not? Why is it
That's
good
what
this
you
game?
need.
Huh? Why? Why is it good this game? I'm gonna figure it out. Actually, don't know.
I don't know either. Let me check the facets and see what's usually more popular for Terrorblade. It's not
the
a hero I
health,
did a lot of research
your
on.
illusion at full health, I think people usually choose that
Dire's
more.
middle tower is under attack.
Not sure, but just see how it comes to play, you know? We have to judge after, we can't judge now.
Yeah. Guess it's that health cost. Who knows? Okay, a little bit of a skirmish down bottom. Ponyo able to escape as Tino, realizing quickly this is a losing engagement for him, and he's going to back up. Pardon me, 3 points in this plasma field. Oh, he almost caught Shanks with that. That was a close one.
Yeah, Wisdom Rune coming up. Guess it's going to be a boring one. Boring exchange. 1 for 1.
Dire are scanning.
I mean, Beastmaster is actually doing quite well in this lane. I expected him to be behind against the Razor. I mean, he's slightly behind in last hits, but he has a lot more denies.
Really, the lane that has started tearing things apart here, especially considering what this is a 24th pick Magnus, wasn't it? It's this top lane, Terrorblade. He is starting to really build a lead for himself, not
Yeah.
only in denies, but look at the net worth difference right now.
I mean, like I told you, this Elder Titan is very good at zoning out melee heroes, right? You have 2 melee, Tiny and Magnus. Sure, you have the repositioning from Tiny toss into skewer, but you
Oh.
can't really stop the Terrorblade.
Here's the Elder Titan Spirit. They went across the map. So
Yeah.
this time CML...
Remember what you told
he-
me? It's not going to be useful.
Well, he took the gate and left the Spirit top, so it's a little different this time.
Oh, yeah? So what's the difference? Uh-huh.
The
Compared
difference
to
is you
sending your
can-
spirit through the gate?
The difference is you have more time to micro the Spirit to get a better path.
Uh-huh.
It's a big difference. Okay, nice Icarus dive away. Ponyo might still end up getting caught here. Yeah, they even commit the ulti. They put him to sleep. Shanks with another blood grenade on very low HP. Committing for the kill as CML rotating through the gates. Denzanity as well with that Metamorphosis active and an illusion. They want this tower, Winter.
They're gonna
Will
get
not
it.
contest for the second power rune though. Goes into the bottle from Makoto. So not a whole lot of assistance right now for Lewis.
Yeah, if SF is not committing to TP down, it means they can't defend the tower. We'll see. Alright, somebody's sleeping. It's the Tiny.
It's the Tiny to the outpost. Tiny, who was otherwise pressuring Lewis down bottom. Makoto, maybe just farming
Oh,
here.
there's
Yeah,
Zanati.
seems-
He can't go back through the gate. Tiny is here.
Nope.
He needs to walk. A TP.
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah, he's
is
gonna
under
TP
Yeah,
top.
but the reflection. Reflection made enough space for him there. So Denzati will return top, where WS was very happy. Had a little bit of the boot off the neck for him there. Make sure he can actually get a little bit of CS. He's now up to level 6, saving the skill points in case he needs that RP. Kind of a difficult lane for him, and still he ended up going for, well, now 1-3-2, but I was kind of expecting 2 points in Shockwave before 2 points in Skewer. It's what we saw previously from Zeal.
I guess he just wants to jungle. Doesn't want to play for the shockwave. I kind of like the shockwave against higher armor heroes like Terrorblade.
Me too. Just a little bit something more spammable
This
against
build
him.
helps with jungling. So yeah, I guess he just feels like the lane's going to be difficult. He needs to jungle. So yeah. So here we are.
Well, lane's looking difficult. Lewis is here to apply some pressure, leaping in with the waning rip. You can see that push and pull was barely anything as he snaps the coil. WS
Yeah,
dies
he-
under his tower
He
top.
barely moved at all.
Yeah, no, it literally didn't. He barely moved. It looks like he didn't really even. He would have moved what 50 units, which is something. It's like Trebuchet, remember, or Ballista? Sorry. Makoto though will take that time to
It's like
secure
what,
the
hit-
mid
headshot,
tier
right?
1 tower. Yeah, something like
He
that.
moved more than it. Right, Phoenix keeping in. Jokem's here. Get a roll.
Yeah, they're going to try. They got the tower top lane, but what will they get down bottom? Maybe a dead Akashi by the looks of things. Supernova is dropped. This will burn Tino up here as he turns back to try and take down the Tiny just within Supernova stun radius as Ponyo makes the jump onto him now. Oh, and I think Tino is going to fall for this one too. Yeah, the root will not help him a second as even WS committing the teleport to be able to pick up that kill. Look at
still.
where Density is farming.
Yeah,
Coming
this
right
is
outside the
so
tier
much
2.
space. Maybe commitment from Talon. I mean, they lost the Beastmaster, but I think it's more than worth it for execution. They killed the tower, they killed the Razor. TD has so much space to farm. And now they're gonna move towards the next tower.
Helm of the Dom's completed. You're probably going to see that Helm of the Overlord, maybe a few more auras following that. Yeah, straight Helm of the Overlord, wasting no time. Bit more delayed now that that ultimate orb is even more expensive. But pretty soon Tino will be able to get the ball rolling there. Okay. How's our experience for support? So the only thing that Execration kind of are losing out on compared to Talon is going to be the experience on their supports. We have yet to hit level 6 for both this Clockwork as well as the Elder Titan. Meanwhile, you have level 7 already for Ponyo and Jokum up to level 5 and having some time to absorb some experience in mid lane. Otherwise, just a lead of 2k. They have at least closed the gap onto Denzanity, but it's still WS who's going to be a bit further behind. With maxed in power, I don't think he'll be behind for too long. It's just a matter of what kind of a fight impact they will be missing. Haste Rune for Makoto makes that kill on the Shanks trivial. So he chases him down. A lot of power rune control for Talon so far this series. They have yet to manage to apply any pressure, however, to the TB. Insanity having a very, very easy time maxing this Conjure Image next into the Metamorphosis. Sorry, yeah, it's next to Meta. Dragon Lance and a Manta style in the quick buy. As Jokum once again securing another rune for his mid laner.
Yeah, I mean, Terrorway has been just untouched, so far. There's nothing much Terran can do, because the Beastmaster has put too much pressure on them. So he's already given him so much space, and now Talon just has to make sure that they get farm on their own cause. The Magnus, the SF is getting... So he's going physical build on the SF. Dragonlance, Yasha, not magic. So their scaling is going to be a lot better with this build.
Yeah. Nakoda seems to prefer this build. In the 3 games he's played as SF, he's always gone for Treads, Yasha, Dragonlance, Manta, BKB, some sort of variation. He's lost all of the game, or most of the games, so it's never... his item timings aren't fantastic on these particular matches, but...
in pubs, I guess the magic build just works better in uncoordinated games, but I can see why in games like this, the physical build is more stable and it's more reliable. You're more tanky, you're harder to kill, you siege buildings, and you're just much stronger late game.
Yep. Okay, Tino has finished off his Helm of the Overlord, so we're going to get an Ancient Creep now starting to push around the lanes as Ponyo is going to be slept and killed, giving enough time for a second Elusive Orb there. Lots of damage up from Lewis now with the Witchblade online. And Execration, they may think to play a bit aggressively here as the 14-minute Wisdom Rune spawning in shortly. They will not have a Dream Coil. It's the only thing here. No, it seems a bit risky, to be honest, so... Yeah, Lewis is going to go ahead and leave the area. Oh, WS with a blink. He would have loved if someone tried to steal his rune. Blink RP ready to go. And Jokum only 1,000 gold further behind until he has his own online.
He's going to find CML, I guess, here. Spoke's going to break.
Yeah, CML.
Good positioning.
Maybe CML found him. He's just in the trees. Finally jumps out. Makoto, Requiem, toss back in. The RP, Skewer, Intensity on it. Supernova stun. Haha! Symphony of skills there for Talon as they sweep. They sweep Execration off their feet. That was clean.
That was beautiful. I think it kind of was unfortunate that CML got exposed there because they needed him to stop the combo. Once the RP went off, he needed to Spirit and Storm to maybe save the Terrorblade, but that didn't happen, so Lewis dies. That's a really, really big kill. And now Talon. This is the first taste of the team fight. The RP and the egg.
Yeah, a bit of a shame that Execration, they would love to have found a fight there, especially with Lewis on the Amplified Damager, and they might still catch WS down bottom, who did push one extra wave. Blinking into the camps nearby the Wishing Well, where he will receive no well wishes from Shanks. Instead, yeah, skewered and pushed this way, that way by the power cogs. He dies to Lewis. Talon, after taking that fight, they push straight up to the Tier 1 tower. Makoto, by the way, no points in Feast of Souls, just preferring to level the stats now, past level 11.
Yeah, that's quite common, I think. A lot of the players that I've seen, they just opted to skip that and just get stats to help you. Because you don't really need that attack speed so much. I feel like being tanky is probably better with the stats.
Yeah, he's got the presence anyway, so I reckon he's fairly happy there. But it's time for Tino to get a little bit more active online. He finally had himself brown boots after he's finished off that Helm of the Overlord, utilizing that ancient black dragon to push down the tier 1 tower, basically without a fight. Here from Talon, no RP, no egg, no Requiem, no fight.
Yeah, now it's all about just playing the map, getting your farm, getting to your item timings. Roche is going to be the next thing on the agenda at the moment for both teams. Both teams have more than enough damage to kill the Roche. It's all about like finding the right opportunity, the right pickoff into Roche.
You're looking at double Manta style as well, upcoming for that fight most likely. Now that the and you know the ultis of course for Talon. Worst case for Talon here is that they end up using their ultis out of sync and not getting any objectives. Because then your team fight feels extremely weak. Or worst case would obviously be just using your ultis and still losing the fight. So that's what they would like to avoid.
Yeah. If you lose a fight with your ultis, then it means you're gonna probably lose Roche or lose a lot of towers, you know. So they have to be very careful. You have to make sure you execute it very well. Try to poke and prod. You have Magnus and Tiny, so maybe you don't use your big spells to get kills. So just reposition. Like CMA was going to get repositioned here.
Oh yeah. Straight into Makoto, picks up the triple raise. Beautiful kill for him. Another soul for his collection. And that's Manta style completed to boot. Manta style 2 of 2 now on the team. I assume BKB's next for the both of them. Let me check Makoto's builds here. Yeah, maybe he's going to go Dragon Lance first. But not a huge item.
They are
he's
going to
already caught it,
need
of
like
course.
all this dispel. Because the reflection is going to be a big deal like for SF and Razor later in the late game team fights when the Terrorblade actually chooses to maxes it. So they're gonna need ways to remove it.
Right. What else are you dispelling here? Movement slow off of Primal Roar, I guess, if you're not the target.
The
I mean,
silence on Puck maybe, but
Puck,
yeah,
yeah, Puck silence.
I think the reflection is just the biggest deal.
You can use it to dodge Echo Stomp and even Earth Splitter if you're a gamer.
Okay, sure, Richie.
Yeah, I mean, look, these guys are gamers, Winter. You think we won't ever see an Echo Stomp avoided with a Manta? I think we'll see it.
No, we won't.
Talon, they have yet to find this
ward
ward here. So they're kind of playing around some Execration Vision at the moment. I think it's possible. I'm not saying it's likely. I wouldn't say it's guaranteed. I wouldn't put a chicken rice on it when we say that.
You gotta show me more conviction, you know, when you tell me things like this. You know? You
I'm
can't
just
tell me
saying,
this
you know,
is gonna
it's-
happen, but I'm not gonna bet my life on it.
Look,
but
Winter, it's like whenever I say you can ball lightning a Darkseer, or sorry, you can ball vacuum a you know what I mean.
you
know
must
the
be
one.
you must be that poker player that never bluffs.
Jokum. Okay, Lewis finds the jump in onto 2 here. Shanks connecting onto Jokum, getting pushed this way, that way, tossing and still dying here ultimately. Even the Elder Titan Earth Splitter used for the kill. There's a man advantage now here with that pick off for Execration.
Yeah, I mean Execution is slowly but surely building the lead. They have just more ways of shuffling out the waves with Puck, Terrorblade, Beastmaster. They're shuffling waves faster, clearing jungle faster, and slowly but surely edging out the 3k lead at 90 minutes. And Roche is still on the table. It's going to move towards his summer home soon. That would probably mean that Execution will have an advantage into securing it. If they're
Agreed.
going to choose to set it up right now.
You gotta get down there and get some vision, or at least some sentries in D Ward. It's the only thing that they're concerned with, because you do not want to be getting jumped by a Magnus or
Yeah, with an egg. GG.
yeah, with an egg.
RP egg. SF Recom. Well, this SF is actually the strongest hero, the fattest hero on the game. Holy crap.
He's big.
So
It's a big
fat.
lad. Straight into the BKB now. Not
Yeah, but
not so much of
Richie, I don't know if this big lad can actually match up to Terrorblade, because you have to fight your own reflection in the team fights. And
true,
the game-
but that's why you have 2 dispels.
yeah.
Right now, only 1. As Execration will kick off this Roche attempt. They actually may catch Lewis, who's pretty shy on mana. Very low
Yeah.
resources
How
on...
would he be happy to die to secure the Roche? Oh, this is going to be a fight, I think.
That's
Roche is about
close.
to die.
Yeah, but Execration, they've got more than enough time to take it, and they've even got Shanks here to break apart the movement. Lewis now from behind with very little mana to play with here is able to at least find a silence. That's a kill onto Jokum.
Oh, good call.
Repositioning the hook shot on in. Shanks going in more. That's going to trigger at least the Supernova. Then Xanity thinks he can finish this thing off, and I think he's just barely correct as
denied.
Makoto denies it. He says, a soul for me. Thank you very much. Akashi on the run now. Is Execration looking for even more. They don't have much more to catch, but Lewis at least able to jump up, applies the Witchblade slow, and then Xanity is on top with that reflection. There's going to be the Echo Stomp. Execration, they get the roast, they get 3 kills. They are now in control of this game, dare I say.
The power of the ET in this type of team fights. With the Beastmaster. Beastmaster didn't even roll, it was just a really, really good hook shot into the Elder Titan follow-up, and Terrible just standing and killing everything, Kills the egg, kills the Razor, kills the Tiny, and SF couldn't enter the fight. I mean, you might be the richest hero in the game, but you have to cowardly run away when you see the Terrorblade with Meta running in. I think even if
especially
you
if
have
they were not gonna-
No, the thing is, even if he gets BKB, right, I don't know if it changes that much,
Radiant's
All they
bottom
need is
tower
just to
is under
save
attack.
the raw on the SF. You just need the raw hit. And the Razor is
Well, I was
not
more-
a threat.
Well, I was more considering the RP to potentially try and cover the egg, but I'm not sure. I didn't really see where WS was. Maybe
He
the Talon
was
already had the
standing
call.
next to the egg. And maybe the call was to run, so he just decided to bail. Not sure, but I felt like it was a difficult fight for them to commit into. Once Jokem went in, or he just got caught on the side near the Lotus Pool, and you are lacking your initiation. Because Magnus kind of wants to wait and protect the egg. He doesn't want to go in first.
Winter Chuan was previously the captain of this team, was he not? Wait, hold on. Execration. They're smoking. Well, you can think about what I'm about to ask there. You know where that question's going. Execration.
Tell me the
Still
question.
hunting.
We shouldn't
when
assume.
you
You
leave your
told me I
captain-
shouldn't assume.
Their in-game voice. Has that perhaps affected Talon here? I'm not sure if Makoto is really a very vocal player. I don't know very well, to be honest. He very well could be.
He's a quiet guy. Hook shot.
Here they go. Hook shot in. Shanks. They're going to try and hit him with the ear splitter as well. WS held that, pulled
Holy,
back,
the
and
cogs.
killed off. As now even Ponyo, he's caught by the Echo Stomp, able to at least Icarus dive away. But Execration continuing to exert their control, and Insanity still has a good amount of this metamorphosis of up, so this could very well be a tier 2 tower.
Yeah. I mean, it's Beastmaster with the Terrorblade. Holy, they're just demolishing the buildings right now. Talon, they're in trouble. This train that's coming at them, this bullet train is way too fast. They have to slow it down.
Is under attack.
Well, they've got the ultis, but again, Winter, they're just unable to really string them together, finding an opportunity. Very difficult, of course, when you do have a TB with an Aegis.
Yeah,
Doesn't make
because
it,
you have
easy
two
call.
immobile cores, like Razor and SF. They want to like stand and hit, so they're both similar. So nobody's like putting themselves or forcing an enemy to do something. You have to wait for a Tiny and Magnus. But Tiny kind of also has a hard time because there's like way too many stuff scouting. The Elder Titan Spirit, the Rocket Flare, and the Park being very difficult to catch. So it's a lot of pressure on Jokem to kind of find the opening because Magnus wants to wait.
Yeah, and I think this is also not made so easy when you're Razor, like you say, Razor and yourself doing the same thing. I'm wondering if maybe this is a reason why Makoto perhaps should have considered the magic build this game. 'Cause that
initially
is a
thought
hero.
that was going to be the build for this game. As you have Razor to fulfill the physical damage, and all you need is the SF to kind of play around the supports, right? But because
Yeah.
there's no way of blowing people up, so the Tiny kind of feels like
Middle tower.
he doesn't have like a true purpose in the game. He's just trying to bait out team fights and
Right,
not really
right.
kill people.
And outside of Manta illusions, which are a pretty decent source of vision, he doesn't
Oh,
have a whole
I
lot
see
of other
SF.
vision. I mean, speaking of the Devils, CML gets off the Echo Stomp and a little bit of extra damage as well with the Earth Splitter to boot. That's good damage. Makoto trying to TP out as well after he gets the kill because he's lost both of his supports. RP committed. Tino, he's already used Primal Roar and is going to be stunned up long enough to not be able to cancel the blink.
I mean,
a
this
1
is
for
bad.
2 trade.
They have to run.
And importantly, Winter, they've used Requiem and they've used RP.
They still have egg in 10 seconds. But yeah, no way they defend this. Razor has BKB coming up soon. The thing is, even with
course,
the BKB,
Winter-
even with the BKB, it doesn't feel like a game where, oh, the Razor has BKB, he's going to be able to run in, right? Because they have hook shot,
Right.
they have
Yeah.
raw, And Terabit doesn't care, you know, he just right clicks you.
Radiant's top tower
Right.
is under attack.
And very quickly, just to wrap up that discussion, of course, we talked earlier about why we think the physical damage build, it certainly is going to be able to scale later. The concern is they need a little bit more oomph now that, of course, the Magic SF may have been able to fill in. So if Talon can hold, this will pay off. But they've just lost their last tier 2 tower. Aegis is finally reclaimed.
I just feel like it won't pay off at this rate because the SF can't really match up into the Terabit if it's another
WS. Scouted here. I think he was. CML, well, now he certainly sees him. He knows he's blinked, waiting for the rest of the team to close the gap.
Okay. He tried.
Nice. Overseal totem away. Oh, no, just a skewer, sorry. It looked like an overseal because he went over the high ground. Well, Winter, how are they going to make this game go longer? What's the... It's just using the ultis together, isn't it? Just win a team fight. Forehead. What are your items? Double BKBs, double mantas, very similar build. Hold on. Hold on here. Shanks, you mad lad. He is going to be giving a lot of damage on over there. There's going to be the roar and a WS. Look at this damage. Oh my goodness, the supports are dead. Still no opportunity to use the egg now. Is even Makoto, he might be in for trouble as Zanity, he will pincer into this fight. Unable to really hold anyone back, but still dealing lots of damage as Talon retreat deeper into the base. The deeper now as Execration dive in. CML forcing them back here. The sleep. Makoto, his BKB couldn't last long enough. He needs to get up the work. He finally will. That will allow him to get back safely into the fountain. As Jokum, he will buy back alongside WS. He finds the RP, but it's only onto Tino. And Tino, he's got healing. He consumes the Lotus and he's just fine. A double dieback immediately. Talon, it's all gone sideways just like that.
They're gonna lose like a couple of lanes right now. This is very, very bad news. I mean, that's the power of the Execration lineup when they're coming together like this. When your SF just can't stand in the face of the Terabit with the Beastmaster aura, with the ET aura, so you just have to run. You can't fight.
Winter, I hate to sound like a broken record here, but the ultis, ever since that first beautiful fight from Talon, we haven't seen the ultis come together. Makoto, he's fine. Good 4-staff away, as that Witchblade is certainly doing a number. And Zanity with a quick little Sunder, making sure he's nice and healthy. As even without the Aegis, Winter Execration, they find themselves a fight. And they find themselves an opportunity to strike first in the base. That might, yes, indeed. It is enough money, by the way.
Well,
check out, Tino already has a Wind Waker. What?
Yeah. Just got outplayed by Luis there. Just very nicely done there. Like the altering call, he had a low cooldown on the call. Akashi just not respecting that and just trying to push out the waves and got caught.
Well, that makes the net worth lead now 16k. 8 to 19, just about 30 minutes in. And Winter, I mean, the items are starting to be overwhelming. You talked about that Octarine core. We can take a look at how much damage he really dealt in that small period of time. Wow. But the big ones, our observer pointed it out briefly earlier, Wind Waker finish for Tino, Eye of Scotty for the Terrorblade. Nothing too amazing on the supports yet, who of course have not managed to get as much time to farm, but a Gem of True Sight and a Solar Crest ain't half bad either for CML. They'd be very happy now, Winter. Execration very much in the driver's seat. Of course, you have to respect this team fight. Talon, they can always fight their way back in. An issue is just that how much damage has already been done. As Execration have got a very nice draft with a lot of push that has clearly now shown as Talon's base is scarred.
Scarred forever.
Mm-hmm.
You will always remember the top team fight when you look at it.
It's true.
They have to try and get some skewer toss back, drag someone in, you know. Like, there's no choice, you know. But Terrorblade is not the easiest target because he's going to be right from far away.
No. And I don't even know how you catch a puck now with a 5.2 duration. Sorry, cooldown on a Waning Rift.
Yeah, you have to get
which is
toss. I think you have to start with toss. That's the only way.
Oh, that's with Arcane Rune. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I didn't read the pack flat instructions from this
I mean, you need hacks.
particular one.
You need hacks from Phoenix. I think somebody needs to buy a hacks.
Are scanning.
Oof. Yeah, where's that money going to come from? I agree. 4-staff as well. Okay, well, here we go, Talon. They will smoke up. We are just inside this Roche window. It is a long Roche, which means he's guaranteed to spawn bottom. Execration firing flares into the pit. Know that nobody's home, so they will take a very defensive position here around the Lotus Pool. And look at these wards. Execration with very aggressive wards, daring anyone to leave the base down bottom where they will have pretty good vision of them. Kodo is scouted.
The
clearing
rim of
waves.
the map wards. That's what I call it. All on the side. This is
They
the fight.
framed it.
This is the last fight, Richie.
And, well, this fight needs to be a perfect art piece for Talon if they want to try and win this game. The coil onto 2 keeps WS out of the fight briefly, as they've already caught Akashi. Akashi, he gets warded, just killed. That should carry out of the fight. Okay, WS, he does find at least a 2-man RP with the Supernova on top, and now the Requiem. It's decent, but it's only a kill into a Clockwork. They can't even get through the ET this quickly. Ponyo, he's trying his best, but he can't finish him off. And now it's only the SF versus the world. Makoto back to Talon, back into the base as he is sent packing by Execration in this fight.
Yeah, I'm afraid that's going to be it, you know. That's the last fight. They've tried their best. It was a pretty decent egg and 2-man RP, I think. Still not enough, you know. SF just can't, you know, just can't fight the Terabit. Terabit reigns supreme in the late game.
Middle tower is under attack.
He does. Lewis. Oh, Lewis, you've got a coil in 7 seconds, Makoto. He's going to have to get on back. Fighting underneath his tier 4 towers as Talon. They're getting their heroes respawn, Winter, but they will respawn without much utility. It's only Akashi who's got his BKB and ulti. We'll activate that Eye of the Storm to make sure they don't lose the full bottom lane of barracks. And they'll get at least a nice little bounty with that Ancient Creep. Helm of the Dom Creep finally killed off. Oh, did he have the... Did he have the Shaman, or did he have the lesser Shaman with the time warp dilation? I'm not sure which one he had.
Oh, the
Either way.
cooldown
Yeah,
aura.
the cooldown. I think he had the cooldown aura. I love the time warp aura. Here's the replay of that last fight, Winter. I don't know. It's just the initiation has to kind of be perfect from Talon, right? They've got to drag someone away.
Look
It's
at
so
the
hard to fight
Terabit.
into them.
Doesn't care. It's just,
Yeah, you can't touch you. It doesn't.
I think the damage is all physical at this point. You have the Phoenix and Tiny are out. Terabit has so much armor, so really that's not there.
It's kind of crazy. Denzanity's even taken Nemesis Curse, which I don't always see.
Yeah, but he's not
but of
dying,
course-
so why not?
Well, of course. So it's just more damage. Exactly. That's what I mean.
Let me ask you, have you seen a Sunder all game? Like,
Yeah,
does he-
we saw one. We've seen one
Only
when
one,
he
right?
was sieging top. Yeah, just to make sure he was full HP. But I mean, have we seen like a dramatic Sunder where I'm like, wow, the Sunder? No. I mean, it was just like an efficiency play, so he could continue pushing.
Yeah, that's like all the carries, right? Clicking on your supports. Oh, you have Tranquil Boots. Come over here. Give me some HP.
Yeah, it was one of those. It was a blood bag. Here, boy. Okay, there we go. Big push coming. And they've got themselves this Ancient Thunder Hide. That Frenzy Aura on top of the Solar Crest Densetti is ripping through your buildings. The cooldowns are here for Talon. They just need the confidence. They need to find the jump in. Makoto not spooked here quite yet. There's going to be a toss back, but it's only onto an illusion. Shanks, at least, he kind of sacrifices himself here. He's just down for 50 seconds. But Densanity, he's thinking about still pushing. He's got half duration left on the Metamorphosis and doing good damage here to
skewer.
Makoto,
They
who's
got
going to
it.
be slept. There's going to be the Skewer on back. The Yule Scepter, as now the Phoenix Supernova is dropped. Densanity, the
he screwed
backside.
up the
Akashi,
Sunder.
he outplayed him. He outplayed him. And now Makoto ready to go. There's going to be the Requiem of Souls on top. Then Zanity pulled back in and finished off. The coil will not change a single thing in this fight. As Execration, they go up to the high ground and they lose 2 heroes.
That was some Talon high ground magic. It reminds me of last year, you know. They were down and out behind some of the games and some miraculous high ground defense. That was very nicely done. The skewer pulling the Terabit in, I guess he got a little bit too panicky there and he tried to mash his buttons. He needed to actually just BKB after he loses the ADs, you know, but he BKB'd early, he couldn't get the Sunder off. So essentially he wasted his BKB. So there was no way they
Look
could
at
fight.
Akashi. Look at Akashi in this fight. What could have gone differently if Akashi doesn't get his Manta off here shortly? I think it was Manta, right? Must have been.
Yeah, he skewered, he tried to Sunder here, I think. He heals.
No, not yet. He's going to try and Sunder
Yeah,
here.
Oh, yeah.
And then the Manta. Nice job there. That is always so impressive whenever the pros have the state of mind to pull off plays like that. And then Makoto, he does not waste the opportunity. BKBs for safety just to make sure he doesn't die to the puck magic damage. And they finally get themselves another fight win, and not a second too soon. They lost the tier 3 tower. Those racks were about to drop in another 10 or 15 seconds.
The lease of life. They might have a way back into this game after that. Might.
Just might. Just maybe. Akashi able to protect himself even further now with the Lincoln Sphere, so he's no longer as valid as a target for the Sunders. You have an MKB online now for Makoto. Is this and the 20 talents, 2 damage per soul? Is this the point where we can expect a little bit more scaling potential, where SF can fight into this TB, or what exactly is the solution to this TB if it's a full 5-on-5 even fight?
Repositioning. They just need to drag him like the previous fight into a very deep position. So he's isolated, they can't save him and kill him. I mean, in a head-on fight, SF is not going to kill forever.
All right. Spells are all ready to go a second time here. No Aegis beside Execration, as they will push up to the high ground, encountering 5 Talon heroes eager to defend these bottom lane.
That's the banner.
Okay,
Keeping the
CML.
siege alive.
Okay. Blink out in time. SF managing to avoid potential death there. Okay, the toss back, Jokum. No, he's silenced though. The puck able to cover his teammate, but a good avalanche at least sees Jokum up to the high ground safely. The melee racks continue going down here as Denzamity up to the high ground again with the Metamorphosis. Lewis blinking in again, causing chaos as there's the hook shot now from below. Shanks forcing the BKB of Makoto. That's a big RP. They've caught 2. The Requiem, they need a little bit more though. The Sun, it's not going to be enough here. Does at least force back Execration as they will take down Tito. There's going to be the Sunder as Makoto dying in the 1v1. Makoto, he needs some help, but he has none. No BKB, no Manta Style, and no life for him. Denzanity leading Execration deeper into the base as WS. He will be the last to fall. Not a single buyback here from Talon as the GG is called. This game, it's over. Execration, they find the upset win over Talon. And look, Denzanity is hogged out of his seat, already cheering on the boys.
GG. I mean, there was I think no way, nowhere near any part of the game where Talon kind of had any opportunity to threaten Execration. They just felt like they were in control from start to finish. SF farmed the whole game. Sure, he had 0 death until the last fight, but then what? He still couldn't out-carry a Terabit. So the question I would ask, farm whole game for what, SF? Physical damage, SF.
Yeah, just a damn strong TB pick, wasn't it? And the last pick, I don't know what if a different last pick would have fixed it, because we were thinking about potentially seeing an Ansi Illusion hero to try and solve it, but I just don't know if something like a Primal Beast necessarily would have been a problem solver.
Yeah, but I was also thinking about the SF going magic build, right? When I was looking at the lineups, the heroes being picked, I kind of felt like physical SF with physical Razor both kind of didn't really work very well together in the game, and maybe they needed Primal to kind of mesh everything together, because they picked Magnus. Then it felt like the SF had to be magic damage, because nobody's going to be able to play the early game. Like Magnus got into a hard lane, so his dagger was kind of delayed, and who's meant to be playing with the supports, right? Because everybody kind of can't. If SF is magic damage, then you can play with the Tiny SF and Magnus. This is the 3-man going to be moving around the map, setting up kills, Phoenix taking a dead lane, Razor taking the best farm. And then I feel like the draft could work. But because SF is physical, he's farming a lot more. Razor's also farming. Magnus is like, okay guys, I have a dagger. And then what? I'm going to be walking around with a Tiny and Phoenix to set up kills. We don't have damage.
I mean, you said physical Razor, as if Razor has any other builds that are viable, right? So yeah, I agree. I know you just said that to drive home the point that they only had physical damage versus one of the highest armor heroes in the entire game, Insanity, who, by the way, even in this fight where they got kind of close to killing him, gets off the Sunder and he's just fine. Kind of driving back home this point that you're making, but you're right. I mean, someone had to make a change there or a different kind of a pick. I do think it was a viable draft. I could have very well seen it working, but not the way that Execration closed out this game. I mean, and credit to them, right? Because they took some great fights.
Great draft, great fight, great execution. I think the whole team played as a unit really, really well. And if I were to highlight a person, I'm going to highlight the Beastmaster. I think Tino he was amazing with his item build. He knew what he needed to get this game. He didn't go for X, he just went for all the team items. The drums, the the helm of Dom, and even have he went for Wind Waker to save the Terrorblade in the team fights, because he knew my job is to make sure that I give Terrorblade aura and I keep Terrorblade alive. So all his items are designed to play for the Terrorblade. And I think Mikoto needed to do that. He needed to sacrifice his own game to allow the Magnus, the Razor, and to enable his team. But by going for a physical build, everybody just kind of didn't really have an obvious timing in the game. But for Tino, he made everyone have a purpose. Everybody had something to play around. Elder Titan, Clockwork, they were always around. The Beastmaster, the Puck as well. You see him making a lot of very, very nice plays, going to the back line, utilizing the Elder Titan aura, killing heroes off, left and right. They just look like a better team, in the first game. And Talon, they need to go back to the drawing board, figure out what's wrong, and find a solution quickly.
Yeah. And Winter, the last thing I'll say as we wrap up this game, prepare to head to a break, is that this was kind of the hero we were looking for in our last series. Remember when we were looking for the Death Ball and they ended up going for something else? This is the kind of Death Ball that you can bring, because I was wondering how the hell did they get so much tower damage done early? And as you say, it's really a lot thanks to this Beastmaster, right? Like, sure, then Xanadu was able to join these fights because the matchups were all good for him, but Beastmaster keeping him alive, bringing the creeps, pushing the waves out, made it feel like an impossible game for Talon. The Stranglehold too strong. An Execration win in game number 1 of our second upper bracket series. We have Aurora awaiting the victor of this series. Execration have now put one foot into that game to get themselves qualified to head on over to Copenhagen later this year. We'll see if Talon will drive us to a game 3 or if Execration makes it a 2-0 after the break.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back to the road to the international. The SCA closed qualifiers already have one team in the upper bracket finals with 2 chances for them, with one more BO3 win to qualify for Copenhagen later on in September. We have Execration 1 game above Talon Esports, Seek and Strike and Winter. About to bring you the action, pardon me, for game number 2, Winter. Wow, I mean, a powered up Talon, a reinvigorated Talon after they bombed out early, placing, what, 6th to 8th during the Riyadh quals. Really rebounding here and looking good. What do you think about this? What are your thoughts, Winter?
Well, they looked good previously, but this game, in this series, Execration definitely looked better. They found a solution towards Talon, and Talon in the second game right now, I think the adjustments they have to make in the draft are going to be quite significant. I think they need to play more like a unit. The drafts can't be too greedy, can't be too centered around the mid laner. If you want to draft for the mid laner, just like how Bleed does, then your carry needs to be a more active hero, not Razor. I think they picked Razor to win the lane against Beastmaster, which kind of didn't really win the lane. You know, the Beastmaster didn't really feel like he got pressured too much. And you just have to try to choose whether you're going to prioritize the carry or the mid. Because this game, they kind of try to prioritize both, right? They prioritize the safe lanes laning matchup. That's why they went Razor. But then at the same time, the mid laner wanted to be a win condition on the SF, so they had 2 really greedy heroes. And the off laner, sure, he had like what? He had the 24th pick, right? Last game. Yeah, he had the 24th pick. But they couldn't really find
24 mag.
Yeah, they couldn't really find any like picks that, wow, that would be great with the draft, right? Whereas you compare it to Execration, that the first pick, the 18th pick Terrorblade, I was like, wow, that Terrorblade is such a good pick. He counters freaking everything is good with their lineup, and that was it. You know, they didn't have that wow factor. You know, in the last pick, the Magnus was like, yeah, sure. They kind of ran out of heroes. Maybe they could pick Primal. Maybe, you know, but even if they pick Primal, it wouldn't be like amazing. You know, I think it would be okay. But at the same time, I also do feel like if SF went for the Magic build, it potentially could have solved some of the problems the draft had.
Yeah, at least kind of filled in that gap, because it certainly felt, I mean, I use the word gap because, again, it didn't seem like they were really running with a full crew at times, it felt like, Winter. But we'll see now. Is our draft for game 2 just getting underway? We have Execration with last pick on rating side, Talon with priority, I'm sure, with first pick. And, well, we'll see what they can get going here.
Okay, Beastmaster ban. I'll tell you the replacement, Richie. Are you ready? Ready?
Is it a Broodmother?
10 seconds remaining.
Not that far off. Visage.
Oh,
birds.
yeah, that's a good point.
Let's
a
see
good
if
point.
they actually do it.
He's a good aura builder. I love the drums on him. Helm I've seen occasionally. I'm not sure if 33 is doing it. Let me check. He's the guy I always check for Visage. He is playing a lot of Visage, though.
I feel like with Visage, the build is probably... I remember what I saw last was Drum Rush into Orchid. Maybe one of the games I saw that. I don't know if it's good.
So 33's been cooking. He has gone... He started off the patch. He's like, the Gleipnir. Gleipnir is good.
What?
And
Excuse me? Gleipnir on Visage?
Yeah, Gleipnir on Visage. It's pretty good. I mean, Visage used to always build Rod of Ato, so might I remind you.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. That's fine, right?
Yeah. So and plus you have a lot of Grave Chill talents. For example, the Grave Chill facet, which allows you to sap more from the AOE around.
So then you can abuse the
target.
Maelstrom.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good. So I tried playing this, and eventually I won with it, but obviously I'm not a professional player, so irrelevant factoid.
Right, so
flex.
if Visage
Vlad's. He likes Vlad's.
Okay, so if Visage can actually do that, maybe you can kind of replace the Beast. Otherwise, it'll be Enigma. I think those are the 3 heroes I would say are similar. Beastmaster, Visage, and Enigma.
Guess it just depends whether or not you want that teamfight ulti, right?
So let's see if they try to go like along that route, which I feel like it's going to be important for them because their backbone of the team is the support and the offlane, the 4 and the 3. You need to ensure that they get off to a good start. The draft is around them, and they're going to dictate a lot of the pace in the game. I mean, we saw the Terrorblade. Oh, he's so farm, he's untouched, blah, 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 blah. But we need to remember who is making the space, who's doing all the construction, who is setting out everything. It's the Beastmaster. You know, the Beastmaster set up a lot of the plays on the map and pressure.
Okay,
So let's
here we
see.
are. Talon versus Execration. Then we are out of the first banning phase, Winter. 2 bans from Talon, dedicated, or 3 even. They had the tiny, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Wow, 2 games in a row.
Shadow Friend again. Okay. So they seem to think without Beastmaster and Puck, this is not going to be a problem.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know. I think it's
Well,
not so. The Beastmaster I can kind of agree, but the Puck I feel like it's not really that big of a problem. I think the root problem is the Beast, but I mean we'll see. Okay, see what maybe they can try to come up with other different parts to pair up with the Shadow Fiend. Certainly not the Razor.
Yeah, I want to see what they react with here for Execration. That's just the Phoenix straight up again. Making sure you snag him before he gets banned out. Witch Doctor's banned. We haven't let anything... I'm just looking because the Puck and the Beastmaster are not the most common first phase bans, which means we must have let something through.
10 seconds remaining.
What is it?
Wait. Let me see.
5
What's
seconds
the
remaining.
Imba hero?
Storm?
Pango is available.
Untouched right now?
Pango,
yeah.
Storm.
And DK.
Esports
Yeah.
turn to ban.
Those are the big ones because the clock is banned. Okay, just wanted to point those out, the elephants, so to speak, in the room. That Sanity's stretching out a little bit. He popped off, man. He jumped out of that seat like it was an ejector seat. He was hyped. That's always, like you say, sometimes you watch these teams win 60, 70-minute fest, barrel rolling down mid and stuff. And then whatever, it's fine. And then you see Execration close out game 1 of a series, and they are just popping off. Something to the energy here for that team.
Radiant team
Yeah, especially for the underdog team. Like last game, bleed as well after they won the first game. So it's a matter of how they can keep things hot enough to win another game. But sometimes when you release your energy too quickly, you win the first game, then the second game you kind of lose a lot of your momentum. I don't like if people celebrate too early. Just get the job done, and then we go to McDonald's after. Don't go to McDonald's in between.
Get a McFlurry real quick after winning game 1 of the BFP series.
You're getting the dessert before you finish your main course,
And then
so
it
that's
melts.
not good.
All right, well, the DK does sneak through. We banned out the Darkseer, the Monkey King, and the Weaver. So those are all the big Imba heroes, in my opinion, banned. We still have a Storm, but obviously unlikely that Talon will pick it up.
Remaining.
I mean, it's possible, right? We did say Akashi can play it. Oh, and that was for... Yeah.
There's still Dark Willow. There is still Io Marcy? What's going on? Wow, okay. Io Marcy. Carry Marcy with Io. I think this is a lot more fast paced, It suits the SF physical build playstyle if they are leaning towards going back to the same thing. Because I think Mikoto kind of has a pretty greedy playstyle. So they need to kind of cater to that.
5 seconds remaining.
And now I think you kind of can figure out the SF is going to go mid again, and Marcy is probably going to be carry with Io. So I think the draft is pretty easy for you to respond with Execration now. You know your lane, it's Io Marcy safe lane, most likely. So they're picking their off lane right away with the Pango. And now you
Decent response.
You need a laning partner with the Pango
10
into
seconds
Marcy Io.
5
What position
seconds
4 do you
remaining.
need?
I'm also thinking about... you
Dark
just
Willow?
can expect... Dark Willow, Techies. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
They've
they
used
love their
Techies
Techies.
yesterday.
Yeah.
Because I'm also thinking of Heroes Winter that can be used as a solution to the Rolling Thunder. Right now, none of these heroes address it early. Obviously, a physical damage SF will eventually just stand his ground and kill a Pango in a roll,
Yeah.
but not
But it
until
takes
much
time.
later in the game.
10 seconds
It takes a long
remaining.
time before that happens. And Tekis, the more I think about it, is pretty
5
good against Marcy because you have the
seconds
disarm from the taser. So you
Yeah.
can kind of counter her until she gets BKB. That's
And even
pretty
still,
good.
I mean, the Shard is still sometimes really good at forcing her to BKB early or
Mhm.
Dispel early. So
Okay.
I like it. That's a good point.
So now what do you pick here? You pick your off lane? You pick your off lane here? What's good here? And you mentioned they might need something to deal with the role, but I can only think of Primal Base if they want to deal with the role.
Me too. Yeah, I was going to say, I can only also think of a Primal. A Wyvern position 4, Wyvern off lane? No, you can't. Well, maybe.
Wyvern's
it's percentage
actually
based.
decent against DK and Pango. Okay,
it'll be
Spirit
a
Breaker
Spirit
go for the
Breaker.
position 4, so they're gonna. I guess the Marcy could be their offlane. I remember seeing WS play Marcy as well.
Do you think
I
even with
think
the
it was-
Wisp?
Yeah,
I'd
probably not.
believe it.
10
I'd believe
Played
the badge
Marcy
scene.
2 or 3 days ago because I was watching some pubs. I was looking at his games.
5 seconds
Oh, you're right.
remaining.
Actually, he's played a lot of Marcy. In fact, this is the most played hero up there with Timbersaw in the past 8 days, and 4 games on the offlane Marcy to 2 on the carry. Good win rate on the hero for him.
If they put Marcy on offlane, they need an active carry. They need like some. Oh, there's still Chaos Knight. All right, Chaos Knight is gonna work
10
with their lineup.
seconds
I think it's
remaining.
great. if
Oh
they can get
yeah,
Chaos
that's a
Knight.
classic Wisp CK.
5 seconds
Yeah, that's
That's a good
remaining.
point.
Chaos Knight or there's no Monkey King. There is. I mean, there's Gyro. You can fight with Io. But Gyro's a little bit more greedy. Actually, way more greedy.
Yeah. Otherwise, you have to kind of still pick an offlaner that I think. If you're gonna let your Marcy be core, that's fine. But you
Yeah.
have to pick something
Okay,
that'll
hear me
take
out.
care of
If
the
you
rolling
don't get
thunder.
if you don't get CK, I think you have to put Marcy as carry, and then you pick another offlaner that can work with
Yeah,
the
that's
draft.
what I'm saying. It's, but I can only think of Primal. I guess maybe technically Wyvern. It's a choice.
Or they can just pick some
10
Underlord. I
seconds
think it just
remaining.
works with the draft. Just tank up. You just beef up in
5
front. There's a
seconds
Marcy and
remaining.
SF behind you doing damage. I think could work.
You just want to be a
Underlord's
beefcake. You don't need to do damage. We don't need a Timbersaw here. You think
You
for
don't
Talon?
need damage. Dude, you have Marcy and SF.
Okay,
You
okay.
know,
I'm just
do you know what does
Talon
those heroes
esports
do? They kill things, you know. So in order for them to kill things, they need a distraction. They need a big fat distraction in front.
A big fat distraction here. Well, we'll see what Pi is thinking. They've got 23rd pick, 32nd pick. They've got 23rd pick for Talon Esports. Thinking about this last ban.
He's
is gonna
saying,
have to-
guys, we need front line. We need someone to stand in front.
5
SF not
seconds
standing in front.
remaining.
Marcy not standing in front. So, any frontliners, guys? Suggest frontliners.
I do wonder
can't
what he's
see-
like as a coach. Having casted a TI with him, he was very honest. He was very
You see,
honest, and I think maybe
Look at his
players
reaction.
can-
He just
he's-
said,
he's-
I don't know about that suggestion. I don't think it's a good idea.
exactly, because he's honest. He's not someone who's gonna be like all soft and doing. He's like, guys, I don't know about that. Yeah, they're gonna go with the Timber. I guess I know my Pylai die. Wanted to go for damage. It's something that WS is a specialist in.
Yep. This works because you have Marcy carry. And Timber is kind of also a frontline hero. You can soak up damage, run in. And now you're probably thinking, okay, where do I put this DK? DK kind
10
of sucks against
seconds
SF. DK
remaining.
kind of sucks into a Timber. Holy shit, where do we put the DK?
5 seconds
a true dilemma.
remaining.
I think you put him. Oh, I mean, it's hard. You put him. You put
I
in
put him-
carry. Yeah, put in carry and pick another mid hero against SF.
Yeah. But then what's left against SF? Who wins against SF? We run into this problem again, don't we?
Nobody. Queen of Pain.
Quap, Zeus.
No Zeus, man. No Zeus. Actually, Zeus maybe. But their lineup just feels like it's very lackluster. Zeus, Pango, DK, course. I feel like Talon has a huge edge over Excavation right now at the draft.
What do you need then? If you're gonna run a what kind of hero do you need? What are you lacking if you run a DK safe?
Their
That your
draft,
mid laner
just,
should bring.
their draft just feels a bit weird together. DK, Pango. They need like a range hero, I think. Okay,
How about
range
that one?
hero, Invoker. Invoker into SF.
Is that
We
settled?
have-
Does that solve the vibes for you?
But the supports, the 3-man is terrible. Phoenix, Takis, and Invoker fighting for the runes. You're playing into SF, Io, and Spirit Breaker. You think you're gonna get a single rune?
Insanity sure thinks he's gonna have a nice time. He's smiling, listening to.
All right, game
Coach
3,
Kino.
boys. Strap up. We're in for a long day, 6 games, on our shift. Long
Yeah.
day.
Yeah, could be really making
already
My Little
prepping my
Pony and
dogs
John
for-
wait.
Late dinner today, Papa's busy. I can't feed you at 5 o'clock, so it's gonna be a 7 o'clock dinner.
Sorry guys, Pilot I cooked with this draft. He got the Timbersaw pick, which I mean, look, when I suggested it, you didn't like it, and then Pilot I picked it, and you went, "Oh, chef's kiss, Michelin star." What's
Did
up
I
with
say
that?
I didn't like it? I just okay, fine, whatever. I didn't like it. Timber sauce sucks. They needed
Wow.
more seasoning.
Wow, but you still think game 3, even with this bland Timbersaw dish?
Yeah, because they already have the MSG with the IO, Spirit Breaker with Marcy. Those are the three heroes that are going to destroy the game.
Well, what's your concern with this Timber then? Like, because his lane's good. Obviously, that much is obvious.
And now that I think about it, yes, the lane is good. He's going to have a good lane.
It's
He doesn't
WS.
he doesn't have to move. The IO, SB, and Marcy are going to run around and kill people. SF is going to be sitting in his throne, right clicking. Last hit creeps. Emperor Mikoto. Timber's going to get his rotations from the Marcy, so I think all is going to be great. They have good matchups in the lane. Invoker is only going to be the main concern. I think that's the only hero that can kind of kill the Timber because he has pure damage. There's a lot of magic damage. So as long as the supports can ensure that Timber gets a good start, and then after that you rotate, you control runes, you help SF shut down the Invoker. If Invoker's poor, then GG. Easy.
A lot of good vibes between the two teams, by the way, Winter. There's a lot of good luck, have fun, a couple hearts in between. So good vibes in this game.
Yeah. Good vibes. Always important. Respect your opponents.
It's a change of pace seeing this execration with Lewis over the execration with Bob, where he was already kind of spitting venom early on before the horn. But here we go. As execration head into game 2, up 1 over Talon Esports, 1 foot in the door to face off versus Aurora for their shot at Copenhagen later this year. Talon, though, good draft as you've identified, Winter. They've got the Mario lineup ready to go. Got more damage as well on every one of their cores and good matchups.
Oh no, they're running up. Tino's running up. Shield crash. I'm going to tank everything. IDC running up.
He's going to just take the Watcher real quick. He'll a little bit of saber rattling. Maybe they'll fight over this river rune. You know, it's got to be careful for the dispose. Oh, Akashi disposed the Wisp. A little bit of a misclick there. And this is going to be a lot of damage as a result early on. Nothing that the Wisp can't heal off. But not ideal.
You know, I know the game just started, you know. You don't have to do that to your support so quickly, you know.
Yeah,
showing him to the wolves.
Gosh, he just he's like, Ponyo, don't pick up that root. It's Tito's. We have to go 2 for 2. All right.
All right.
Lewis,
actually,
he started with Wex, by the way. I don't know.
Crosswex Invoker? Okay, Crosswex Invoker is good against SB. You need the Tornado. Remove the Bulldoze, stop the charge. It's great actually against Timber as well, the mana burn.
I think it's good against SF. Burn his mana in the lane. Force him away with EMP and secure your ranged.
Yeah, but right-clicking creeps and last-hitting creeps, that's going to be difficult for the Invoker.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's SF. That's what you signed up for, right, when you 24th pick this. And so far, he's on the money. I mean, that's a second range creep secured using an ability. Nicely done here, Lewis. Did go for Elitist, which I think we mostly end up seeing. The Orb active. Don't see the other one too much. Oh, but it's a Fire Dragon for the carry. This is something a lot of people were kind of theory crafting straight away because you do have the Cleave, which got buffed, by the way. You have a Cleave early on.
Your built-in Battle Fury.
Tino, hold on. He's already used his Shield Crash here with the Blood Grenade. He's in trouble. As sorry, make that Shanks. Yeah, could not do much more than offer a couple more right clicks to aid his friend.
Level 2. Alright. Yeah, this hero is actually made difficult to kill with the double jump, the double barrier.
Yeah, seriously.
It's double barrier, double bracer. You can't kill him. He rush vessel. So tanky, and he does damage. Okay, this is a lane where I think you can probably rush vessel without boots.
Yeah, most likely. I think that seems realistic. Especially because Wisp being a hero where if you slow his tether target, you slow him. Means you know, as long as you hit the shield crash on a 1, you ought to be okay. And Shanks can just throw the sticky bomb at the Marcy always. Quick pull. Will not be interrupted very efficiently here by Ponyo. So a little bit of a weakness of the Wisp, honestly. So Execration maintaining creep equilibrium pretty decently all around. Especially Denzanity able to avoid some of his worst levels when he's got a very weak Dragon's Blood. Or, sorry, what's the passive now called? The
Worm's
innate?
Wrath.
Yeah, that's right. I guess needs that little bit of regen and armor to stay in the lane.
In top lane, just Tino is constantly getting pressure. Like, that's gonna be a big wave here. You know, he needs to be able to stay here and just get some last hits. Akashi's looking to pressure with his double bracer. What is this lane, man? Double bracer against double bracer.
You know, it's the IO strats. They're always going to promote a lot of these tanky heroes. I think it tends to be the norm. Bottom,
Well,
little mini charge.
I'm
Trying to
just
deal some
make
damage.
a point that bracer's OP.
Yeah,
Everybody's
I mean,
getting
it's
bracer.
they're good. They're good. At least we're starting to see some more null talismans casually. I love building null talismans on supports if you can
Louis,
afford it, by the way.
getting run down.
Oh, no.
I missed the race.
Yeah, Ponyo gets the kill on the Tino top lane, but it's mid lane where Makoto now, he's in deep trouble as he is overcommitted. CML, he's being charged, but they've got that kill solo. Oh, no. Makoto. A little bit too flashy for his own good there. As back top lane, Shanks in danger. Tino has respawned, leaping back in. There's going to be the double jump, good damage on Akashi, and the sticky bomb. It might have just given him enough damage. Not quite. It's that pesky slow there on the tether. Ponyo well played there on his positioning, able to ensure that Tino cannot get that kill. This top lane is popping off for Talon at least. Mid lane, though, that's not a good death. Not a good look for Makoto.
Creep kill wise, Mikoto's doing really well. 26 and 4.
Hold
Invoker 16 2.
Insanity is a little bit too speedy, even after the charge is used. But they have successfully bullied him from the wave. And Shokum is just going to continue to zone him. Yeah, healing salve. They've got barely enough mana for charge, but Shokum doesn't have vision to cancel it.
Maybe it's
Okay.
2 charges. Just 1 charge. Alright, night time. Runes are gonna spawn soon in 1 minute. So the supports are gonna be making plans, sending out couriers with wards, sentry, getting ready for their mid-adventure.
Mid-adventure. Makoto might need some more help now, even if he's the SF after the wasn't quite a solo kill, but after a mistake, it must have been, honestly. Diving underneath the tower like that.
He's still ahead, you know. Like he's 150 gold ahead of the Invoker still after that.
That's true,
Imagine-
but, you know,
Imagine if he didn't die, at least 300-400 gold ahead.
one of the weaknesses of the SF, right? He does kind of fall off occasionally. This is a good ward on the cliff here near the old Roche pit that Execration have, giving them a lot of intel on the whereabouts of Talon. Will be difficult to contest the top rune, where it ends up spawning in. Makoto bottling up the illusion rune. Very, very strong rune against an Invoker, who is going to go for the urn. So probably going to be a Vessel this game. Makes a lot of sense, actually, against the Io Marcy Timber lineup. I wonder if that's why he decided to go for Wex, then Zanity. Or maybe just another reason, right? They will charge him. He is slow to a crawl. That was a cheeky little move there on that Timber Chain, and it's useful for the kill. That was nice.
Whirling Death
planted
against
that
Strength
tree?
Heroes.
Radiant structures.
Did Jokum or WS plant that tree with the Iron
Yeah, I
Road
think
branch? It was,
they planted their own tree. Someone.
yeah, it was. It
Probably
looked
timber.
good.
Radiant's
Probably
middle
timber.
tower is under
Yeah, it looks like he's got an empty inventory slot suspiciously there.
Yep. Now Louis wasted his TP. Has to walk all the way
Tino,
back.
look at him. He's just getting. Oh, they'll dive him
Oh, no.
actually.
If they
The
kill him,
overcharge has
they'll get the
ended,
Wisdom
but
Rune.
He doesn't have any
This is bad.
abilities.
Oh, Wisdom Rune. Oh, this is
No
bad.
cooldowns for him. Tino dies.
is
Shanks is
bad.
here. He's gonna try and contest the wisdom. He will at least scare Ponyo away, mostly because Akashi, he wants the car. He wants the last hit on the wagon. Wants his money.
Don't we all? WS, bottom, pressuring again,
is-
Whirling Death on two heroes, two strength
Yeah,
heroes.
this is trouble. This is trouble now. Sunray early on, 1 point in it. Is that going to be enough? There's the crazy chakra almost kills CML as well. As Tino, he TP's in, but he's only level 4. Here's Lewis at least rotating through. He will be able to make a difference here. Gets his first 2 charges in the urn. But this has given Makoto alone time with the tower in the mid lane. And with the illusions, he's doing some serious pushing.
And this bot lane has just broken the whole game apart, you know, forcing rotations left and right. Just too much pressure from the Timbersaw.
He's not going to die to
That is-
urn.
This mid tower is gone, and this is going to be
And top
really
tower.
bad.
Look, top is not much longer for this world at this rate. Talon looking to try and play it fast game here. trying to park the bus on Execration, basically, on their towers early, and an amplifier damage room for Makoto. If he rotates top with this, okay, he's not. Maybe he's looking for a stack instead somewhere else. But quite the potent start right now for Talon. He doesn't even need to, in fact. Takashi and Ponyo, they'll do the job themselves.
Yeah, this is going really well for Talon, for sure. Taking control of the map. It's all down to the excellent laning phase that Talon were able to execute this game. Pressuring the side lanes, they're winning both side lanes, and SF on the other hand, even though he died once in the lane, but now he killed the tower, he's going to jungle, so his supports get room to farm. And the map is going to close down really quickly for Excretion at this rate.
Huge snowball effect. I mean, it's wild even that Makoto is this well and even took a death. This is a hero that used to die once and his game was basically over. We've come far from that that kind of SF, and WS doesn't need any support pushing down this tower, so the supports now of Execration, well, they're going to make an effort now for the mid lane, where they do at least sweep up Jokum. He's got a charge, but obviously now with the cold snap applied, he's going pretty much nowhere. Rolling Thunder committed as WS, and as well as the relocate, they're going to look for this Invoker, who is dusted up and reduced to dust here. WS TPing it in with the Chakram, putting him down.
Yeah, Excretion, they have to figure out a way to slow down the game. Game is just going too fast for their heroes. The DK with the Fire Dragon
is
needs
this
to farm.
DK set?
It looks like a... Looks like what?
He looks like Birdman from Rick and Morty. Bird person, I think it's called, actually.
It looks like an eagle?
He looks like a man in a bird outfit. As that looks to be like a bit of an internet issue for Talon here.
10-minute pause time.
Yeah, 10-minute pause time starts now. That's for sure. As that is certainly going to be troubling. I think I recall Talon having some small network issues as well earlier on in the qualifiers. I will take a look, but I seem to recall Talon having some slight difficulties here. But hopefully it's a fast reset, and they will be getting to go. Yeah, it was their match versus Salvation Gaming, and I believe day one. Indeed, day one when they had some small issues. Hopefully, they will be back soon and knew their role. But that's an unlucky disconnect. You know, I feel like that might be a little bit of a momentum killer. Potentially.
What can you do, Richie? Out of your control.
Yeah, indeed.
You fought and died with honor.
So, a couple of voice lines here from Execration, who have a chance to catch their breath, Winter, and think about how they need to kind of put the brakes on this speedy Talon lineup, which is starting to roll out of control. And, you know, this is kind of exactly the start I was afraid of, not going to lie. You've got this Timbersaw, who's completely fine on his own now. You've got Mario, which is going to always be able to reload in for a little bit more of an extra punch in these skirmishes around the map. And, well, I mean, Makoto on the SF is banned almost every game for a reason. What do you do if you're Execration, Winter? What's the move?
I mean, you hope they don't reconnect.
Too honest, Winter. Too honest. Try again.
Okay, they have to hope that the DK has time to farm and recover. Okay, they're back. Okay, they're online. Don't worry, they're coming back. They have to hope that DK has time to farm. What do you do with this build with the Fire Dragon? I actually haven't really seen what do people do with this.
Yeah, let me check it out for you here real quick.
You just go for like damage right away, and then you build into BKB early, and you right click.
Which facet
Crystal
is
is into...
He's got 3 facets, this guy. How do I... Which facet is it? Let me check real quick. I don't remember if it's the first, second, or the
Fire
third
Dragon.
You fought
let me
and
check.
died with honor.
Is it the first one, facet one?
Yeah, number 1.
I'll tell you what, I actually can't find many games on Dota 2 Pro Tracker that have taken facet 1.
But let me ask you, do you think this hero should have a choice of switching facets
No.
in the game? Like you should
No.
switch, be able to switch.
No. I
Too
don't
strong?
believe so. I think it's too strong. Maybe if you buy Ags, you can switch. Maybe
Yeah,
that's...
what if you could do that with gold? You could switch with gold.
Yeah, but basically with eggs, right? I would like that. Then you'd have like a fire dragon build into probably corrosive dragon late game, maybe frost, depending if you need the slows and whatnot. I think that would be acceptable. That seems really strong. I'm not gonna lie. You'd probably have to nerf other aspects of the ancient black dragon, but kind of makes sense lore wise for me. Yeah, I mean, I actually. Okay, there's barely anyone that goes for this fire dragon build. There's this guy named AC who won a game on it, but he's not a pro player. Mostly everyone goes for corrosive.
Yeah, but you have to know, Richie, all these weird and novelty builds, they usually don't get started by pro players. They get started by some random no-namers, and people notice it and people copy it.
I'll tell you what he built. He went for a Mage Slayer. I don't know if he was a mid or not, but hold on. He had a troll in his game, so he was not he was a mid, not the carry. But he did go for a carry-like build after. He went for a Mage Slayer into Shard, into Sanjin Yasha, Blink Dagger, Bloodthorn. I mean, honestly, the build just kind of seems all over the place. But
all right, so what is Dan Sanity doing? He started with a Mars, Morbid Mars, and he's going Crystallis. So I assume after this, he's going to get BKB? Or do you get Manta or something else with another in-between item?
I don't think you get Manta. I think Manta's kind of a useless hero, or sorry, useless item on this guy now. I mean, what do you do for your... I think if you want attack speed, like that you'd get from Manta, I think instead you just go for a Sanjin Yasha, to be honest. Buffs up your innates. Maybe this game I could I mean, but he's a carry. He can't go for a halberd. Oh, man. I think his build has troubles here, but it's fun to theory craft it, that's for sure. Tino, he's trying to bait here. The rest of the team is smoked up around him. Akashi, he's not biting. As we are back live. Fortunately, a fast reconnect here for the side of Talon. But Execration, they will continue smoking around. They will find this Marcy. Ooh, Tornado whiffs, though. Careful, look out for this relocate. Ready to go from Ponyo. As it's too late, Akashi's dead. They blow him up. Ponyo relocates a couple of feet away, but can ultimately not save his Marcy. Ooh. Lewis didn't have a TP, didn't have a quick way out of that one, so he is going to be cleaned up. It's a 1-for-2 trade. Both kills going to Makoto, who, Winter, once again, is going to go for the physical damage build this game.
It's a much better game for it. You have carry Marcy. Marcy's going to move. He's going to get armored. It's going to be really, really active, so the map is going to look much better for the SF. He's going to have more space to farm. And Timber can kind of play around the Marcy. Marcy and SB is the control, right? They're going to stun people, they're going to initiate. So Timber's going to just follow up. And he's going to be tanky. Front line. It's more all-rounded compared to the draft of last game.
I'm just watching Zanny, eagerly waiting to see what he's going to queue up after this Chrysalis. Chrysalis makes sense. Gives him at least a little bit more oomph in these fights that I think he knows he's going to have to join him sooner.
It doesn't help him fight, though, this build. You're like, okay, you show up. Maybe you show up to clean the remains, but you can't really show up to do something to start a fight. Like, you're not that strong.
I mean, the only thing I think you do here is you can kill a Wisp better. That's it. Because the rest of the heroes are just too tanky. You're not killing an SF. You're not killing a Timbersaw. I mean, we haven't even mentioned the elephant in the room here, this Timbersaw. What do you do against him?
You ignore him? Yes? No?
Yeah, I guess. What choice do you have?
Vessel. You have Vessel.
No, do you?
Yes.
Oh, you do. Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
I thought he went for a Midas earlier. I saw his courier moving. Okay.
He's going for a Midas after.
Of course. Yeah, that's that. I thought he had a recipe or something on his way. Okay, but I mean, you've got Vessel. You only have 1 point in Sunray at the moment, so more points in Sunray will eventually help with this. That's to be certain, but I don't know. They've got quite an egg scrambling force here. The Mario and also the SF, not half bad at beating into the egg. All right, Execration are making a move. What are they smoking on? The Vessel, I suppose? Yeah, and this could be a catch. They have ultis ready to go. Can they actually catch them in time? They need to maybe commit the egg here, I think, because from behind Akashi, he scrambles the egg before it's even born. Holy moly. And now giving chase is Tino, trying to find Tino, though. Unable to turn on a dime. And Makoto, he will survive the attempt on his life. Meanwhile, Akashi and Jokum, they get on top of Lewis and kill him. He's just deleted.
Yeah, that was a really big blunder. They needed to commit the roll onto the SF. Even though it looked like, oh, the SF was gonna die, but they needed to make sure it was clean, and somehow not allowing the relocate to backfire.
Yeah. I reckon they probably should have egged as well. Well, because there's no point in using Supernova whenever the Marcy's right on top of you. I mean, first of all, she just about one-shot you.
That is a very, very good point.
Because it's like he kept Sunray on him, but it was Sunray what, level 2? Like, I'm sorry, I don't believe it. He's got hotspot, so I get it, but I think Supernova is probably. I think you take that DPS first. Who knows though? I don't know. I don't know any better. It's just you know, you watch these kinds of games and as a viewer, you want them to be able to pull it off because winter it's getting hard, it's getting tough. 11-4, just 15 minutes in now after the pause. Talon are in complete control of this game, and with the rate that this game is going, I don't know if they ever kill another core again. I don't know if Talon ever lose a single core.
That's a bold statement.
You think? I don't think it's that bold.
I'm sure somebody might die. You know? Okay, core, maybe core, no. Okay.
A core, yeah,
die.
of course. The SP, the Wisp, whatever. Yeah, that's fine. But a core? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, Ponyo has Locket.
Yeah.
Good luck.
He's got Locket. He has a great healing Lotus as well. So a bit burst heal. He's got the shovel, perfect for him. He's digging up these healing salves like it's his main business. He's happy. And in the meantime, all we've seen Denzenity do is just push out bottom wave, mask Cabanas. He's got this crystals online now, but here's WS here to ruin his day. Oh no, and that's the relocate. Oh no. Oh no. Kind of flopped like the Dota 2 anime there. It's just not good. What are you doing, dude? What are you doing in a game like this?
They can't do anything anymore. The lineup is already expired. They have to farm so much with their heroes. The Phoenix, Invoker. I mean, they're trying to kill.
Speaking of the
SF.
Invoker, nope, he's just dead. Actually, Ponyo gets the kill there. CML on the run. He's already used Icarus Dive. Shanks is just running for his life. Supernova is going to be committed here. They're actually focusing on the sports. This might actually pop. And with Tino on top of the roll, they will be able to protect it. Down go both the supports. Now even Akashi in trouble. Tino chasing after him now. Just barely out of reach with that swashbuckle. Shield crash is not going to give him the range he needs. As the armlet toggles keep Akashi alive. Okay, it's something there. It's a decent gold exchange, even if Talon still get the Invoker and only lose supports. I just think they need a better exchange rate to get back into this game. They're still getting fleeced in these fights.
Man, I don't know how can you get better than that. They got a perfect Supernova.
Yeah.
Stunned a couple of heroes. He did so much damage. Still couldn't really get a kill on the Marcy.
I don't know.
Timber has BKB. Marcy's gonna have BKB. Like, what do you do now? Double BKB online.
Yeah, SF has Manta. He's quickly going into the BKB next. We need Shard is what we really need for CML, who's actually going to go for Aether Lens now with Hotspot extending your... Oh, hold on. Densanity. Oh, no.
Oh, we've seen this movie before, right?
I believe we have. Season 2 of Dragon's Blood, that one.
Season 3.
No, Season 2. It's the second time he's died to the relocate with WS just running him down. I mean, and we should talk about this combo, right? Because we've seen a couple of Wisp games without the Spirit Breaker. It doesn't look quite this convincing, does it? There's something about watching an enemy on the map and then being able to charge him and get vision that makes the relocate so much easier. I mean, and that's something is just the vision it gives you, right? But it's incredible.
Vision and lockdown. Don't forget the lockdown. You need to stun people for relocate to connect.
Yeah, but usually the SB is not even really needed in the kill. He's just there for the vision. They kill him before in the games we've seen SBIO. He's dead even before. Oh, he gets there. This time, though, it's useful lockdown on the Lewis. Oh, he pushed him so far back with the unbalanced facet. WS nuking him down. There's the carry invoker down. out of this fight, and they can't save the Phoenix either. Rolling Thunder. Pardon me, Rolling Thunder gets cancelled.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Me, our friend Pango as a harpoon.
Okay, that's cool. Is that usually the builds? I know it's not.
I don't know. I don't know.
Usually, isn't it Vessel or something? I'm trying to remember what Zeal did.
Yeah, but Invoker got Vessel. So I don't know what else do you build on this hero. I know Echo Sabers, I think. So you
Okay.
probably just
Gets-
wanted to upgrade it.
Got off the the roll up, so he's going to be able to not quite catch a hero, but he will force them away. Yeah, I'm taking a look here at the off-lane Pango builds. And a lot of them still like to go for the Diffusal after the Echo Saber. Manta still sometimes. I'm not sure. Pubs, of course, are always a different beast than pro games. I'd like to see some pro game stats for it. I think SA played it a ton. Execration. Down 14k, hitting the 20-minute mark now. They kind of just have to watch their towers go down as just trying to get as much farm as you can on this carry DK. He's got Blink Dagger now, and will next be going for a Hurricane Pike. He's trying with the Force Staff. This is kind of, I mean, I don't know. Kill the Wisp first in the fights, and then a Supernova on top with the Rolling Thunder to cover. But very quickly, you're going to have a BKB now on Makoto. I don't think as far as egg scrambling purposes, you're worried for WS's BKB, as he's always disarmed when he's throwing Chakram. But then Zanity, do you want to renew this season again? This time Wise not to show on the wave. Means Akashi's already down there farming it. But they have scouted Tino. Oh, and the Phoenix as well. WS. That double Chakram is disgusting. It's disgusting. Shanks in his own triangle. He's not even safe. Talon, this is really what parking the bus is to me, Winter. Just anywhere you go, you will run into heroes. Even if you bring 3 or 4 versus 2, it matters not. Against this kind of a lead, against this kind of a lineup, when you've got Relocate, you've got the global positioning from Jokum. Look at this guy. And here comes the Relocate. Danzanity, this is your carry. Oh, no, hit by the rebound. They still have a Dispose. He's bashed up the once. Even Ponyo's not afraid of getting his hands dirty. Down goes Danzanity. Tino, the Defender's Gate, yes, indeed, does not allow BKB targets through. That is at least something, a positive note here for Execration. But, you know, it's kind of like getting a D-. You didn't fail, but it's not really looking so good for the midterm.
No, you have to, at this point, retake the semester.
Yeah. Yeah, I know a little bit about that, unfortunately. Going into the finals. Oh, brother, it's Jover. But, of course, Execration, they will hold out. No reason not to. Very reminiscent of our first game. Makoto is just so strong, isn't he? There he goes. Tino with the roll-up gets back to the high ground safely, and they have killed Jokum. He did get a little bit too aggressive there. Bit of a mistake from Talon, who have otherwise been playing a phenomenal game.
Yeah, trying a little bit too hard with that. They tried to rebound on him, give him the buff, and then running with the SB, with the boost speed. Trying to be a little too cute. Sometimes it happens, you know.
It happens. I mean, but you can just see it from the way that Talon have still postured themselves. They're not too worried about it. However, this could be a move. They are smoking up top. They see Akashi. There's going to be the blink and stun onto at least one. They are going to cancel that Relocate as well. Akashi, he's going to end up going down. And Tino, oh, that's a beautiful little rolling thunder into the harpoon. 3 dead just like that. Committing the Supernova. Committing a lot, yes, sure, but picking up much needed, desperately needed kills. My God, these guys were starving.
Dyer's top tower.
The Talon. 3 versus 5. They like these odds. They know that there's no Supernova, so Phoenix is nothing but another kill now. WS sweeps him up on a killing streak now. WS, who, by the way, has had BKB, has not had a chance, or he's not even had a case to use it. Makoto TPs to the outpost, trying to get a little too cute there. But that TP is going to be too long, and he will not be able to catch up to Danzanity. Something for Execration. A crumb, if only, but better than nothing.
Oh no! This is bigger than a crumb. It's like that piece of half of the patty, you know, that beef burger that somebody left behind.
Yeah, and it's not great, you know. It's a Romley burger dogging special that's, you know, been left out somewhere, and it's, you know, but you're hungry. It's 3 a.m. You're just getting out of the bar with your mates, and you need something to hit the spot.
Yeah, you need the fat, you know.
The grease.
After getting too much alcohol, so you need some fat to help you sober up. So a Rumley burger special, 3 a.m. works.
That'll do. And hey, for Execration, something to cling on to. Nice shot call there. Talon, I mean, and let's take a look at what this pattern represents, right? Two mistakes, right? Honestly. The Spirit Breaker one, it was basically gifted, and then simply not respecting still that Execration can still connect and make plays together as a team. You know, they're down 18k. Every single one of their cores is extremely farmed.
Oh,
but
relocate soon. Top lane, sorry. Here comes the SB.
Tino. Okay.
Yeah, he
Okay,
pushed them in.
wait. No way. This is a fight. Is it Shanks? Shanks doing what he can. They want to try and kill Ponyo here first, but Akashi BKBs. He scrambles the egg. There's a Sunstrike incoming, a very low level one, which will not make much of a difference. Tino, he's getting stunned up here. This is Rolling Thunder ends. Makoto just cleaning up. That's a big old shield crash. He's still alive. Almost gets another one onto Shokum. But Talon, still, they are just fine at the end of the day. They really need all 5 heroes there if they want to take a fight. It's the only way.
The question is the DK ready? He has his BKB. Is he finally ready to come to the fight and burn down the enemy with his Fire Dragon?
Yeah, a facet, by the way, which is very rarely taken. Dota 2 Project can only find one a game with this Fire Dragon. It's got an M farm. He's the richest hero in the game alongside Tino. But now he needs to put it to use. Blink Dagger, Elder Dragon form, Crystallis, Mask of Madness, and a Fire Dragon ready to go. And there's going to be the initiation. He's going to actually find a stun here onto Akashi, but in goes WS. Look at the damage he's just pumping out here. They don't have a Supernova to cover him either. And Akashi just safely back on the other side of the fight. Now Denzanity, his BKB's expired, as has his life. Oh, Tino. Bless your soul, doing what he can here. No Rolling Thunder for 4s. They kill him inside the roll-up. Makoto pops the BKB, just tanking through the mines, and that just has to be the game here. They'll buy back. They got a buyback as well here for the Invoker, the Cross Wex Invoker, which has just not worked out in game number 2 for Execration. Not the way that they've needed it, but Tino, he's not giving up hope. Does find the stun there on Ajokum, finds another on a Makoto, but they're just still losing the hero. CML dies 20 seconds until he had another Supernova. Akashi is BKB active. He needs just vision on the heroes. Now they have it. Lewis again killed in the Ghost Walk. Techie's doing what he can. I feel like I'm casting a funeral, man. Get me out of here. Oh, Execration. A tough game for them, but they still have game 3 Winter. Talon defeat Execration in game 2.
Yeah, very straightforward win from Talon here. Like Execration, their experiment with the Fire Dragon didn't work out. Lanes also didn't work out. The Pango plus Techie's lane, they kind of got ran over from both the side lanes. Invoker couldn't really do anything. He was kind of forced to rotate very early. He made a TP to the bot lane. That was the initial one, I think at around 6 or 7 minutes. Couldn't save the DK and kind of ruined his own lane. And after that, the game just became really difficult. You're playing into relocate, Spirit Breaker charge. You lost both your side lanes. Everything just kind of fell apart. You know, they had a couple of like good fights with the egg, but just wasn't enough, you know, to claw themselves back into the game. It's well played by Talon. Good draft, executed everything, and they're going into a game 3.
Going to game 3, that mid kill maybe could have changed things there, but Makoto with a shield rune. Yeah. And then a lot of the fights kind of looked like this one, didn't they? Well, actually, this was a half-decent fight. They end up getting a couple of supports for their trouble here, thanks to the Supernova barely surviving. Following this, though, of course, just a tough game, right? Oh, Sakashi so close to dying there. Gotta be frustrating here for Execration. But they, you know, they can hold their head high, right? They get off a couple of decent fights. They show that, you know, things were a little bit more even out from lanes. They definitely would have had it. But as you say, went through the tri-core. Oh, sorry, the 3 versus 3 didn't really give them such a great opportunity.
no, it's just too difficult for them to fight. That's why there's a lot of priority on the 3 versus 3. I haven't been highlighting it a lot in the last couple of series, but this game it definitely needs to be highlighted. IO Spirit Breaker with the SF, just taking all the runes. The Timber doesn't really need any help from the supports. You're in a very good and advantageous matchup into the DK. Can't really pressure you. Supports can do whatever they want. They rotate. They killed the Pango. They killed the Invoker. It's just nowhere is safe, if you're Excretion in the last game. There's like no point in the game where I felt like they could have just grouped up together and push. Because DK is their main hero that can kill the towers, and he's not ready to go and push the towers. So what do? You spell on the map, you farm, you're playing into charge, relocate. Guess what happens? People are gonna die on the map.
Yeah, and people died, and especially the DK a couple of times. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's something to this Fire Dragon, right? It's just in this kind of a lineup, when you go down early, they're going to keep you down. They're going to charge you. They're going to reload to you. Your damage isn't enough to kill either one of their cores. I mean, they got Akashi the one time, sure, yeah. But outside of that, I mean,
that was kind of like lucky too, right? They killed
Yeah.
they killed Akashi because Ponyo screwed up the relocate. He tethered too early. And he got stunned.
Yeah, I mean, and they only had that opportunity because Shokum just kind of went in a little bit too soon on high ground, it's these kind of mistakes that, yes, they are mistakes, and credit to Execration for being able to exploit them and try and make a comeback off of them, but it's too much. It's too much pressure. The bus was parked on their chest in Winter. They couldn't get it off of them. That takes us to game 3, where hopefully we will see a little bit of a better draft. I'm hoping for 2 even drafts is honestly what I would like to see Winter here, as we do head into our second game 3. It's time to see who will face Aurora tomorrow in the upper bracket finals for their slot at Copenhagen, Execration and Talon. Going to game 3, starting after the break.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back to the Road to the International, folks. The SCA closed qualifiers continue in our 4th game of the day. Make that 6th game of the day. Just kidding, because now the competition is tight. We are 1 game away from determining the opponent for Aurora for that slot to Copenhagen. Thanks for tuning in, guys. See you, Chuck and Winter, on the call with you as our 3rd draft has already begun. And a quick programming note, Tundra versus Team Secret has also started. That is over on the main channel. You can just delete the EN2 following the PGL Dota 2, or if you're watching on YouTube for that higher quality stream, you can just find it there on the channel as well. And my bat chess, of course, for Thompson. Good luck to them. But over here for the C region, we have Game 3 Winter between Execration and Talon. Why should people stay and watch this series, Winter? You have to sell it to the people.
Because we're about to see the only Pinoy being remaining in the upper bracket if Talon wins.
So that is true. That is true. Or it could be full Execration up there, as they avoid the lower bracket, or are seeking to avoid the lower bracket anyway now, Winter. They would go on to face the loser of this series, I should say, will go on to face the winner of Prism Esports and IHC Esports. That match will begin after the completion of this one. We've got Mike LaPhoenix and standing by for that series as soon as we're all wrapped up here. But for now, let's head into and final draft. Seems like we have first pick for Talon Esports, who I assume have won the toss. I've got to believe they've won the toss, right? There's no way otherwise they wouldn't have gotten first pick. Has first pick won both of our games again?
I don't remember. Last game, what was the first pick? Last game, it was first pick SF into Phoenix. So no.
That's right.
Actually, yes. First pick SF won.
No, that's right.
And
then last time Execration won with the first pick Clockwork. Yeah, so first pick has always won. Ooh, and the Witch Doctor sneaks on through the Monkey King, and I guess Spirit Breaker's a little bit more unusual in the first ban. We have a lot of heroes unbanned right now, by the way. This series meta is rather interesting. Banned, like in most games, still I believe almost a 100% contest rate. There was one game where Witch Doctor was ignored, but the Tiny, the Enigma, and the Beastmaster, the first phase bans for Talon. Highlight Die, what is you cooking here? Letting through some strong heroes. Setting a trap, maybe?
Witch Doctor for Weaver. Fair trade.
10 seconds
Okay.
remaining.
I'd agree with that one, by the way.
5 seconds.
I'm just
So now you counter the Weaver. And Weaver's
wild
going to
how
be
much we've
support.
deviated from these bans. What is Pilot Die? Pilot Die's previously banned Beastmaster, Tiny, Puck, game 1. And then game 2, when he had 4 bans, he banned Witch Doctor, Ench, DK, and Monkey. Interesting. These are, like, I feel like we don't always see, especially in what feels like a very OP hero kind of meta, kind of hero of the month meta. Rarely do I see the bans change this much, but some big changes.
10 seconds
Alrighty.
remaining.
Well, Clockwork taken out. And
5
what else do you want to
seconds
ban
remaining.
here, Pi? Usually this is where he bans the Weaver, so this is Execration kind of adapting to this, realizing that maybe he won't ban SF. He won't. He has the option of 3 games in a row for Shadow Fiend. Right? Pilot died. Pilot indeed decide. Right?
I mean, Execution they have to pick a support here first anyway.
5 seconds
Something
remaining.
that can work well with Weaver. I guess if Weaver is a carry, your position 5 can be a little bit more greedy. Something like, I think Trian works really well with Weaver. You give him some heal in the lane. Weaver doesn't build any regen items in the early game, so the Trian heal is very beneficial for Weaver. But if you're looking to be aggressive, then a CM with Weaver is strong. Give you mana, you keep going, the frostbite, so you get
5
kills.
seconds remaining.
You like the Maiden a lot. You've suggested her, I believe, a handful of times already.
That was with the Tiny, I think I suggested.
I believe that was correct. Sorry, last ban here just being a Night Stalker. So leaving the door open for this Weaver to be played as core, certainly. With, I think, the Night Stalker ban being particularly strong against him.
Yeah, I mean, there's still other counters like Void.
Yeah.
Aurora
Crystal.
already showed that it's gonna make viewers' life so miserable. Dilation and Chrono.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm just thinking of where they want to try and take things. I mean, it will be the Ench, which was banned against them game 2, and uncontested in game 1 of the series. So once again, banned game 1? Must have been. Stats don't lie. Stats don't lie. It's literally the second ban. I said it earlier.
5 seconds remaining.
But did go uncontested in game 2.
I mean, it's a very aggressive support in the early game. If you're looking to take control of the early game, Enchantress is the hero. And okay, CK, Witch Doctor, powerful lane. I think Weaver
Super good.
generally struggles into CK as a carry. You don't clear the illusions particularly well. You're going to have to rely on some. That's why they banned the Brewmaster and Darkseer. They wanted the CK. Those are 2 heroes that can deal with illusions. Now they're going to have to find something else like an Underlord.
Yeah, I think
Maybe-
Underlord's been the preferred solution if you can't have the Darkseer or the Brew, right?
Yeah.
Haven't seen anyone really go for like a Primal like we used to. Seems like he's
Or
fallen
you-
flat lately.
Pick Lifestealer because you build Radiance. And you
Yeah.
move the Weaver to support.
Dire team
But
Else
your
is
drop
building
is going to
Radiance these
be
days.
your drop is going to be lacking a lot of stun. So you need stuns on other heroes. Heroes that build Radiance,
Yeah. Tina's got a Snuggie on, getting all cozy, man. Look, he's all cozy mode.
do you want unconventional heroes
10
or do you just want
seconds
the
remaining.
normal Radiance heroes?
I think it's the normal Radiance heroes besides the
5
Brew who's banned
seconds
out, right?
remaining.
Who does? I
Brew
mean,
likes
Naga,
that.
right? Sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, not many heroes want to do it anymore now.
Yeah. I agree.
Oh, fast pace. Zoo, Enchantress, Lycan, Weaver. What's next? The birds? Visage?
Ooh, that'd be fast. But then that means what? I mean, we've seen Lycan
10
Core. I think I've seen it more
seconds
off lane in the games that I have
Yeah,
seen.
actually true. Lycan
5
is the
seconds
off-lane hero for
remaining.
this team.
So I think they're going to continue to try and flex Weaver. And if you do that, then you need to show basically a mid-carry flex or another support probably.
Or just pick a stun. They have 0 stuns now.
Yeah, but
control.
you know, Execration, they take inspiration from the Enigma Galaxy drafts.
Okay. Is that a good
Only
thing or a
slows.
bad thing?
Just get more slows. Just get more slows. Oh,
What is with this route? Look at all the 4 heroes. It's like
dude, they're
I'm queuing
having
into
fun.
I'm queuing into a game and everyone is a core player on my team.
Look at Jokum's reaction. He wipes his face. He can't believe what he's seeing right now in game 3.
10 seconds.
Is this
Oh,
like a
man.
pudge carry against the CK illusions and you have flash heap?
5 seconds remaining.
Or meat
That's
shield.
true.
Not
Yeah,
flash heap.
the flash
What-
shield,
what do you call
whatever,
it?
meat shield. Yeah, whatever it is. The active that gives you a damage block that used to be on flash heap, indeed. Yeah, that's
The
pretty
hook
good.
is so imba. The hook, like I tell you, the hook is just you can't dodge it. It's so fast and so far away at level 1 if you get the facet.
Easy hook
But you-
mode.
I think even if you play as a core, you should still get that one instead of the other one is you get strength while you are using your dismember.
Yeah, dismember talent is always pretty good, but I think with the amount of cancels already showing and likely more that Pilot Eye will pick up here.
The hook one is like for me way better. It's just very hard to
Okay.
dodge the hook because the speed of the hook is a lot faster and you have a longer range. And not to
Wow.
mention it does more damage.
Storm Spirit.
Pilot Eye locks in the Storm Spirit, so we will get to see Makoto on something other than the SF, which I'm particularly a fan of here. And without stuns, only the
Yeah.
Dismember, it's looking like a pretty good pick here, honestly.
How are you gonna kill him? How?
You're going to have Bedlam,
And
you have a Terrorize to reach and
they
cover
ban
him as
Puck?
well.
Okay, so what else? They need to pick like some Ember Spirit. Something that can give them
10
small
seconds
stuns.
remaining.
Catch Ember, chain into hook. So that
What
would be a
about a Void
solution.
Spirit?
Seconds remaining.
It's okay. I prefer Ember. Well, it's fine.
I like Void against the Witch Doctor for the Ags eventually, and then against the Willow to reach and cut them. Not into the CK at all. So, you know.
That is true. That is true. It's very good against even the Storm, you know, the Silence can be good.
Yeah. Yeah, it can be strong. And there's kind of your mini stuns to set up for things. I don't know if it's the pick, as we can see Shanks and the rest of the Execution boys. They're always having a nice time.
It's not the best setup with Hook. Because the Aether Remnant can be... annoying.
You were looking for like a root, like a much more consistent kind of. Yeah. Well, Kunkka's a dead hero. Otherwise, he'd be quite a good pick here, wouldn't he?
Yeah. Aren't you glad the hero is gone?
Yeah, I kind of miss him sometimes. You know,
Water
sometimes
pump
I still
every
think
game.
I can. Sometimes I still think I'm getting. You know, whenever I get jumped by the mid laner, I'm like, oh no. The water park, and I still hear it. You know, I can still hear the ghost ship. I miss him.
That bad,
I should call him. All right, but what do you want here for the mid laner for some setup?
Primal, Ember.
I'm gonna say something crazy here. Okay, are you ready?
Yes. Bring it on.
Meepo.
Yeah, Meepo is set
for
up
execution.
good into Storm. I mean, your draft is already Pudge like an Enchantress Weaver. What
Yeah.
difference does the Meepo will make?
I
Meepo's
agree.
just going to make it better.
Just hit the ground running. I mean, I don't know. I honestly, that's kind of seems to be the pick to me. Maybe an Earth Spirit can work. It's a ban. Usually a lot of mids will ban it. No. I don't know. That seems to be the pick, honestly. I like the Meepo. But it's Talon who have 23rd pick. Execration ultimately with last pick here. We're looking for an offlaner into a ton of zoo. We need wave clear. Underlord's in the pool. CK. Sorry, Centaur's
X. Oh, he goes Mars. I mean, it's good against Lyca because you trap him and you can kill him. But I feel like they
build the
needed,
kennel for the wolf.
I feel like they needed like damage mitigation because all their heroes, they do so much damage. The Pudge, the Enchantress, the Weaver, they needed people to build aura items.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's back.
Oh no.
What is this draft?
No.
A dragon, a Pudge, a wolf,
No.
a deer,
No.
and a cockroach.
No. Okay, it's fine. It's Lewis. It's a mid lane DK. I thought it was Denzanity. He's locked in the Weaver instead. Okay. And it's Corrosive Dragon instead of Fire Dragon. Flayer's Hook is the one you're talking about for Shanks, is it? That's the facet you think is too strong?
Imba. Yeah. It's the Imba hook.
We have Voodoo Frustration for Ponyo. Lycan's gone for Pack Leader? Is this the one I think it is? Is this the Spirit Wolves? I always forget the name.
Pack leader is the normal wolves, not the one that you can't control. Let me check.
Is the other one like Spirit Wolves? Okay. Yeah, it's the Spirit Wolves. And then the only other interesting one is CML has gone for Overprotective Wisps, which triggers a little wisp every so often when you take enough damage. Usually you see the enchant attack range one instead. So with that, Winter, I've given you some time to kind of try and make sense of what we have in front of us here. What are your thoughts here? What are you thinking? Who's the 3-on-3s? I mean, there's so much to consider, but I need to know what's going on inside that mind of yours besides thinking of chicken rice and what's for dinner.
What's for dessert?
What's for dessert? Game 3, 6 games of Dota. What more could you want?
I couldn't ask for anything better.
All right.
I mean, this game, I think just looking based on lineups, I think logically I feel like the Mars, even though I don't feel like it's the best pick, but I think overall their lineup is more balanced. It's standard. It's easier to execute. Whereas Execration lineup, I don't understand a thing. What's going on with their lineup. What are the timings? Who's gonna buy initiating items? I guess DK is gonna buy dagger. They don't have very clear team fight. Everyone is just doing their own thing. So it's gonna be a crazy game if they're gonna win this game.
Well, Winter, we wouldn't have it any other way. A little bit of a popcorn game ahead of us for Talon versus Execration Game 3. Game 1, the closest game so far of the series. Keeping our eyes out here is Talon trying to pull a sneaky move here. They have not captured the Watcher, but they did start. That may have been scouted here as the Wolves running around trying to see what they can find along the map. A carry Weaver in this game as well, by the way. Insanity. Just double checking to make sure that the tower can see him.
Yeah, no harm, you know. Just making sure. Might be a hero around that you don't see. Just double
He'll
checking.
get the HP back. He'll get the HP back.
Do you
Talk to me about...
Do you think if heroes only started regenning after the creep wave spawn, would it be a good change? So that people don't do crazy stuff like this?
No,
Check
but,
awards.
if anything, it would discourage early rune fights because then people would be like, I'm not going to show up to lane. Or I'm not going to show up to lane with 70 less mana. I need it to CS my
Don't you
creeps.
feel like it just makes the game more stable so random stuff don't happen? You know? Before the game, you know,
Winter.
sometimes, oh, this is supposed to happen. Now my support dies, I can't play the lane, people are mad.
I play Dota for the things that aren't supposed to happen. It's the entire reason.
Get the
Why I'm,
hell out of my game.
That's why I'm a Dota caster and not an accountant. You think that was supposed to happen? I was studying aerospace.
Got your taxes
But here we are
wrong.
instead. Game 3. Second one of the day for us is Tino.
Oh my God, it's a
getting
jungling
beat back
punch.
by the Witch Doctor.
It's a jungling
Oh,
punch.
yeah? We've seen this before.
Yesterday, didn't we see this yesterday?
We need a fourth
OG?
split screen. We need a fourth split screen. Find the pudge. Find the pudge.
Jungling punch. So is this the exact
Oh,
same
no.
build? Basilisk and Sage Mask?
I'll pull it up. It was OG that did it, right? I
Yeah,
believe it was Ari.
Ari.
I'll find
Might have
it.
been the same build. Basilisk. Sage Mask.
I'm not sure. I'm finding it now.
Holy crap. So what is the Lycan meant to do in this lane? Just AFK. Alone, 2v1. So he pulled the wave. So he gets the wave in front of the tower. So he's going to be able to survive for a couple of minutes here. So I guess Pudge will come out and help him at level 3.
Right. He did it in game 3. So he must have left. He left an Enigma alone. Kind of a similar hero, right, to the Lycan, you could say. And I guess he's not really too afraid of the Witch Doctor as long as he keeps his distance. I need to try and find his starting items here, Winter. Give me a moment. Oh, first blood. See him out. Gets the kill onto Jokum. That is in our top lane, not with our jungle Pudge.
I mean, that's good news, right? The team that's jungling got first blood.
I guess it is.
Okay, the Pudge is
Yeah,
just...
hold on, where's our...
Wait,
Yeah,
did
same
you
build.
see the
Bring it
game?
back.
Like, when did he actually come up from the jungle, or was he like jungling till night?
I didn't see the
Okay,
game.
then
Insanity. Oh, he's going to die. Nice catch there. I didn't see the game. I'm going to assume he came out. I have no idea when he would have come out. He did get a 17 minutes, 58 seconds Crimson Guard, and he did get a 4-minute Arcane Rune. So that's kind of the benchmark. It was this spot exactly. I can only assume he came out at level 6. When did he get it? I'm not sure. There's a death now for Tino in the lane. And top is not going much better. WS, oh, he's getting beat down here. That enchant, thankfully, doesn't do any damage anymore. It's not going to be enough. Then Sanity with the Shikuchi dives the tower. Still only Shikuchi level 1, but with the creep wave here, he's safely going to get back to his own creep wave. Wow. This is something else. I don't know when the last time I've seen this is. I mean, other than, of course, the OG game. The Talon going for some OG magic. Wasn't Pylai die on one of the teams with some of the monkey business boys? Am I crazy? Was there never any overlap there? I could be wrong. He was playing a lot with
No,
Envy.
he
I feel
wasn't.
like
He was on secret for a long time.
yeah, the Envy circle and the OG monkey business circle. I don't think they ever crossed. Okay, we'll see how this continues to build up, though. I'm excited for what this means for the game.
Just what I've been waiting.
I think I guess the Pudge
just
comes
so
out
ridiculous.
at what, level 4 or 5? I'm pretty sure you have to come out and help the Lycan get a kill so he can play the lane at some point.
Yeah. Makes sense to me. I mean, Tino is getting almost nothing out of the lane right now. He's getting experience, but not much else. Akashi's also being quite rude and skipping waves, which seems to be the solution here. I hear action up top, but the Swarm Beetles ultimately won't change too much here. Okay, I mean, we haven't talked about too many of our other lanes, right? Makoto having a fairly easy time into what is sometimes a bit more of a difficult matchup thanks to the static slide, and Lewis not having as much regen early on because of the Dragon Blood changes.
CS-wise, DK is gonna be a little bit ahead. I think that's pretty normal for now. Storm has to go back to base, so that's not ideal for him. So DK is gonna pull ahead even further. And now Pudge finally, he's gonna TP back to base. Okay, I think this is the time where he comes out and helps his lanes.
Yeah, looks like it. I think this... Oh, hold on, top. Insanity. Oh, the Shikuchi away. Had 8 wand charges as well. I can't tell when Ari came out of the jungle here. I'm really, really curious. This game ended up going extremely late, but I don't know if these timings are as good as they were. Seems not. Seems like he's slightly behind as far as how Ari came out. Okay. Well, I think this is going to negatively impact Tino, but here's the jungle Pudge going fishing for a hook around the 6-minute power rune. This seems like a natural time to be rotating out of the jungle. Let's see how Talon reacts.
I mean, he's going to have to help for sure at some point. Now he's going to
Okay, he's got Makoto, who actually does not have level 6 yet. Lewis does have 6, reaching, finds him with the Dragon Tail stun, and cleans up the kill. It's Jokum who ends up denying the rune as it spawns top. CML looking to close the gap. Saponio, he's aggroed the camp. Blood Grenade does catch him. Another Dragon Tail in 2 seconds. Lewis needs to give chase here for range. Has him now. A second Dragon Tail, another hook, ultimately needless. As Lewis picks up both kills. Okay, so it's one... Well, it hasn't won mid, has it? But it has sure as hell impacted mid. Will they do anything about this bottom lane is my only question.
The other 2 lanes have definitely gone really, really well. Like, only the Lycan is the one that's suffering because of the Pudge. But Pudge right now with the rotation, he's helped them secure the rune. He's helped them get a kill. Now they're pressuring the tower, which is looking really, really good.
Still mid. Jokum needs to be careful. Hook goes fishing, missing onto the Mars, who now has Ball Lightning, so he's a much harder kill, to be honest. Then it's 7 runes. Oh, no. Oh, no. Insanity. Going for the rune and punish. That is a carry Weaver, the Duraccio move that Talon, they were ready for it in game 1, and they were ready for it here.
And the Pudge, right now I think he's in a very, very good spot. Like, he's level 5, and after everything that's happening.
Just wide there, almost caught him. Now the Ball Lightning, this free CML up. He's got level 2 Nature's Attendance. This is a far different build. He's taking a lot of damage, and so he's getting a lot of wisp out. Look at this healing, it's incredible. He's gonna take so much damage. Finally, Akashi's gotta come in just to be able to get the kill. In the meantime, it's space created. The tower's gone down. Hook tries to find the rune, which spawns top. Lewis will be able to snag this amplified damage rune. Doesn't have a bottle, though. So he's going to try and put this to work immediately. And, well, there's a small stack here. Is the jungle meta back? Are we going to see Falcons do this? This is something that Falcons love. Snake King loves jungling. Used to do it all the time. Potom. Started from the Potom, and then we saw it a little bit more when he was on Tundra. Occasionally, they'd run like a Veno jungle. Is any team that's going to start do it? I mean, check Snae's replays here. Hook, Shanks, sees Ponyo. Yeah, trying to go for the D ward. A fairly easy kill here, even though he does get the rune, the ward. No, it's denied ultimately. So Ponyo dies in vain.
I mean, for this to work, you need to have like the right offlaner that can be sacked. Go jungle early, and not really a hero that relies on dagger. And Lycan's probably one of the better ones here. He's not that even low level. He's level 7. I mean, he's poor, but
I think if the Pudge is setting up kills on the map, constantly pressuring the other lanes, getting towers, then I think it's all in all, it's worth it.
Yeah, I mean, eventually Tino's going to run out of the jungle with the shapeshift either way and just start right-clicking down the Witch Doctor and the Willow. That's kind of all he needs to do in fights. He's not that easy to kill. And you do have this Mars, this WS Mars, who has really gotten a strong start to this game. Oh, I say that, and isn't that where it's not all that fantastic either? But the mid tower's gone. There's a hook just for some farm. Yeah, I would get. I think it's worked. I think it's honestly worked.
Oh no, coming to your game soon.
Pudge hook. Yeah, Jokum. Oh, that's so much damage. Dismember is going to be interrupted, and with Ponyo here nearby, he doesn't have Cask. He's going for Maledict and Voodoo Restoration build. This is not going to do much here to help out as Lewis joins the fray now, but Akashi's here. It's a full 5-on-4 fight as Lycan is still off jungling. Shanks has another hook ready to go, and another Dismember in 10 seconds. No Arena of Blood yet. Talon unable to find much here, but they do rotate on heavily.
Yeah, it could have been worse. I mean, they somehow managed to save the Willow. No one else died. They kind of didn't expect Pudge was really level 6 there, I guess, and places a ward, lands the hook. And now Lycan is finally ready to push the tower.
Yeah, force the rotations. He's got the wagon here. Should be an easy tower. As the pack leader Aura Winter, even for your dogs, are starting to hear them howl. This might be it for Execration. A 2K net worth lead. It's early, but it's a nice lead, and they have not even taken... I mean, they've taken a little bit of tower damage, but comparatively, it's not even close. Execration, another howl here for them. As they will run through that Twin Gate and look to apply more pressure top lane, but Talon, they lie in wait. A trap ready to be sprung. They might just catch a DK on it, who has a Blink Dagger, so perhaps it's Talon who will be caught unaware. But no, ultimately no one getting caught here, just the Enchantress, who will get hooked out to safety away from this Death Ward. Not the best first Death Ward, unlucky there. CML. This is kind of a fun build, honestly. These Nature's Attendants, these overprotective Wisps. Maximum of 4 Wisps can exist at once, but that's pretty decent. How many Wisps are in the initial cloud? I don't know. Oh, 8. Okay, I understand. So you basically 50% more Wisps. That's it's pretty significant, but it obviously means you're not going to be doing damage with Impetus. Oh, no, Lycan. Oh, the Wolves. The Wolves. Help, Storm. Makoto, help. Makoto, do something. Oh, my God. All right, there it is. Finally. Okay, he realized that the Wolves give bounty, so he took some of the last hits there. Good work. Sigma was chasing them down, and now Execration, they'll move into the enemy triangle. So the build for Shanks is a Glimmer Cape. Is that similar to what Ari did? No, Ari felt the need to go for that early Crimson Guard. He got it very early, by the way. But he was playing into a... what was he playing into? A Morphling, a Puck, and a Tango. Interesting. So they still decided that Crimson was the item there. I've been looking at these Western European games, Winter, so I don't know what they're going on, what they're building, and what they feel like is strong. But honestly, here, I mean, hey, if the Pudge jungle carries over, it looks like it's going to work. Either that or Talon were not properly prepared for it. I don't know which is the case. Execration eager for this top tier 1. WS really wants to finish farming up this Blink Dagger, but it's so dangerous here. And he doesn't even know the half of it. He thinks he's safe up on this cliff. Execration, they cross the bridge. They'll go looking very deep here, and right around the 14-minute rune, he's completely alone.
Oh no,
They have just caught a glimpse of him now.
They're going to lose it as well. They don't have enough people here. They have to get a trade-off. And
on the other side, Lycan Tino, he's going to be jumped, but he does at least get off the shapeshift. It shouldn't matter here, though.
Yeah, that Maledict is going to condemn him. Can he at least get the rune before he dies? No, not a chance. On the other side of the map, they have a Dismember here onto WS. Lewis does get himself that rune at the very least as he blinks out of the Arena of Blood, but now he's blinked into 4 enemy heroes. This has gone wrong fast for Execration. Not the invade that they had thought they were purchasing. They get that tower. It seems like they'll likely lose the Enchantress now. Hard to say with all these whiffs, honestly. Certainly she dies, right? Got pulled back in, silence, but that's not going to stop the wisps. Yeah, finally they get the crit.
Holy crap, that was so much heal.
Yeah, remind me to check the post-game breakdown and see how much self-healing she has, because it's... I mean, she's not very tanky, of course, but my goodness, does it look very annoying as well with this untouchable on top of her.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I mean, once you get the Glimmer, you're gonna have to rely on the Witch Doctor to kill her, I think, with the Death Ward. Because the other heroes just have majority spell damage.
Yeah,
Dire's top tower.
yeah, that's true. Needing that pure damage from the Death Ward to put her down. Yeah, so annoying though, honestly. Ponyo going for a mechanism. This is kind of a cool Witch Doctor build. I think it's going to be an aspect of having this Voodoo
You
Festration
run out of
allowing you to
mana
be aggressive.
very quickly though. You're gonna need the
Yes.
talent. Touch.
Agreed. Shanks throws out a hook onto Ponyo. All that really does is get Ponyo a better assist, as on the other side of the map, it's Akashi. Finding, oh, sorry, actually, it's not even the other side of the map. It's just closer to the tier 1 tower. Akashi puts down I like it.
Dire's bottom
Yeah, and now WS has his dagger. He's ready to join the game. Lycan, on the other hand, hasn't really gotten like any big items yet. Just the helm. He's going to build on the helm of the Overlord. And they have to try to string together a move. They can't just let the Lycan just die on the side all the time. And he
He's
needs to
really
get involved.
exact.
He needs to get involved. They take a team fight. He uses ulti, joins in, get a couple of kills.
In the meantime, Talon coming along with their items. You have an Illusion Room, the Bottle from Makoto, but the Witchblade and almost the Kaya completed. Pretty good progress there. Of course, we brought up the mechanism, and by the way, I completely agree with you. I think this is a hard hero to buy a mech on, because you have so many abilities and actives, and we'll see. I'll see how that goes for him. And the Blink Dagger, of course, finished for WS as he also builds into a Yules.
You need the level 10, like even with the level 10 mana reduction talent, you're still gonna run out of mana with mech.
That was a very blessed Phantasm there, am I mistaken? Got 2 illusions and he got 2 more. Not bad at all. Sending the extra Phantasmagoria illusion, searching for the incoming smoke. However, it's the wolf that's already scouted Ponyo. Ponyo, yeah, it gets blinked on. He knows now there's a wolf following him with the hook on the back. Ponyo, he couldn't even turn to get off the cask. He is dead meat to the Pudge. His second flesh heap stack.
That's probably the best hero for you to lose. Don't lose any of the cores there. Everybody got out.
Very true.
So what is next for them? CK has Orchid building into Manta. It's going to be a slower paced game right now for Talon. All their cores still need a couple more items. I mean, Storm is going to get a hammer. So he's going to be focusing more on scaling at this point.
radiant
Yeah, I mean, he should have some good time to scale. Ooh, Densanity. What, Densanity? That's more heroes than he was expecting around the tree. Oh no, the hook catches Lewis, who blinked in the way of it, and now Densanity, he thought they were going to be able to initiate on that thanks to the Gleipnir. Instead, he finds himself killed off. Ponyo is at least eaten alive by the Lycan wolves. He's going to quickly shapeshift back on out. A CML, he's going to go back in. Okay, sets up for a hook, but now what? What's the move here? I don't understand. This just looks like a chain feed, and it is, honestly. Akashi picks up a dominating streak, 404, plan not found by Execration. What? What? Huh?
They ran into an arena with Terrorize, you know. What do you expect? You don't have BKB on the course. I mean, if it's a pick-off, I can understand, you know, but they didn't really see anyone else on the map, you know. It was kind of scary that they ran up with the Weaver there and expecting to find a pick-off.
Yeah, seriously. Did not really work out as intended. And then the hook also kind of getting stuck there. Ay, ay, ay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's fine, but Talon for the first time this game, Winter, they are
coming out of this early mid-game period with a decent net worth lead. Akashi is quickly becoming this terrorizing force not to be trifled with. And I mean, yeah, you've got a Gleipnir, but like you say, without the BKBs, what exactly is the plan for the team fights? Execration, they don't really seem too sure of themselves.
Keep farming until you get, I think, BKB on Dragonite, plus the shot on Hutch. Those are probably things that are going to help you. I mean, the AC is a long way to go for the Lycan. And Weaver also kind of needs BKB, so they have to just huddle back and farm for the next 5 minutes.
We'll do Roche. It's actually a lot closer towards the AC than
Okay, if they get the Roche, this is going to help them immensely.
Talon, no.
Yeah,
They
coming.
know. How do they know?
And what else can you do?
But
Look at bot lane. Bot
Execration-
lane, the creeps are at the tower. So what else can you do?
Execration knows that they know because if they got a ward down, Talon, they're aware of the ward as the Wolves are being a little bit of an issue. But
good Arena.
WS catching 4 heroes here. They're just trying to get out. They're trying to take the Twin Gate, but no, they're going to be forced to turn and fight for the Death Ward on the Maledict. And now the Terrorize. Oh my god, they are melting. They've just melted. Tino's going to be easy to kill off his Densanity, even with a time lapse and an Aegis Winter. This is not going to work out for them. Makoto says hello, welcome back with the Meteor Hammer. Densanity sucked back now by the Vortex. 4 heroes, 5 really dead. What in the world were they thinking?
And they probably just felt like they got the Aegis. Okay, let's go. You know, they have vision that Aegis, you know, they are stronger. But the Arena plus the Terrorize combo is just like way too much. Now I can really see the reason why they prefer to go for the Mars. Because the Mars enables the Dark Reader and the Witch Doctor to do damage in the team fights with the Arena. He kind of caught the
Taking
whole
a
team
look
there.
at this fight.
Yeah,
Here's the
he caught
replay.
the whole
I mean,
team and that was it. Like 5 heroes, right?
They had such good vision.
Oh, 4.
4 heroes. CML outside of the arena, but honestly, he's kind of irrelevant, isn't he? Oh my goodness. Is that a 3-hero Maledict? I have never seen in a professional game of Dota 2 3 heroes getting hit by Maledict. That is ridiculous. CML is hit by Maledict as well, and also 3 CK illusions. This is Winter. This is falling apart. They need a. I mean, it's a falling knife, but they've got to try and catch it. They've got no other choice.
Is under attack.
I mean, what can they do now? It's probably just like sit on the high ground, scatter across the map, farm, wait for a pick off with the hook. I mean, the team fight is just way too strong. They can't really handle it. DK is the only one that has BKB. Like, he's the only one that
Yep.
can stand and hit.
Is-
The rest of the heroes
He's
can't
the
do
only
anything.
one. Densanity, he is still, what, 2,000 gold away. It's crazy how expensive these 2 components are. Oh my goodness. Well, Execration, they get an objective. Just were unable to keep their heads after losing that fight. They did fortify. They still lost the wagon. Look at the tower here. No, they won't actually. So slight miscalculation there on the fortify, not saving the creep wave. So Execration, they can breathe a little here. Oh yeah, by the way, normally Enchantress likes playing into... Oh wait, she can still steal that? Excuse me? I thought because it's a strong illusion you
Only
couldn't
when
steal
it's
it now.
near, right? Only when it's near or hidden.
Oh yeah, they're strong illusions that take less damage when they're near him. Yeah, okay. I thought it was they are strong illusions, comma, and also they take less damage when they're near him. I didn't think it was, you know, both. But that makes sense. So she can steal them. Shanks is back into the jungle. Right back where he began.
Yeah, they have to kind of figure out how to get this game going for another 10-15 minutes.
Makoto, oh, with the Bedlam on top, yeah. What are your Wisps going to do about this now, CML? Honestly, they're going to do a lot. They're going to do a lot of healing. But still, eventually he dies. I mean, obviously there's 5
Space.
heroes here, so...
They took 8 seconds to kill her. Good space. Look at the mid.
It's a
Look at the top and
Spartan
bot.
should start playing this hero. So Spartan needs to start playing this hero. Oh, Akashi is going to murder an Ancient Black Dragon. No, actually. Tino dominates another creep to make sure he doesn't get the free 250 gold. Nice little micro play there.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Okay, when you get the BKB on Weaver, are you gonna fight? Still think that they can't really take the fight. Because the Lycan is not going to contribute much. Like, he's going to get trapped, get stunned by the Mars, trapped in Bramble Mages and die. So So you're only going to rely on the Weaver and the DK to do damage, which I feel like they are probably not going to have enough. Enchantress has gone for a defensive build, so she's not going to be doing damage. Pudge is kind of also not doing damage.
Yeah, I mean, he can't dismember in a game like this against Terrorize.
So how are you going to kill heroes? Like, when are you actually going to have to farm until? Like, what item? Like, I can't seem to find.
I'm not sure. Here, we have max impetus now. Here's a little bit of damage, Winter, with Sproink. It's not bad. Look, you've got the specialist array. Like, this is kind of the dream for CML, really, but it's something. It's something. But I mean, the solution is, well, I don't know what the solution is, but the answer, one of the steps along the way, is you cannot get caught out like this. They won't even have to use an arena here. They will use Death Ward because why not? Oof.
Yeah, but but you still ask the question, right? If you're splitting out on the map, eventually somebody's gonna die. Like, if you have to just keep farming, and it's difficult to make sure that you don't lose any important heroes. So you only want to lose the supports. The supports are supposed to be breaking the smoke, but it's just difficult, you know, when you're forced into this sort of situation, and everybody's splitting up, and you're up against a storm, and the dagger mask, you know, they can catch you and find you.
Now there's an AC online for Akashi. He is incredibly farmed. Ponyo, I mean, okay, listen, I guess the mech makes sense if you can upgrade into the Greaves. That's pretty nice. Careful here. See him out. Yeah, kicks the hook on out. That's nice for him. But Ponyo still has his Gree, by the way. He's got 700 gold just saved up in the bank. Bing chillin'. I wonder if he'll
ever use it.
Maybe he'll end the game with it at this rate.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, hold on. Look at this. Execration, they're looking for a fight. Their smoke breaks, though. They don't really like what they see here. Unlucky a little bit there on the Phantasm. They get one illusion. The Enchantress nearly caught. They get the Terrorize onto Densanity, but they actually don't find it. They don't have vision onto him, so he's not killed. He's going to pop the BKB. He's going to run on in. There's a Crimson Guard here. I don't think they're doing any damage at all. The hook, at least it's onto a hero they can kill, right? I'm not so sure anymore. Jokum didn't even land to Dismember. They've already lost the Enchantress, and there goes the Lycan. Densanity, he's stuck inside the arena. Now they finally see him. Densanity, no, he's dead. Couldn't get off the tie-up. Execration falling one by one as Lewis. Now he activates the BKB, but it's not going to save him. Akashi drops a tip onto him and says, yeah, and now what, brother? Down he goes. And with that, Execration may just now have punched their ticket into the lower bracket. Talon, I don't see them backing down from this game.
And look at their health bars. No one is even close to dying, you know, with the Crimson and the Witch Doctor healing everybody. With the Greaves, and didn't even come close to killing one hero. They just charged in with the Weaver because I felt like they had no choice, I guess. They just ran in, tried to kill one guy, but just couldn't.
I guess that's kind of a good aspect of going for Voodoo Festration, is that if you can get the Guardian Greaves online, then you actually heal in the fight. I mean, look at this replay. No one's doing any damage. Even the hook onto Jokum, which is not bad.
Everyone's so healthy.
Oh my... That Lycan just... It's terrible that what they've done to that Lycan. They should start showing that Lycan death in ASPCA commercials. People would donate to help animal cruelty. Okay, this is a jump, this is a catch, or is it? Because out come the Glimmers, out come the Crimson Guards, and what now? Your stun is Pudge, and DK, that's it.
You know what? Even if Weaver has the Shard and Daedalus right now, they are probably still gonna struggle to kill heroes.
I think so. I think so. Talon, though, they've strung it together here. Winter, they've made it work with the last pick, Mars. Oh my. I mean, a strong turnaround for them, isn't it? Execration. They lose game 2 of the series, and it seems like that momentum that they've been carrying through has kind of died down here a little bit. I don't know. I mean, their first draft was gorgeous, wasn't it? And then you look at that first draft, Winter, the only time I've ever heard you react to the 18th pick that Execration made, the only time I've heard you react like that ever in the 4+ years that I have known you was when you were like, yeah, this is a good meal. You were properly impressed, surprised, and satisfied. And then you saw the Pudge come out and you went, oh, okay. Much different reaction to the Execration 18 pick this time.
But you taught me to give them the benefit of the doubt, right? So I want to just see what happened to the Pudge.
Well, we've seen Talon saw and they will conquer.
Yeah, but you remember what happened in the beginning? It was actually working. They were winning the 2 lanes. They were jungling, and then he came out and set out a couple of kills. Early game wise that actually went pretty well. Lycan was the only one suffering.
Sure.
He was jungling. Pudge came out, set up some kills. It looked good, you know. Then they took a couple of team fights when the Willow and Witch Doctor kind of had their levels with the dagger on Arena. Then things became difficult.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I hear you. It's just, it's a little bit like if you, I don't even know. It's a little bit like if you custom ordered a pair of shoes and then they came and you took them out of the box and you go, wow, these look amazing. And then you actually put them on and you realize, wait a second, these shoes don't have any soul. What are we doing here? It all just fell apart.
Then you get a new pair
I
of
get
shoes.
a tier 2 tower.
You buy another pair of shoes.
Wait, hold on. Is there a way that Execration can try and force a base race?
Well, you never want to go for a base race against Lycan, DK.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Tino is caught in his kennel. And, yeah, there he goes. I don't know how you force a base race against this team, by the way. You don't,
as long as Talon...
You have 2 stuns.
As long as Talon know that we are stronger than them, we can take any team fight. You're not going to trade for any base, any tower. You're just going to go back and fight every single time.
No, of course not. But you have to be underhanded. You can't accept a fair schoolyard fight, you know? You've got to, like, you know you're going to lose any fight you go into with them. You have to kind of, you know.
I'll give you an idea. Send the Enchantress as bait. And you park your Lycan and Weaver outside. And maybe DK stays in the base to try and cancel some TPs with the blink stun because he's the only one.
That's what I'm saying.
He's the only one that can do it.
You need some skullduggery, you know? It's some skullduggery. It's the only thing that gets you out of this game. I don't see any other way. Look, you can't even punish this Makoto. He just zipped in front of 2 of your tier 4 towers. He doesn't care. He's got no respect for you. You need to win a base race. I don't know how you get there, though. Shanks is having all of his possible avenues to land a hook here. Cancel. They know exactly where he is, though. They didn't even stun the right one. Oh my god. Okay, Lewis, that's one to forget. Insanity, he's giving it a go here, but the cheese consumed now by Makoto. He's just back to full HP. He's just back to full HP. And they're tickling these heroes, Winter. Down goes the Lycan. That's your second core down. CML is going to be caught, and the spear. Arena, it's over. Talon Esports, well played. They get their shot to take down Aurora, their rematch of the Riyadh Masters qualifiers. As Execration, they fall into the lower brackets.
The match everyone's been waiting for. Talon against Aurora. The history and everything, the storyline, it's gonna be a good one. And unfortunately for Execration, they have to go down the lower brackets to fight another day. They have to try to maybe come up with something more conventional, you know, because the second game and the third game felt like their drafts are a bit too gimmicky. I think the Pudge jungle kind of have some potential, but they need to figure out how to balance the other parts of the draft around it. Because I think that when you're running a Pudge jungle, and say you use a Lycan to just leave him alone and he can jungle on his own as well to recover, then the other heroes need to have some sort of, I think, team fight. Because they were lacking so much in terms of when came to a 5v5. The early game was good. Pudge had levels, the other 2 lanes went well. But when it comes down to the point where you need to fight at the tower, you need to defend your territory, they're just lacking so much damage. You know? So the draft needs to be re-evaluated. They need more team fight and somehow be able to get to the stage where they can actually go 5v5.
100%. I honestly, I don't even know what more to say, because you're right. I think it had potential and eventually fell flat here against what was a more well-rounded draft.
Yeah, I mean,
Talon, of course,
gotta give them
executing
credit
at that level
to try something like this. You know, not every team has the courage to just do this.
It's bold.
Yeah,
it's bold. Honestly, what was the last pick again? It was the Lycan, and then they swapped the lanes. I don't know. I think this looks better with the Meepo. I think if you're going to try something cheesy, I think you need to go full cheese and kind of upset those lanes a little bit more. But who knows? Right? I mean, these guys, they know a lot better than us, and I agree. You have to give them credit for trying something in a game 3 scenario after taking game 1 over Talon. But the Execration, we'll see how they do in the lower bracket now as they move on to face the winner of Prism Esports and IHC Esports. That is our next series. We're going to keep talking about this one, but that series is coming up in just about 10-15 minutes, guys. So if you want to stay tuned for some more SCA Dotes, make sure you stay here. If you're looking for Western European, that's on the main channel. But I agree. And I think for Talon, I mean, a flawless game from Akashi. He was never pressured at any point. Maybe if the Pudge Jungle is not meant to salvage the off lane itself, that's fine. But it didn't really end up enabling another hero that
He
could make things work
did
here.
enable the Weaver and the DK because he came and fought at the rune and then he got kills. It's just after that, the plan wasn't. I think they didn't cover the team fight. They just maybe had it all thought up until the 10-15 minute mark. When you get levels, then you go to the mid lane, you go to the safe lane, you can set up kills. But after that, when it comes to 5v5, they were lacking so many things. So I think the plan was kind of not fully thought through, and this game probably would have taught them a couple of things, what they needed to do in the draft to ensure that this Pudge can actually continue dominating the game.
Right. Yeah, a little bit undercooked maybe the strategy, right? Just not really thinking about how all those ingredients would play together later on. And I did quickly look, by the way, the Ench healing, the self-heal was pretty crazy, actually. It was 10,000 self-healing on the what's it called, the Wisp. So if there was a better lineup here to try and team fight around her, I think maybe you can actually make that work. But again, Execration, ultimately they fall after a tough 3-game series for them where they win game 1 off a beautiful draft, and then Talon back and forth show why they are the number 2 seed here as they move on to face Aurora, the number 1 seed, tomorrow in our bracket. We can go ahead and quickly get caught up with what awaits us tomorrow and what awaits us for the second half of the day. Don't worry, guys, we're not ending the day here. Again, stay tuned because we have Prism versus IHC coming up next with Mike LaPhoenix and John X Fire. And then finally, we're going to get to see TNC Predator, the full Filipino stack versus Yangon Galacticos. I think we have a lot of national stacks, in fact, right now in the lower bracket, don't we? TNC Predator, it's going to be Philippines versus Myanmar. And then we have Prism, which is a mix of Philippines and Mongolia versus the team that is basically used to be Team Mongolia anyway. So this is quite the lower bracket set that we have, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of interesting clashes. But at the end of the day, we hope for the best. May the best team win, and hopefully they'll be able to represent SEA well. Whoever takes the last slot.
Indeed. We will be back tomorrow, Winter and I, but that is our shift done. A full 6-game shift as well. Lots of fun. Hopefully you guys enjoyed, and stay tuned because you are about to hear some MLP and John X Fire with Prism Esports and IHC after the break.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the road to the international qualifiers here for the SCA region. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fire joining you once again for 2 more series here tonight. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Another great day of Dota 2 action. How the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great. We've already had some great matches today. We're already reaching into the best of threes for a lot of these matches. This one is going to be an interesting one. Again, yesterday we saw a lot of our lower bracket invited teams in the closed qualifiers for the road to TI just get eliminated by open qualifier teams. Now we have those teams playing up against each other here. Prism up against IHC first. This is going to be a great time, of course, lined up here right after you've got TNC and YG. Of course, earlier on, we saw Aurora bleed and Execration Talon going all the way to 3 games, but Aurora and Talon getting that rematch in the upper bracket finals now for the road to the international. Quite the storyline for both of those orgs. Still a lot of stories down here, too. I mean, Prism versus IHC. You know, Prism, basically a stack of Bob Carlo with a lot of their Mongolian friends, 423, Seimei, Tsukimoto, up against IHC, the full Mongolian squad carrying the flag there for the boys with 11, Kishka, Ace 12, Fortune Soul. There's a lot of history between all these players, and it should be fun. We were already in that lobby, of course. We see our draft forming up. There's a lot of lobby chatter there, Mike. Bobby is feeling himself already, for whatever reason.
He sure is, Jonathan. I couldn't exactly understand what he was trying to say because he was speaking in Tagalog, but I do believe I saw a 2-piece with a sundae. So he is certainly hungry right now, apparently. Poor old Bobby. Might be, there you go. Boy, he's already got his mouth open, this bloke. He can't wait. Someone get this man a Jollibee 2-piece. My goodness. Get him a 2-piece chicken joint. Yeah. What are we doing?
Yeah, definitely gonna want that. Looks like he could. I mean, he's full of energy. He's just containing it right now. But of course, the side of Prism, basically a squad formed up for the open qualifiers, not in boot camp. It's an interesting circumstance, right? Like these kinds of circumstances for the players through the opens, doing so well, and now playing up against each other here. Day number 3 of the road to the international 2024 Southeast Asian closed quals. It should lead to some good matches, especially, again, watching out for Bob. I mean, he's basically friends with almost all of the Mongolians from that time Execration went over there for a tournament. He's literally friends with everyone. Like, that's the one thing with Bob that is, I think, hard to comprehend until you meet the guy. He instantly makes friends with everyone. So every time Bob's up against, like, 5 of his friends, it's always going to be a bit of a fun time.
Yeah, he's a lovely bloke, good old Bobby. You know, I've got nothing bad to say about Bobby. He's a fantastic guy to meet in person. And I'll be frank, John, I can't quite remember if he said hello to me first or I said hello to him first. You know, I've had a few issues with some of these SEA pros, as you know very well, but nevertheless, a fantastic bloke Bob is. And of course, we do have the draft pick. IHC, they'll go straight for the first pick Pangolier. Team Prism right into the first pick Storm Spirit. I just can't believe. I really just can't believe we're back to this crap where we're first picking Pan. I mean, just at what point is this hero just going to leave? Just go.
No, it's here to stay. We've seen the power. The double jump's great. The faster roll is great as well in certain circumstances. Although for the most part, we have seen double jump be the preferred one. I can't fault the side of Prism as well, just going straight for the Bob Storm. Maybe expecting the Pangolier mid, which it's not the smoothest matchup. For the Storm, the Pango does have a lot of leeway in just playing back, but you can always static slide your Remnant, still get some free hits with your E as well. So you can still overload onto the Pango quite nice. We'll see if that's the way IHC will want to play that matchup. There is still flex. We have seen a lot of offlane Pango for sure. And interestingly enough, a few of the bigger heroes have been left unbanned here, Mike. Phoenix allowed through, Clockwork allowed through as well. You see the Tiny being banned out. A lot of focus on the off lanes here. Timbersaw and Darkseer being banned out by the side of Prism in the second phase. Oh, Phoenix as well being banned out by them in the first phase. But Clockwork's still there. It's interesting. I think these options are all pretty big. Centaur is in the pool as well, although we haven't seen as much Centaur, I don't think, in comparison to some other off lanes starting to pop out. Like we've seen, again, off lane Pango. We've seen a little bit of the off lane Lycan starting to come back in. So I'm wondering what the priority is now for Prism to ban out. We'll take care of the puck. So again, just keeping the matchup for Bob open. I do love that looking at Prism, a lot of them are just snacking away. Like Carlos munching on, Tsukimoto was having something. It's only Bob without food. What is manager Alphon, manager Lane doing to his team that he's not getting Bob his 2-piece?
He's in France right now, Jonathan. He's not even with the team at the moment.
It doesn't matter. He can order Grab for them.
How dare
What's he doing?
Now that I think about it, how dare he go on holidays during TI qualifiers? What kind of team manager is this? Who does that? Like he must have some confidence, John. He must assume his team's going to make it if he's on holidays now. It must be very busy for Alphon during TI because his team's definitely going to make it. Either that, or he's just convinced they're not going to make it, and he's just going on holidays immediately to screw 'em.
I mean, it could also have been that he didn't think they'd go through open qualifiers, right? Maybe. It's like, maybe my squad's not going to make it through opens. Might as well take the regional qualifier time, go on vacation.
You're not wrong, John. I think you might have it. You hit the nail on the head this time, Jonathan. I think you've got it.
Still, but we do have the rest of the picks here coming out for IHC as well. They go for the Dark Willow with the DK. So again, keeping Flux open, although it does feel like you could just run DK mid up against Storm. It's not a very exciting lane matchup. DK doesn't lose. Storm doesn't necessarily lose either, but it's very stable. Do you have some hold to cut off the Storm with the Dark Willow? I have to say it's not the best in trying to pin down the Storm. It feels like you've got a lot of pressure now on this DK to kind of hit a blink timing, get the Dragon Tail stun to set up, and then the follow-through can be a little bit cleaner here for IHC to pin Bob down. So that does force a couple of things in timings here. Blink timing for the DK is definitely going to dictate a lot of that activity for IHC, at least in terms of like finding Storm Spirit. Beyond that, it does feel relatively free for Bob so far. You see the Crystal Maiden being picked up as well by Prism. So you've got a little bit more mana coming into play here for Bob. Just with the Aura, should feel good. You've got some nice aggressive laning supports already for Prism as well, with Clockwork and the CM. So there's a lot of play to bring out there. There's some good area control. I mean, you have good area control as well in IHC with the Brambles and the Rolling Thunder, but Cog's freezing field is not to be underestimated. It's a ton of damage, especially if the Cogs block perfectly, preventing you to stun out the CM. And now you get the Razor CM lane as well. There's a lot of rundown potential for Prism in the laning phase alone.
It certainly is. It's certainly a very strong kind of draft already here from Team Prison, and the lanes are looking already quite fantastic. As well, IHC, we'll see how they do respond to this. Maybe just a support pickup to be made here, just kind of save the mid pickup or even just the offlane for later on. I believe Team Prison are just lacking an offlane themselves right now, unless they're planning on just throwing the Razor off and maybe picking something else up in the safe lane. We shall wait and see if that is going to be the idea. As IHC, they will not wait. They'll go right into the Chaos Snipe for themselves.
Yeah. Does lock in their cores very early on. The core matchup of CK into Razor is decent enough. It does force a pretty hard choice here for your Razor in trying to initiate these fights. Like, you kind of have to save the static link onto that big CK. Your illusion clear as well on the side of Prism isn't amazing overall. So there is a lot of play here for the CK. We have seen the power of the CK all throughout these qualifiers already. The build-up into Orchid here is really nice to help you get that control onto Bob. So I like it. It covers their bases. It gives you some way of locking in the Storm early, and it has high kill threat. Again, no illusion clear here. No steady illusion clear for Prism so far. We'll have to see if they'll find a solution on that offlane pick for Seimei. We'll ban out the Weaver. Again, expecting some supports to slide through here. What else are you kind of looking for? Like maybe a hard hold support if you really want to tie it in. We've seen a little line, not too often, but it's still in the pool. There's stuff like Shadow Shaman as well. Hoodwink Ench are available. Chen, a little bit less popular in C, but it has been pretty high impact, like in, say, China. The Chen has been feeling good, so those could all be valid options for IHC if they wish. There's always the cheeky Grimstroke pickup that we tend to tie in with a lot of these Mongolian stacks, but you know, without something like Lycan or Creeps to play around with, it doesn't feel like they're necessarily looking for that here.
Certainly not. Well, final ban outs to be made here. We will get the Weaver and the Pugna removed, and it seems as though IHC do get rid of the Naga Siren for themselves. One more ban to go before we can finish off these drafts. IHC still looking at position 1s by the looks of it here on their own side of things, so maybe assuming they will indeed throw the Razor into the offlane, which I think still works very, very well if they did want to go down that route. You know, Razor offlane with a Clockwork Pos 4 does seem quite nice. No problems there as IHC. Still thinking about this final ban to be made. I think, Hero, you and I both noticed today that was quite popular was the Pos on Marcy. picked up in a couple games, I do believe. One being Aurora. I think 23 Savage played a game, and the other one was Talon. Akashi was playing POS 1 Marcy, and I'm pretty sure, if memory serves correctly, both of them won those POS 1 Marcy games. So I'm not saying that's what we're going to see here, but POS 1 Marcy might be a hero to keep an eye on.
That it is. It feels like we've been seeing it with Io, and very specifically. I feel like that's been what we've been seeing from the Marcy, just getting some big relocate plays in both of those Talon and Aurora games. So I'm not sure if it's something you want to go into here for Prism necessarily. The illusion clearing isn't the best unless you go Battle Fury, which can be an option, but it does slow down that tempo in comparison to the usual armlet into BKB. So I feel like the tempo is only enabled by the IO with Kritzkrieg. It does feel like that's a very big part in just getting insane burst off. So maybe down the line, but without the IO, I don't think it comes out as much. We'll see. What other options are there? Like, again, you might be concerned about the illusion spam from the CK. You want some clear. There's like a Luna option with the, not the Moonstorm, the other facet that does give you that old 25% damage reduction with Glaives. That can be quite good. They'll go to Rubik pickup for support here on IHC. So again, decent enough hold, like a lift back into Dragon Tail or a lift back into some good Brambles can lock in Bob, which is your main concern here for IHC. Decent enough to kind of hold back. You've got some decent spells to steal as well, mainly from the supports. Cogs can be pretty interesting. CM spells are all really nice to pick up. Freezing Field is really easy to pick up with your facets as well. On the Rubik, you can get a lot of AoE going there. So I don't mind this at all. It does play into this nicer tempo that IHG likes. Their laning doesn't look too bad. Like CK Dark Willow can be really nice. Pangolier and Rubik can also do some setup and start to get a little bit aggressive by level 3. So you do have some good lanes to play with to counteract Prism in their own laning phase here. Still, lots of options left for that safe lane.
I mean, it's a matter of, is it even going to be the safe lane pick to be made here? I mean, you can still go the Razor route if you want. We shall see what Team Prison do intend on doing here with this Razor in just a moment. Just about 12 seconds left of reserve time for this final choice here from Team Prison. And it's going to be, in just a second, a Centaur. So we are going the POS 1 Razor route. They'll pick up the Centaur position 3 for their side of things. A lot of thinking to make that pickup, but yeah, Centaur has been very popular. Can't really blame them for going for that more standardized pick for the offlane. Obviously, a very good pickup as well against heroes like the CK. Just being able to pop Stampede and run every single time they do get the big initiation they are looking for.
Yeah, I like this. I think the lane matchup up against the CK is pretty alright for Seimei. You have some clearance, I suppose, with Double Edge, especially since the CK drags all of his illusions with Reality Rift. You can kind of easily clear out, especially with your Shard. You can sustain in the front line for a little bit longer there on Seimei. I would have to say it's very balanced in terms of drafting from both sides. I think both sides have some good tempo coming out here. You've got some good timings. Your lane matchups are relatively even. I don't see either lane kind of eking out a major win. Maybe the Razor CM can be a little bit more threatening overall into the Pangolier Rubik of 11 Kishka. But it should still be somewhat manageable as long as you play your cards right. That shouldn't be a complete rundown for 4-2-3. The one thing I'm interested in seeing in this match particularly is how fast do you want to play early on, right? Because the DK can pressure these towers quickly, especially if Fortune Soul decides to just run down with Phantasm and clear out an objective. They can play off that tempo very fast. Whereas for the side of Prism, it does feel like, you know, you've got the Storm. He does need items. You're going to want some like your Kaya Witchblade into Meteor Hammer. And that does take a little bit more farm. You have some connections to make. Your supports can be aggressive, but it does feel a little bit more reliant on your support levels here for the side of Prism, right? Like, you kind of need Tsukimoto to hit 6 while waiting for the Centaur Blink. Like, Hook Shot plus your Storm Spirit probably is the biggest connection for you to play aggressive here in Prism.
It's going to be a pretty interesting game number 1. Of course, we do have game 1 underway now between IHC and this Radiant squad, and we'll see how it does pan out. I mean, Team Prism, I think you'd argue, is the favorites going into this, but could go either way, as Good luck idols coming out. I'm not sure what Tsukimoto's trying to say there, Jonathan, but do you want to translate? Is there something I missed?
No, there's no translation.
No,
Yeah, you
nothing?
hit enter, you
Okay.
can... No, no. I'm telling you, these guys, yeah. They were going on in lobby chat for whatever reason. They were going
So
on.
a play on words here from Tsukimoto. A modern-day poet. Very good.
Yeah. Shakespearean is what I'd call it.
Oh,
Mike.
absolutely.
30
Yeah.
seconds to battle.
Unbelievable. Oh, boy. I mean, these players are, considering where they are, they sure like to take risks with the crap they say in all chat. I'll tell you what.
They're confident. That's all it is.
I like it. So was Pure, John, once upon a time, you know? Well, that incident happened.
No need to track him in.
Fortune Soul going to be a little bit careful. Same way he's going to find him here on the Centaur. Doesn't actually get the hoop stop off in time though, so can't get the banner in a way. Meanwhile, Tsukimoto's got a very nice cogs up onto Ace, so the damage output on Ace is going to be kind of ridiculous, and he's gone. Ace is down. Tsukimoto just kind of ignoring the bounty, going right after the cogs onto Ace, and I think he bounced around maybe 3 times in that cogs. Very unfortunate.
It is not quite the start you'd want there for IHC. They will even out the bounty in trade, so it is 2 for 2 in the end. But already in a very strong start. Bob soaking up some EXP from the side there and getting the full kill on Seimei is going to feel good into the rush for the initial bracers into the phase boots, it looks like here for a Centaur. Still taking a look at that mid lane. Again, not the most interesting lane matchup. DK for Ikigai, Bob on the Storm. It's a farming lane. Like, we've seen this matchup so many times throughout the years, Mike. It's 2024,
Sure.
and still this matchup is still here. Never goes away.
Yeah. No, it doesn't. As a matter of who it plays out better for, I want to say Bob's going to have a better time. Not really based off the matchup between him and the DK, but more so, I feel like Storm's one of those heroes right now, where if it has a good lane, it just ends up taking off quite quickly. And we have seen that Meteor Hammer build up being quite a confident style of build from all these mid-Storm players. It just feels as though if they give the Storm the opening that he needs during this laning stage, things can get rather spicy rather quickly.
That it can. Again, the DK can't really pressure out the Storm fully. Not sure if you're going to have space here for IHC to rotate in early on, especially at the 6-minute power run. Taking a look at those side lanes now down bot, of course, Kishka and Carla are just trading blows, trying to contest the pull on the Rubik and the CM, leaving a lot of room out for 4-2-3 and 11 to play tag with each other, which is another very fun lane matchup. Directly,
Top lane.
Former teammates. Oh, hold on.
Ace, about to drop, but barely gets away thanks to the Furry Fire he does commit. I'll tell you, I know we're talking about bot lane, John, but Tsukimoto, this man has been very good already in landing these 2-man cogs, and when you've got a Centaur to follow up with a Hoof Stomp double edge, you've got to be very cautious of that as high HC.
And this is the beauty of being up against a melee matchup. You're not going to need to invest in Retaliate. You can go all in on the double edge. You can go like 1-3-1 or 1-2-2 if you feel the need here for Seimei. So you can look for that burst, you can look for that aggression. It takes some time for the CK, of course, to hit its spike. Level 3 is when it starts to feel pretty decent, going 1-1-1. Level 4 is when it really shines with a level 2 Chaos Strike, unless you skip out the Reality Rift, but it's not going to be easy gap closing into Clockwork in that case, Clockwork or the Centaur, without putting yourself at risk. And see how much more IHC can get, but already a strong start again for Prism. And this is something that Prism has shown in these open qualifiers. Seimei, if he has a good time, it snowballs really hard for the side of Prism off the back of that.
It certainly does. Prism already off to a fantastic start during this laning phase. It's now bottom lane. 4-2-3 is going to go for a chase onto Kishka. Kishka might... Oh, he survives. Meanwhile, Ikigai goes down. Bob finding a solo pickoff. That's not something you see at a level 4 mark for a Storm against the DK. When you were literally just saying it was going to be a boring lane jump. But Ikigai going down on the DK of all things against the level 4 Storm Spirit of Bob.
Not to be expected. Bob is forced to TP back and reset. He was diving tier 1s, but that's what you get when you cop a couple of, I guess, being in the range of the static slide remnant, getting a couple of overloads on yourself is really painful here for Ikigai. The regen is tied into his levels now, so it doesn't feel as fast in comparison to just pumping it all in onto your old Dragon's Blood, now Worm's Breath. Still aggression down bot here.
Kishka might die, but they'll try to trade Carlo. Carlo does manage to casually walk away as the Rubik does finally go down to 4-2-3. And sadly for 11, there is nothing he can do to help. He really cannot contest a Razor with 100 stolen damage.
No, way too much output. Really good distancing done by Prism as well. Carlo just being far enough to not allow that chase and allowing 4-2-3 to get that beat down. Again, the lanes of Prism are just set up to be so aggressive. I was expecting a little bit more defensive play out from IHC. It does feel like they can cop it through, but they have to watch their spacing for sure. So far, getting all the CS here on the side of IHC. You are having good time in terms of that for 11 and Ikigai. They have isolated Tsukimoto.
Yeah, he's gone a bit too far here on the clock. We'll see if he does get punished, but no. They don't really go for the finish. They had Reality Rift available on their CK. I think they could have confirmed that kill. Mind you, he did have a Healing Lotus plus 7 stick charges, so maybe he would have gotten away anyway. Probably would have, in fairness. So Fortune Soul just doesn't even bother wasting the mana. We'll just hold out. Meanwhile, mid, Bob dropping very low on the storm. They try to run. Brambles actually do not land. Kishka, though, eventually does get the lift back. Bob still trying to fight this one out. Ikigai! Oh, he'll get away. He's alright. But I'll tell you what, Bob is making it impossible to get these kills. As now 4-2-3 able to secure the life of 11, who was left down at that bottom lane on his own. It's like a 3-hero rotation to the mid lane to find that storm, and you barely find it. And meanwhile, 4-2-3 just casually kills off 11 by himself. But that's kind of concerning if you're IHC.
And it is. And it's an early rotation as well, so they're going to hang around for the 6-minute battle. Ikigai?
There they go. Ikigai this time will die. The cogs bounces are just too much. Bob, though, is probably going to die along with him. Bob needing a creep to die to get level 6. Actually gets away. Barely, just barely on the storm, able to get out as now he's got the level 6 mark. He's going to be feeling infinitely more confident to stay around. So he will be able to secure a power rune thanks to Carlo. My oh my, just playing really on the edge now as 4-2-3 down a bottom lane, trying to go onto 11, forced to walk away, but does get himself a bit of damage before he does have to leave.
And the aggression now from Prism lining up. Again, the timing of that fight for IHC just a little bit too early. The 6-minute room is going to be coming up. They know that they've got to contest on Prism to enable Bob to, feel good on the storm, have a little bit of a way to divot out. They're still focusing on mid. They're bullying out this DK as much as possible. Good forward wards here from Prism.
I mean, they're doing fantastic work here on the side of Prism already in this game 1. So far, 5-1 is the scoreline. Very slight net worth lead the way of Team Prism. Ace is trying to be a little bit cheeky on the Willow, trying to steal this Wisdom Rune away, but Seimei is going to go for a bit of a chase. Brambles are out. Ace still trying. Should be able to get it, but though it should cost his life, but he does get it in the end. It's a pretty decent win here for Ace. So, of course, he is going to die. Meanwhile, 11 dying bottom lane, though 4-2-3 will give his life away for that. And there you go. Ace will drop eventually. But both Wisdom Runes do go the way of IHC. So that's a pretty big win.
It's an important set of finds. Accelerating level 6 for your Dark Willow and your Ruvik. You're going to feel outstanding here. You do want some of those stolen spells to start to kick in. For our Ruvik, some big spells to steal for Kishka. Even just a nice Frostbite can do a lot of work here. So, a nice win. And you trade a support for a core kill. You're more than happy to take that, even though, again, 11 is falling. You are getting some gold pouring out for Ikigai. Double Bracer up, Power Treads up, going for the typical Mage Slayer into Blink. Can't really use Dragon from pressure though, but they will be able to find a freebie.
Tsukimoto is sticking around to secure the Power Rune, but will have to give his life away for this as, well, the Power Rune was still gifted the way of Bob, because he did spawn bottom, so Bob able to freely pick it up. You will lose your clockwork in response to that. Though Tsukimoto, he seems like the kind of player that doesn't mind really sacrificing himself, for the greater kind of good. Mind you, he probably does want to hit his level 6 mark, and he's still level 4. But seems like he'll get there eventually.
Eventually will be up there. They've bought a lot of space out for Seimei, although he is being pressured.
Seimei. Oh, he ran into the Bramble. Curse Crown will land, but Fortune Soul not feeling confident to keep going. They did have Tsukimoto and the CM rotating over to try and help out. think they actually had time to get that kill. Though now 423 is going to rotate onto Fortune Soul. They've got Stampede available, and they'll commit it immediately as Tsukimoto's trying to find a nice cogs into the CK. Fortune Soul able to run his way out, though. Stampede not proving to be enough as now the TP rotations are incoming. 423 going to try and go for the static link onto Fortune Soul, trying to fight back, but he's completely surrounded. 423 is down. They'll take Ace's life, but it's not worth. It is not worth at all for Team Prism. Unless they're able to find a little bit more out of this, they will rotate Bob on the Storm to try and get a bit more out of this terrible situation, but nobody's really left to take down.
I appreciate the warding here from IHC as well. They get one right between the Tier 1, Tier 2, watching for any sort of rotations, for smoke breaks, as they're going to be hugging this area to build up on Fortune Soul. Response from Prism not quick enough. And Bob not quite in position to follow through. 423 not quite respecting the TP points as well. Seimei?
In a bit of danger here, completely surrounded again here by IHC, who continue to group up. This is something I'm really liking from IHC, considering the laning stage went very poorly for them. They've just grouped up and managed to salvage this game by finding a couple of key pickoffs, and it's certainly starting to feel like this game is a lot closer than it should be. Still a very low net worth lead for the side of Team Prism, but a very even game nonetheless.
Yeah. It is working out. The initial timings are starting to build in. I think we have to see Bob start to play with these power rings. They are smoked up with Carlo. Doesn't quite have any major item inside of Blitz Knuckles yet, but Fortune Soul would be a tasty target.
He certainly would be. Fortune Soul getting jumped here by Bob. No TP rotations really coming in either. It looks like they've just kind of accepted that he will die, as now they'll go for Ace on top. Ace will drop the Brambles Maze, trying to hold down Bob, but it's not going to matter. They'll land the stun here from Seimei. That'll be another life to go the way of Bob, picking up a double kill. Not great news if you are IHC. And don't forget as well, John, the Storm really enjoys finding these kills thanks to that new Galvanized innate ability, aka Old Bloodstone.
Yeah, let's basically get 3 stacks. More mana regen coming in for Bob. With the Arcane Aura already hitting 3 mana per second for free. And be doing good. I do like that they're using this space to push forward on mid with Ikigai into Dragon form. They need to start to chip away at these objectives to open up the map. They're still ready for the defense somewhat here on Prism's end. Not for too long.
They try. Yeah, they give it a crack, but the DK proving to be a little bit too much. There is going to be a 3-man smoke now. IHC trying to rotate up towards the top lane to see if they can pick up Seimei on the Centaur.
Good scan.
Keep in mind, Seimei did just pick up the Blink Dagger for himself, but it is still on the Courier. So he's going to run the old-fashioned way. No Stampede available for him either, as Kishka will get the lift up into the cogs to hold him down. And now Seimei definitely has no way out of this. He will drop.
Good cutoff. That is a little bit unfortunate that they didn't actually see the blink up yet, so there's still a timing for Seimei to play with. It's still a good opportunity to reveal the blink is already on hand if they haven't been tracking his progress for too long. And it does even out the game a little bit more for IHC. Less than 1k lead coming out. Very even across the board. Seimei is the one to suffer. That's where most of that net worth differential is lying. And the extra gold Kishka's been finding on this Rubik as well, starting to play in. But pretty much head-to-head on cores in terms of that build-up and the timings they're going to be hitting. It's going to take a little bit more time now for 433 to feel comfy and confident to join in the front of these fights. Rushing with BKB now on that Razor. Same thing kind of goes for the others, though. Like, you've got the Armlet ready in Fortune Soul. Could probably use a little bit more. You've got the Blink being formed up by Ikigai with a Mage Slayer flying in. So RDK is pretty much the most confident in this game. Going for all of the objectives. No problems, not even needing Dragon form for another Tier 1. The pushing pace from Prism, a lot slower. They have been trying to slowly shove up top, but we don't really have the best tower hitters in the world here to even out map control just yet.
They absolutely not. It's a little bit of a slower process here. Props to IHC, though. I mean, they've found themselves in a position that seems like they're kind of in the lead right now. I mean, it's still a very even style of game, but certainly feels like IHC have hit a bit of a stride here as they can start to rotate across the map, trying to find themselves some pickoffs, and they might even find Bob. This mid lane trying to farm up, but Bob is playing very, very safely, just zipping right back into that Radiant Triangle. Not really handing over the opening that IHC were looking for. And now we're going to see a 4-man smoke. Through the mid lane, Prism will go. They'll see Kishka, they'll make the jump. They want the Rubik. They won't bother trying for the Dragon Knight, but rather go for the easier kill. But here comes Ikigai to try and help out off the back of a nice Terrorize, but it's not enough. They'll drop the Freezing Field. Here comes 11 with the Rolling Thunder. They'll take down the Centaur. They'll look for Tsukimoto. 423's thinking about joining in this team fight, but I wouldn't really advise it, that they'll keep going. Bob will come in. He'll go after Ace. They've got Tsukimoto down, but now Ikigai's in big trouble. Looking for a TP away, but the Vortex. Bob's got him locked down. Ikigai is down. That's a dominating kill spree to go the way of 423. And I'd argue a successful team fight for the side of Team Prism.
100% works out their way. Bob sneaking away with another couple of galvanized stacks. Good considerations taken by 423 as well, choosing his moment of entry quite nicely. Did get a really strong angle out from 11 for that Rolling Thunder, canceling off a lot of key spells in the middle of that fight. Just not enough. They expended so much just to burst down Seimei. This is the center not at its tankiest yet. You know, it's not like we're seeing the Blade Mail rush. We are getting the Crimson Guard out for Seimei, playing off of the changes with it being based on the max HP of the caster. Going to be a lot of blockage, actually. A really good solution for what Fortune Soul will want to get done down the line. Now you've got a little bit more breathing room as well for Bob to get that build-up into the Kaya, perhaps a Meteor Hammer this game, pulling out some stacks safely. There is some vision out here from IHC, but not going to be able to contest anytime soon. Despite all those trades, still relatively even in net worth, but again, with all these small gains for Bob into the Kaya with 16 galvanized stacks at 15 minutes in, once you get the Kaya into a Meteor Hammer, you really have no concerns here for Bob. Although Tsukimoto...
Mid lane. They're going to find Tsukimoto. And of course he will drop this. No contest here for him. I say that, 423. Thinks about coming in, but it's going to be a quick casual plasma field and right back out of there is 11. Going to join Fortune Soul. They'll see the Razor. They don't quite dare jump the Razor quite yet. 423 will be okay to back his way out and get back to the farm game. And I wonder, like, considering both drafts, John, do you feel more confident in one versus the other going into the later stages of the game?
I think you'd slightly lean towards IHC because of the CK factor, but I don't think it's the most straightforward CK burst down game. Again, considering the itemization coming out from Seimei, the damage blockage of the Crimson Guard is going to play a big factor in cutting off the physical burst that the CK will want to bring out. You've got great scaling still on Prism. Not as straightforward, mind you, especially in a Razor, but it can keep up with IHC. So I don't think it simplifies all too much for either side. Maybe it simplifies a little bit more for IHC as the game goes on, but Prism doesn't get out of it as you scale into, say, 30, 40 minutes.
Oh, 11.
It is still playable.
11 narrowly avoiding the gank attempt that was incoming from Team Prism. There's a bit of a group up here top lane. IHC thinking about finding a pickoff. We'll go for a 3-man smoke running into that Radiant Triangle. Closest target to them is Tsukimoto, but he's by his T2 bottom, T2 top tower, so he should be just fine. They'll get some vision in that Radiant Triangle. IHC still looking for a fight, thinking about going into that Radiant jungle, but nobody really hanging around that area either. So I do appreciate IHC trying to press the advantage they do currently have, but at the same time, Team Prism being very good at not really handing them an opening.
Just playing cautiously, waiting for that build-up of their own. They've got the Vanguard done on Seimei. They're going after the smoke. Fresh BKB up on 423. Will show himself in the lane.
Seimei, he's in. Ikigai, he'll be the one to get stunned up initially. Hook shot a little bit off the mark, but it may not matter as the Dragon Knight is going to be held in by the Cox. Ikigai, he's got no help. He's gone. Very nice pick up here from Team Prism. Just what you wanted to see. And no BKB usage even necessary here from 423.
Find all the ones that you want. Bob gets another galvanized stack. 17 up now on our Storm. Kaya's done. I love this build into the Lincolns. Not needing to rush a meteor still. 423.
Oh, they're going. I mean, they're going to try it for 423, but he's got a BKB up and he's got help around him. Bob actually popped the Arcane Rune ready to go whenever. But I think 423 made the call to back out of there. So not quite willing to fight by that mid-tier 1 tower, because you did also have Ikigai just respawning as that fight had just started. They'd rather not give him an easy way into the fight. It's a smart choice to back off here from 4-2-3. And the game does continue. Still a very close game. Just a less than 1k net worth lead so far for Team Prism, but it has been very back and forth. It seems that both teams are pretty confident in their ability to drag this out later into the game. It is going to be one of those things with both these drafts where you probably are just looking for one team to outplay the other. Though I dare say, John, I kind of give a bit of an edge to the draft of Team Prism, purely based on the fact that they do have a Storm. And Storm just gets ultra scary as you get later into the game.
Yeah, I think it's a good counteraction to the CK. And you are still concerned about the illusions, but again, you can just kind of static link up. You can try to clear. You do go for the counter-strike as well in same so a little bit more damage out from the double edge to help you figure out, isolate the real CK in a big group up, especially once you have your shard up with that added durability. Good scan once more from Prism, spotting out the smoke. They can take some defensive posturing here by the tier 1 as they're sieging. Could try to force it. Another amplified damage rune though for IHC. Second one in a row for them.
The 4-2-3 is right there in front of him, but he's got his BKB back up and available, so it's not going to be the easiest initiation as 4-2-3 gets the BKB up in time. Hook shot out, not really going to land on nothing, though they do get Ace locked in a cog, so Ace in big trouble. Meanwhile, the zip in from Bob looking for that Rolling Thunder will not be able to get it, but he'll go on to Ikigai now. They've got the Dragon Knight locked down. They've got Fortune Sword on boot. The CK is gone. Kishka trying to use that stolen freezing field, but it does nothing. Team Prism. Another successful team fight for the Radiant end of things. And, well, I'll tell you, John, that fight was not even close.
It wasn't. You managed to get it working. I love the posturing from 4-2-3. He's playing right around the wards. They were playing right under vision. Again, they scanned out that smoke. They just hugged this cliff ward. Instant, the smoke breaks on the edge of the ward. Just take that fight. Full confidence out. They had that vision lingering. Smoke breaks under it. And they can just work these angles. Bob gets a really good far angle onto the right side. The Rolling Thunder just fails because of this fast BKB from 4-2-3. And the damage output from Fortune Soul isn't insane yet. You know, he has the Orchid, but he's not able to spot out the Storm first, which is your big Orchid target. Bob is just free to do what he wants. And it has to be clean execution for IHC. Again, you can't fault them. They had a good spot. They had wards. They de-warded this area. They just smoke up at the wrong time, right when Prism senses something wrong, which, again, goes down to the specific matchup between these two. Both of these teams understand each other very well. And Bob spent a lot of time with them. You know, 4-2-3 used to play with 11 Kishka, Ace 12. There's a lot of interconnections here, and a lot of habits that both sides know that the other has. And it just plays perfectly into that scan, into that smoke fight.
Big group up again here from Team Prism in the mid lane. They're thinking about maybe going for a smoke, and they will.
Well, that's under vision.
It's under vision, that's for sure. I don't think they really mind, and Ikigai, he hasn't backed off yet. He'll blink away just in the nick of time. They'll find Kishka instead. Kishka actually manages to still force stuff away, but Bob's going to find him here on the Storm. Does catch the Rubik. They'll even take down Ace. The stolen zip, though. So Kishka's okay. They'll have to settle with the Ace kill instead. And that'll be about it. I mean, maybe they could try to pressure this mid-tier 2 tower, but it's only a Dark Willow kill. Should be back as Bob. Bob going right after Fortune Soul might actually have him, and he does.
Oh my god.
Oh boy. That's rough.
I mean, Bob was very confident in lobby chat, Mike. He was like, you know who to tank for this game, Johnny. He's like, hey, you know who this game is on. I was like, oh yeah, Seme. I was like, yeah, Semine. I don't know what he was even... I don't know what Bobby's even trying to say. You know what? A little bit of a info drop here as well. I had word from Manager Lane that he has sent Jollibee money to Bobby. That could be the buff as they catch 11.
Very smart move from Alphon. 11 does get caught out. Alphon, you've just saved yourself your job, sir. You know, no being Gary for a job back. You're good. Don't you worry.
Yeah, this is, you know, Gary probably regrets kicking the most important part of Boom, the manager lane. His salary was too high, Mike. What do you need?
For the record, let's save Gary here. I don't think Gary actually kicked him. It's Kishka. Kishka, he's going to be all right. Poor old Gary's just catching strays, and that's not even true, Jonathan.
He's not even in the qualifying run anymore, Mike. They got eliminated last time.
Yeah. Let's take it
Shots
easy,
being
huh?
fired all over the place.
We'll see you next year, Gary. Welcome back to SCA, sir. See you soon. Team Prism. Oh, poor old. I miss Gary. Just come back home, Gary. Don't worry about SA. You know, you'll be right. You'll be welcome back here.
There's this stack, you know, this team called Prism that doesn't have a team yet. You know, they could go to TI. Good old Gary. You never know.
Yeah.
Wink, wink,
I
nudge,
heard
nudge.
Japoy and Skem have a bit of time, I hear, Jonathan. Not going to TI this year, apparently.
That'd be something. Imagine a reunion there. Can you imagine if they actually just reform? That would be something. Still,
that's literally what they should do. I'm not sure what the confusion is.
Who knows? It could definitely happen, considering what's been going on. Still, 20 to 10, 6K lead. Prism having an outstanding time here in game one. Bob popping off like a maniac. Already has the Lincolns into the Meteor Hammer. 21 galvanized stacks. The man is feasting. He's having a lot of mana and a lot of geology as well.
Oh, absolutely. It's got that two-piece chicken joy buff, Jonathan. Can't even say the damn name of the meal. Was a big fan, by the way. Spoiler alert.
Spicy's so good.
It was very good. It was very, very good. If the guy that said KFC is better in the chat, you are so wrong, sir. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed for that guy that said KFC was better. Like, get out of here.
Yeah, I don't know how you can say KFC's better. No offense. That chicken is to die for. Just like this game is do or die right now for IHC. And they do have... And it's a best of 3. It's not the end of the world. I'm finding some good segues, Mikey. Meteor Hammer is...
I never said it was good, John.
Guy?
Yeah, he's getting jumped right now. Bob's in. Who's stopped? Not going to fly out yet, but Ikigai's already less than half HP. And he's looking as good as dead as Bob's having to look for a little bit more. That he missed the hook shot onto Ace, but it won't matter. They'll take Ikigai's life away. Ikigai desperately looking like he really needs a BKB, but instead is farming a Hurricane Pipe.
Yeah, it does feel like he needs the front line with that tankiness. I think he's trying to rely on just copying the damage for the team with a Mage Slayer, sit through all of this magical burst, but it just doesn't feel like it's enough. You do have the full heart up now on Fortune Soul. Series CK is definitely a tanky beast up front. 3.2k HP, 3.8k HP with the armor turned on. But it doesn't feel like it matters. You know, they can isolate away the CK. The burst damage doesn't feel overwhelming. They are in Roshan now as well for Prism. Scanned out. Kishka, he's got the rocket flare. Could try some cheeky plays here.
Yeah, I mean, he might give it a crack. He's got the shard up as well, don't forget, John. He can throw himself into the Roshan pit as he's a little bit early. 4-2-3 should have seen him that time around. Kishka still trying, can lift himself into the pit. Hookshot misses. Can he time it? Not quite. He'll get caught out mid-lift. He's in trouble now as he will drop. Bob will catch him. That'll be the Aegis to go the way of the Storm. That was a nice attempt. I'll give him that, Jonathan. It was a very, very cheeky style of attempt, but had that Glimmer Cape lasted like half a second longer and they didn't see him with the Plasma Field, he might have actually had that.
Yeah. Had a really good opportunity to get that AoE stun and steal. Just a little bit off in timing. Still 22 to 10. Ikigai again.
Oh my goodness. I mean, dude, look at Bob's mana regen. He's got 47.3 mana regen outside of the fountain. So who they found? Stampede's been popped. They found literally nobody. They just popped Stampede. Fair enough.
Yeah, why not? You know, get some runs going. Bobby could use the workout after having a full meal, of course, and need this guy to run around instead of just laying on his bum, relying on mana. Mana from Buddhist. The hookshot's good. I don't think so. Good.
Bottom lane. I mean, he's eating these players right now, John. Ace in trouble, getting bounced around here by Tsukimoto, and Bob will hand over the tip. Thank you very much, Suki. You've done a great job, sir. And let me tell you,
good
John,
delivery service. Yeah.
These cog bounces, man, like every cog bounce, in case you were living under a rock, is like 345 damage. Every single, like you can deal casually 1.2, 1.3k damage every single cogs. How insane is that?
Ridiculous. It's just so much damage. And the entrapment's just so good. The fact it bounces inside, they can bounce around inside. There's some cheeky combos. Think about this. Spirit Breaker with the increased knockback pass, it could be good. As Ikigai again.
Yeah, getting caught out. Hook shot as well from Suki. Catching out Kishka. Oh, I mean, this game is... I don't want to say it's over, John, but it's looking a bit over.
Doesn't feel like there's much play left. Full Parasma up now for Bobby. Still has a regen running. Wants to go ham.
I mean, why not?
Bobby.
Soul hide, sir. Don't breathe too loud, Fortune. In fact, he's going to go in.
Oh.
He'll go on to Bob. But can they burst him down in time? Bob, he's got an Aegis up, so he'll stand his ground. He actually does not zip away, even though he did have the chance. Rolling Thunder, Terrorize, all of them connecting. The Reality Rift in. Bob, what the hell have you done, sir? Oh, Bob. Agent Bob. Agent Bob is upon us.
What are you doing, Bob? Your manager sent you money for food. You're not supposed to feed. You're supposed to be fed, Bob. What are you doing?
I thought he was meant to lose charges on Galvanized. He didn't lose crap. Is it
he
after
had, like,
he
a
respawns?
lot? I feel like he was at like 30 plus. Was he not? Went down?
No. He was at 28.
I think he was at like... was it? I think he was at
very
31.
sure.
All right, let's see. Let's see when he respawns.
All right. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't think I am, but I could be.
I'm not sure. I wasn't
If I am
watching
wrong,
too
John,
well.
I'm gonna claim it's a bug if I'm wrong. I'm telling you right now.
Okay,
So,
fair enough.
Suki.
Oh.
Get off the mark with the hook. It's alright, nobody saw that. How busy he has can jump now, but 4-2-3 is going to be able to back him up, jumping in with the double ulti and the static link, taking down Ikigai, going for a second link. Why the hell not? On to 11. Just look at the damage output. 11's gone. Oh, he's hitting for like 500 damage per right click right now, 4-2-3. So he's out of BKB charges, so he's in a bit of danger, and he is down.
What's happening?
Onto the Centaur Weaker. Fortune Soul, very happy to get a free gift going his way. A triple kill, in fact. Onto the CK. I don't know what they're doing, John, but they're doing something.
They're having a little bit too much fun. You know, I think that's what it is with Prism. They're feeling themselves a little bit too much. Guys, you know, calm down. Calm down. IHC can still punish you if you run into tier 3s by yourself. So, you know, respect that just a little bit here on Prism's end. You know, think about your manager hanging out in Europe. Could be touring around, looking at the sights in France. Instead, he has to watch his team put on a series of unfortunate events. Think about him, Bobby. All right?
Bob will spare Carlo. Very nice. What is there to see in France anyway? That's why, like, why did he go France, of all places?
I mean, it was even worse. They were in the UK first, Mike. What do you mean?
Oh, that's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate.
You know,
My
the saddest part, I think he didn't even have fish and chips. Good old boom.lane, geekfam.lane didn't even have fish and chips.
That's like the highlight of the whole trip. What the hell is... What do you mean he didn't have fish
I
and
don't
chips?
know.
What did he eat?
I don't know. He had haggis. Well, he was in Scotland, at least. That's some culture.
Very good. Happy to hear it.
Something. And
How much of
IHG's
his
happy
team
to hear
managers
those
getting paid?
kills given away. Huh?
How much is his
No,
team manager's getting paid that he can afford a Euro trip?
Nah, it was a birthday trip for his sister living in the UK. So they all went down to
Oh.
this, I believe.
Well, now you make me feel bad, John. Gee, you know,
It's fine. He's
I was trying to
happy.
be nice.
He gets to take a break. You know?
No.
It's fine. It's all good. That's a good thing in the Philippines. And yeah, you know, celebrating my sister's birthday and my OFW sister, yeah. It's chilling. Like,
Well, that's
IHG is chilling now, hoping for Prism to provide some more, to be generous. It is still 28, by the way, Mickey.
So there is a bug. That's all.
There is a bug.
I'll
Yeah,
send an
100%.
email. It's all right. Four-man smoke versus a five-man smoke in the mid lane. Same aim will make it a 5v5 smoke. Here we go. Who breaks whose smoke first? Suki makes his smoke. We'll see Kishka. Same aim's going to jump in. They're right onto Ikigai again. They've got the DK. Not again. Ikigai, he'll pop his BKB just barely, but 423's got the static link on him. He's gone. Oh, and now Fortune Soul being chased down by the Razor, forced the BKB TP away, but it's not enough. It is not enough. He's gone anyway. On some more, they'll clear out Kishka. They've got another. It's going to be the Pangolier going down. 11 to drop. Bob will get the tips. Rather, he gives the tips out. This 4-2-3 would chase for a bit more. He cannot finish off the kill onto Ace, but... Well, you know, it turns out that last team fight, it didn't matter, John. It just didn't matter.
No. It certainly didn't. I mean, to be fair, Prism came in 1 by 1. It was a good gold swing for IHC, but not enough to turn the tides of this game. That needed to happen maybe 2 more times. You know, Bob getting a little bit confident 2 more times over. Could set things right here for IHC. Still, high ground under siege, not much to stop them. You've got the Meteor Hammer on your Storm, of course. So the pushing pace is not too bad at all across every lane. IHC, respawns aren't too far off. They can rally for one last fight, but that was them expending BKBs. It's them standing front. It just doesn't feel like enough.
Hook.
Good hook.
Yeah, very nice hook. They're going to find Ace. Poor old Ace having a very rough time against Tsukimoto on this clockwork. Does at least get back towards the fountain, but they are just losing Rax's left, right, and center as well, Tsukimoto has been left behind. The rest of his team just leave the area. They'll hand a tip over, and that'll be about it. Thank you very much for your sacrifice, sir.
I know. It feels like everyone on Prism has it in their blood to just feed every now and again, you know? Everyone has a turn, except Carlos so far. Carlo hasn't dived yet. When's Carlos' turn on the CM to dive in?
We'll find out. Carlo? Your time, sir. Here we go. This might be it. Carlo. Good on you, Carlo. That's a real team spirit right there. That's what you like
but that
to see.
doesn't count. You know, he's not running behind tier 3s. That's just a support time because it's a support, you know, getting caught in the smoke. He has to dive the tier 3s, Mike.
You've done
dive
a great
the tier
job, Carlo.
4s.
Don't worry about what John's saying. Arcane Rune popped. They're going to find 11,
Bob.
who immediately just pops his Rolling Thunder and Bob's out of it.
This mana regen's way too much with Galvanize plus the Meteor Hammer.
It's pretty ridiculous. I mean, 47 mana regen just constantly going. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's too much. He's going into the Axe now as well from Bob, which is important up against the CK. You do need some added AoE control. Should help to, again, isolate out these illusions. As this game drags on, again, it doesn't get any easier. Seimei has the full heart with a Crimson Guard at 4.8k HP. It's a lot of damage block that I cannot calculate off the back of my head. And we'll go for the smoke out now as well. It does feel like you're 1 or 2 fights away here from closing it out. Into Roche.
Stampede has been popped. They want to try and intervene as Bob going to zip right forward. Has used most of his mana, but it doesn't matter because his region is just so ridiculous. They've already taken down 11. They're on to another. It's going to be Ikigai just being linked up completely by 4-2-3. And poor old Fortune Soul. Yeah, but there's no damage left, man. It's just too much. 4-2-3 with this Refresher Orb just sapping all the damage away. And that's Roshan, of course, to the side of Team Prism. And there's no buybacks left anyway for IHC, John, so chances are for Team Prism, they can go high.
Yeah, and they've got the opportunity to do so now on the side of Prism. Not much holding them back. I'm trying to do some quick little maths here. 2.5% of Seimei's HP is 124, plus 70 base, 194 damage block, Mikey, when that Vanguard's turned on. Basically no damage. That's, you still have armor reduction on top, so you're doing 0 damage when Seimei stands up front, pops Crimson. No one can die. You don't have the Magical Burst to take care of this team, and your Physical Burst is just completely counteracted by Centaur Crimson Guard Heart. That's all they need.
It's a very tough time here for the side of IHC's. Team Prism just completely outplaying them, completely outdrafting them as well by the looks of it. Well, that'll be your top lane of Barracks now, under siege from Team Prism. They will have their CK back up in 10 seconds, but I don't really know how much it's going to matter. The top racks actually kind of gets left, the illusions, but it seems like they might actually just be enough. They will not be enough, but Bob will get in and take care of it. That's alright. And this Storm is pretty ridiculous. I mean, Bob's literally got 51.4 mana regen right now. And it's not the Galvanize that's the problem, it's really the media habit. Like 75% mana regen amp is too much.
Way too much. It just removes the negative aspect of that Storm Spirit entirely. Makes it so easy to play. Heck, a lot of spellcasts would probably enjoy it if they're allowed to build into it. It just feels much more straightforward for Storm. As you know, he has his own self combo with Vortex into Hammer as well for solo pickoffs early on. I think that's one big factor as well. Although the mana again is very good. 34-16, 24k lead for the side of Prism. They've got a full blink up for Carla, and he does have his own plate mail now as well. So even the CM with a Vanguard, with a Crimson Guard running in the sides is feel really tanky. Full Ags done on Bob. AoE Vortex ready. It's hard to see the angles for IHC. It feels like it has to be a very good rollout from 11. Big stolen spells from Kishka, and they have to isolate one by one. They cannot force a big clump up on their end on IHC. Because, again, if Seimei is in the area, you are just not bursting anyone down here.
It doesn't feel like it. IHC. Again, patiently waiting. Bottom racks now under siege. Bob, he's going to zip right in, gets a Vortex off onto one. It's going to be 11, just getting annihilated, and Ace has gone with him. Ikigai has no chance of survival, just getting torn a new one. That'll be it. GG is called. They've finally had enough. My goodness. Complete and utter domination from Team Prism from game number 1. And I'll tell you, I don't know what IHC are going to do for game 2, John, but they've got to change something. That was just too one-sided.
That was just a lot of domination coming out there from Prism. Very well played from them. You can see how they had fun in that game. Maybe a little bit too much fun for the boys. You know, Bobby going a little bit ham, Tsukimoto going a little bit ham, diving tier 4s, going by the fountain. You know, just the classic things you'd expect from like the wildest qualities of a Filipino and Mongolian stack. I think that's the takeaway there for the side of Prism. But IHC, I'm not sure if I can confidently say it was like a drafting issue. I think they had the right idea in this draft. It's just that Prism had the good counteraction. Again, the Centaur Crimson Guard buildup, not the most common. We have seen a little bit more of the Crimson Guard today. The confidence for them to start with the Storm on the side of Prism as well. It feels like they didn't answer the Storm properly on IHC. Like they end up with the DK matchup, which again doesn't slow down the Storm at all. To be fair, it doesn't feel like you have a lot that deals with Storm. I think the best thing we've seen from some of the qualifier matches we've casted before elsewhere is something like the SF, and just isn't allowed through. So it's not really a misdraft. It's just that Prism understood IHC's draft much better and found the counter picks that really worked in this match really well.
Yeah, it's fantastic gameplay again here from the side of Team Prism. Just complete and utter domination here in this game number 1. I mean, IHC, this is not a team that just kind of rolls over and dies. You know, this is a team that's actually pretty damn good, but Team Prism so far showing they're just on a different level in this best of 3 lower bracket series. Because a lot on the line now for IHC, because they're 1 game away from being eliminated from the road to the international qualifiers here for SEA. If they can't pull up this game 2, they're just out. Team Prism will be able to proceed through to the quarterfinals of the lower bracket. Of course, this is the end of the highlights where we're seeing Bob setting up a perfect team fight. They just shred right through the side of IHC. A lot on the line, John. I mean, 1 game away from being eliminated. You've got to pull out any trick you have here against Team Prism to keep your hopes alive for TI13. And Team Prism going to be feeling a lot more relaxed going into game 2, I'm sure, as we do look at the scoreboard. I mean, MVP-wise, I feel like we just go straight to the Storm, right? Like, do you think Bob's just the MVP of this game?
Yeah, got to give it to Bob. He said it in the lobby before we even launched. He's like, yeah, you know who to praise in this game, Johnny? It's going to be Bob. His lobby name as well, by the way, I know none of you can see it, but his lobby name right now is King Bob. That's Bob's mood right now. He is the king, and he does deserve the MVP. The king gets to have his 2-piece spicy chicken with a sundae. If they win, Bobby, slow down a little bit. There's still a game 2, but he had a spectacular performance. Again, first pick Storm. They had ample opportunity to look for great jump supports, great ways of counteracting or having a good matchup. Just didn't come out. I think IHC has to be ready for that.
Oh, absolutely. Well, with that, Jonathan, of course, we can head to a break. And right after that break, we'll be back with game 2 between Team Prism and, of course, the side of IHC. We'll see you soon.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back to the Road to the International Qualifiers here for SCA, ladies and gentlemen. It is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, game number 1, going the way of Prism. Quite convincingly. I want to say IHC kind of falling apart with their own draft here in game number 1. Game 2, you got to break it down for me, Jonathan. I love seeing game 3, so tell me, how the hell are we going to get there? What do IHC need to do in this game 2?
I mean, it feels like the solution's always simple when you're up against a team with Bob in it. You've got to destroy Bob, prevent him from being Bob the Wrecker and make him Bob the Builder, nice and slow and just trying to build up, because all of that tempo did come from that Storm. Mid lane matchup up against a DK is just too static. Ikigai couldn't really slow it down. Bob had a lot of the focus in terms of getting the runes done as well. They got the priority straight. I think the early rune fights were not lined up either. I think they were forcing that just way before the 6-minute mark. They found a kill on Bob, but the support stuck around to get that first power rune, and they laid that foundation for the fights really well. It just feels like, again, you see that first pick Storm, they didn't manage to pick a lot of good counters. Like, Dark Willow's fine to an extent, it did stop Seimei a lot, but again, Bob didn't feel like he cared too much as long as he could zip around. So I think the key thing has to be stop Bob. If it takes a Storm ban, it's well worth it if you want to remove some comfort for Bob. Just prevent him from snowballing, because he's feeling himself. When Bob's feeling himself, you have to be a little bit worried. When he names himself King Bob in his profile name, you have some trouble coming up there.
Yeah, I certainly agree. I mean, Bob's always been one of those players where when he's feeling right, when he's popping off, it is very hard to slow him down, and that was certainly the case here in game 1. And this kind of the Storm pick that was made for Bob is kind of the way you love seeing him play, right? Like, just a hero that can just snowball out of control slowly but surely. And that is certainly what happened in that game 1. Bob just completely getting out of control here on the mid-storm. Again, I wonder how IHC are going to try and shut him down, because in fairness, game 1, we did see a couple rotations to try and slow down the mid lane a little bit from Prison's end of things. Like, we did see IHC rotating both their supports around that 6-minute mark to try and slow down the Storm. And I believe they killed him twice throughout that mid lane, maybe even just once, but still wasn't enough. It feels like maybe a little bit more commitment is required. I say that, John. I mean, 4-2-3 on the Razor. I mean, that man popped off quite hard as well. He seemed pretty unstoppable when it came to carrying the side of Team Prism. And you go after 4-2-3, you give Bob a good game. You go after Bob, you give 4-2-3 a good game. Don't even get me started on Seimei in the offlane. It's a very hard team to try and beat.
That it is. Maybe it's time for IHC to go back to some old combinations that we used to see from them, right? Like stuff with Grimstroke Lycan. Like that's something we've tied into 11 Kishka and Ace for a long time. And while 423 was there and X123 was there as well. So maybe it's time to look at some old stuff. I mean, Lycan can still work. Grimstroke wouldn't be too bad, but I don't know if you want to dig that far deep for comfort here. They will ban out the Bob Storm along with Bob's TA as you have to. So they take some of the crazier factors for Bob away. Bob, he looks a little bit bored. He looks a little, it's like, oh, no Storm. He does look bored. It's like, I
mean, I'm not sure if he's bored because Storm was banned, John, or if he's bored because of the series. I mean, he just looks like he hasn't even woken up yet here, Bob. We'll see if IHC can give the man a bit of a challenge in this game too, as it seems like he did not really get one in game 1. As well as that, I mean, so far, IHC have literally just banned all Bob heroes. Get rid of the TA, get rid of the Storm. So, I mean, at least in the draft phase, at least in the ban phase, all the pressure right now is being applied to Bob. They'll get rid of a support Witch Doctor, which is also fair enough, because that hero is completely busted. And they also respect ban out the safe lane Razor, which I can also appreciate, because 423 made it look really damn good.
He did. That does leave a lot of viable options. Clockwork left in the pool. Could just be taken up by Prism once more. Feels highly effective. Tsukimoto was having a great time bouncing people around in the cogs. It's a very safe opener. It doesn't reveal much about your draft. There's an SF you could pick up here as well for Prism if you're confident. Could be played by Bob mid. We've seen a lot of SF banned out. Has been coming back in terms of picks, and in a couple of games it hasn't felt amazing. But it's still a dominant mid laner that can get some tempo here for Bob if they want. Instead, I'll actually go for the DK. Nice, safe, and kind of boring here for the side of Prism. Mind you, that could be flexed for Seimei or 423. It could leave a more exciting pick for Bob. So it's fairly safe. And there's the SF for IHC. I guess now for Prism, you really don't want to run DK into SF. That lane just... it's kind of just dead for DK, considering all the magical burst SF has now.
Yeah, it can be a very rough time for the Dragon Knighters. I might give an update as well, by the way, while we are waiting for these bans. Jonathan, Gary has tweeted at me. He was asking us, in fact, what we were talking or saying about his team during the cast. I simply responded saying we mentioned how great his team was doing right now, and well, he said something very naughty back to me. I can't repeat what he said, John, but it is there on Twitter. I think you might know what that phrase means.
To be fair, we are just firing random shots. You know, I'm surprised Blacklist hasn't taken the secondary shot from me yet. Maybe later on with the TNC series, we'll fire some random shots that way. But we sure are firing full sunroof. Yeah, no. Yeah. Yeah, I see it.
You'll be okay, Gary. Relax, Gary. You'll be all right. Come on down.
What's Gary doing watching these games anyway? No?
Oh, apparently he was
appreciate
told that he's been spoken about. That's what I don't think he was.
He has people he hires to just listen around every corner if someone mentions Boom or Gary Onko. My man is the CIA.
I think he actually might be somewhat related to those organizations. Jonathan, he certainly is keeping an eye on everyone and what they're saying as Weaver will be picked up by Team Prism. That should be a support Weaver, I imagine. We did see a bit of carry Weaver being played, I think, from Bleed, but I do like myself a support Weaver. I think it's quite a busted hero right now.
10 seconds.
That it is. I think it's preferable on support. You don't want to be a core Weaver into a Dark Willow lane. The Brambles just kind of makes it hard for you to use that Shikuchi overall. I mean, it still makes it hard for support Weaver as well. But we shall have to see. Carlos snack it away as they pick the Rubik up here on the side of Prism. Yeah, I just love watching players, they don't care when they're on cam. Chewing away. Come on, Carlo, enjoy it for Bob. Do it
What
for
was he
Bob.
eating that time? He was eating a Kit Kat.
It feels like, I think he's still eating some Kit Kats. This takes me back. Yeah, remember, was it Neon? Neon used to show their setups, and they had a bag of snacks just next to their PCs. Legit. Just a whole bunch of junk food at the side. I don't think Carlo has that setup, but I'm sure he's well stocked for energy in this series, Mike. Energy is important.
It certainly is. Something IHC definitely needs right now. Jonathan, they look very unenergized on their end of things. Very, very solemn faces at the moment. They look to make their third pick up here, IHC.
Oops.
Not too much being picked up yet, though.
There's some... For some reason, I just suddenly had the thought of Bob Rubik mid as a spanner in the works for Prism. Up against an SF. It's not amazing, but it's okay, I think. It's not the worst.
If he's bored, if he's feeling bored, Jonathan, I mean, why the hell not, right?
It'd be really interesting with the facets, like the lower mana cost or and the added AoE are fine. I don't think you'd want to do that. I don't know, for some reason, I just imagined Bob Rubik, and I was trying to process if that would work. They go to Centaur here from IHC. Nothing too strange. We saw Seimei have a great time with that last time, so now it's 11's turn to have fun. They have very decent lanes coming in, potentially Dark Willow Centaur. Good frontliner to just have your Bedlam on as well, so some good damage output coming out there.
Radiant team.
Nothing too strange yet. We'll go to Monkey King, which is more flex for IHC, and this is where things get exciting. Are you doing the Monkey King support here for IHC with the Symbian Stride, with all the jumps in the world, sniping couriers left, right, and center? And will Prism opt for a cheeky counter in Marcy?
Oh, you know what, John? It might be the game. It might be the game. Bring out the pos on Marcy. Screw it. Just do the DK mid. Who cares? Show me pos on Marcy. Even without the IO, I don't care. I want to see it. Who gives a crap? You know what,
Just
John?
to stop
Going back,
King assassination.
Going back to your core Rubik for a second. If you were able to still raise, and it gave you all 3 raises on Rubik, could you imagine, firstly, how broken that would be? But secondly, with his facet, that gives you added AoE with those 3 raises, just being spammable as hell, you'd be able to like make infinite AoE. It'd be amazing.
10 seconds remaining.
It would be. Unfortunately, I do believe that you only steal 1 at a time.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah,
Yes,
so you can't quite steal all. It would be amazing if you stole the entire set. I feel like it should, but that would be definitely busted with the innate spell amp Rubik has and the added cast range. So it's a little bit much to ask for. I do like this Brewmaster coming out for Prism. Nice and comfy for Seimei. I don't think we're seeing the Bob Core Rubik. In as much as that intrusive thought has snuck its way in my head, Mike, I don't think it's happening.
No, I never thought it was happening. In fairness, John.
Wait, hold on.
Yes.
If Rubik steals Tree Dance from a Simian Stride Monkey King, does he also get 0% cooldown jump? Because
what?
that's the facet, right?
Oh, that's a good question.
Does he?
That's a good question. I'm not sure, but that is a good question.
I feel like the modification should be on the skill, right? So theoretically, a Rubik at 90% HP could also jump around with added cast range.
5 seconds.
Theoretically.
That's a problem. Like, if Rubik can just casually take the qualities that the facets provide as well, that's a little bit problematic. Like, that's too much. However, I must admit that would be pretty damn hilarious.
It
Like,
would be funny.
That would actually be kind of amazing now that I think about it.
10 seconds
I think it does. I remember playing up against Rubiks and they would steal, like, if the spell is modified by the facet, then he would get that modification as well. I just don't know how consistent that is. Knowing how our beta game is, I'm not sure how consistent all of that's applied on the spell rather than the hero itself, which I think is the main difference maker. But theoretically, he should. Again, it's a very niche interaction for Rubik, as the side of IHC did ban out some Chorus, Troll, Morphling being taken out of the pool. You still have some strong options. I'm surprised Life Stealer's left in the pool when you're up against a Centaur lane. Rips through to high HP heroes, no problem. Has Rage, doesn't care too much about the SF in that case. You have some Infest vehicles as well for a Life Stealer in terms of DK with Blink and the Brewmaster as well. I wouldn't mind. We shall see which way they go. Last ban out for Prism. Last pick overall for IHC, so they can kind of pocket the Flux and the Monkey King. Again, they could still run it pause 1 for Fortune Soul or run it on support. Very open-ended here for IHC. Prism, likely just considering the possibilities of that. Like, if it is a support monkey, is there any pause 1 we're worried about? I mean, you have a Brewmaster. It doesn't feel like that hero worries too much about most lane matchups anyhow.
Final ban here to be made.
You know what, Mike? I wanted to raise this point as well. Look at Seimei.
Yes.
Obviously in the Net Cafe, right? And I think we've seen a few pro players in that circumstance in qualifiers. How do you reckon that feels? Maybe there's a Dota fan there in that same Net Cafe and they realize this guy's playing in TI qualifiers. It's like he's just in a Net Cafe playing TI qualifiers. Like, it is what it is. But that's like, if you were the guy there in the shop, that must be something if you notice,
Oh, look at that piece, that monitor in the background. I mean, my God, how bright is it? What are they playing? Jeez.
No, it's not that it's bright. It's that there are no lights on. It's complete darkness inside. So they go with the Ursa.
What kind of LAN cafe is that? Looks like he's playing in a sauna or something. They do pick up the Ursa. Very good. These boys aren't at a LAN cafe. They have a very nice house to play in. Love to see that.
Yeah. Very neat. Love the TV behind her for Kishka. Looks nice. And again, closing out here, looks nice for IHC. They have the Flux and the Monkey King. They can consider different pause 1. The Ursa is an interesting choice here from Prism. It is somewhat kiteable. I worry about Stampede and just literally stampeding away from this Ursa. You don't have the best AoE hold at all from the side of Prism. You basically have Lift and Dragon Tail as your most reliable stuns. So Stampede can just ruin you, and that's where the beauty of Aichi's draft is lining up right now. They will go with Wind Ranger as well. Is this a Fortune Soul Wind Ranger?
What?
Are we going? It feels like it has to be, no?
It is.
Close out with Wind Ranger. Yeah, Kishka's going on Monkey King support. I mean, to be fair.
It started Yeah, go on.
To be fair, Wind Ranger into Ursa is not actually the best for Ursa. Again, the kiting issue stands. 423 is going to need he's going to need a lot. You're going to need like an MKB in this game. You're going to need maybe a Disperser just to slow the spell off. I don't know if you want that, or a Nullifier until like the Ags is up and the talent's up for Fortune Soul. There's no easy ways to pin down Fortune Soul. It feels like he is relatively free to wind run and do what he wants. And I think that's kind of down to a drafting weakness here for Prism. Their supports don't have the best hold. They don't have the best way of keeping them down with Stampede on hand. Once that's up here for IHC, I feel like IHC has a very good grip on this game in terms of execution. Prism will have to work harder in this game to try to make their own draft work. If they do win out the lanes, you know, they get a really good time with Ursa Rubik, which can happen, and get good Roche timing, things can start to go Prism's way. But I think if you manage to farm up well in Fortune Soul and fight early on, there are lots of ways to kite this Ursa. It just doesn't feel like an amazing Ursa game into Wind Ranger, to be fair.
So I can offer you a bit of analysis with this Wind Ranger pick. I recently had a pub game where I had a POS1 Wind Ranger, and I had a teammate who asked him, once you've focus fired a support and killed that support, what are you going to do in the team fight? And that man could not answer the question. And neither could I, Jonathan. Because the truth is, after you focus fire one person, you're pretty useless as POS1 Wind Ranger. So what I'm trying to say, John, is as usual, I think this is a trash pick by IHC. I think Fortune Soul should be ashamed of himself for even thinking about playing this hero. And quite frankly, Jonathan, I dare say Team Prism should have this one. I don't care what analysis you have. This hero is not good in POS1.
No, I'd agree. I think it really doesn't work in one. But, you know, you said what happens when you kill the support with Focus Fire. There's the beauty, Mike. There's the facet. Whirlwind. If you got Whirlwind instead.
I had an enemy. I had an enemy support, a core Wind Ranger pick up that facet, and my team literally said, guys, everyone build Blade Mail right now. And that's what we did, John. We all built Blade Mail and just ran at him. And he couldn't do anything. It was incredible.
Wind Ranger.
Oh, Suki. We'll see the Monkey King. The Brambles actually land on nothing, surprisingly enough. Nobody gets caught. 4-2-3. They'll see 11, but they still are very cautious for this team fight. I do believe that the level 1 timings of IHC are a lot stronger, especially considering you do have an SF on your side of things. And you never want to play against SF level 1. Still, Tsukimoto going to try and steal the bounty, but does get stunned. Still will be okay to escape. And it is going to be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounty runes anyway. So not that big of a deal for either side. So we can't start with the mid lane, John. You are going to have Ikigai on the mid SF against Bob on the mid DK. And you already kind of pointed this out, but this should be a pretty damn good lane for Ikigai based on the hero matchup.
Yeah, there's not much Bob can do. You come in, you try to last it, you're just going to be lined up for these Shadow Raises from Ikigai. And you do have some sustain, but it does take quite a few levels for that to really kick in terms of HP regen. So Ikigai should be feeling comfy. He is very mana constrained though. It is much more important for Ikigai to find these initial water runes. He already has the 2 mangoes ready to try to harass out Bob. Bob does have the right idea though. This is playable if you just literally sit back and spam Breed Fire. And as long as it's at max 2 raises that connect, you're still pretty happy in Bob. So just never come close enough for the melee range raise, and you should be happy on this DK. And it is very mana intensive for Ikigai, where it's not at all for Bob. So resource management is the key part for Ikigai to eke out the lead here on mid.
Yeah, absolutely, and Bob's obviously had this matchup before. Like he's probably perfectly fine just standing back and waiting for the right moment to come in for the CS. So we'll see if Ikigai can press the advantage he's been looking for. But of course we have the side lanes. Perhaps top lane. Fortune Soul's going to be there on that POS1 Wind Ranger that you're so fond of, Jonathan, against Tsukimoto and of course Seimei. You will have Ace there on the POS5 Dark Willow, as Fortune Soul's actually taking so much damage from Tsukimoto, but it will be just fine. Though I do believe, John, if he plays out of position, he will just fine. With a Cinderbrew plus a Sakuchi, he's probably going to be in pretty big trouble.
Oh yeah, it's not going to be a good feeling for Fortune Soul. I'm surprised he's zoned out this hard as they will land a Brew. Not able to get the full ignite onto Fortune Soul, but he's being held back quite nicely. Tsukimoto, his positioning has been really good. They don't quite have the sentries on hand as well to punish. They already have the sentry just to block on the side, but Tsukimoto is playing on the opposite side of the lane, preventing any sort of punishment out with Brambles. It's going to be a bit of a slower process for Fortune Soul. He's still finding the CS despite all that harassment, to be fair. They will get the ward gone now as well, so Tsukimoto does have the space to play. And the support Weaver really is the big issue. The cheapness of Shukuchi, the damage to slow being on hand, the space he's buying for Seimei. You don't necessarily want this to be an aggressive lane for Prism anyhow. They are still managing to force resource usage here from IHC with a salve already being expended.
Mid lane, Bob's actually applying pressure onto Ikigai now. That's a little bit concerning. Like, your DK just running at you and stunning you up and hitting you over and over again. But that's kind of what's happening here in this mid lane. Top lane, a bit of a jump here onto Ace. Looks like first blood has been secured by Tsukimoto. And Fortune Soul's really just unable to do anything here. Do you know what I mean? He's got some stick charges, which was nice, but yeah, the Wind Ranger can do nothing but watch his teammate die.
That's all they can do. It really doesn't... I guess you could Wind Run, provide some additional move speed, right? There's that. There's that.
Yeah. I think he did press Wind Run, John. I'll be frank with you. I'm pretty sure he actually pressed.
It's not enough. I'll have to say again, you were mentioning mid. I do love Bob's idea of this matchup, right? He runs forward. He ensures that there's actually no space to cast the other two. The mid-range and the furthest range raises. They will rotate nicely here.
Yeah, a very nice rotation from Kishka. Able to help out Ikigai to secure the kill onto the DK. Kishka realizing that the mid lane was not going as well as they first anticipated, and gives Ikigai a bit of a lending hand, which is very important.
Again, it's down to resource management. Bob, if he positions himself too far forward, landing these raises is no easy task if the DK is just knocking in your face. Again, very man-intensive for Ikigai. Does manage to get himself one water rune. The other one should be secured as well. No denies coming out here from Carlo, as he is still being stalked by Kishka.
He sure is. Kishka's got the Jingu Mastery going for himself, but that's going to be about it. He will not chase into the depths of the mid lane. He'll be just fine to get back over that 90% HP threshold so he can start bouncing around the map. In fact, he's going to find 4-2-3 now on the Ursa. Get a bit of damage out with the Jingu Mastery procs, but that's going to be it. 4-2-3 naturally can't really do much about it. In fact, 4-2-3, is he really going to die? I think he just may, but the lift barely saving from Carlo. It's alright, he's fine. But it seems as though IHC have got the bottom lane just a little bit on lockdown.
What they do, they are applying some good pressure onto 4-2-3. So they'll try again.
They will. 4-2-3 almost going down. 11 trying desperately to chase for that secondary double edge. Almost within range, but not quite. But man, this support Monkey King setup, it's just such a nuisance.
That it is. A lot of damage, good amount of slows. Just track down 4-2-3. Not the tankiest hero in lane. This Ursa could use quite a fair bit more. Maybe with the power crits, you could look for the turnaround down mid. Ikigai trying to poke out Bob.
Well, he's in trouble now. The swarm is going to land. Bob's on the chase. He has another stun in 1 second. Will be able to eventually land it, though he does run out of mana, but does have the stick charges. He'll be perfectly fine as Tsukimoto secures the kill himself on the Weaver. But Bob, now with the Dragon Form going, can start really applying pressure onto that mid tier 1 as 11 meanwhile in the bottom lane, trying to run from 4-2-3, but does get lifted back into the loving arms of the Ursa, but still juking in the tree line, might actually just be able to make it out. And he does. Very nice jukes here from 11. He will get out just fine. But it will allow the space now for this Ursa to start to catch up in terms of the CS department.
Yeah, does have some recovery to take here for 4-2-3. I don't think you mind too much, as long as you do get that process done. You are getting a lot of wins elsewhere. Kishka still scouting around on the map nicely, soaking some EXP away from Bob as he clears out some camps. So it is slowing down the pace just a little bit more for the DK than he'd like. I love that Bob just raises his hand, just trying to bait a high five, I suppose, from Kishka if he wants to reveal his position. Sure, that's cheeky.
It is. I mean, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. I mean, Bob's a character, you know? And Bob's the Bob as well. Like, he's top of the CS board right now, the Dragon Knight, so turns out the hero matchup didn't really affect him whatsoever. Meanwhile, Kishka able to snake a Wisdom Rune away from the Radiant. So once again, IHC do manage to get both Wisdom Runes at the 7-minute mark, as it seems that they will make the jump in onto Seimei, who does get caught with his pants down. He's got some one charges, but it may not actually be enough, as Fortune Soul now being jumped from the backside. Carlo's in, and they've got Fortune Soul. It's a pretty good trade. They'll find Ace now to boot. Ace will drop. Suki still going on to Kishka. Kishka trying to get that Jingu Mastery proc for himself. Needs it desperately. He'll have it eventually, but is it going to be enough? He'll run with the Stampede, but the Urn Charge is out. So Kishka, for now, is all right. But the chase continues. Tsukimoto, he's right behind him. Ooh, Kishka, he'll make it. He's fine. But still a great fight. He once again from Team Prison.
You don't mind sacrificing Seimei like that. You slow down this Wind Ranger once more. You're getting some pretty important kills, actually, for Weaver to find. Spirit Vessel not too far off now. You're getting a lot of free charges. You're getting some free XP to ramp up into the 5, into the 6 with the time lapse to play even more aggressively here on Tsukimoto. They are starting to be a little bit more aggressive mid, but they have up top alone. Not the fastest siege in the world here for Prism, but they do have the siege creep. And we've got durability on Seimei, forcing a response out.
Seimei will back his way out. Ikigai looking to make his debut here with the Requiem of Souls. Will pop it eventually. Seimei actually taking a fair bit of damage, and sadly for Seimei, he did not have the mana for the Primal Split, even if he wanted to commit it. So nice rotation here from Ikigai to set up a pretty important kill for themselves. Problem is the mid T1 tower has just slowly been chipped away at by Bob, and Bob's almost got it. They'll try to jump the DK. Bob actually just manning up, but that may have been a bit of a mistake, because Ikigai's going to show up now. Dragon Tail studies out onto the SF. Ikigai, he can't finish off the kill. He'll need to back off himself, but he does do so successfully. Is now Tsukimoto in trouble, but Suki able to Sakuchi out. So everyone actually survives that mid lane, as now there'll be a 3-man smoke. Team Prism not done yet. They'll want to try and go again. They've got the Primal Split to play with. Suki's baiting them forward. IHC going to be very careful, as Seimei's going to show himself now, but the Boundless Strike going to hold them back for a little bit longer. And everybody will get away for now. But the Tier 1 mid tower is down. As IHC, they do at least get all their teammates out of there. So that's one positive, but the mid Tier 1 tower going down, not the greatest of news.
Definitely not. Kishka?
Kishka?
What is this?
He's okay. 11? They're still chasing. They really want Bob. I mean, Bob jukes out 11 for now. This is a bit of a scary attempt. 4-2-3 will show up. Ikigai is going to get taken down. That was a very desperate attempt from IHC. Very, very desperate, considering 4-2-3 was right there. Kishka now in danger. Kishka still over the 90% threshold, apparently. So he's fine to just bounce his way out.
Yeah, he's having a hoot of a time. Getting to clear across the map. Tsukimoto, though, doesn't want this to happen.
He can't bounce now. The Urn Charge making it hard. Kishka, is he under 90% yet?
Huh?
Oh, he's not, is he? No, he's not. Oh, well, never mind. He's fine. What a great hero. What a great hero Monkey King is.
It's on a 3-second cooldown, but it's not like it makes that big. It's still fast. Now he's not. All right. There you go. Oh, what a hero. Wow. Whoa. Amazing.
Just bounce out. We're fine. No problem.
Too bad. It's too bad you didn't have 6 yet from Carlo.
Suki found
you got the cut.
Suki got the cut. Suki has caught the monkey in the tree. Oh, that was beautiful.
Wait.
That
no,
really...
it works on Carlo. He has no cooldown. Come on, Carlo. Dance around for us.
What?
Use it, Carlo. Oh, there you go. See? He steals it with a facet. Yeah. It's modified in the spell.
Oh, Ice Frog, come on, man. What is this?
His finest creation, Mike Lipinix.
Rubik's a straight up counter then. Like Rubik's way better as well. He's got the added cast range.
It's so dumb. It's so
wait. Hold on. Does Tree Dance work with Rubik's arcane accumulation? Like, think about it, because he is casting a spell every second, is he not?
It theoretically should, but I don't think Tree Dance itself. I think you have to cast like Fade Ball to increase Primal Spring. I don't think Tree Dance counts as a spell for that
Well, it says casting a spell temporarily increases the area of effect for all subsequent spells. Mid lane.
Tsukimoto.
Oh, he's alright for now, but not for long. He is certainly dead. Bob thinking about jumping in with his Blink Dagger though on the Dragon Knight. Will jump in now to the MK, but the Stampede has been popped. Kishka, he'll survive. They'll jump in with 11, but he actually got stunned up there for a moment. Missing the hoof stop now as the turnaround is here. Seimei, he'll catch the SF mid Requiem, not allowing it to be cast. They'll still try to fight this one out. Ikigai desperately trying to get the Requiem off, eventually just going for the razors. Meanwhile, Seimei somehow makes it up, and no, he'll finally die. The DK in trouble to boot. Bob terrorized up, still running, still alive, but 11 is on the chase, trying for the kill. The Bedlam even being thrown out. Bob will finally die. Tsukimoto might just drop to boot. He's just respawned, but he's down once again. Ikigai in the meantime landing the Requiem onto the Rubik and the Ursa for that matter. As Prism just running in one by one, now losing their carry to boot. 11, oh, even being saved by the smoke. Nobody dies. What a mess.
Very big mess for the side of Prism. Getting a little bit too keen on these jumps in. Carla is on the hunt for a monkey. You do have the chase.
Oh. I mean, how great is that really, though? Like, the fact that you get the facet on Rubik, that is just ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't think facets work like talents. I think they just modify the spell. So it's not a modification on the hero, which means Rubik can steal it. So Rubik players have been eating well, Michael Phoenix, and Carlo is. I just didn't expect that we'd get the Monkey King chase down with a Rubik this early on, but there it is. Still, Prism game does equalize for IHC. They lose a little bit of that lead. They stream in one by one. They have to respect. And that IHE does have a lot of presence. You know, you can't afford to just have Tsukimoto running around expecting no smokes to be out. The control aspect is there again for the Weaver. We talked about the Stork Willow being a massive nuisance with a maze. It is showing up. Like, it's cutting off these angles that you'd want to take for Tsukimoto up front. You need to be a bit cautious. You need to wait for these item timings. Like, 43 is still not ready. He does have the Battle Fury coming in now, but does need Blink and BKB on top of that to really be confident here. Bob as well rushed into the Blink. But without the BKB, or the Mage Slayer, not going to be comfy, is queuing up the BKB now. Gives a lot of room for IHC to just look for the spot tier 1. But the side of Prism, you know, they've got control up top, they've got good forward wards. They're scanned out. Don't know if IHC will really want to play there. Carla, scouting out.
Watching this Monkey King. Yeah, he's just scouting out with the tree dance. It's kind of ridiculous just watching this. The Dragon Tail is actually going to land. Swarm will land onto the MK as well, but he'll be able to Primal Spring out of there just fine. Is this literally the best spell for Carla to steal at this point? Like having this tree dance with the facet, it's pretty ridiculous. Like, why even buy Blink now? Just tree dance your way to the team fight every time.
I think that's the go for Carlo. As long as he can keep stealing just tree dance, then he's going to be a happy lad. He's already a happy lad right now. Oh, Carlo. Oh.
Okay, to catch him. What are you meant to do? Like, they're trying to find him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, he's actually just...
Radiant structures are fortified.
I mean, IHC is still finding towers in the meantime. Mid-tier 1 tower going down here is... Well, there's no real defense to come, but... Well, it seems like they do end up waiting for the Radiance first on the Brewmaster, and now Seimei might make the call to try and force a fight mid lane. So it seems like perhaps they'll just accept the fact that the mid-tier 1 tower will go down. They already found their own mid-tier 1, so they won't mind too much, I don't think. I'd say they'll happily walk away from that.
Yeah, don't need to overcommit. They did have forward vision. They know which way 423 went to try for a movement into their own jungle, but play it safe. Again, they've got some good item timings up on the side of IHC. Maelstrom up now on Fortune Soul. Has a lot of output if he does get the focus fire down. Are grouping up for this tier 2 defense that they're slowly shoving in here with Bob.
There you go. Carlo has no spells to steal right now. He desperately wants that trade dance back, I think. It's 4-2-3. He starts the Roshan for himself. The scan will be there. They know this Roshan is indeed happening. The problem is, though, they need to get towards the pit, and right now it's being blocked off by Seimei. They do get a nice D-ward off by that tier 2 top tower, but they have lost Roshan. There is no way they get there in time. They do draw a line out towards the Roshan pit, but there's no chance of help.
No. Again, they're using the space nicely to farm. You're maintaining a slight advantage for Fortune Soul and 11. Ikigai is still hurting from his laning phase, but also set to make a recovery going into the Yasha BKB. I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing the Yasha Kaya. Does feel like Yasha into BKB is a little bit strange. I think you'd go all in on Yasha Kaya or into BKB first and see which way Ikigai will lean to afterwards. Smoke out now. Blink fully done on 4-2-3. So they can play off the back of that along this Radiance reveal for Seimei. Just need to find someone. Forward vision here from Prism, not as strong as you'd like it to be to make this move successful.
They've got a blink coming out on 4-2-3 though, John. There's a pretty nice timing for the Ursa. Especially with that secondary life, you feel very safe to just blink in for these early fights. And Ikigai could be in a lot of danger. Tsukimoto trying to get the vision over, does eventually find it, though the SF is within safety range. Though Suki's still going, but will not continue. He will leave him be.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The smoke may just amount to nothing. And they are drawing a line out through the bottom tier 1, so it seems as though that's the objective they are going to try and commit for. They should be able to get it quite easily here with the Dragon Knight. But IHC, they're not going to risk taking a fight right now. It seems as though they're more than happy to just kind of sit back and relax. They'll even look for their own top tier 1 tower. I mean, why the hell not?
They've got some room to get that done.
Oh,
get a little bit
4-2-3. He's going to find himself a Monkey King. Kishka pops a Boundless, but it's not going to be it. Bob will catch him. At least Kishka does get the D-ward before he does die on that little cliff, so you get something for your death, but that's going to be about.
He is wasting space, and that is information, right? You see the 2 cores there. You know you're safe to farm elsewhere on the map. You've got room to, again, grow a lot on these cores. So you get to feed into that. And just kind of avoid fights. So Tsukimoto in a very forward position here.
The thing is, it's a Weaver. This is why, like, support Weaver is just so potent. See, what are you going to do? He just Sakuchi's all across the map. He has time-lapse if he's in trouble. And even if he dies, it's like, who cares? He's got no net worth anyway. And this is a support you don't need to buy boots either. You know? Just one of those supports. It's very nice. And by nice, I mean I hate it, Jim. I really do hate it.
Dire's middle tower.
Makes me
You know,
sick.
it's like Budget Monkey King, Tsukimoto.
Jump in. Suki, he's got time lapse if he needs it. He'll pop it. They've still got a lot of heroes around though, so Suki will die, but here comes the cavalry. Seimei will come in. Primal Split, gonna be baited out. Won't be committed all the way though. Seimei will just chase them down the old-fashioned way. Is now Kishka looking to try and stay behind, but 4-2-3, he's jumped right in. He's got no target though. He'll try for Fortune Soul, but the Windrun's gonna make it very hard to chase him down. As now Seimei, he needs that Primal Split. He'll get it off just in the nick of time. 11 couldn't quite finish the job. Requiem pop. They'll at least find the Aegis of the Ursa, but they've lost Fortune Soul. They have lost the Wind Ranger. And now Ikigai, he'll be chased down a boot. No chance of getting out. Ace in trouble as well. Ace will go down. The only survivors, the Monkey King. And Kishka, well, all he can do is sit there and watch his team die. In
Trying
fact,
to cut trees.
they know he's there. Oh, they can't see him though. He's alright. He'll make it.
Oh. As mentioned, bailout. Good game sense out from Prism to just scout around for Kishka. And they do make that Aegis work. It is... They don't really find an objective off of it, but they do take a big team fight. Very forced engagement out. All off the back of chasing down Tsukimoto. Again, they expend Stampede early. They funnel into a strong control area with Seimei, as he can just keep the chase. And from there, it just kind of falls flat still.
Top lane, Seimei's actually going to go down. They do manage to find a pretty nice pick up here on the side of IHC, though. Yeah, John, I don't mean to repeat myself, But you know what happens after focus fires down? Nothing is the answer.
And that's why you go
he
whirlwind.
That's not the answer, Jonathan. That's not the. don't mislead the audience, right? We all.
I've seen it so bad. It's terrible.
It's really bad.
It's people watching too much YouTube.
So is 423 because he just died to the torment. So there you go. 423 just casually dying for the sake of that shard going to his weaver. The bright side is he did pop in rage, so it's not like he forgot to use his ulti.
It's fine. It's a little bit of time for IHC to capitalize, though. They are looking up top. There is some vision here from the side of Prism to look for a counter fight afterwards. Could still play into the triangle. See if they work that angle in. 20 seconds left until 423 is back. Nice free objectives for IHC to try to equalize this game. Do have the Blink Yashikaya for Ikigai, so he does bypass the BKB for now. Can start to get some good jumps in. They get a good scan on isolated Bob in the triangle. But there is vision here when the smoke breaks for Bob.
See, he can get away in time. He's got his BKB up. They'll land the Boundless. They'll move in. BKB has been popped. The TP way is there. He'll wave him goodbye. See ya. That's incredible.
Ward saves his life. Carlo happy again with the tree dance.
Another fight happening though. Ikigai gets the Requiem off the back of a double stun here from 11. They'll find Seimei and Tsukimoto. A very nice setup here from 11. IHC still looking for a little bit more, trying to chase down Carlo, though Carlo is just able to tree dance his way out of there just fine. 423, however, cannot do that, but he's an Ursa. He does not get jumped. He's got his BKB ready whenever anyway. Seems like everyone else is going to be just fine. It's still a 4K advantage the way of Team Prism, but props to IHC, they are still making this game a lot closer than game 1.
They are starting to set their eyes out, though.
This might be where things go wrong. 423 jumps in. Ikigai gets caught out, and he's dead. Now, these are the kind of plays I think if you're IHC, you've got to clean up. Because it's like, why are you even there if you don't want to fight?
Yeah, it's a little bit strange. I get why. They've got vision down right in front of the tier 2, so maybe they feel confident, but they're not fully committing. I think it's that halfway step that's really hurting them here. Kishka.
They know they know Kishka's there. They're burning him alive here, John, with the radiance. Eleven.
Oh my god.
You gotta love a bit of trash talk here from the boys. 11 is certainly dead. There's no escape here for the Centaur. No way out. Ooh, pops the Stampede. That was optimistic. It's alright. It's a short cooldown, John. Only about 70 seconds. Yeah. It's fine.
Not the worst to pop out. Still, Prism now finding punishment. IHC again being a little bit sloppy one by one to get the shackle on Seimei, so it's not going to be able to keep that chase down. But here comes Bobby.
Yeah, Bob's got him. Fortune Soul. Oh, it's a nice TP spot within that fog of the Roshan, and Bob does not check. That's okay. 7k advantage for Team Prism. Still looking extremely good going in through this bottom lane. Perhaps thinking about that tier 2 tower. But Roshan's up in a minute and a half, so I think 423 will be more than likely just looking to secure the next Roshan, to stick around the pit. And if you're IHC, you probably don't want to allow this secondary Roshan to go to Team Prism for free. That is easier said than done in all fairness, but it is starting to feel like IHC can't really afford Roshan to be lost.
You can't quite give it away for free here. Issue is you are fighting into, again, an Ursa who clears it so damn fast, so you have to be proactive on IHC. You have to go on the hunt first. They are trying to spot Carlo. They notice Rubik's in the tree zapping with Fade Bolt, but they can't stop it. It's so dumb. Carlo's having the time of his life. Is scouting out Roche as well. Checking for that respawn for his team. I mean, IHC is in the right spot. They've got good forward wards to look for flanking moves into Roshan if that happens. Are actually looking to push forward before that timing. Oh,
Jump in is there, Bob. He's got the BKB off now, so he's happy to fight. In fact, he's already found Kishka by the looks of it. Kishka able to survive thanks to the Yule Scepter, but 423 does take him down, and they'll go for more. Kishka will fight back. They'll try to get a Requiem, but the Cyclone going to cancel it, and Fortune Soul is gone. He is down again, and so is Ikigai. Remind me, John, what do you do after Focus Fire in a team fight?
You wind run.
You wind run.
You got Tailwind. Yeah. Move speed.
That's good.
So
That's
good.
very good. Glad
See,
they
that's why
chose this hero as a
Whirlwind's
pos
good,
one.
Mike.
Yeah.
See, that's just a selling point for Whirlwind. It's terrible. Do not do that, guys. Good assassination from Kishka. Trying one more. One more.
Kishka,
yeah, he ate the bait.
We've passed the time where you can do this, Kishka. Its time is gone, sir.
Oh, Carlo.
Carlo's got the tree dance again. Happy days for Carlo. No cooldown tree dance, why not? Meanwhile, Roshart does go to 4-2-3. Going back to the point I was making, is this literally the Monkey King counter? Like, do you just take Rubik now every single time?
Does feel like it.
If you get tree dance, you literally just don't need Blink anymore. Though he does, like, I mean, of course, Blink is still going to be very useful. But I'm just saying, with tree dance, it just feels like you've already got it.
Yeah. Oh, Carlo. Carlo plays a little bit too much. Jumps into the creep wave, punished by Fortune Soul. Having a little bit too much fun.
Right side is John.
Fortune Soul will take the preview.
Right side is Fortune Soul
fire.
used Focus Fire. Yep, so he can't defend the T2 bottom tower now. This is Carlo with the 300 IQ play.
Yeah. You know, he laid out that courier. He knew Kishka was going to assassinate it. He's like, come on, Kishka, I want tree dance. You got to be fair, props to Carlo, right? He stole Stampede earlier, managed to get that continued chase down as well. He's been on point with his Rubik. Memes aside, he is doing a lot of fantastic work. Have this opportunity to slowly siege high ground with the Dragon Form, Corrosive Dragon Form, minus armor. It doesn't take too long for Bob to do this solo. We'll just eventually find it. Where's the defense here from IHG? Not there.
Defense?
Not there yet.
Focus Fire just came off cooldown, John. Just give it a sec. Here we go. Say, mate. Get the Primal split up. Don't worry, John. Fortune Soul's covered. Brambles drop does really nothing. Bob, he'll get jumped here on the DK. They'll try to burst him down with the Requiem, and they've got it. Bob is down. Happy days. Now 4-2-3 is a problem, though. How do you kill the Ursa? They're going to try to chase him down. Keep in mind, the Focus Fire was committed earlier, so you don't have it available. They'll shackle up 4-2-3. He's got the secondary life, but a nice Requiem out from Carlo. Forcing them all back. 11 in danger, going down. Meanwhile, Tsukimoto's onto the Wind Ranger. The support's killing the carry. Fortune Soul's dying to Tsukimoto. Well, now I've seen everything, John. Here we go. Ikigai. Ikigai's gone. Tsukimoto's getting tipped here for literally carrying against his Pos 1 Wind Ranger. Not that that's really hard. It's like a participation award here for Tsukimoto at this stage.
Really laying it on the Wind Ranger this entire game. And to be fair, again, the Weaver does pump out a lot of damage. Maelstrom done. You've got your Shard, which is Huchi Mark. It is a ton of output for Tsukimoto at this point. A rocky fight for IHC. They get some punishment. They clear out the Aegis, but it's not enough to really stop 4-2-3 at this point. And yeah, it just kind of goes back to this scrap. They need to snowball quite for a bit harder on Ikigai. Instead, he got pressured onto the mid in that matchup. Bob just constantly running forward, not giving any room for the raises to start to stack up. It means he can't dominate that lane. It's so resource intensive up against a regen of Bob naturally. Prism going out for a smoke on the hunt. Could find something juicy here. They go right, well, instead head left. Still juicy if they catch that Wind Ranger though.
At this stage, it looks like they'd rather the Dark Willow. Ace will go down. Fortune Soul will be just fine. And Team Prism, they're going to smoke up as 3. But Bob says, screw that. I want the T2 top tower. I'm Dragon Knight. And that's exactly what he'll do. And with the level 3 Dragon form, it's just pretty ridiculous how much damage he'll deal. It really is just pretty dumb.
Yeah, just melts. No?
Bottom. Ikigai almost actually going down here on the SF, is forced to stampede away. Meanwhile, Kishka, they know the MK's in here somewhere. Same, he's actually going to find him. Carlo gets the tree chop. They chop down the tree. Kishka will drop another time. Meanwhile, Bob actually almost died of the focus fire, but don't worry, John, it's on cooldown now, so Fortune Soul's gone. Meanwhile, 11 will be a ride to BKB TP up.
Tower is under attack.
God.
I'm simply
You
pointing out what I
slacks.
see, Jonathan. I'm not making fun of the hero. I'm simply casting the game.
You and Slack should get together sometime and just have a Wind Ranger game to cast together or break down post game or something.
Oh,
Say,
mate. Oh, that's a nice Requiem cancel. The Requiem cancel from 4-2-3 with the Abyssal Blade to give Seimei a chance to get that Primal Split off, and he will indeed pop it. They'll go for the chase underneath the Tier 3 tower. They've already got Ace down, and they've called it. Ace buys back, and immediately they say, GG, we've had enough. IHC, sadly going to have to stay home for TI13. Team Prism, they will proceed through to the lower bracket quarterfinals.
That they will very spectacular play out from the side of Prism. They execute really clean. You know, game one maybe a little bit messier, but game two very straightforward. Strong lanes coming out, great lane matchups coming out there. Bob instantly killing his camera, of course, as is traditional for Bob.
It's two-piece time.
Yeah, it's a two-piece time for Bobby. And I think that's why Prism were looking for a 2-0. IHC, though, I have to say, game one didn't feel like a drafting issue. Game two definitely did. Closing out with Wind Ranger just didn't feel like a solid idea. I just don't know why teams pick that Wind Ranger on one. I can understand pause 2 perhaps on mid. In certain matchups, it's fine. Pause 3, pause 4, 5, fine. 1 it has been literally the most abysmal. The only time we see pause 1 Wind Ranger work, you and I, Mike, was when we were doing the NA DPC and RTZ would play it against NA teams. And that's not this on the NA teams. It's just the way it works in that region, right? Beyond that, like, it has not felt great, and I'm just so surprised IHC opted for that in an elimination match.
It's something. I mean, props to them for trying something, I suppose, but it certainly did not look that flashy. And well, IHC again, I mean, they had to give something a crack. I think Team Prism certainly came in knowing they were the better team here today. I mean, you literally saw Bob look half asleep before the games even started, so it didn't look like Bob was too concerned whatsoever about this series. And once again, that does mean Prism, they do get to proceed through to the quarterfinals of the lower bracket, where they will be trying to... In fact, we'll have a look at the bracket in just a second. I won't spoil it here, John, in case somebody doesn't know who they're playing against, but props to Team Prism, a pretty convincing 2-0 victory up against IHC. And this is a team that could certainly actually be a pretty big threat in these qualifiers as we do continue. Keeping in mind, John, they're making a lower bracket run. They did not have a chance at the upper bracket to begin the road to the international qualifiers. So who would have even known what would have happened if Team Prism were in that upper bracket to start? But nevertheless, lower bracket run going pretty well so far.
And it is, and I'm sure manager Lane can rest easy in Europe, that his team has not thrown anything away. You can go back to Vegas. You can go back and relax, Alphon. Your team's fine. But again, big props to Prism. A lot of friendly banter with IHE, of course, a lot of history between these two teams. If I had to give an MVP out, it's hard to say. I'll let you call this one, Mike.
I want to say Suki, man. I think Suki did a fantastic job here on the Weaver. I think he was an absolute menace. Mind you, I think the Weaver support is just absolutely broken, as it is anyway, but I think Suki played a very strong support Weaver here. And certainly, I mean, at one stage near the end of the game, John, he literally just solo killed the Wind Ranger. You know, which, again, isn't saying too much, but still, a support Weaver killing off your carry is not exactly what you wanted to see as IHC. So props to Tsukimoto for pulling off a pretty nice Weaver support. And well, with that, Jonathan, again, that does mean Team Prism do qualify for the lower bracket quarterfinals. And their opponents next up will be Execration. So that should be a pretty spicy matchup. Bob's ex-team against Bob. Should be very, very interesting to see how that one does play out. Of course, screw that, though. Lower bracket round of 3 here. Our final series of the night. Jonathan, the series everyone's been waiting for. TNC Predator up against Young Gun Galacticos. Master Cuckoo is back, Jonathan. He's not done yet. He wiped the floor with Blacklist yesterday. Now he wants to go for the young blood. He wants younger. He wants to teach them a lesson. The Master has some lessons to provide. Jonathan, what do you have to say about this next series?
This one is weird because they played Open Qualifier 1 and TNC had to play Open Qualifier number 2 because they lost 2-0 to Yangon Galacticos. So historically, this is not good for TNC. But they did beat Blacklist 2-0. So, you know, maybe they ride it high, but that's one of the things with TNC. Sometimes they ride high, they crash hard. We'll have to see what Master Cuckoo has in mind. This should be a good one, Mike.
It certainly should be. We're going to head up to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 1 between TNC Predator and Yangon Galacticos. We'll see you soon.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back to the road to the International SEA Qualifiers. We are into our final series of the night. It is, of course, going to be between TNC Predator up against Young Gun Galacticos. Jonathan, it is going to be a hell of a matchup, I think, between these two teams. How the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great and feeling excited to watch this one play out. This is going to be interesting because Yangon Galacticos eliminated TNC in open qualifier number 1. So that was a 2-0 sweep. But TNC just, Cuckoo, his lobby name right now is Peacemaker. Right? He brought peace to Blacklist. No more struggle for Blacklist. They can rest. Peace has been brought. Will Cuckoo bring peace to YG for the war they brought in the open qualifiers? This is where we find out.
We'll see. I mean, Cuckoo has certainly got a very interesting definition of peace. I want to say, Jonathan. I mean, if peace means your enemies are just dead, then certainly he is providing peace to the opposition, as we are going to have a game number 1 underway very, very soon. And I'll tell you what, both these teams were playing very well yesterday. I mean, TNC, props to them. They did a fantastic job, and props to YG. They also had a fantastic time. Mind you, Young Gun Galacticos, they had a matchup against Salvation Game. Now, I don't want to be insulting, but I dare say the Blacklist Rivalry probably a much better team than Salvation Gaming was. So, I dare say Young Gun Galacticos had an easier time for their first round of the lower bracket, whereas I think TNC had a bit more of a challenging time against Blacklist Rivalry. I know you've got that face on, like you're saying, well, hold on, Mike, was it really that challenging? I don't know, Jonathan. Maybe it wasn't, right? But theoretically, on paper, even if the previous results do kind of favor YG, in this particular qualifier for the road to the international, I dare say TNC Predators should be the slight favorites.
They should be. And again, going into those open qualifiers, if I'm trying to remember, I was watching with Ormel, and there were a few really bad things happening there. Well, first thing, if TNC picks a Palos Pudge, that is straight out. That is just content. There is no way that will work. Do not do the Palos Pudge. Okay. Because it was a terrible time. I'm trying to remember. Armel just couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was just like, what the hell is Palos doing? This is terrible. Why'd you pick this hero? It's garbage on Palos. He was very specific, Armel. So I think that's the first step. Nothing cheeky here, TNC. Play it clean, play it simple, because YG, you cannot underestimate. Kish has been looking strong. Young PH on his specialty mids, like say the Ember, if it's a good game, will pop off. So you have to show a lot of restraint and a lot of respect for YG. As again, this team has hung around in this form for a while. They know how to play together very well. So it's the same standing point for TNC, where their coordination was stronger than Blacklist yesterday. Arguably, Yangon has the foundations to really coordinate already set from years ago. So should be a fun one. But yeah, just no Palos. No Palos. None of that.
Crazy is it as well that, like, if either side... Here we go, Ken. I forgot about this. I was going to say, the winner of this, of course, is going to proceed through to the lower bracket quarterfinal, where they will have to play up against Bleed Esports. So a pretty hard matchup for either side, even after this one. But we shall have to wait to see who the winner is before we get into it. Let's get into the serious topic, John. What is Cox eating? That looks like a kebab. Is that a kebab?
I got to see it. It looks like just a sandwich, a bun. It's definitely not a kebab. It doesn't look... I don't know. You know what? That could be a wrapper. But I'm not sure. It's not defined enough. Cox, just show us your food. It's so fun to watch Cox. Yesterday he was pumping up with his hand grips. Now he's munching away.
He's a man on his own.
See, this is the difference. Look, this is the difference, right? Bob, Cox, they were all under Alpha before. Cox and TNC, he has food. Bob in the last game, he had to ask for it. He had to get a shout out from the broadcast to get food sent.
Very true. That's a good
Cox.
point, Jonathan.
He's a happy lad. They take care of you in TNC.
They do. Shout out to TNC. We love having the boys back from TNC. So Witch Doctor is going to be first picked by TNC as well. Not very surprising, Jonathan. If it is left, you just take it. Dark Willow being first picked by Young Gun Galacticos, which I can't say is much of a surprise either, because his hero is pretty busted right now in the support role. Can't wait to have either of these supports nerfed, quite frankly, in the next sub patch, John, I gotta say, because I hate both of them. They make me sick.
That they do. I feel like the moment Witch Doctor is nerfed, you might.
10 seconds
It feels funny.
remaining.
I feel like if they nerf Voodoo Festoration, they might buff Cleft Ward. So
5 seconds
we might have
remaining.
that to deal with. Who knows? That's just me being optimistic because I feel like Cleft Ward is the funnier. I mean, Voodoo Festoration is funny.
Yeah.
But come on. A split ward shot that works with your Ags, it's pretty funny as well. If only it was stronger, it's really bad. Still, completely out of the topic there. Further
Radiant
bans to
team
come in.
pick.
Curious to see what the foundations are for YG to go off. No Kish Morphling available, but the Haw Centaur is there, and we have seen Haw be very effective on that scent. So I don't mind this. It's a very safe pickup. I think laning into Witch Doctor still feels pretty bad. Not gonna lie, as a centaur, you're a melee hero, you're gonna want to run in to trade.
10 seconds
The Witch Doctor
remaining.
hits level 2, goes 0-1-1 with a blood grenade. Even a centaur can
5
die, so you do
seconds
have to be
remaining.
cautious about that. I'd say if you are matched up with the Dark Willow as your laning partner, we'll want to shove this Witch Doctor as far away as possible. As we'll see what else TNC will tie in now as well. It should just be something like a Jing hero. Doesn't feel like you're too pressured to find your Cox hero just yet. Jing trying to find a comfy spot on the chair. He's been struggling.
Very
Maybe this
important.
is comfort now.
Team pick.
Oh, see. CK
Oof.
and Centaur both going to be picked up here by both sides. Again, two heroes that aren't really surprising to be picked up here. You know, very, very popular right now in this current meta. What else do you want to
10
follow up
seconds
here? Are we going to see something a little bit spicy from either side, I wonder, in this game one?
5 seconds remaining.
Any spice, boys?
It doesn't
Radiant team
feel necessary. Again, for TNC, you just need to play straightforward here. They'll go with the Jing Tiny, which, again, is probably one of his best heroes. He loves these melee supports. I think that's one observation literally everyone in the open qualifiers when we were watching, everyone always mentioned Jing is a very strong
10 seconds
melee support
remaining.
player. But they were not a fan of his range supports. But I think he's proven
5
them wrong with his
seconds
Muerta
remaining.
the past day. Still the Tiny, again, very strong. I'm curious to see what their combination with Cox is here. I think you already have this insane lane. Now, like, CK Witch Doctor at level 2. Level 2 is enough to find a kill.
Radiant
Just
team
Maledict
pick.
chase down with Voodoo Festoration. It's not going to feel fun for Haw in that lane whatsoever. They'll go with the Treant Protector pickup. So they do have some ways of clearing out some illusions. They have good AoE hold now as well. Overgrowth up with the Brambles. Lots of chain hold in a nice big area here for YG. Start to heal up the towers as well. Maybe provide some damage
5
mitigation
seconds remaining.
for the Witch Doctor chase down with some minor healing. Stick it with the Troll as well. So you do have a very strong scaling core that can also handle the CK illusions to an extent. Battle Fury or Maelstrom Mjolnir both work out quite nicely to help clear out these CK illusions that will be coming into play.
10 seconds
So I like seeing
remaining.
this from YG. It does leave you open to some very strong offlanes for Cox.
5
Like, I wouldn't mind
seconds
something like,
remaining.
I don't know, Razor doesn't sound like such a bad idea. I feel like you have enough AoE control just from Tiny to kind of compensate. Tinker, yo with Tinker at this
What?
point already?
Radiant team
Oh. Is this...
That's
this
the
is-
spice.
Okay, I mean, I asked for spice, but not this garbage. I mean, Jesus Christ, Tinker is to make its appearance. Is this a Yoa hero, John? Like, is...
Yes, it is.
You've been...
All the
but
way
you've been-
back when he debuted on TNC.
But you've been telling me
10
that
seconds remaining.
like, support Tinker's the way to play it, because core Tinker just isn't...
5
Or is it good?
seconds
Is that what you're
remaining.
telling me now? That
No,
core
no,
Tinker's
I didn't say support Tinker. I'm saying the warp you get from Defense Matrix
Yeah.
is really funky, and the fact that as the game scales on, you do still have really low cooldown items. It's 67% max cooldown reduction on int if you stack enough int, and
Oh.
you usually go arcane blink, so you still blink like a maniac. You
Oh.
can't go for like
10
this
seconds
insane
ahead
refresh
to
side of
move on.
vices, but you have some really interesting defense coming out. There's some weird sustain. The Tinker can somewhat frontline with Defense Matrix and March of the Machines. It's actually really interesting. I'm keen on seeing its full potential here from Yoa. This is something he's confident on. I'm surprised they picked this over to Cox Hero first,
10 seconds
considering, again, the
remaining.
mid lane matchup isn't revealing itself. So I'm curious as to what the solutions here from Yangon is. Off the bat right now, I'm seeing a pretty good Ember game once more here for young PH if they don't ban it on the side of TNC. So it has to be something like the Ember ban. But that Tinker, Again,
Yeah.
it's not been picked much if at all, in all of our regional qualifiers. I'm checking the total stats for like the entire regional qualifiers. It's been picked 4 times at a 75% win rate. So it's not the most popular, only 4 times across every region, but it can work.
Excellent. Well, this is going to be a fun game. Oh, man, I can't believe I have to watch a Tinker game. Oh, you know the worst part is, and I know this is not so much a thing anymore, but I hate the fact that March of Machines is back. And everyone said to me, but Mike, they took the rockets away. You know, the March is not that bad anymore. I think it's still annoying as all crap. I think it's still horrible.
10 seconds remaining.
You know what it does bring back? It
What's
brings back the very viable strategy of 5 blade mails into March of the Machines.
That's fair. That's a good idea.
The old strat, you know, it's still there.
That's a great
As you
idea.
do get the Cox Timbersaw out.
I
Nice
actually
and tanky front line.
I got some Tinker cosmetic the other day. I didn't even bother equipping it because I'm never playing this hero, John. I know it. There's your Timbersaw coming up.
Speaking of Tinker Cosmetics, without homing missile, one of his immortals doesn't do anything right
Good.
now.
Good. Screw 'em. Who cares?
Can you
you
imagine
ever-
if they pick Orc Warden for Yangon mid now?
Do you ever go to Reddit and like the Tinker players are complaining about the nerfs made to Tinker and literally nobody cares? Nobody cares. They get downvoted. Everyone replies to them being like, "So, we don't care if you're here." Like, it's amazing. I love going to Reddit. You know, when Tinker gets nerfed every time, it makes me so happy.
I don't
Like,
think
the
he's
players-
nerfed. I mean, it's a different playstyle. I feel like it's the same issue with Earth Spirit players. I'll be quite frank, because
don't do that to me, John.
no, I swear, you change your playstyle, you play with the stones, like the stone facet. It's weird. You will have to change your muscle memory, but the amount of stones you have is kind of ridiculous. How disruptive you can be in the middle of team fights is kind of insane.
How are
I think
you?
that's one.
How dare you bring up?
Because
Earth
I've seen
Spirit
it.
when I'm-
I've talked to Earth Spirit players. I've seen Earth Spirit players adjust. Resonance is just really bad.
I'm an Earth Spirit player, John. Here we go, young
Don't
uncollectible.
pick Resonance. Play the other one, Mike. After a couple of games, you'll like it, for sure. Young PH into the Lesh. Nothing
I
too
hate
exciting. Laning into a Tinker should be fine. Yeah, no, legit. Give it a try. A couple of games. You'll get used to it. It's good. You'll talk to me. Oh, man, John, everyone's sleeping on Earth Spirit. It's actually viable.
I highly
Just
doubt
don't go
I'd say that.
Resonance.
I don't.
No,
think I'd say
legit. Just don't go Resonance. Don't go Resonance. It's the damage is like, yeah, whatever. If you're mid, maybe that's the best bet for it. Still, young PH Lush comes out. This hero has been ignored for a while, but it does still do a ton of work. Can apply some laning pressure here onto Yoe. I'll be honest with you. I don't know how this lane dynamic works any longer because we just haven't seen Tinker, and again, he's been reworked. So I'm keen to see what Yoe brings out. Otherwise, in terms of the draft, again, I do worry about how much Palos can get up top. Like this Palos Cuckoo lane, CK Witch Doctor, I feel like it can just run down Ha by level 2. Like, you have to be so careful. Skill A will have to really pressure Cuckoo back as much as possible. Try to area denial with the Bramble Maze really well. And just make it awkward to try to look for that trade. Because if you land that stun with Maledict, you're pretty much dead. Even, again, with just level 1 Chaos Strike and level 1 Voodoo Restoration and Maledict. At level 2, that is almost certainly a kill on anyone that steps up. And I think that's the one thing for TNC. Like, they play off the strength up top. They hold a steady enough bot lane. Like, that one's a little bit more awkward for Cox. It can pressure onto the troll, but you also kind of have to watch how far you push that Timbersaw very early on. I think TNC has to look for that aggression. Right? And again, to watch out for mid, it does feel like the Tinker still wants a very strong start here. We need to see what Yoe does. I'm curious. I just haven't seen enough of the Tinker myself, but from what I've heard and from the very few games I've seen of it, this defense matrix is actually really damn annoying.
I'm going to go out on a whim and say I'm going to see something really disgusting this game. That's what I feel like.
Yeah.
I feel like we're all going to witness something really, really revolting after this game. And I'm scared to pub if TNC win. That's what I'm going to say. I will not queue for a pub for at least a couple weeks if TNC win this game. Because I know something stupid's about to happen, John. I can feel it.
Yeah. And just think about it, right? With Translocator, Defense Matrix blinks you in a random direction. You can still refresh Defense Matrix with Rearm. It's a strong Dispel on top, so theoretically it's even better than a Blink. than a refresh blink, right? Because it has strong dispel. It's a huge save for Tinker. Like it can be equally annoying as it once was. That's the hilarious part. It can be.
I don't think I'm going to be laughing quite as much this game, John. Here we go. Rotations, young PH. Is he going to stick around? Jing? Going to kind of just force him away. Should be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounties anyway. Not too big of a deal. And it will be indeed. Start with that mid lane, of course. Here we go. The mid tinker of Yoe against young PH's mid Leshrac. How is this matchup meant to go, John?
I feel like it should still be Lesh favored, but I'm really just not entirely sure what the build is for Yoe. Do you go March here? Laser doesn't feel great against the Lesh, so you probably do go March of Machines. Just slowly farm up. It's a pretty long cooldown, to be fair. It's definitely a little bit easier for young PH. Just spam out the Lightning Storm, get some free right clicks off the Tinker. Yoe will start with the Laser. Just CS a little bit safer, and just to get some misses on young PH. But that shouldn't be enough to zone out the Lesh. Rune control is a big part of this lane, and stacking is a bigger aspect as well for Yoe. And this is something you'd want to try to build up for this Tinker to clear out with a march down the line. Let's see if they'll get the room out for that later on. So far, Yoe doing decently well enough with the laser spam. Again, just block off young PH from getting some free right clicks off. And just to get that safety build up here. But it is a slower lane overall for Tinker. Like, the tempo is there for your Lesh. Once you hit level 3, maybe level 4, there's a lot of threat that you can provide here on young PH that should shove Yoe away, or at least make him think twice about crossing the river too hard.
Young PH actually takes a fair bit of damage. Like, Yoe is doing really good with the right clicks, and he actually goes for the March of the Machines, level 2 as well, so... I mean, I can honestly say I have no idea how this mid-kink is meant to be played, you know, because I don't care. So, we'll see what Yoe does do. Level 2, March of the Machines, we'll see how he does play with it. Let's look at the side lanes, Jonathan. What about top lane? Palos and Cuckoo against Hor and Skill Lei. So far, it's a pretty nice lane for Palos. Of course, Cuckoo should also pretty much be uncontested. Like, he's playing Witch Doctor here, John. It's not exactly rocket science.
No. Very straightforward for Cuckoo. Has the Voodoo Festeration. Does not quite have level 2, so they can't quite line up for these kill shots yet. Both supports doing a great job of just blocking the camps with their bodies, though. So it is making it awkward. It is shoving into Palos. And in this lane, the CK is just so tanky that Hawk can't just double edge and win. So you have to think twice. And again, there's always the threat of when that level 2 is up, if Cuckoo can get Maldic, which he does have now, he can go for kills.
I mean, Hor's doing a lot of damage here to Palos. So, like, you can get the kill on the Witch Doctor, and they will. Cuckoo does secure first blood, but Palos almost died in the meantime. He'll get salved up here, and he'll be just fine. And Cuckoo will be very happy with the first blood bonus for himself. Already a pretty strong start here for the side of TNC.
Again, it's that level 2 spike. Just get Maledict out, Voodoo Restoration, with a nice Blood Grenade. You find that kill. They will kill off Zal'Rain as well, cutting off, trying to contest the pull. So good punishment across the board for TNC. A strong start. And this is the last thing we haven't really talked about, right? Like, Timbersaw, tiny, maybe a little bit slower. Again, into a Troll, the Timbersaw should feel good. It's a double melee lane into Timbersaw as well. If the trees aren't going to be there, there's no angle to play with for Zal'Rain, so it's a little bit trickier to get that presence out here from the tree, and that should make it a little bit tougher for Kish to just sit there and farm. And there's not much CS on our Timbersaw, to be fair, but there's always the threat of throwback here.
There absolutely is. You can't underestimate how much damage this Tiny deals now as well with that Facet, the crash landing. It's an unbelievable amount of damage with that toss back. And so far, again, TNC Predator off to a good start. It seems like every lane has practically gone their way, apart from maybe the mid lane, where you are seeing young PH slowly pull ahead in terms of the CS. I say pull ahead, he's 2 CS ahead right now. Not the biggest deal, but it is certainly the start that you do require, at least on the Lesh, to try and salvage the other lanes that have gone quite badly so far for YG. We'll see what young PH can get done here with this farm escalation on the Leshrac, of course. It's, again, not too far ahead of Yoe, just about 2 CS. Nothing to write home about. But it's certainly something for YG.
A small little boon. I think ideally, you'd want to try to bully this Tinker out before he gets defense matrix levels. That feels like your big opportunity. Let's say level 6 for young PH. While Yo is at his own 6, he does go greedy with March, so no value point in defense. They are still chasing out here, Jing.
So, all right for now. Still being chased down, though. It looks like he will eventually drop as just continuously chased down here by Kish. Will drop. Nice pickup here for Kish and Zorain. Of course, it was not Cox going down, though. Cox still having a decent enough time here in the bot lane on the Timbersaw. Like, he probably appreciates his tiny dying because he kind of needs the space to get some CS here on the Timber.
Yeah, it's been a very slow start in terms of CS for Cox. He's getting some rune. It's a much more rune than you're seeing here for Ha. So you have that. They are starting to group around mid. And you should be well aware that something is amiss. They still understand this weak point of the Tinker, though. Bullied out before anything big happens.
Yeah, he doesn't have any points in defense matrix, so it's quite easy to burst him down if you do get the initiation. But now they'll see Zorain. Jing gets a nice ward down. Zorain looking for a D ward. Might be able to get it off, and actually does not. The deny was there from Jing. And Zorain is slowly but surely going to die as Jing takes the kill. How did Jing get the kill?
Do not know. I don't think there was a blood grenade either. You get blessed sometimes. Yo is not going to be trying too hard about that. You know, he gets to live as up top. Ha.
A bit of danger here, Haw. He'll go for a run. Cuckoo's still chasing him down with the biggest range I've ever seen on Voodoo Restoration. Look at this. I mean, how is this normal, man? He's still taking damage.
I love it.
It's literally half a screen.
It didn't need to have a wider AoE for sure. Ha! No.
Look, you just chase him down, Cuckoo. Why not? Why not? Look.
Love it.
What is this, man? Doesn't make any sense.
It's beautiful. That's what it is. Ice Frog's finest creation right here, Mike. Us Witch Doctor players are feasting.
I just wish there was a better animation so you could see, like, just the Haw taking damage every time Cuckoo's within range.
Yeah. It's just it's not even any burn effect on here. You're just melting. You know, you don't even have visual cue outside of the AoE itself. No shenanigans for the Wisdom runes at the very least.
Bit of a miss from young PH. He TP'd in to try and protect the Wisdom, but bit of a wasted time here for the Lesh. I don't think you want to give Yoe too much space either. Like, you kind of pointed out he went the greedier skill build. The thing is, if you give him the opportunity to just start popping off on the Tinker, you know, this hero, it still is feeling pretty broken in the right hands. And of course, Yoe has now hit level 6, so the shenanigans do begin. Meanwhile, young PH, he does take down Cuckoo top lane. So you do find a nice little pickup onto the +5 Witch Doctor. But again, that is your Leshrac rotating to make that happen. And that is going to be at the cost of leaving this Tinker to start to catch up.
Yeah. Yoe does have level 3 March, so the pain is there for young PH when he walks in. Just so funny to see the spell back in action, eh? The good old days, Mikey.
Yeah, people told me it wasn't good anymore, John. We'll see about that. I'll be watching very carefully here in this game 1 between these two teams. It looks like the damage was pretty ridiculous to me. So, young PH thinking about trying to go after Cuckoo. Does think better of it. So that's the back off. Meanwhile, Kish.
What's he doing here?
Not really sure, but he is going to get out. Back down towards the bottom lane. Cox is currently chasing down along with Jing. They'll try for the tree and protector and Zorain. She outruns them for now thanks to the Stampede. They'll turn back across with Kish now joining the fray. Cox in trouble. Young PH onto Jing, so you're going to lose your Tiny. And Cox is still trying to run. So Cox is going to eventually be okay.
He's going to be fine. Buying some space out, you know, freeing up the top lane for Palos, freeing up a lot of room for Yoa to just clear out the triangle, which he is getting done, you know, March of the Machines. You've got the farm game back for Yoe. Nice and easy here for our Tinker.
Mid lane. Push is going on. Young PH thinking about chasing down Jing, but the Avalanche does make it rather hard, and of course Yoe is going to rotate to ensure they cannot continue. And you know what Yoe can do, John, is he can defend the mid-tier 1 tower pretty much by himself if he wants to, because he has much. Top. Chase is on here for Palos and Cuckoo. They were diving in for Hor, but Hor is going to survive. Young PH does cancel his TP off though on the Leshrac, so no kill attempt to come here from the side of YG. But Young PH still top of the net worth board right now on the Lesh, having a really good time.
Yeah. I do like what they're doing here in YG, playing off the back of this Leshrac very early on, looking for some early kills with a lot of this magical burst Young PH has. There's no protection yet on TNC. It's really early to hope for any like early glimmer caves or BKBs, of course, so this is the big spike for Lesh. Kish though?
Trouble. Chase is on. Jing will be there with the Avalanche toss combination if necessary. Kish, of course, does not have any points in Battle Trance yet. Level 8, but doesn't bother skilling it up, would rather go for the fervor. So a nice pickup, a very important pickup there for Cox. So they will slow down the Troll Warlord and allow Palos to start to overtake on the CK. It's kind of the thing with CK as well, like armlet into Orchid and you're ready to go whenever. You know, you don't really need too much else after that. Maybe a BKB.
Yeah, it's a very high tempo hero. I like that read from Palos. We've been seeing this build be highly effective for pretty much his entire regional qualifier. Again, he's just applying pressure onto the more farm-heavy troll, slowing down his timing into the mails from BKB, while also achieving, again, space out. They're getting some good stacks. Yoa's going to be able to clear it out later on. He is rushing the Ags here, so nothing too strange yet from her Tinker. Having the laser bounce is going to be nice. Still trying to hold on to mid, though.
Young PH going to be a little bit cautious. Cask will be thrown out by Cuckoo. They'll put an end to the push that was coming in from Young PH. But eventually, I mean, the next edict, Young PH should have the tier 1 tower pretty easy. Unless TNC intend on committing all their heroes to defend this mid-tier 1, but I do not believe they will. Meanwhile, a toss back into the tier 1 tower. Young PH will take down the tower. He'll take down Jing. Yoe has rotated with the Blink Dagger up, trying to chase down the Leshrac, but the Stampede is going to allow Young PH the distance to get away. That the chase is on from Palos, but he's lost vision. Here comes Cox. Everybody after the Leshrac, and they'll get him. So much committal from TNC to punish the Lesh, but they do finally punish him for getting that tier 1 tower.
It's a pretty big kill. A decent streak on Young PH, again, highest net worth hero. So you bleed that out onto Cox. Nice little take. They managed to secure their triangle off the back of that, as it could have been potentially stolen later on. Does lead to some early item spikes finally coming in. Cox has his full Kaya up, so does have a lot more output now for himself. And you are getting room for Palos to, again,
Zorain.
finish up the armlet already, although...
Yeah, Zorain's definitely dead here. There's no real chance of survival. With the Melodic applied, he is just going to slowly tick away. But Bosku, he needs to find him. Zorain. No, he's gone anyway. Doesn't really matter. It's kind of the thing as well, right? Like, you can hide in the tree line as the Treant, but, you know, Voodoo Festoration is just unlimited range apparently, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. It's a very fun spell.
Radiant's top tower
Can you imagine if somehow he had a way to widen it outside of, like, Bloodstone? Like, he had something like Necrophos and his facet to widen the range every
Why
kill?
not?
Oh, wouldn't that be beautiful? Exactly, the full screen. Just green. The screen is green.
It is. And if it rhymes, you know, they should do. I think so. But how are they going to nerf this hero? Like, at the very least, the AoE has to be, like, has to go down. It's just so dumb how big that range is.
Yeah, it's a little bit much with how big it is.
A little bit?
We'll see. I'm down playing it just a bit, you know, as a Witch Doctor player, right? You know? Let me have my fun.
Jing.
I mean, to be fair, I've always found it fun.
Avalanche going to be there. Young PH still looking for a chase, but will be out of range. They can look towards the top tier 1 tower. Yo is going to start with the March of the Machine spam. However, they'll pop Stampede from Hor.
Huh.
Not 100% sure for what. Hor's now in a bit of danger because Jing's chasing him down. Avalanche is up in 1. Jing won't bother though because Yoet does back his way up. And in the meantime, Palos is finding a lot of farm on the CK. Like, he's now very close to having the full Orchid up. He just needs the cornucopia. And again, once that Orchid is available, like Palos will just completely melt face. It is a very painful time against the CK.
Yeah, there's no counteraction just yet. No saves on the supports, of course. No BKBs up yet. Kish is trying to farm into that point. You do have the Yules being formed here for Young PH. You are going for a smoke play out. Palos is the one standing forward. They have vision here.
Well, Cuckoo, he's going to start on Zorain. Overgrowth will be committed to try and stop the Death Ward. Melodic was already applied, and Cuckoo, well, he'll need to run because now the cavalry is here, but they actually missed the slow. Horde doesn't jump in either with the blink, so Cuckoo actually makes it out. And he had really no right surviving that.
Yeah, they missed the mark. That's the smoke going to be wasted fully on the side of Yangon unless they find Cuckoo, but this isn't really the target you want to go for. This is a lot of room out for Kish to clear out these stacks. Did already pop the battle trance, but slowly but surely, well, I'm not going to be able to fully clear it out safely here.
He's not out of danger yet. Cuckoo still wants him, but it seems like he will have the help sticking around him. So Zorain maybe baiting Cuckoo. Finally, they will get the Witch stocked up. And they'll smoke up again. Through the Twin Gates they'll go. They'll try to find Yoe. But Yoe has already TP'd mid.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's some space being made by Cuckoo as well, just to, again, allow Palos the safety net. He does have that full Orchid up. You are starting to gun down this top. PH can just look for the Edict play in the fog, and he will.
He's not going to be able to finish him, though. Zorain is okay. Meanwhile, top lane, they are starting a fight. They've already found Cox here on the Timbersaw, so Cox will go down, but Yoe can now get to work as Cuckoo, looking to take down the Centaur, does get Hall. Young PH also dying to Cuckoo on the Witch Doctor, as now they find the Dark Willow. That's going to be another. She'll try for the deny, but it will not work out. Skill lay will drop. And things are just getting from bad to worse now for YGs. They've lost 3 targets. They might even lose a 4th because Yoe and Jing are going to find Zorain. And Yoe, he's got the axe. Here we go.
Yep.
The Shrink Ray is now available.
Yeah, the beautiful, beautiful Ags. I think the one big thing you do lose on Tinker is, like, again, you can't refresh items, so you can't just blink around, but you still have the safety net in Defense Matrix warping you, so you can actually afford to be more aggressive. Kish, just using the Battle Grants every single time to accelerate farm, is inching into that BKB. Again, this Troll Warlord should start to feel a little bit more confident in these fights once you have that protection up. TNC in their own timings are going to be a little bit slower on the BKB, going for more, intermediate items in the first place, but it's not holding Palos back. Not able to really play aggressively yet with that blink either, outside of that movement on Cuckoo. They need to find higher value targets here on Yangon. Again, they've done a great job of clearing out tier 1s. They still hold on to their mid and top. But it does feel like as this game scales on, you're going into late game scenarios up against a CK and a Tinker. And the Tinker is the big wild card factor as to how much it can do in the middle.
Oh my god. That's your mid Leshrac just disappearing to an avalanche toss with some whirling deaths out from Cox. That's a concerning sign, John. Like that was not a hard kill.
No. You don't have that much HP on Lesh just yet, at least not until this full Bloodstone's up. Doesn't have enough to really tank through up front.
Oh no, skill lay.
Jing?
He does not see Jing. Or rather, skill lay does not get noticed yet, but now they are in trouble. Chase is on. Cox eventually going to find skill lay. He'll try for a TP play out, but it's not enough. Cox has got plenty of damage available. 7k advantage, John.
Yeah, and it's just set to go get worse. Mid tier 1 about to fall. They do tip Kish for whatever reason, as they are starting to make a move onto Palos.
Yeah, Palos? Caught with his pants down up the top lane, does get caught out and does die. That's a massive one for YGs. Now they'll look towards Cox. He will chain his way out, but Cuckoo cannot. Cuckoo in trouble as Jing will pop the big avalanche, and now Cox! Oh, that's a lot of damage. The laser will fly through. Kish, he will be able to at least find Cuckoo, but now he needs to run. The chase is on. The BKB just about to wear off. Cox right behind him. Jing's going to find the tree and protect her, but Cox, he wants the big fella. He wants Kish, and he's got him. Kish is down. My goodness, Cox just doing too much on the timber as Zorain plants a tree. Cox will barely miss out on the kill here for the Trinas. They will actually terrorize. Young PH now showing up, but this is the stun. Still Curse Crown will land, but Yoez here. Be careful, Young PH. This is not the safest kill. Jing. Get your stop. Yoez still sticking around. Feeling like he might need to back out, does do so. They'll take Jing's life. It still feels like very desperate times here for YG. It's still a 7k advantage TNC's way. And I'll tell you, like, that's with Palos dying alone. If Palos was alive for that fight, I think it would have been completely different. Palos maybe learning the hard way not to try and go for solo pickoffs anymore. Not before you have the BKB up.
Yeah, certainly not quite necessary here for his CK. Just kind of needs to sit back, farm, utilize the space. Yarston can hit critical mass now on the side of TNC and be able to take their Tormentor out as well. See who gets the nice freebie shard here. I mean, the output from this Timbersaw with a Twisted Chakram facet, it's kind of insane that he gets a free secondary Chakram at level 6. No other way to do it. Sure, it kind of spins around, but the output from just getting slashed by that is humongous. So you have to respect it. And we are seeing the effect of that. That's Cox without his full defensive capabilities as well. Eternal Shroud yet to fly out into the Yules. So he's going to be even harder to pin down in the middle of these engagements. For the side of Yangon, we are starting to see some shining moments, right? That Kish, Young PH, his farm is inching into that Bloodstone. He's going to have a lot more HP to play with. He's going to have some spell lifesteal that can sustain true in the middle of these fights. And again, Kish is starting to be that big hero just with a BKB if they can find these fights. It's still a concern how much this troll can be kited once the BKB fades down though. TNC off with a smoke play here as Tree. See if they can find a good hunt here.
I mean, if they can find a good fight, like they can go right into the Roshan pit. They're going for, or they're going to find Zorain. It's not the biggest kill. They'll take it. Top lane, however, they could go for an even bigger fight if they do wish. There are 3 heroes here from YG. It's like, Yoet, he'll just clear out the creep wave. He'll head back towards the fountain. It does not seem like YG want to even try for that Tinker attempt. And you are at the stage now where the Tinker is top of the net worth. Surprise, surprise. Somebody told me March of the Machines was not that busted, and because rockets are gone, Tinker's not a thing. I concur, Jonathan. I concur heavily.
It's not a thing? You're saying this Tinker is
No, I'm concurring that idea, Jonathan. I think the Tinker is certainly a thing.
Oh, yeah. It's... I mean, think about it. Like, he already, without any big int items, just the Ags plus 2 nulls. Right? He already has 108 int. That's about 32% cooldown reduction on your items. He's gonna eventually hit that max of 60. So you're still gonna have ridiculous blink timings anyway, with an arcane blink that you normally tend to build, as he will dig into the Roshan now. I mean, sure, look, Palos' Yao's scoreline is not impressive, right? 007. He's been there to assist, but just the fact that he's pumping out all of this free AoE damage with safety nets in defense matrix, with safe range for the laser, the mischance alone is ruining Kish every time he doesn't have BKB, and earlier on when he didn't. Like, it makes it... It's not as, like, outright terrifying. You know, it's not like the old stompy smurfing Tinkers in your matches, but it's still annoying. It's still very annoying to play.
This is more like a Dota 1 Tinker. Like, they just... Like, they never let you push. It's just infinite March spam. Yeah, they don't have rockets. Who cares? But they can be the most annoying heroes now in the game. Just spam March the whole game. Like, that's all Yo has done. That's literally all he's doing. Just triangle.
He's lasered a couple of times.
Yeah, he's thrown a few lasers out. Props to him. Triangle's gone again. Back to the fountain. Back to the
You
top
sound so
lane.
disgusted.
I am disgusted, Jonathan. You have no idea. Look at him. Just why
He's
are we
back,
not looking?
Mikey.
Let's look at the Tink. Why not? This is high tier game. All he's doing is fun.
You know, at the least, Mikey, we don't have a motivate trust like team with Jackie on our board up against a Tinker of Yoe. No, we're not dealing with that in these qualifiers at the very least. Not yet, Mikey.
That could be tomorrow. Let's not get too confident, John. Don't give him any ideas. Jackie might be watching this matchup. Shout out to Jackie if he is watching. I'm sure he is. We love you, Jackie.
Why would he be watching us, Mike? What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you know, Jackie likes me, Jonathan, right? I don't know about you, but
That's
he
true.
told me he liked my casting once upon a time.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I was there. He did
Were you there?
specifically say you.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
He was the only player that actually said, I like this guy. It's the left track. Gets caught out. Bloodstone already popped. Problem is he didn't pop the Pulse Nova, so it looks like young PH is as good as dead.
That's one kill for Yoe. The laser cleans up.
Yeah.
And the Arcane Blink isn't too far off. This is when the Tinker really just gets so obnoxious again. And he can't refresh items, but that cooldown, man, it's almost like he doesn't need it.
Why? What is this level 25 talent? Rearm grants 50% bonus magic resist. Why?
Yeah. Why not?
Or goes down now. Or dies here to Jing, apparently. Don't get it wrong, by the way. Yoe did not help. He's just here to farm the creep wave. But we'll be right back out just a moment.
No
There's
credit
your Arcane
whatsoever.
Blink. And Jing now has a 3.5 second blink. So you went from being able to rearm it to now just not having to ever. And it's 3.5 seconds anyway.
Yeah. Isn't it
Oh,
great?
good. So he presses one less button and he's less vulnerable. All he has to do is position himself better. That's all you're saying.
Exactly.
Top lane. Kish?
Exactly. Oh.
Yes, John. Go on. Finish your point.
See, this is what I'm saying. How do you kill the Tinker when he rearms Defense Matrix, you blow up Defense Matrix? Guess what? He rearms, he has Defense Matrix, another strongest spell. He gets to just blink all over the place. He'll have his blink eventually back off cooldown. He has a 50% cooldown BKB, which isn't as impressive, mind you, as Refresh. But again, on Arcane Blink, it's pretty much the same. This
John,
hero is, again, it's just a changed playstyle.
But I got told on Twitter and Facebook that apparently the rockets disappeared, John, so Tinker's not a hero anymore.
Oh,
that's what I got
that's
told.
true, that's true. I guess Yo is not playing a hero, he's playing Farm Simulator. There is a point here. To be fair, I feel like if you removed Yo from this equation, I don't know if this game changes that much. Well, let's also be a little bit frank. He's 108.
Skill late, lost over half his, like literally 3/4 of his HP gone to one laser, and he's down.
Jesus Christ.
You say it wouldn't be different, John, but the thing is, he's not allowing any lane to push out. And this is where I think the Tinker's the most busted with March in the Machine. Like, people said this wasn't a problem. There is not one lane that will push out now. Never. Look at the lanes.
You know, I think it's prime time for Nyx players to feast again. Is Zalrain?
Please bring him out. Zalrain in trouble. He's dead. No chance of survival there. They've got a nice split up. They might be able to take down Cox, but he'll get the Yules off. Meanwhile, Cuckoo still surviving, walking away. Finally goes down. Terrorize. It lands on Cox. They'll find a second. They'll take the Timber down. So a nice team fight now for YG. Mind you, though, John, they do lose both their supports and they do buy back on skill lane. So you do have those big committals, but the gold chain certainly goes the way of the Radiant.
It's an important set of kills for Yangon now to find just to keep themselves in the game. They are hanging on to that last outer tower very nicely here as well. The unfortunate thing is it doesn't feel like they can really utilize this for much. They can't push on to tier 2. Maybe you can get some forward wards here for the side of Yangon to have more control.
He got a psychic headband, John.
The psychic?
He gets plus 15% intelligence as well. So now the blink's down to 2.8 seconds. Well, how much lower can it go? He's buying an 8th lens, well that's good.
Isn't this beautiful? Ice Frog's finest, Mike.
You love to
see it,
the whole
don't you?
map. The whole map's being farmed. Like Cuckoo's trying to hit some creeps. Yoa says, no, sir, that'll be mine. Thank you.
Yeah.
See you later.
Surprisingly, Palace is still getting more CS. I think Yoa, you're lagging a little bit behind there, buddy. You need to take that farm away from your CK, sir.
Smoke up. Mid lane. Yo, it might pay for his team here. Young PH is going to see him. The question is, can you actually kill him? The March of the Machines is there. Jing, he'll get the avalanche off. They found the Leshrac. He's got help by him, but can they keep him alive? It's looking okay for now. The Bloodstone will heal him up as Cuckoo, dropping very low, gets into the Voodoo Switcheroo. Meanwhile, this Leshrac slowly but surely dropping down. They've got him locked up. And Palos will take him out. Notice how they couldn't fight. Because there's like 3 March of the Machines going there.
Hell yeah. Look at that. Whoa. March of the Machines. You've got, Voodoo Restoration as well. You just don't want to be there. It's like a toxic swamp in Dark Souls, Mike. I know you'll understand that, isn't it? Right?
What's that place called? What's the map? Everyone knows it too. It's the worst
don't even
map.
know.
The toxic map. The one you get poisoned and toxic every 2 seconds. What's it called? How could I forget it?
I don't know, Mikey.
Anyway,
But
Blight Town.
That's basically...
It's Blight Town.
Yeah,
This is Blight Town. That's what it is.
It really is. In such wide radiuses. It just feels obnoxious to play into. Like, you cannot even fault Yangon for not wanting to deal with any of this. Because how do you deal with it? You've got to be able to instantly lock down his Tinker. Hope that you can chain stun him through the defense matrix popping the first time. Right? That's the big one. He gets a strong dispel. He gets blinked into a random direction. You have to instantly jump him again. And it just doesn't... They haven't even tried. Like 0 deaths on Yoe. Right, so he gets to just tickle away with the March of the Machines, spam his laser from a million miles away with a Psychic Headband. And he's feasting right now.
Mid lane. T3 mid tower now under siege. Yoe starting with the spam. It makes it really impossible to defend. Like, how are you going to defend when there's this many March of the Machines being used? Like, what are you going to do? Look at this. That's it. Tier 3 tower gone.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Young PH is dead, but what's the answer? Kish?
The answer is nothing.
Kish will just die at the top lane. That's the answer, apparently. BKB pop, TP away. They get the Melody, they'll get the Voodoo Switcheroo, but that's not going to be it. If Cuckoo used the actual Death Ward instead of Voodoo Switcheroo, I think he might have actually had that.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
It's very well been killed, but yeah, they just waste some time. They're cutting off farm space for Kish to try to grow bigger. I mean, our troll has been doing pretty good with what he can, right? Like, he's gotten enough space out. He's got the refresh, double BKB, double battle trance into a nullifier. As they
Young
catch
PH can't really afford to die like this, but Young PH in a bit of danger. Still trying to survive, does get the Yules off in time. Meanwhile, Battle Trance was popped here, but he's just getting constantly Yules up. Kish just can't get anything off. He'll refresh now with the refresh orb he does have. He'll take down Palos. They've got the CK down, but can they get the rest of them? They'll chase him up. Yoe, he's the big target. Skillay is going to find him here on the Tinker, but he'll still be able to blink away as now Cuckoo trying to run, gets the switcheroo off. Will still be okay as Skillay might just drop and does. Kish still trying to chase him down, but Jing now with the avalanche toss combination will toss him away. So they got Palos at the least. They get a great fight for themselves. And that's going to be about it. It's not. Yoe's not done. Yoe's going in on his own. Here we go. I love Tinkerjohn. Look at this. How great is this hero? How great is this hero, Yoe? He'll find another. Avalanche toss up on a Young PH. Don't worry, John, there's no rockets. There's no rocket spam here. Young PH. Still chasing. Onto the tiny they go. Jing will survive. The laser's out. Kish forced to pop Battle Trance just to try and survive, but he's going to miss everything. The laser wouldn't allow him to hit, but he's run out of mana. Yoe can't keep going, but you've got Cox. Cox will take care of him. Tips out for Palos.
Just like that. Because he's the only casualty, of course. He's got to get it to hips there. Boss Cuckoo. That's his own way of head nudging, of course. I'm sure there's going to be some head slaps later on, as is tradition. As the high ground siege continues for the side of TNC. I love that Yo is going for the Octarine as well, although he switches for the Lincolns, tries to play smarter here, get some defense going for himself. And YG, again, it doesn't feel like their options are great. They get this good isolation on Palas, it's just not enough. Like, the damage is still there with Kuku around and Maldic. The damage is still there with Cox and Yoe. Doesn't feel like taking care of the CK is enough at all.
Nope. Certainly not. Not
Oh,
for
look
now.
at this. Yoe is going for a nice little Kanda. That's something we've all forgotten for a Tinker.
Kanda?
Ain't that nice?
Oh, why not? Yeah, that's great.
Oh. Sounds juicy. Oh, and cooldown reduction, Mike. That's going to be down to, what, 3
What?
seconds every Kanda? Yeah.
Oh, it works on
because he has item cooldown.
Oh my god.
Right? Isn't that great? Wow.
This isn't right. This is actually just wrong. And I knew it too. I knew it as soon as I saw the changes. They were like, they told me Tinker was garbage. I'm like, no, it's not. Reddit's crying for now. They'll find out soon. Don't worry. You watch, John. TI13 is a Tinker patch. Mark my words. Roshan's on.
When are we getting shaker matches, Mike?
He'll be back soon.
No.
He's going to be back anytime now.
Hopefully. As you said, Roshan being taken, that does have a banner. Unfortunately, I don't see them reaching high ground anytime soon here on the side of Yangon, but secondary life will be a big boon to Kish. He still needs so much more farm. He's trying to go into a Nullifier and Mjolnir. He's been working onto that Nullifier since he finished a refret. Is making some small progress towards it. But they've got 2 Raxes down. They've got 2 lanes constantly shoving in. It feels impossible to even hope to go onto any objective with the threat of Yoa just spamming all of his stuff around. The threat of the March just clearing out your waves. Not great. At least Zalrain does manage to bail out this time around, so no freebies for the side of TNC.
Look, there's
Trying
no
to see
lanes.
what else helps him here.
There's no lanes being
There
forced
isn't?
out. They're like, YG have no map space. None of their lanes can be forced out. This is the thing. Like, if you've ever watched a BSJ video, John, he tells you just push out lanes and you win the game. You know? Like, this is literally it, though. This is it. Just push out the lanes over and over
Look,
again.
it's even worse, Mike. It's even worse. 2.4 second phylactery.
Oh,
See what
good.
Khan is there, but 2.4 seconds.
Good.
Ain't that nice?
Very nice. So now every 2.4 seconds, your laser suddenly does 540 damage, which is fantastic. I mean, 530. My math was a little bit off. That's fantastic.
Sounds right to me. Sounds nice. Seems good.
Here we go. Top. Kish. Careful, sir. Kish, pop the BKB. Pop the BKB, Kish. He'll lose the Aegis. Okay. Kish, pop the BKB. Run. Get out of there. TP out. Alright. We're good.
We were asking this question when the game came in. You know, Yangon 2-0 TNC in the first open qualifiers. What would the Peacemaker do? He's bringing peace eventually, Mike.
Peace is being
Kuku is
had.
here to bring peace.
Not with me, he's not, John. He started a war with me over this draft. DNC, onto the high ground they'll go. One lane of barracks is left standing down in the bottom lane, but they won't care for that. They want young PH's life. They'll toss him right back into the loving arms of Yoe. You do have Hor trying to help out, but he's found nobody with his stun. Everybody will just casually walk out, and now they'll jump right back in. The bouncing lasers are out already. They try to chase down Yoe, but there's no hope in hell of finding this Tinker. He'll survive all the way. As meanwhile, Palos just taking everybody else on. No care in the world. Kish, he's popped his battle trance to try to fight back, but who are you even fighting? He's still going, still chasing down Palos, but the Avalanche is out to lock him down, and Kish is dead. So is Zorain. No buyback. It's time to call. This game's over.
Oh yeah, they call it. It's just way too much. This drafting from the side of TNC, going straight for the Witch Doctor, building up the strong lanes. Witch Doctor, CK, Witch Doctor, Chaos Knight, just so much damage. The level 2 spike came in, they find the kills. Yoe on Tinker. Again, this is a hero that we have only seen 4 times across the regional qualifiers. But TNC brings that secret sauce out. Yoe, prolific Tinker player, Well, again, the first time he was on TNC, he was known for Tinker Invoker. And, well, we can see what happens when a Tinker is allowed to farm, Mike. Bad things happen. So I think for Yangon, they're going to have to... They need to come up with stronger lanes. They need to be careful about the Tinker. It felt like they didn't set up for it at all, but at the same time, how do you set up for a Tinker pick? You don't see it at all. So I can't even fault them for getting caught off guard, but that's just disgusting from TNC to bring it out now to send a message.
If he gets like the space, like if he has a solid 20 minutes of farm, the game's just kind of over. Like you can't push any lanes against this hero anymore. Like as long as Yoe knows what he's doing, like you can't kill him. You can't catch him with the right... Unless you have the right draft, it's the freest of games for Tinker. At the moment, it feels like. And right, I mean, in fairness, props to TNC, they have a draft, or rather YG has a draft that just could not deal with the Tinker at all. But that's kind of the thing, like this last pick Tinker is actually a legitimate thing now, I do believe, in the right hands. And like 2.8 second blink, Khan to build up, that's going to be like less than 3 seconds. It's pretty revolting to watch.
It really is. I just want to know what's going on, what's going through Cuckoo's head to bring this out at this moment. It's sending a message to YG again. This is a grudge match for TNC. I'm sure they, the players don't actually think this way, but we've got to make some drama here, Mike.
Yeah.
They got eliminated in open qualifiers. They got to send a message. You 2-0'd us, we're going to 2-0 you, and we're going to do it with Tinker, and you guys don't expect it. And it's revolting. It just didn't feel like YG had a game at all. Like they were finding some pickoffs every now and again. They were getting some room out to farm with Kish. He was keeping up relatively well, but there's just no answers. Especially with, again, the tempo that Cox was providing. Like this Timbersaw with a twisted Chakram. You get a 3-second Chakram at level 6. That used to be a level 25 now. Sure, it's uncontrollable, but it can pass through heroes multiple times before returning because of that twist. It's just so much output. I think they just got way too slow for pacing here from Yangon, which is weird to say when you have Troll Lesh, but they couldn't really maximize on the objectives as much as they'd want to. They couldn't really get this death ball going. But I'd like to see some different ideas from Yangon into game 2, but TNC, I mean, they had all the right ideas. Witch Doctor left alone, you pick it up. Last pick Tinker looks good, you pick it up. And just no answers at all.
Tell me, Jonathan, I mean, if you were to choose a standout player in this game, be very careful with your answer, sir. But if you were to choose a standout player, who do you think is the MVP, Jonathan?
I feel like it's got to go to... Yes, there you go. There you go. Seb's got me back. Our production knows what they're doing. 2-0-20 on the Tinker. Highest impact hero in the game by far. Yoe. To be fair, I would say if I had to choose, I would actually say I think Cox. Cox worked it well. I mean, Yoe, again, props to him. He was there in every single fight. He was spamming the machines from a mile away, and you can't really stop it. I mean, he did his job. 2-0, sure, but 20 assists. He did his job. But Cox definitely, he set up all those plays to happen. He was taking that tempo early. But yeah, very based from production there. I love it. Thank you, Sam.
Oh, thank you very much for that. We appreciate that. There you go. Cox will get the MVP for this game one, and oh boy, well there you go. We got a glimpse of something very revolting, Jonathan. I hate to say I told people so, but I did. I did tell him. I know it's coming. I can feel it in my bones when this hero is back. We are going to head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our second game between TNC and YG. We'll see you soon.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to our second game here between TNC and YG. Jonathan, I'm not sure if you caught the cheeky little smile from Cuckoo before we headed into this this next draft, but there was a split second where we got to see the smile of Master Cuckoo, looking very, very happy with himself after that game number one. Jonathan, tell me, going into the game 2 draft, which has now officially begun, as you can see, what in particular do you believe YG need to change up for us to be able to enjoy ourselves at game 3?
I think they need to come out with stronger lanes. Their laning concepts weren't bad, like this Dark Willow center combination is nice, but when you allow a Witch Doctor through, it just doesn't feel good. Just hit level 2 with a CK, it's a rundown lane. You know, there's just too much kill potential there for TNC up top. Down bot, Troll into Timbersaw was also not the most threatening for Timbersaw as well. Cox was still getting some play. It's a little bit slower with Jing having to pull back and try to soak EXP. But I feel like the side lanes weren't strong enough from Yangon. And again, the mid lane matchup was not ideal, but you can't really fault that set of pickups because Tinker, who thinks about Tinker now? I mean, no one on the pro scene at the very least really thinks about Tinker, even though, again, it is viable if the game calls for it. And you know, Master Cuckoo is very pleased with himself and his master plan, kicking to Gear, all according to Cuckoo's plan, of course. Cuckoo's fault, as we like to say, Mikey.
It is Cuckoo's fault. I mean, TNC, if they were to somehow make it to TI13, it would certainly be Cuckoo's fault. I think we can all agree on that. It's always Cuckoo's fault. There's no two ways.
They have to ban the Tinker.
My daughter trying to take her first steps the other day, she fell down. I literally blamed Cuckoo immediately. No hesitation. I was like, that damn Cuckoo. I don't know why he does this to me. Always Cuckoo's fault.
It's always his fault. And YG, you can't fault them for removing that mastermind, diabolical Tinker pickup. Do ban it on the first phase. I mean, first phase ban Tinker. Yeah, I appreciate Yangon doesn't want to get cheesed again, but hey. Oh, Cox! Yo!
Uh-oh! It's back. The big fella. He's got the hand grips out, John. He's practicing. He's getting that strength going.
Oh.
Stretch the hands
you
out.
Know what this is, Mike?
What's that?
He's done eating. It's time for a beating.
Cracking all the knuckles that are there. Cox, he's ready at any moment. I mean, this is the kind of guy. Like, if I was walking down the street, I would not look at Cox. I'd be very careful around this map.
Oh yeah, he's a killer. This one. So we do have a killer start to our draft. DK, not too exciting for Yangon, but they can flex this on off lane, safe lane, and mid.
Palos is gone dark like he did in game 1, I think, John. Just absolutely non-existent here for his team.
Look. Remember when Palos died solo? And, you know, I said Cuckoo went out, slapped him in the head. He moved, you know, a pretty strong slap. Moved the camera. No problem.
That's all right.
You know, it is what it is.
I want to say as well, shout out to the dude that said Jing is basically Wish's version of Japoy yesterday. I looked at Jing and I'm like, my God, that does look like Japoy. I mean, I can't lie.
You know what? You know what? When Japoy comes back, already told Jing, hey, we all got to meet up in Dappa. Why the hell do we not meet up? I'll take a picture of the two of them together, and we will compare it online. We will see the Wish version of Japoy and the Japoy we have. No, it's more like, you know, hey mom, I want a Japoy. We have a Japoy at home, and it's Jing.
I mean, in fairness, Jonathan, one of the Japoy lookalikes right now is still in a qualifier. The other is not. So you can make the argument that perhaps the Wish version is, apparently he's not here right now. You know, he's not in this series.
That is fair. I do love this opening from TNC. Thematically, going for the Phoenix on TNC fits into their logo, fits into their storyline, rising from the ashes, but also just a very strong hero overall. Ooh. It's a great way to deal with the DK, as we do get the IO coming out now for Yangon. So there's a couple of cheeky options. The Marcy's there, right? Into Phoenix, it's an Egg Destroyer. You've got the IO Marcy. You can still run DK mid. It's open enough for Yangon to do that for Kish. I just don't know if that's something Kish is completely comfy in. And there are other IO combinations, I suppose. The CK is still on hand here for Kish if he wants that. IO CK doesn't go wrong. CK is still a really strong carry at the moment, as we've seen in these qualifiers. So I wouldn't mind that direction as well for Yangon. It's open enough. I think I like the Marcy idea, but I wouldn't fault them for going for CK instead.
Radiant team pick.
They're going to go for the Disruptor for now, so they're not going to reveal too much. I mean, I wonder if YG are thinking about that. They must be thinking about that Pos 1 Marcy. You know, like we saw it a couple times today already in the upper bracket. I still don't know how to feel about it. I feel like Marcy Pos 1 certainly is quite devastating in the right hands, in the right combination with the IO. I mean, I'm sure TNC Predator are considering that perhaps the Marcy pickup could come if they do leave it for the side of YG. See if Cuckoo is at all afraid of that Marcy.
I mean, TNC could pick up Marcy as well, shift the Tiny into a 4. Something like a Palos Tiny doesn't sound too bad. They'll lock in the Yoa Ember to deal with the DK. So something, again, that we've seen Yoa be very confident in, very comfy on, the Ember throughout the years. Yeah, it can deliver the goods. I am wondering now, will they flex this Tiny out? Again, Palos Tiny 1 is something we've seen before in some of the qualifier games. He does enjoy, like, the Echo Saber Shadowblade Silver Edge, but he also does, he can also opt for the Moon Shard. Wouldn't mind it. And then you go Marcy, like, for Jing, which I believe is one of Jing's favorite heroes on support. And going back to what the other pro players have said about Jing, they do consider his melee supports among his best. Stuff like Tusk, stuff like Marcy is fairly strong for Jing. If they want to shift and steal the Marcy out as an idea.
It does feel like the Marcy does feel kind of nice. Like, it's just, even against just the Phoenix, right? Like, just being able to burst the egg down. It's something. Like, it's a little added bonus to the whole equation as well. Just being able to quickly get in there and just get rid of the egg.
I mean, like, for TNC to pick it to block it from YG as a solution, I think is the big thing.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, like, sidekick on an Ember with the double Sleight of Fist, like the secondary Sleight of Fist bonus, is a lot of damage as well. Instead, they'll go into the Weaver. So, still keeping it open. Like, you could still run a support Weaver and a core Tiny instead, if that fits the bill. But it does feel like we might be seeing the Jing Tiny coming out here once more, which I can't fault them here on the side of TNC. And that does leave the Marcy option wide open for Yangon. It doesn't feel like it has a lot to be concerned about outside of, like, chains, but it's not that big of a deal, as you do tend to go BKB anyhow. What will the choice be for Yangon? I mean, they know their safe lane matchups well for their off lane pick if they wanted that. Into the Weaver, more than likely here.
Just wondering as well, like, I know you're kind of going towards the Palos Pos 1 Weaver, but I actually don't think support Weaver is really too bad here. Like, considering it's just a Spirit Vessel rush against IODK. Weaver's very, very good at just getting right in the back and just taking care of the IO. Like, you don't need it to be carry. You can certainly afford for Palos to go down the greedy Tiny Rat if he does wish, but maybe against the Void, you second-guessed it a little bit. It can be a little bit scarier against the Face's Void. Mind you, though, like, the Weaver's not the greatest either. against the Faces Void.
Radiant team
I would
ban.
I would say Tiny 1 against Faces Void is actually really good because of your craggy exterior.
Oh,
You
that's
reduce
right.
damage. Like, you can't burst down the Tiny and Chrono. It's a wasted Chrono at that point. You have to gun everyone else.
Radiant team
I wouldn't
ban.
mind it now. I think my one concern with that's Flex, again, is, like, what's her Jing here in that case? Is it going to be a Jing Weaver? That's not too bad. It's just not something I think we've seen too much. I'm trying to recall from his Geek Fam time. I think he might have played it a couple of times, so it does work if they want this route. I like it. Yeah, I
10
think
seconds remaining.
you might as well run the Palace Tiny 1. It's going to be tanky. It's not going to die in Chrono. They're going to have to,
5
what,
seconds
drop
remaining.
Chrono plus Static Storm onto him just to kill him off. That's already a huge commitment to chain those two spells together at once. So I wouldn't mind it. Your lane matchup is still a little bit unknown. You could kind of work out that flex here now,
Dire team
as you do have
ban.
time to think. You have last pick overall for TNC. So Yangon will have to show their cards much earlier, and that should allow TNC this adjustment if need be. Like if this DK decides to go offlane instead, or again, if they're going to last pick an offlane here, which TNC is expecting with the Slardar and the Timbersaw
10
banouts.
seconds remaining.
A lot of conversation here happening between the off lane. I mean, Cox is
5
certainly having a big
seconds
conversation
remaining.
with somebody, so perhaps Cox feeling like his hero is the one that's kind of missing here, and certainly does feel like the off lane of TNC has not been picked up quite yet, as we are seeing some more off lane bans from both sides.
Dire team pick.
I did forget about that craggy exterior, I'm going to say, John. I mean, the 50% damage reduction in a Chrono is pretty ridiculous. I kind of agree with your sentiment now. I'm kind of thinking, you know what, maybe that Pos 1 Tiny is the way to just run it with that craggy is. They're going to go for an LC pickup, okay? We haven't really been seeing much of this hero as of late, but LC is still pretty strong in this patch. Nice way of kind of purging off the searing chains of the Ember to boot. I don't think the LC minds the
10
Tiny
seconds
or the
remaining.
Weaver match up on top, so it is a nice offlane pick to be made here
5
for YG.
seconds remaining.
Oh, why are they laughing? I get concerned when everyone laughs. Like everyone's
Oh, they
laughing,
are.
then Cuckoo starts laughing as well. I'm concerned.
Oh,
They're
no.
too happy in TNC.
What are they
They
buying?
have
What are
something
doing?
cheeky.
Something's up there. Palos is
Palos
dancing.
is dancing. What? Whoa!
Why is
Oh,
Palos dancing?
Solapsap. Oh, they're
Solapsap, why are
feeling it.
you dancing? Why are we dancing? What's happening? Jing's having a serious conversation. Jing's not happy. Jing's waving his finger like, what are we doing, boys? No,
Yeah, he looks so serious.
tell him, Jing.
He looks so serious.
Tell him. It's not good enough. He's fighting the master. Look, the Cuckoo's like, I'll get up right now and fight you one-on-one. One-on-one right now. You want me to be Arbit? I'll be Arbit. It's all good. You be Gab. It's going to be
Venge?
Select
Wait.
your heroes.
What? Cox Venge? What is this?
maybe Pos
Or
1
offlane Venge? I wouldn't mind it.
Pos 1 Venge might.
No,
be
it's a
cheap.
Palace
it's
Tiny,
Palace.
alright.
Okay.
Okay. I like this. I like this for Cox, especially if he is going for the 1.5 BAT. He is staying to Avenging Missile first. I feel like that's not amazing, but
Oh,
it can
no.
work up against a Faces Void.
I think it's actually pretty nice because you kind of just said it, but the Void is going to require a lot of farm. It's a stupid amount of damage, really, isn't it?
It is, but at the same time, if you get the 1.5 BAT, you're going to win your lane a lot harder. You can itemize much better for your own right click. You hit your own timings faster in Veg rather than waiting for the enemy Void to be so big that your missile damage is huge, right? You're looking to win on your own instead of waiting for the enemy to win so your damage goes up.
Right.
I feel like the Soul Strike's a lot better in that case, even as a support, quite frankly. It wins your lane. That's simply the matter. 1.7 to 1.5 BAT is already a huge swing. That, and even on support, Venge, Orb of Corrosion is a very valuable thing. Like Orb of Venom start with melee attacks from range is pretty big. So I like this. You have the swap save now for Chrono. You have this, again, Pos 1 Tiny into Faces Void Chronosphere that you really don't care about. I like this draft from the side of TNC. I like all the solutions it offers. I think Yangon's draft this time is not caught as much off guard by anything TNC brought out, to be fair. It's much more playable. You know, it's not like you got sidelined by a last pick tinker. There's nothing surprising like that, but it does feel very execution heavy on Yangon. And I think that's where it gets a little bit iffy, right? You've got Chrono, you've got Static Storm. You have this really strong combination of single target from your DKLC, but you have to snowball off the back of these heroes very early on to get that done.
It should be a very interesting game one, and game one is now officially underway. Don't forget as well, like, you've got this OC to worry about. Like, even if the Void does end up flopping a little bit, like, Hawk could pop off with this IO combination. You never know. We'll have to wait and see. By the way, I'm not sure if you noticed, John, but Cox did go back for the other facet, so doesn't go for the Magic Missile facet. That's all right. I would have liked to see it, but turns out he wants to be a bit more serious about it. It's fine.
I mean, don't get me wrong. When I did try that Magic Missile facet, and it does feel good. I just think the Soul Strike feels so much better. Like it just feels so good. Like 1.5 BAT, a 0.2 the reduction is just huge in how you play lanes. Okay?
Not to mention, you feel like you're in Dota All Stars when you pick that facet, don't you, John? It takes you back.
Yeah.
It takes me
all
back
the way
too.
back.
It was a good feeling to see that. Shout out to whoever came up with that idea. From Valve, that is. Cox, he's gonna go for a flank. Gish, we gotta be careful. That's a lot of damage with the Sleight of Fist, and Yoe actually got the bounty rune as well. 3 for 1 is the trade-off. Jing, he'll go for a bit of a run. Zorain doing a fair bit of damage, but Jing will be just fine. That's kind of another thing you can't underestimate. Like, in fact, they keep going.
Oh god.
Cox, he's back. Zorain's dead. And Kish, Time Walk in 1. He should be fine, but man, that's a lot of damage. And he's got no regen. He has 0 regen on this Void.
Yeah. They only got the 1 bounty as well. He still manages to get enough for the Tanguis to come in. And with the TP of Zorain will be fine. But look at the damage on Cox. I know we're looking at mid, but I want to talk about his Venge. 70 damage in lane, right? An attack every 1.06 seconds. How do you trade? How do you trade with that? And that's just with double circlet, double branch, 1 slipper patch. Once you hit like your right band bracer, it feels so obnoxious. This Venge just does so much right click damage. You have to respect it. Still, again, we were looking at mid. Should talk about that mid. Very boring lane, mind you. DK versus Ember. Yoe on that Ember up against Young PH and DK. Young PH should hold steady. Yoa did go for Chain Gang this time around, so looking for more control for his team, which I do get, but otherwise a very static lane. Rune control a little bit more important for Yoa. Young PH shouldn't be shoved out of this lane whatsoever. Just going to be down to farm. Maybe you get a rotation out by 5 to 6, but beyond that, you're just poking, prodding, and farming up happily here.
Kind of stupid. Like, this Chain Gang facet is kind of ridiculous. Like, 4 chains? It's kind of nuts. It's, top lane, Zorain's dead again. Here's the thing, like, this minus armor between Jing and Cox, like, it is very overwhelming. Like, the Swarm plus the Wave of Terror. Like, if this Disruptor gets a little bit too close and the Magic Missile lands, he's just dead. It happens so quickly, too.
And there's no counterplay. And that's without anyone having a Blightstone as well. Not even necessary. Just have enough minus armor on hand with just your abilities. It's going to be a bit of a hellish lane for Zorain. Kish should still be able to find some semblance of form, but not the comfiest of times here for Faceless Void for sure. Last lane, we have Lookout down bot. Skill Lei and Ha on the IO Legion Commander, which can be an overwhelming combination up against Palos on his Tiny and Cuckoo on the Phoenix. Cuckoo does go for the hotspot, as it does feel really busted. It doesn't feel necessary for the Dying Light here. So you will have a lot of sustain. You'll have a lot of burn for that DK down the line. On the 1v1 scenario for Ha and for Palos, there's not much concern for Palos here, at least.
Zorain's just being abused right now top lane. Like, Jing's just chasing him down with the support wave and just not leaving him alone. Like, there's nothing he can do. It's either you sit by the tier 1 tower and soak XP off your Void, or you just run across and don't die. Is Yoe mid lane chasing down Young PH, but Young PH is alright. He will survive. Yoet just was waiting for the chains to be off cooldown again, but it wasn't quite there. In the meantime, though, the lanes have been going pretty badly, I would argue, for YG. Like, the CS doesn't make it look too bad, but when you think about how much harassment's being traded, it is certainly very favorable for TNC Predator.
And that it is. This top start for Cox is overwhelming. 20-12, 21-12 in terms of CS. Up against a 12-1 Void. Almost times 2 on Kish.
Zorain
it's just
gets
maddening.
Away. He's going to be alright. Zorain will make it. Very, very close call, though, as Horn out. Bottom lane, in danger. Trying to survive. Not quite. Skill late. Had no regen to throw out. so the LC will die. That's even worse news because your LC was having a semi-decent time, but not so much anymore.
No, certainly not. All the lanes for Yangon just feeling a lot slower than you'd want them to be here. And I don't know, like, you're going to need a lot of farm on Kish. You're going to need at least the Blade Mail, Phase Boots on Ha. Once you have 6, you're going to have to try to look for relocate plays to start to catch up here. Maybe when Young PH, it's like around level 8 on DKs when you'd expect maybe a level 6 to be up for Skill A. What's up? What
it's all
happened?
rain, dude. I feel so bad for the Disruptor. Every time he sees Jing, he's rushing to press glimpse. And now he's lost his courier.
Has been killed.
Like, you can see how afraid he gets every time Jing approaches him. It's just immediate glimpse at every single time. No hesitation.
He can't do anything. You know, that's your gameplay right now. It's this Disruptor. At least he's the one copying the attention. There's a little bit of room for Kish. Not much. Some room for him to at least try to build up. I don't know. It's still a free run for Cox going into power treads. They are rotating down onto mid.
Oh boy. Young PH dropping is not a good feeling if you are YG. And that's what I'm saying about this support Weaver. It's just too much. Zorain again has to glimpse away. It's just like, get the hell away from me.
It's not like Jing even cares with how low Shikuchi's cooldown is, so still gonna be able to chase around like a maniac. Again, the lanes overwhelmingly in TNC's favor. Only really Ha having some play down bot. Some good semblance of farm here for the LC, but way behind in levels. Already rotating up top as well with Cuckoo showing up. Nice forward ward. Wants to find more kills here.
It's alright. What's he meant to do? What's he meant to do, man? He can't do anything. Kish. Run, Kish. He'll time lapse or time walk away rather, but the chase continues. Magic Missile is up in 5. They've got Wave of Terror back up and available. If Cox can get within range, and he certainly can, Cuckoo will be able to secure the kill. These minus armor strats, you tend to forget about them, but the moment you see it again, I mean, it's just, Jing, what are you doing? Get the hell out of there. Just tanking T1 tower hits.
Just for laughs, you know, just for a bit of a giggle. We'll go for a reset. Love these wards coming out. Look at these ward lines from TNC. Again, this is something we've seen from them even during their time as Darling. Good line across the top, cutting off any farm spots. There is room to farm. Push out mid now. Young PH with the Dragon form and the Kritzkrieg Ayo are able to melt through the tier 1, but Yoa is ready to play.
T1 mid
Just
tower
doesn't have
is
his teammates.
He does not. He's by himself. His team is not coming. Yoe, trying for a deny. Will get stunned up immediately. He'll be okay. There's no rules for anything dying. He's got a remnant ready to go whenever. But a pretty big pick up there for YG. They're able to finally find the mid tier 1 tower. It is to be somewhat expected considering you do have a Dragon Knight, of course, but still very important nonetheless.
Does open up a little bit more tempo for the side of Yangon. They can invade into that bot jungle a little bit more confidently. They've got the Watcher under control. They already have some forward wards here to enable themselves to play, sneak around. They are still not quite at the dual point for Ha. You can't really go in for some big relocate plays yet, not that you have the levels on your IO anyhow. And again, that's the hurting point here for Yangon. You've got the strong start for your DK as they get the glimpse on Cuckoo.
Cuckoo will just accept the fact that he is dead. No real chance of getting out of that one. Sort of pick up from the YG boys. It seems like the big fear right now is going to be how you deal with Cox. Like, Cox is going to be a huge issue. He's building an Echo Saber as well, I think.
Yeah, that's the way to go. This Echo Saber gets some stats up as a universal type. I wouldn't mind an early Ags. Can be a lot of utility as well. They are chasing bot.
This would be a great pickup if they can get it. Problem is, Hor has not got within range for the jewel. He does eventually get there, but YG have already given up on the chase, and now, well, the T1 tower is under siege, but the TPs are incoming. Jing, oh, the immediate glimpse back. Zorain, not messing around, gets rid of that pesky bug. He will reveal the fact that he's got wards on the high ground, but it won't matter too much. Yoe now showing up, will show underneath that dire vision. But immediately just retreats. Doesn't want to borrow this. His mid lane, Kish now fighting Yoe. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they are still chasing Cuckoo. Eventually, with the stun flying out and the duel committed, they will be able to secure a very nice victory here for Hawk.
Are getting whatever they can find. It's important first duel win for Ha. Not the biggest target, but certainly something to get the ball rolling here for the side of Yangon, as they will find a tier 1 in exchange. I'm just concerned about all of the space being provided to these bigger cores. Like again, Palos, he has decent farming space on a tiny. He went for no avalanche, some value points in toss, really focusing on tree grab his core, so maximizing his farm potential. Cox, free reign up top. Echo Saber not too far off. And Yoa not under any pressure at all. You don't have the best control for this Ember until level 6 is up on Zarain, which is so slowly creeping up at the very least, so the static storm threat can come into play there, but not quite. 6-2 net worth lead. It's not the biggest for TNC at the least, and for Yangon again, the important thing is finding some space for Kish to build up and to get these initial timings on young PH if at all possible.
Be a 6-2 scoreline for now. 1k advantage the way of TNC Predator. Cox still top of the net worth board on the Venge. Getting an extremely good game, of course, working on towards that Aghanim Scepter, which makes the hero feel unbelievably annoying to try and deal with. Kish, still trying to farm up towards his Maelstrom timing, of course, on the Void. He is very far behind. 3.8k net worth is what the Void currently has. It's not a very good start at all for a Faceless Void, and a very slow kind of catch-up game now for him, especially against the Tiny of Palos, who is currently looking towards Hor down at that bottom lane. Hor, he's got skill later come in, but the Avalanche, of course, is going to land on 2, and it might just be a 2-for-1 special in a moment. The skill late, going to pop the overpower and run, but they've got at least the Iron. So Hor gets his way out. Skill late, not so much.
Get some decent punishment out. Again, only the supports falling in the last few fights. Some key items finally coming in. Echo Saber done on Cox. Ha does have the full Blade Nail, so you can have a little bit more confidence in taking some bigger duels, but has to be a little bit cautious of how far forward he goes. No threat without Yoe. Still playing in the line of fire. And so much space given out here for Cox, and a little bit surprising. Kish is forced to go for like 4-1-1 build, pocketing 1 skill point to see if he can get away without Chrono. Might be able to use that Chrono now if he skills it up.
This would love yourself a bench kill. They'll jump in. Cox will get a magic missile out onto the DK. He'll try to run, but eventually they should have the damage output as the Venge will finally go down. Looking for a deny even as Cox with skill A will take the aggro from the creeps. So Kish going to be very happy seeing that Venge finally dying. Hopefully YG can start to play off of this. Bottom, they are. Cuckoo being jeweled up here by Hor. And it won't lead to a duel victory, but it does lead to a kill.
Yeah, and again, you'll take what you can get on Yangon, considering how far behind you are. Just a little bit slow on the relocate out, but still does manage to make it work. Still up top.
Skill late, gonna lose his life. Kish rather able to get away at the very least. So they'll take the IO kill once again, but Kish will not get caught with his pants down. Still a very slight lead for the side of TNC Predator. But again, nothing to write home about. I think that's still the main concern, and I know you've already kind of said this, but Palos is probably the main concern, because you compare the farm compared to the Void, he's already over 1k ahead. Not crazy.
Yeah. Definitely not. Echo Saber already up, so his farming pace is already up there. Into the Shadow Blade, probably into the Silver Edge this game. Palos is going to be hitting like a truck relatively soon, considering all the space given. The kills for White here are nice, it's not in the targets they'd want. You want to punish this Tiny early on, while Craggy Exterior is at level 1 with Gruul at level 1, before the damage mitigation really becomes an issue. You've got Static Storm ready in Zarain. You can kind of look for a play onto Yoe if he presents himself. It's just the cores on TNC are being relatively conservative. You know, hanging in jungle, protected by sentries and wards. Only really Cox maybe in the firing line. So they can't really angle for these higher value targets. For Yangon Galacticus has skill late. Just gets poked a little bit.
He's going to be just fine. I suppose if you're YG, you're more than happy to just take your time with this style of game, considering you know that Kish is going to be able to outscale practically anyone on the Void. And I kind of say that. The thing is, like, even the supports like Jing on the Weaver, at some stage you do start to transition into a core. It can be very annoying to deal with as well, comparatively to, say, the IO Disruptor, which don't.
Yeah. I think one thing as well holding YG back is that it doesn't look like they're confident enough to try to force something with early chrono. I feel like they've got the damage for early chrono though. Like again, Static Storm is a follow through or a setup for it. You've got some damage on Young PH. You can kind of finagle a duel off the back of the chrono as well if someone's alive after it. There's a value point picked up now by Kish. So it does have something to play with, and they are trying to engage here.
Certainly are. Zorain will go down already. Palos able to pick up one. A skill lane will follow. Cuckoo able to pick up that one. And now Young PH. The TP cancellation is out from Cox. That'll be a third kill to go the way of TNC Predator. I'll tell you what, they made that fight look very easy, John. No rule contest that time around.
I'm surprised they were still hanging around at bot jungle. They couldn't get their wards down. That's when Skillay was, running up into the ramp, getting poked by Yoa. That should already have sent warning bells as to trying to play in that area. And he still forced the issue.
Jewel out, bottom lane. Poor. Very nice pickup for himself with the Blade Mail. Able to close the gap on the Weaver, secures a nice little duel victory. And gets the blink up on the LC now. So you've got some nice gap close here on the LC. Some nice initiation. And of course, considering the state of the game for YG, like, you do want Horde to start to pop off on this LC. He could be a big deal.
You do. Is rushing into the Ags, so wants that debuff immunity, wants a longer duration duel just to pin someone down, which we do appreciate here for Ha. As long as he gets the room to farm it up. Does feel like the map space being gained by TNC is still significant. And your sacrifices on Kish is still huge. This Faceless Void is still bottom network 4. Not by a huge margin, only about 800 gold, but still a cause of concern.
Young PH. Oh, he's absolutely melting. At least the IO Relocate going to be able to save. But you see with the Spirit Vessel Sunray, it's just so much damage. They're going to TP mid to try and maybe help out. Maybe save the IO or use him as bait. Hor is here. He's got Blink Jewel up available now. As Young PH going to jump in. They will Jewel out Yoe. The Sunray is out there with the egg being committed in the Avalanche toss. The Chrono, it's committed, but is it enough? It will finally be enough to take Yoe down. But at what cost? The chase will continue. They'll try to go after Young PH. Skill Lane will try to save on the IO. They might lose Cuckoo here, though. Cuckoo's still fighting Young PH as they do take them both down. It's a 2-for-4 trade. Like, you get Yoe on the Ember, but it costs you 4 heroes. In fact, it might be 5. Kish is down. It's a full team wipe.
What was Kish still hanging around there? Swap was still available. They managed to get the perfect chain of events. The coordination from TNC, Palace standing right by to instantly get the toss out. You get the full team wipe. Getting the activity out on this Tiny, reminding YG that Palos is still in the game. Has the Shadow Blade flying out now, going straight into an SNY. And you've got the full Ags for Cox with the disassembly on the Echo Saber. So things are just swimming now for the side of TNC. So much damage on this bench. They have swap saves here.
They certainly do. Cox will save the life of Jing for now, as Hor not going to be too happy with that dual cancellation. And now the chains are blocking both of them down. Oh, it could be another nasty fight as Hor is already gone. Skill Lane will try to run with the Spirit Vessel from Jing and the chase down from the Weaver. He's just not done. He will drop though. But they will find Skill Lane. No, they won't. No, they will. Cox will get...
Oh.
Cox will barely get him with the Wave of Terror.
Yeah, he needed to die. Cox needed to die for the mana. He was completely out, so I don't think he minds that at all, although it's still a nice little pickup.
Top. Gish. Watch out, Gish.
Oh, boy.
Oh, he's all right.
Oh,
he makes it. He barely makes it. Palos now the one in danger. Palos. We're going to have a talk, sir.
Is he?
I mean, he's in danger, John. He's taken some damage. He's down.
Oh.
Cuckoo will need to have a word.
That took... Another head slap in line. Move that camera further down. Make it darker. That did take longer than you'd expect, though. Again, craggy exterior, even at only level 2 damage reduction, is still huge. 4% per stack. 0 damage coming out there from Kish. Needed the static storm on top. They get another swap out on
not Hor. I mean, Hor just feels so important for this team. Like, he really needs to start popping off on this LC, but it's just not happening. Stuck at 20 dual damage. He's not going to be too happy with himself as now Jing going to find Zorain. Zorain should be okay this time, though Jing seems like he wants to continue chasing. In fact, Cuckoo is here, so is Yoe, and Zorain is gone. As Jing will try and go on to Young BH, but Kish is going to be around. The Sunray will not be enough to help them out. They have the chains to lock them down. Now the DK, he's just melting to the damage. It's too much. They'll even drop the Egg to relocate. They relocate the DK. I've had enough. Get him out of there. Kish will stick around to try and give a nice tether target. He has to be careful because Yoe does have the chains up. Kish, do you want a chrono? He'll jump in. They do find Yoe. Yoe for now in trouble. Will try to find a remnant. The Jewel will lock him down. They'll take down the Emperor. Onto Cox they'll go. Cox, he'll swap out. Kish? What? Kish? It's alright. That's okay. He's still looking. Cox in the meantime, he'll go into Hor. They'll find Cuckoo as well, but the Cuckoo does Igrit. Oh, Kish, no.
Oh my god.
Zorain is down. Cox does not care about dying because he has the axe up. What was that?
Oh.
What?
I don't know. It felt like he had it felt like Kish had the opportunity to get some big chronos in there. Never found the angle afterwards. And that time walk to the side, maybe thrown off by the swap? That's the only justification I can see. It does not feel good for Yangon. It's still an important set of kills to find. You kill off Yoe, you kill off the off lane and Cox, you kill off Cuckoo, but you lose way too much in exchange. Like, can't just really awkward circumstances. They had the right ideas in trying to set up for the counterfight, instant TPs out, but Kish kind of hesitates. Again, very good discipline out from the side of TNC to split apart, not give any clear chrono. This time walk, that was just awkward.
It was rough. The thing is, like, you kill Cox, he doesn't really care. As long as he has that remnant, it's like he never really went anyway. So the one thing I hate playing against a bench support over is this, like, you just get an axe up, and suddenly it's like, yeah, we killed her, but we didn't really. She's still here.
No. Yeah, it still does a lot of damage. Still a lot of utility with swaps, with Magic Missile, especially as the short starts to come along down the line. 24-14, 10k lead. TNC looking to make a play out with a smoke. Linken's being formed up by Yoa to protect from that duel now. It's still lacking the recipe. Already, again, have the Yasha up on Palos.
Notice how they're smoked even though Chrono's up. Like, they're not at all afraid of Kish's Chrono.
It doesn't feel like it even matters. Again, if you chrono out the Tiny, who cares? If you chrono out Yoe, you have swap. Like, as long as Cox is outside, you're relatively happy with that circumstance. You know there's no damage on his Faceless Void. Still bottom network core. Still not at level 20 for the AT attack speed bonus and chrono. Like, there's no threat in it just yet. It doesn't feel like your damage from outside is that amazing either.
That it does not. Yoe currently watching Kish up a top lane. It's like Roshan might just get started here by TNC now. TNC will head right into the pit. Seems like YG maybe just having no idea this is actually happening, and quite frankly, even if they did, I do not believe they can really contest. So Roshan will freely go the way of YG, or excuse me, rather TNC. On the bright side, this has bought time for Hor to finish off his Aghanim Scepter now in the LC, so his jewels should be a lot safer. Should just be able to guarantee himself a kill every time, or at least guarantee that he can lock somebody down every time without just instantly dying. Even a BKB now up on Young PH, also going to feel very, very nice. But TNC, still 11k ahead. Still looking to push through this bottom lane.
Yeah, not much to really hold them back. They've got all their spells back up. They've got Egg ready to go. They've got the damage to deal with Palace up front and with Cox around as well. Just gonna be able to clear these objectives. For the side of Yangon, again, when we saw this draft, it has to be execution. It has to be really good chronos, really good static storm usage, very good dual pickoffs that has to come out here for that success to start to pour in on the side of Yangon.
Even with the free
If
shots.
they want to have that hope for game 3. Ah.
How's that work anyway? Like
that
he's-
always feels good.
He's second in net worth, and he gets the shots over his
Yeah.
supports. Like, how does that work? Like, Jing doesn't have one. Why didn't Jing get it?
No, so all the other cores had it. It's down to just Cox and Jing, and it's a coin flip.
Wow.
He just wins the coin flip, you know? Higher skill.
I mean, that bouncing magic missile is so annoying to play against. Like, it's
So
just-
good.
It really is nice. I must admit.
It's so good to get it for free on a core Venge as well. You don't want to waste 1,400 gold on that, as you do want more stats as a universal carry type, right? So you get to save the 1.4k, you get even more utility off the Ags, of course, as well as Cox might break the smoke.
Well, they're going to jump in with the Jewel. The problem is he still has the remnant to play with, and that's
Static
a big
Storm?
Sun Ray. Static Storm being dropped here on the Venge of all things, who's already dead. Young BH forced to BKB, and now a relocate away. Very messy from YG. Very, very messy. Cox is moving. He might lose his rep. Never mind.
Oh,
he bought back. He bought back. Cox is in. Giga Chad Cox. Chrono committed. Who are they going on? Kish. He'll focus down the egg first. Cuckoo is gone. But Kish is in trouble. Run, sir. The magic missile will land. No follow-up to it, though. They'll even buy back on the IO, but Yo is looking for a dieback immediately on skill lane. Not able to find it. But TNT, they are not backing off. Mo will jump in for overwhelming odds, but he just gets annihilated. It's maybe Palos. He might die the first time, or maybe not. Maybe he'll just survive as Cox again. Cox. This man is too hard to deal with sometimes, I'll tell you. With that, mid-racks down. Onto the
my
tier 3
God.
tower you go. I mean, what do you care about the extended respawn timer, right? He has a remnant. Who cares?
It doesn't matter. This is what I love about Venge with the ads. Just these quirky buyback opportunities. Palos, he's not dying yet.
No, he's not. But the IO
Oh
and
my
skill lane is
God.
gone. Young PH is gone. Zero Rain is gone. This game is looking gone because Hor gets called out. Now Hor is down. TNC with the full team wipe once again. And nobody really dies as Kish is now getting tipped by Cox. Cox without remorse. And it seems as though TNC Predator Jonathan, they might be proceeding through to the lower bracket quarterfinal. Not yet,
What storyline?
but they're close.
And this is the content we were looking for from TNC. Yangon, so much promise. Again, they managed to beat down this team in the open qualifiers 2-0, no contest. But TNC have learned. TNC have course corrected. Master Cuckoo studied, made the new plan. They are digging into those tier 4s. Chrono half a minute away. They do have Static Storm, but something miraculous needs to happen in this execution here for Yangon to hold up.
I don't think it's happening, but they're going to try here. John Kish, he just time walks back immediately, not seeing the opening as the Static Storm will be dropped, but is it really doing anything? I don't think it is. Zorain is gone. Kish is still trying to hit them, but he's doing no damage. He's literally tickling Palos right now as Kish is down. He'll buy back. He'll try one last time, but Chrono's 5 seconds away. He still has it on cooldown. Maybe they have a chance. The Ancient is still surviving for now, but surely not for long as Kish is down.
Oh my
GG
God.
is called. Good luck next is the call as TNC Predator will now proceed through to the lower bracket quarterfinal where they will have their opponents ready, John. Bleed Esports are waiting for TNC.
That's going to be quite the storyline there as well. And big props to TNC. They showed up to play some great Dota today. It was not simple in any of these games for the side of Yangon to even find a game. Right? Game 1 with a Tinker last pick, and this in this draft having this insane offlane for Jing and Cox. Just Venge Weaver, the minus armor. Just too much to handle. And again, all the answers here for TNC shifting this Tiny from potentially a Jing hero into Palos' hands. Once they see the faces for it, they're like, all right, Chrono is not going to threaten the Tiny. They need to throw so much more on him with Craggy exterior. We can roll with that. And it's just a very smooth game. This one, not as kind of crazy in terms of drafting ideas as game one, but just simple ease of execution and executing it right for TNC. Not just having the strong laning start, but maintaining that aggression, that tempo after the fact as well.
It's a fantastic. I tell you, TNC, they're looking better and better as time goes on. This team is starting to feel like they should have been in the upper bracket to start this qualifier. The way they're playing, they are looking very good. And if they can get past Bleed East, if Bleed lose tomorrow against TNC, I mean, this squad, they might have enough momentum behind them to get through all the way to that qualification for the road to TI. I mean, I don't want to call it too early, but it certainly is a really interesting storyline and a beautiful one at that for TNC. And for me as well, John, because all the TI casters can finally feel the suffering I've suffered, having to call Cox's name about 20 times a game. I say 20, I meant 2,000. TNC, props to them again. Another 2-0 beat. They haven't even dropped a game.
No.
All 2-0 so far.
Yeah. It's been a clean sweep performance from TNC. Eating up Blacklist, eating up Yangon, getting some sweet revenge from those open qualifiers. And like you mentioned, if they manage to make it all the way, if they beat out Bleed, if they go on, have this long run in the lower bracket, into the lower bracket semis, into the lower bracket final, it's a scary thing what momentum can do, especially for a team that plays on confidence like this, right? Like, with the kind of players Kuku gathers, with just that good mindset. It just feels like it's going to be hard to stop that. If the ball keeps rolling, Bleed will have to watch themselves tomorrow, considering what we've seen from TNC today and yesterday. Yangon, unfortunately for this experienced squad, this is as far as they make it in the road to the International 2024 Southeast Asian Qualifiers. Not having the best of times up against TNC this time around, but big props to TNC. Again, they are working so well as a unit.
There it is.
And Cox definitely deserves that award for sure. Just work that lane so damn well. Along with Jing, it's just way too much to deal with.
Who is Betty Cooper, by the way?
I do not know.
I'm looking this up. The main character of the CW's Riverdale. What? What the hell is that?
Riverdale. Oh, isn't that the Archie show? The Archie comics show that they made in like modern time with the drama. I don't follow that.
They did.
I like Archie though.
Okay. Well,
you know what? For tomorrow, I will ask Cox why he's Betty Cooper. I will ask him. Maybe he has a good reason. As we can take a look at what we have what we have had today, our results: Aurora 2-1 against Bleed, Talon 2-1 against Execration, had Prism up against IHG going 2-0, and TNC versus Yangon going 2-0 as well. So a bit closer on that upper bracket there, Mike. A little bit less convincing on the lower bracket, going 2-0 completely, as we do have our brackets here as well. We've got Aurora up against Talon in the upper bracket final. Winner of that will qualify already to the International 2024. And we've also got our lower bracket matches, of course. Execration up against Prism, Bob versus Bob's old friends, and TNC up against Bleed. As we can see on the schedule, we do start with Exa versus Prism, into Bleed versus TNC, followed by that upper bracket finals of Aurora versus Talon. So an action-packed day tomorrow, Mike.
Wow.
We're more than halfway through. We've got only 6 teams left. Time flies on these qualifiers, Mike.
Tomorrow, one team will officially have qualified to TI13. Aurora or Talon. One of those teams is going to be officially qualified. My good, this is where things get exciting. We finally get to the end of this qualifier. We finally get to see the best teams against each other. Hopefully, we finally get some 2-1s, John, because you and I have only got 2-0s thus far. Till then, though, we do have some EU Dota going on. So if you did want to watch some Western European Dota, please do go over to twitch.tv/PGL_Dota2. And you can certainly do so, though. Apart from that, that is it for this stream for tonight. So please do tune in tomorrow for some more action-packed SEA Dota. Till then, it is MLP Dota and it is John X Fire. We'll see you all again tomorrow. Bye-bye.